starting stream a little early. And, not too early, but there we are. Why the And we... what?
Right. Okay. I thought you were still making your bed.
Oh, no. What I mean to say is I have to start the stream so that you can start the call, right? I mean, there's no point in you starting the call. Well, I mean, we are streaming now, so yes,
Okay,
I'm
so
still
adding
making
everybody as we speak.
That's right, including Pac-1 and Amanda and I guess, even Penny if you wish. So I'll see if she just responds or not. And with everyone, Anyhow, I might stay for the welcome of a few people and then kind of retreat into fixing my sheets. What I'm doing is I'm tucking in my sheets with military grade precision. So everybody knows I have a fetish about that, and it's one of these things that I, again, just waited too long to act upon this. And that's because I was dealing with everything else, and it's just like, stuff that's enjoyable, and then the time rolls along, that time of day, which is like really just too early for me as far as I'm concerned. And who knows, maybe I'll even heat up something to eat or something, but I don't really feel that hungry right now. So there we are, it's a summon! We wanted to make certain that Jameson has someone to bounce off on before I go mute and let you two take the stage. So by all means, Salman Sheikh, introduce yourself as usual with your customary aplomb. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam, Brother Douglas, and assalamu alaikum to Brother Douglas, all of our brothers and sisters of Team Dietrich, Sammy, who's just joined us.
Hey,
I come with the greetings of peace and love for all.
Wonderful. Oh, that's beautiful. And Sammy Romero. Let's see if you can match that, sir, before I go mute and let you guys hold the stage for a while I tuck in all of these sheets.
Oh my gosh, the freaking bots are starting up right off the bat.
Oh my god. Well, they must think this is going to be an important episode.
Oh, good. Well, we'll give them something. We'll give them their money's worth.
I hope so.
Anna used the Sufi energies to expel all the NSA interlopers, including Dickie Cunt Cole Jr.
Yes, and whoever that Jussie Small reject is, who gives us that nice that kind of, it sounds really black and really gay simultaneously, and
maybe that really is Jussie Smollett.
Oh, I hope so. Means he has something to do after the way he burned his career, right? I mean, he found a second job in employment with intelligence.
Either it's intelligence or it's Fox News. I mean,
same shit. I mean, they talk about deep state, right? It's the deep white state. Sammy.
Oh, it's deep.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, you can finish your statement there, James.
Oh, yeah. I think it's deep in the white stuff that drew Jussie Smollett.
There we are. Yes, that reminds me of a gay bar in San Francisco that was named the White Swallow. I don't even know if that's still open or around, but it was a disgusting name in and of itself with its lurid.
Original.
Yes, suggestibility. Yes, and as Sammy says, quite original. And so, Sammy, let's have you do a greeting for us, and then I'll.
Yes. How's everybody doing? I want to wish happy Wednesday to Salman Sheikh and Jay Maurice, and of course you, Doug. We're alive. We, like you said, any day that there's not mass rape and violence, it's a good day, right?
Yes.
Just today I'm having my adventures with the good old EDD that I have to take care of, and I found out why government doesn't work. You know how things are. But other than that, I'm very thankful that at least I have life in me, and I'm here talking to you guys. So yeah.
Yes, there is something to be thankful for. So God bless you all. We're in this lifeboat together, and right now I'm going to be spending my time in the lifeboat for the next several minutes, trying to use that bucket and bail out the ocean. So while I tend to that, these gentlemen will do the talking. I will be back, and you have no idea how much I just want to admonish and swear at the audience, because as always, I'm known as the only kind of host, probably the only host, who really spends his time just rebuking his listeners, rebuking the audience. And since I'm known for that, I might as well get to it. And before I go back to my fetish of fixing the sheets till they're just right, and I can bounce a quarter or a nickel off of the bed, and then place everything on top of it to produce tonight's show, I do want to remind everyone that we have an episode that I want to remind everyone to check into, and that of course is just as important as the Black Christmas episode, which of course is the Christmas episode. And Christmas was when Hong Kong fell to Japan, and I took advantage of that historical reality to basically speak about Japan in depth. And at that time, my greatest concern was that was not a very popular episode. A lot of people just weren't listening to that. It's caught up, and I really want to thank people for that. So on the positive side, people have really gone back and they have listened to that. We now have something close to approaching 1,000 views on that. But if you haven't listened to it, then listen to it, and do place an upvote just to make certain that it gets wider distribution. Now, what may have happened was our latest episode, not our latest episode, but the one preceding it, may have gotten a lot of downvotes by the enemy. The Cult of the Kings of Edom may have really sent their bots into full play, and maybe they all got through the net that YouTube actually provides the filter, because whatever happened, that doesn't seem to have gotten very good distribution. But I suspect it's also the subject on Eastern Orthodox Epiphany, or Epiphania. That was the episode before last. I went deep into geopolitics, which is my passion, and most Americans just tune out. Okay, so I will.
That's the one thing I love, because American politics is just cringe.
Thank you.
And I hate to say it, but it's just so hopeless out here because of how stupid the population is dumbed down, that it's like, it's more interesting what's going on in the world.
Thank you. I know it's a tragedy in both cases, because if you go in the rest of the world, I don't care where it is, Russia or China or North Korea or Africa, just wherever you go, everyone is just so much more intelligent, but they have absolutely no power to alter their governments when they live under dictatorships. So it's not that the average Russian is stupid, it's simply that they're rendered powerless, and they've grown very defeatist. They've grown very fatalist. So they're intelligent, but they're fatalist, and they have just kind of surrendered to what they feel is a hopeless situation. And it takes major earth-shaking events to change things around them. And when they do change, of course, then it impacts the world, because then you see just global level revolutions that happen in places across Eurasia or Africa or places like that. It impacts the world when these kinds of governments change, if for no other reason, access to natural resources. But in America, there is this ability to work with the government, but everybody's too stupid to do it. So
yeah, and the disinformation, it's either the disinfo assholes, or it's the people who are like, it's the people who have the high and mighty privilege to say, oh, it doesn't matter, it's all rigged, it doesn't matter, it's all rigged.
Yeah, I hate that. That's the worst.
And the problem with that is that's worse. I rather do battle with a Republican than have a conversation with someone who's like, it doesn't matter at all anyway, I don't care.
Yeah, because there's nowhere you can go with that.
And not only that, the person who doesn't care, I can only assume that person has white privilege going for them, so they don't have to care.
Well, with those, at least they have the excuse. Then you run into colored people who have the same attitude.
Oh yeah. Once that happens, it's like, okay, you might as well just pick up a soldering iron and put it to your forehead.
Yes, it's awful. It's awful. So I do want to remind everyone that the episode before last, and of course review the last episode, which is very important, but the episode before last, do catch up on that. That goes very deeply into geopolitics. I know most people can't stand that, but I did that because we were potentially headed towards a war. We are, in terms of breaking news, supposedly going in for 2 more weeks of discussions between Ukraine and Russia that obviously are going to include other parties. So
Well,
probably
this is much as you predicted. Putin just wants his soapbox,
there's that. Yeah.
like a little bitch he is.
Yes, yes. And he's painted himself into a corner. He's really overplayed his hand. I'll go a bit into that tonight, of course, along with an equal balance of domestic politics, because I realize now that if I go all out geopolitics and just dedicate an episode to it, people they just tune out. So I have to yell at all you listeners, and for God's sakes, wake up to what's going on in the world. Review the East Orthodox Epiphania episode. And that would be, of course, dated. Fuck, what date is that? That's last Wednesday. So it's basically Wednesday, the January 19th episode. And so everybody do review that. Not tonight, of course, not while we're transmitting live, but sometime in the near future. And otherwise than that, what I'm going to do is fix all four corners of my bed, tuck everything in, then get ready to join these gentlemen. And around the top of the hour, Peter Moon will come on with us, and God, hopefully will we'll see how everything goes then. But thank God for these gentlemen. Without them, I wouldn't be able to do this at all. And so with Sammy Romero, Salman Sheikh, James Reese, the three caballeros will now take the stage. They will remind everyone that I'm here. I'm tucking in corners and folding flaps and shit, and then setting things up and grabbing some bottles of water, etc. And in the meantime, the stage is theirs. I am going mute. Thank you so much.
All right, how's it going, dudes?
Oh, I'm doing fine. Yeah, it was a day of little frustration, but it is what it is. You gotta move on, and it is. You can't let small little wrinkles in your life, be a distraction. It's just you gotta be productive. So it is what it is. But yeah, other than that, I'm all right.
How are things in your neck of the woods, Salman?
Yeah, all good, my brother. Things are going well, and I agree with Sammy. Everything goes one day at a time. We just take everything the way that it is and stay positive and move towards the future. And it's interesting because right now we see this paradigm shifting spiritually in terms of the way that this country is going and the way things are going in many ways. And I have to thank you, Brother Jamo, for bringing up that point when people bring up that argument that both sides are the same, because recently in my area, we had the Republicans that were in charge since like the Civil War era of the township and the suburban area of Philly that I'm in. And ever since the Democrats came here, there have been so many social programs and people of color being represented in the community, in the school district, in the township. So there is a big difference. And I thank you, my brother, for bringing that fact to light, that especially those that say both sides are the same. And also in terms of how everything is changing in so rapid levels with the Russia situation, Ukraine, and what's going on in this country, this inevitable civil war that we're headed towards. And I thank Brother Sammy for always addressing that the aspect of payback for the years of genocide and warfare against Black and brown people of the world. Those chickens do come home to roost. And I thank you both dearly for the points that you make.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome, son.
Well, it's interesting you say that, because I was watching a video that was deconstructing InfoWars and Alex Jones and their bullshit. And I note that someone high in a government agency had called Alex Jones a terrorist, a domestic terrorist. Now, what struck me as irritating was the fact that, we have a lot of people who are of Muslim, people who are from Middle Eastern descent, who after 9/11 and still to this day are just being thrown like in Guantanamo Bay for just being suspected of being a terrorist. Yet, Alex Jones gets to rub his big fat white belly all over the fucking TV screen every night, and he doesn't have to worry about being detained or, even despite the fact that he supported a treasonous act on January 6th, which almost led to the end of democracy as we know it, where people wanted to kill members of Congress. and still they're willing to let these white people slide.
And
It's
that's
insane.
absolutely true, Brother JMO. Because imagine if any of us, the brothers on this round table, would have been at that place where majority of the people were Latino or African American or Pakistani Muslims. We would have been slaughtered, and our whole peoples would have been generalized. Oh yeah, all of them are like that, and we would have probably been thrown in Guantanamo. And these people, they lost the wars in Iraq, Syria, Afghanistan. And they still have the audacity to commit their war crimes against black and brown people of the world, which gives us another reason to shut down all of their bases, take all of their military budget, and give it to the people of this country who are suffering with social services, lack of school districts, so many things that are happening, youth programs, women programs. And that is absolutely true. That needs to be addressed. And I thank Brother Douglas Dietrich for exposing that freak Alex Jones, who joined KJFK as an affiliate when he started, which was a CIA-sponsored station. So we know who these people are, what they stand for,
His
and what
father
their
was
agenda
CIA.
is.
I mean, he was born into it.
Yep.
Alex Jones, he was born into it. As so many of these assets are, and that does not saying that being said, that does not exonerate them from responsibility for their actions.
Yes.
They need to be held accountable, and the problem is in this country called America, they aren't held responsible.
No, you guys are absolutely right. I think the U.S. And when I say U.S., it's because it's United States. Because in theory, well, in reality, we're all Americans. If it's Mexican America, the Central America, South America. So I don't like the word America because technically the whole North, South, Central America is America. But the U.S., the one thing I can say is, someone like Donald Trump, former President Donald Trump, he always did say America first. And it's very interesting that he used to say that because that is true. America should be first. Americans should be first. Should be first. And the thing is, when someone like him tells the truth, it's always distorted. But what Salman was saying about the funds with the military, it should go to the taxpaying electorate. It should go to its illegal working class as well, because whether it's Mexicans in Central California working in agriculture, to the taxi drivers of New York, or people that are working in convenience stores, but the working class needs to get fortified so it can build the American public so we can get taxed. This is how this country needs to understand that you can't keep your foot on the neck of people and expect them to accept this genocide of being overworked and all these resources being taken away and then called a communist or called a lazy ass because only a certain percentage want those benefits. And that's not the reality. America needs to, the United States needs to invest in the tax-paying electorate and also the legal, what they call illegal, but the working class immigrants, the people that do the jobs that people don't want to do. We need to be invested in that, because we're at a brink. This country is bankrupt, but not just with money, but with really the working class. They want to deport all these people that do these jobs, but who else is going to do them? And they do not want to invest in artificial intelligence. They're more scared of that. So I think America first is the notion, but not to what Donald Trump says, because if he's really saying white only, white should be first, quote unquote white, which that's laughable. But when Donald Trump used to say that, it made me kind of smirk and just shake my head, because you know the inversion of that. He doesn't mean it that. He doesn't mean what it is. It's almost like saying the truth and hiding it right in front of you. You know.
Yeah. He's adding a lie to a truth, and when he says America's
Absolutely.
first, he's not including everyone in America. He's including only a certain demographic.
Right.
And the reality is, he's basically saying white America first. The problem we have is that people would rather watch the other fall rather than supporting the other if it means they can gain something as well. And this is something that we find in human psychology, where if someone else is going to have something better than you, but you would still gain from it, most people would rather pull the other person down, or rather neither of them have it, than have one person have something better than them, even if they still gain from it. I can't remember what that's called, but in psychology, this is something that we see time and time again, and that more or less defines American society. That's that is the definition of our culture.
That is absolutely right. And, great points made by both Brother JMO and Brother Sammy. And there is going to come a time, like we see, that people are going to demand that change, that what we're seeing with this this global white supremacy and hegemony, that day by day, week by week, month by month, year by year, we're living in such amazing times where we have all of this education at our fingertips, and people are just not believing the lies anymore that they have been programmed about this aspect of separation and individualism that's been promoted in Western societies. And it's the aspect of knowing that we all have to come together and create a good future for all of us. And it's interesting, earlier this week, I was speaking to a community in New York, and we were doing the same thing, like on this virtual call. We were professing these values, that there is going to come a time, even the aspect of the payback, what Brother Sammy says, where people are going to be like, okay, I'm getting paid $7 an hour. My rent is $1,500 a month. You're sending my taxpayer money, is $5 billion of it, to Israel every year. And you're spending all of my money on these bases and all these military expenses, which is not serving anything because you lost every single war. So what are you doing to help me and mine, the homeless people that I see sleeping on the street, freezing to death in the wintertime, the women that are facing domestic issues and they don't have social programs to help them and their children, who have to live with abusive partners, the schools that are underfunded. So it's going to come a time, even what we're seeing with the mass resignation, what Brother Sammy said, that people are just not going to participate and give their energy to their system anymore. And as time goes on, as we see, it is many of the working class and the illegals that are doing the jobs that others refuse to do. So what are they going to do about it? Are they going to stay in fear over the illegals and the aspects of artificial intelligence, or are they going to be put in a reality where they have to confront reality? And in the Sufi tradition, they tell us about God, that God will force that change upon you if you're not forced to take it upon your own self. So that is that time, what we're seeing in American society as we're heading towards this civil war scenario as well, that it is going to be the underrepresented minority that's going to win this war.
Well, I have to say that we are in the Civil War right now, and my fear is that I don't know what side's going to win, but I do what I do see is what I do see is that the idea of not putting energy into what's going on is I see that as sort of an error, because we're at a point where, again, if you do nothing and you say neither side matters, it's all corrupt, whatever, and you just pay no attention to it, that's worse than being on the wrong side.
Thank you.
Because you're enabling whatever evil will come rather than choosing a side.
Right. Absolutely. I'll give you guys an example. Right now the Super Bowl is going to happen here in Inglewood, California, the new SoFi Stadium, and they are actually cleaning up the homeless encampments near LAX. um, just because of the Super Bowl.
Wait, they're what?
They're cleaning up homeless encampments near LAX. Underneath the freeway of the 405, there is a massive homeless encampment. This is pretty much the underworld of Los Angeles. This connects to downtown. There's tunnels leading to downtown. And there's really an underworld in Los Angeles. There used to be a subway system, a train system. There used to be an underground train system, I believe way back in the 40s, which was closed down. And there's always been a controversy over that because of the automotive industry. There's been, back then there was rumors that the automotive industry shut that down to help the sale of automobiles. Anyways, they're cleaning up the homeless encampments because of the Super Bowl. And it's almost to me to me, I can look at like America. America tries to clean up its problems just for the look. And really it's all empty. It's all empty as far as the solutions or any problems. And we may sound like we're complaining, but it's really what it is, and it's the truth. The working class and the people that are considered illegal working class are the fabric. And for example, if they would have, let's just say the Super Bowl gets pulled and it gets canceled. America is so fragile-minded of its entertainment that there would be riots in the streets because they don't have their entertainment. We rather be entertained. I want to drink my Bud Light. I want to, I want to have, my burgers cooking on the grill, and I want to be entertained rather than seeing what's around me burning to the ground.
Freedom burn circuses.
Yeah, exactly, Daniel.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And it's just, it makes me realize how fragile mentally this country is, that we go a disarray with our entertainment. But the reality is, it just gives me at least an idea of how hard it's gonna hit when, excuse my French, shit hits the fan. It's gonna hit us hard. Well, at least the ones that, at least people that are not plugged out of this dog and pony act. Because to keep in mind, at times I do enjoy this dog pony act, but when I look at, for example, just government, how it works, and just the simple services, it's shot. And it's like, I realize, like, man, this really needs to get overhauled. But it's just, you see it coming, you see the train coming, and all you got to do is just put faith in your creator, and hold on for dear life.
God damn, it's good.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Because I mean, if you see the way that they're cleaning up the homeless encampments, just for the materialistic aspect, they have the capability to help those people. But of course, it's a materialistic society where their god is their basically their drugs, their football, their ball games, and as long as they're being entertained and there's food and there's ball games, they're happy with that. And that is the unfortunate thing, Brother Sammy. And I've seen it here in Philly one time too, where there was a concert happening, and right across the concert in the wintertime, there was a homeless man sleeping on the floor, freezing to death. And the people walking by that individual were laughing at him. And it just struck me to my heart and to my core that what kind of people are this, to see another human being sleeping on the floor without a coat in this freezing negative 10-degree weather, and to just laugh at him and keep moving because you're of a higher privilege. So there are spiritual consequences that the people of this country have to deal with. And I agree with you completely.
Well, this entire country is cursed land. I mean, it's a cycle that's going to keep repeating onward and onward. The thing is, we still do have a choice as to whether this gets driven lower into the ground or whether we at least can salvage something. And I'm of the mindset where, it's shit, but we would at least try to salvage something that you can of it. rather
Yeah.
than just letting it crumble before your eyes and doing nothing. And that's one of the problems with that's one of the problems with our society, is that, you know, it's the fuckets, you know, everyone gets the fuckets. And
Hey, by the way, is that the CIA agent taking a toke of the bong, or that's Daniel?
that might be Daniel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Daniel. Yeah, Daniel's hitting the good stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Assalamu alaikum, brother Daniel. Hey, where the white women at?
They're looking on you, man.
Yep, I'm about to come down and marry one of them, and the kids can grow up and call me Abu. Basically.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, J-Mo is absolutely right. I mean, you have to take an initiative and you have to take action, because if you're failing to take action in a falling society, then ultimately that is you. And it's not about blaming any kind of force. If you're not failing to, if you're failing to take any kind of individual responsibility or action, then it's you and your society that have to reap the consequences. So I thank J-Mo for bringing that point up.
Yes, and it's important to realize that there is a wrong side, and you know, as much as the Democrats can't get things done due to the fact that they have those two asshole dinos who are going to get theirs. What do you call it? Oh my gosh, Cinema and Mansion. Those assholes. Yeah, they're going to get theirs, of course. But at least go with whoever's not trying to restrict your freedoms. Why is it that people are saying, you know, it's a hypocrisy to say, I should have the freedom to walk around without a mask, yet you don't mind letting your freedom to vote getting, you know, fucked up. You don't mind letting your freedom, the freedom of a woman to choose, getting removed. Yet they care about walking around and, you know, their freedom to catch COVID. Where is the sense in that?
Well, we can at least give them credit for them having the willpower to be willing to die for the things that they believe in, and they follow up on it.
And there's definitely a hope that actually is carried out. Because that is a sort of hindrance of that's a hindrance of progress in general. And the other big bad thing that seems to be happening is the repeal of gun control laws, and that's something that's really going to be a big problem. In New York, we seem to be getting an increase in shootings happening like almost daily. It's not. I mean, it's not in. It's not in like. It's not to the point where it was in the 90s, perhaps, but it's getting there.
Right.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's interesting, J-Mo, you point that out, because in Philly, it's been the same. Last 2 years, the crime's been out of control. And you kind of think, where is this society going with so much high expense, the inflation? People are kind of losing it mentally, raging at each other. The crime is up there. They're not helping the COVID situation either. So, you know, I think both you and Brother Daniel and even Sammy, like, you're all making great points about this.
Yes, and you know, this is one of the things that this is one of the reasons that I've really more or less have spent the last few days in hibernation. To be perfectly honest, I've reached the point where it's just like, damn, man, there's a lot going on in the world. You know, we have Venus that's still retrograde. That's going to probably end over the weekend, which is going to free up a lot more. Yeah, Mercury is also retrograde. Of course, at least Venus is going to subside over the weekend. As far as Mercury being retrograde, this means that communication is going to be really shitty, to say the least.
Yes. But by the way, speaking of communication, so I'm just checking in, and one of the things that I do recall Sammy Romero saying, and he could probably dedicate an entire transmission to this, was how he found out government isn't working through the EDD. Now, I didn't want to really broach any subject that might be, encroaching on his privacy, but in terms of the EDD, the first thing that comes to my mind in the state of California is the Employment and Development Department. Is that what you're talking about? That's usually for people who are unemployed. Did something happen?
No, it's a hello. Am I on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, it's a special circumstance. That's personal. Okay. No, I'm very well employed.
Okay.
It's just it's a little personal situation that happened.
Got it.
It has to do with what I've been dealing with the last couple months.
Understood. And we can talk about aspects of this privately, and I promise we will get to that. Okay. But whatever you're willing to share. Yeah, whatever you're willing to share.
Yeah. But it's not that. It's the banking system of funds.
Yes.
Because we did buy out Bank of America back in 2008.
Got it. Okay, right. For those of you who don't know, EDD took over Bank of America, and that's when Bank of America effectively became truly a Bank of America, as in like a Soviet state banking system where it became part of the federal government, even though it's private in name. It's only private in name only. These are the people who issue your SNAP cards, your Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program cards, your food stamps. Come from Bank of America now, or through Bank of America. This is how it was one of those companies too big to fail, and if they let Bank of America fall, then it would have caused a panic. So they had to re-employ everybody in Bank of America through the government, basically via government contract. So they're like a defense contractor, only they issue welfare funding, like food stamps and shit. So Sammy will take it from there. This is not what Sammy's on. Sammy's not he's not on SNAP, and he's not on. No, he actually, I would guess, probably has some kind of an inside contract through his engineering and various other skills with the Bank of America, something like that. And something happened where he's dealing with those troubles, and the government is, fucking it up somehow. So does that come somewhat close to the mark?
It's somewhat close. Once we talk, I think you would get the gist of it. But what I'm just saying is it's how much government doesn't work. Yeah. You go through customer service, and it's like you might as well. And I'm not, no offense to Daniel, but they might as well be token to. They might as well be token on a bong, and probably Daniel would probably be a better customer service rep.
Yes.
His weed will probably make them smarter. I think probably more.
Couldn't make him any dumber. Yeah, it couldn't make him any more stoned. Yeah, go.
When I was trying to make a claim on some funds, they said the investigate. Obviously, when anybody knows about scamming, usually scammers usually check the inquiry of a balance through any ATM. You can check the inquiry, so you see a pattern. You see a pattern where someone's taking your money, and this is obvious. And no, I didn't get my funds, so who cares? Get in line. Everybody has problems. I'm not trying to sound like a meatwad here complaining about my problems, because it's get in line, take a number.
Oh my God, that's I'm so sorry.
Inside joke.
Yeah, no, got it.
No. Don't be sorry. Please don't. No, you can make money back. I don't want to sound like a whining bitch. No, please. But what I'm trying to say is the way government is set up, it's just bankrupt. Yeah. It's almost like they do want to take your money.
Yeah.
It's like someone's inside taking your money. You literally have to clean out your bank, your bank account, and you can only take out X amount of money. So you still have money in there. So it's like rolling the dice. Hopefully it's there. Yeah. So, this investigator said it wasn't suspicious activity, and I had to literally explain to this rep, can you please tell me, this quote unquote investigator, why wasn't it suspicious? And obviously, I'm talking to this this dumbass on the phone that does not give a damn, probably playing PlayStation on while he's talking to me, eating Cheetos, you know.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like I'm thinking in my head like, wow, you know.
This guy gets paid to do this, yeah.
According to him, he said, well, why don't you fax a photo of yourself to this number? And I'm talking about, and this is what I told him. Well, wouldn't that make me the investigator? Am I doing his job?
Thank you. Thank you.
What kind of investigator do you guys have?
Thank you. Well, by the way,
you want me to do your?
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Do you want me to do your job? Should I be performing surgery now too? Until you mean, you know, like, what the hell? Can you guys give me the codes to the nukes now? I mean, what's going on?
Yes. Well, you already know those. You remember that for decades they were all zeros.
Right.
That was
right. Exactly.
Are you serious?
Oh yeah. Don't want to go into that right now, but I went into that in the past in depth.
Shit.
And because none of them could remember any of the codes, they were supposed to theoretically change them every day, but nobody could handle that, so they just made it all zeros. And it was that way for decades. And but at any rate, in terms of what our man Sammy is talking about, it brings so many things to mind. And I'm still, getting at the corners here of, setting up these cushions and shit. But in the meantime, one of the things before I get back to that was, what does that remind me of? Like if you hire an attorney, or like when I was working through various attorneys that you tried to get through these pro bono programs, where every attorney theoretically has to do a little bit of pro bono every year, dedicate a little bit of their time to pro bono work to maintain their registry as a barrister, to go through the bar association. And so the California or San Francisco bar is just sometimes it worked out and other times it was just horrible. But the one thing that you always have is you do all the work. The one thing you notice is that the attorney will say, get this, and the attorney does nothing. However, the important thing is when it comes down to presentation, then the attorney's name behind it is what gives it authority. In other words, if you did all that shit yourself, like I did with the IRS, when I presented to the IRS that I wasn't getting any money from the state, then the IRS just offered to put me in jail. So I had to hire a tax attorney, and I did all the work for them. I just turned all the work over, and they said the same thing. And when the tax attorney said it, then, of course, then the IRS went into offering compromise, where they, took only half the money they were going to steal, and it's a terror. So it was just that's what the attorney's there for. But he's not there for anything else. However, so go on, take it from here.
I mean, well, and that's just it gives me insight to kind of what you went through, Doug, as far as taking care of your parents.
Yeah, your
parents would have died.
Yeah,
you prolonged their life just by getting involved and just doing the basics as far as transferring them from the healthcare system and you being the care provider. Yeah. Could you imagine you relying on some asshole that doesn't give a damn? Forget him, the system doesn't give a shit.
Yeah.
And your dad fought in 3 wars. Your dad had concurrent receipt. If anybody doesn't know what concurrent receipt, I'm sure Doug will explain it to you. Yeah. Or you can go back to the transmissions, but that's unheard of.
Yeah.
And when it comes to all with anything to do with government, especially EDD or anything, if you don't get taxed, you have to pay taxes on that whatever you're receiving. Yeah. Uncle Sam's gonna get his pound of flesh, how you like to say, Doug.
Yes.
Or you're going to get raped with a sandpaper condom.
Yes.
Because that's what's going to come down to it. And I hate to tell you, I hate to put it that way and give you the visual, but I'm explaining this to the rep, and their mouths will be high because they don't care.
It's so true. And another thing, before I go mute, because I have to, with the last set of things I have to do, I have to move the screen of the computer around so it faces me the right way and other things, so I don't want people to hear all that. I'll be gone for about 10 minutes once I go mute. But, another thing, just so people understand this, they're finally beginning to confront the issue that people who drive while they're high on pot are killing people. So any of the shit that nobody's ever killed anybody on pot, you know, it's all pure bullshit. You know, there are now, just like you had Mothers Against Drunk Drivers, they've got parents associations now dealing with high drivers because all kinds of people are dying. People who are high do all kinds of shit. And yeah, on pot, you do things like kill people and run people over and all kinds of evil shit, just like you would on alcohol. So all the crap they said about legalizing pot, no one's ever died on pot, no one's ever had their life destroyed by, it's all bullshit. People's lives are destroyed by pot, and they go out and destroy other people's lives. So believe me, if I had any secular power, first thing I do is outlaw pot. But yeah, all these guys might as well be high, and they probably, now that pot is legal, are high while they're working for the government, and that adds to the problem.
This explains why the quality of work has fallen all across the board.
Precipitously all across the board. Yes, I'm gonna go mute now. Thank you, gentlemen. Take it from there, Sammy. Finish up what you were.
No, I mean that's really all. It's not really a big deal. Don't feel sorry for me. It's just, I mean, get in line. I'm grabbing a number and everybody has problems, but you know, this is just the aspect of how everything in this government is shot, and it goes back to, you know, even what the Salmon Shaking, what Salmon Shake was saying as far as having compassion. You know, someone homeless, you know, freezing their ass off, you know, just give them $5 or give them something to eat. If you don't have a blanket or, you know, anything. But, you know, it's a great metaphor to look at both. If it's not our systems, it's, you know, it's just our compassion to humankind, you know. But yeah, I mean, I'll get over it. It's not a big deal. And I'm not here crying. I'm not Meatwad. I'm not here complaining that I'm my problem. No, it's just, it's something it's a little bit of my life that I share. This is just a smidgen of my life, what's going on. And, you know, something I'm sure is happening to everybody.
Well, I'm actually...
Hey, if you guys don't mind, I got a funny story. I got a funny story to share about how well the government doesn't work when it's for my personal benefit. There was when I moved to North Carolina from Texas in 2005. It was at Fort Bragg military base. I went to move in as a roommate with an old friend of mine who was enlisted. And anyway, I'll get to that knucklehead later, but he's another part of the story. But anyway, the day when I got up to go get my ID, I went to the DMV on post on the base. It was very early morning. There was no line, so I went up to a desk immediately. Hell, I didn't even have to submit that many documents. I just signed an affidavit, paid like $29-$30, got the photo, and I actually walked out there with the full photo ID. I was like, damn, that's pretty lucky. I never expected that. But when I did that in Texas, I had to wait a month for it to come in the mail. Well, anyway, so as I got into the car with my friends, with my roommate's brother who was driving, he wanted me to go sign up to go get food stamps, EBT, and I didn't want to. So I'm thinking, okay, so since I got lucky this far, okay, what the hell? Let's go. And you know, I was thinking, I didn't want to. I hope I wasn't going to get accepted. You know, that was just kind of a personal pride thing. But anyway, we went to the Social Security office there in Fayetteville, North Carolina. I went there, signed some forms, you know, gave them my background and whatever they could look up for me. And that day, they offered me a decent sum, you know, for that would be good for a month. And the card, the EBT card itself, that day, walked out, made it home before noon that day. Said, God damn, wow, this is pretty lucky. And they didn't even look up my warrants in Texas, you know. So yeah, that was lucky. The government did not work for my benefit there that day.
Wow.
You know, I got shit that I didn't even want, you know, the EBT stuff, you know.
Wow, they were actually pretty nice to you, considerably, because I tried to get there was a time I tried to get cash assistance because I wasn't working, and they made me jump through hoops for that. And still, I can't get cash assistance. So I'm you know, it's of course I found a job later on, but it was just like up here in New York, they give you so much resistance. It's not funny. It's like they want you to die out in the streets. But I guess that's because it's New York.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, it's interesting. It's great with what Brother Daniel and JMO have shared. I realized that with America, you have like the 50 states, and it's basically seen as a one country. But each state like has like their own system, their codes, and how they operate. So maybe you'll see one part of the state or one part of the country in a state where something would work, which would not work in another state or in another part of the country. So it's all so messed up, and it's like what Brother Douglas pointed out in his transmissions is like, even if the government works, it's not designed to work, and even by accident something gets done, even they're surprised that it works. It's just it's just so confusing, this whole quagmire system that they have set up, that it is not designed to work.
Yeah, I've actually learned the differences of how subsystems work. Between the variety of speeding tickets that I used to accrue back in early 2000s when I used to drive fast. And these are all in different towns and cities and counties. And they all treated me differently. Mostly nicely.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Well, the thing is, when it comes to the states, I think the whole state idea is quite fractured in and of itself. We might as well call it the disunited states, because if it was the United States, then why not just have a united state? I mean, granted, the very idea of states and representatives for each state, you basically have multiple heads that are always going to be fighting against one another, which is the problem when you don't have a centralized government apparatus.
Well, I mean, they were just recently fighting to make it an autocracy. So, yeah, so there is that struggle for why it isn't one big state.
Well, the thing is, their idea of an autocracy, though, would probably be something draconian. It would probably be something that would be horrible, because, this is the United States and everything we do winds up just fucking fucked up. I don't know why.
We would have been right there had Trump gotten reelected.
Yeah, well, what he wanted was a dictatorship.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's what I mean, autocracy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
and of course, while all the other countries around the world that have gone through that, they're looking at America saying, "Oh, we've seen this story before." It's like a kid's story to them.
Yeah, and the thing is, we shouldn't have to go there. The idea of this is why I kind of like Douglas's idea of a sort of fascist government, where rather than an autocracy, you have a strong centralized government that regulates capitalism, because it's the unrestrained capitalism that's pretty much destroying the entire planet. And granted, capitalism is a good thing when it's constrained, when it's not just do anything you want, and the problem we're facing as a species is that do anything you freaking want mindset.
Yeah.
I mean, they're literally ripping. I mean, if you look at all the hospitals that have been acquired by certain companies and corporations, like, for example, Northwell Health, once they bought out Staten Island University Hospital, everything fell to shit. And that is the reason why I have COVID, because those assholes decided to put me next to someone who has fucking pneumonia when I told them I don't have COVID. Are you sure this is the COVID-free wing? Yeah. I'm still debating as to whether I can whether I could legally file lawsuits or whatnot against them for that. So it should be interesting to find out if that's possible.
Yeah, no shit.
I mean, because that was definitely, you know, that said, I have to say that, you know, again, if I hadn't had the 3 booster shots, I'd probably be dead. Because
And you know,
even
that's so important, JMO, you say that, because it's like what Brother Pat Clone said about seeing his grandfather in the hospital, and it's so unfortunate that we still see people wearing the mask with their noses hanging out. I agree with you completely about all of this.
yeah, no doubt.
Not too long ago, I was out having dinner with one of my knucklehead friends who would disregard the mask mandate, and as soon as he went home, calls me about a week later, tells me he got COVID from being at the bar back at home after he landed from the plane. But yeah, you knucklehead. It serves you right.
Yeah, I mean, would you expect? The thing is, you know, just because people think that because the symptoms aren't as severe with Omicron, that it means milder. It doesn't. It's pretty bad, and I'm fairly certain that, you know, with the way I got hit with Omicron, you know, it's the equivalent of someone healthy who probably got hit with Delta, because, you know, my immune system has always been shit, honestly speaking. So, yeah, if it wasn't for the vaccine, I probably wouldn't be here. So, you know, people could say what they want about the vaccine, you know, killing people. A lot of these are rumors that are coming from the alt-right and the disinfo mill.
Definitely. I noticed that, because all of this stuff that's coming from, let's say, pushing for Trump and pushing the anti-vax stuff, I've been seeing it from the alt-right sources. And another good thing that JMO has pointed out before is that a lot of these New Age communities and these spiritual communities pushing this anti-vax propaganda even to this day, and how Trump was chosen by God or the Galactic Federation to help America. I mean, it's all laughable, and I'm glad that we're able to see through this nonsense.
I got an example to share with you. Okay, the Ultimate Fighting Championship. Now, they have a very strict vaccine mandate for their fighters. When their fighters catch COVID, they're laid off for a month or so, and then to see if you know, they have to catch back up on them to see if they're able to fight again or whatever. Well, anyway, you know, they get taken care of there, you know, or the social distancing thing, all that's practiced. And one of the people that works there as an announcer during the fights is Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan, big time anti-vax disinformationist that backs up Russian propaganda.
Yes.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
And of course, Dana White is also good. Is a close friend of Trump's. Dana White's the owner of the UFC, and you know, they have a very strict vaccine mandate, just like Fox News does. But they still got to promote the misinformation.
That's crazy. I mean, that is disgusting. The hypocrisy combined with everything else. And yes, the synthesis or the convergence point of the New Age movement and the alternative right movement is beyond sinister. If any of you remember Revolution Radio, it was a combination of the twain. If it wasn't the...
Yes.
That was...
Yeah.
It was either people saying, you know, starseed. I've got the way Laura Solomon described this one poor son of a bitch who was actually, I don't know, he might have been friendly toward me, or maybe didn't interact with me at all, which was just as well. But he came on maybe after my show, and he had grays in his house like they were fucking roaches and shit. You know, it was kind of like in the film. Yeah, if you ever watch, what was that? Go on.
Sorry.
Yeah, no.
I was going to say, they're like closet Satanists being useful idiots for a keynote.
It's true. Yes.
Yeah.
And they play that role, and they just he laughs or certainly laughed while he was alive while they pushed his shit. And but in terms of the closest thing I could think of was this horrible movie. It's completely unwatchable unless you just sit back, you're totally stoned or you're totally high. and who was it? The guy who made all of the B movies. He was kind of like the king of Roger Corman. It was a Roger Corman film. And I think it was called The End of Time, or the end. I think that was the title, The End of Time, or something like that. And if you ever look at that, there's these little grays that infest this home in the desert that this Arizona family moved into, or something, and it's like that, and that makes it sound almost exciting, like they're dealing with some kind of infestation. But no, I mean, you the film is just. Like this guy's life I'm describing. He was like, they'd show up and he'd complain about him while he was talking on the mic. It was like the Greys, they get you good. He's swatting them away and shit. But this is the kind of people that we had that were teaming up with that, and the golden kind of, the ladies talking about, rainbows and shit, And then Andrew Bartzi's, of course, he made it like his thing. Of course, our man Salman Sheikh can back me up on this. This is Andrew Bartzi's thing. He shows a unicorn shitting rainbows and always saying, I'm not about the unicorn shitting rainbows. And no, he's way beyond that. No, he's like, I can't even understand where he's coming from. It's like the unicorn shitting rainbows has a coherency to it. He's like, he's like all these dimensions, but there's contracts with them all somehow. And so, oh my God, but there you have it. So
galaxies.
Yeah. He's like, it's like all these galaxies are like some giant, what do you call that? The community, the gated community. They have like a home.
The Galactic Federation.
Yeah. No, but they're like a homeowners association. It's like a galactic homeowners association. It's like you've all agreed not to, to keep the lights on or something. It's like the stars don't shine because they shine. It's because everybody's agreed to keep the lights on. And if you don't maintain the lights, you get fined. It's something like that. This is how they think. I mean, I'm not kidding. That's their interpretation of the universe. Well, let's see if we've got, our man Peter. He's
Yep.
Yeah.
Here.
Oh, there we are.
Hey, Peter.
So there we are. So oh my God! And so Peter just found some other stupid new book that was glorifying Smedley Butler. I take it. I'm not even quite sure. Didn't read the book, but.
Well, I will tell you, Douglas. I got a call this morning when I was listening to the Frankenstein transmission of last Sunday night.
Yes.
Which was very interesting, very long, very interesting. I haven't quite finished it all, but it goes on and on with the Napoleonic War with the Spanish, which was interesting. But what happened is a friend of mine called. He's a geophysicist. He called and said, "Hey, on WBAI, they're doing a talk on Smedley Butler. I want you to hear it." And so he doesn't even ask me. He puts the phone up to the radio, and I'm not going to turn on WBAI. For those of you who don't know, WBAI is the liberal left-wing station of New York City, supposed to be avant-garde. It had me on it once, I think, because somebody who had a show, I think it was Peter Lamborn Wilson show, had me on once.
Oh my God.
But they basically aren't, no, and they're so liberal that they're not going to like Douglas's book. But they had Smedley Butler, and, and this book is making Smedley Butler. Of course, those who do not know Smedley Butler is featured in the book The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. And to put it very quickly, Smedley had won the Congressional Medal of Honor 2 times, promoted to do so by FDR in World War I. And you don't win the Congressional Medal of Honor and live normally. It's very rare.
Yes. But
he won it twice. Which is even more rare. He's like 1% of 1% of 1%.
Yeah, it's statistically impossible. But go.
Yes. So he was really a communist, and there's no debate about this. He was a communist, and the financiers of the day saw FDR taking the country to pot, and they backed Smedley Butler. They didn't realize he was a communist. They thought he would be a hero, and they were going to take over the government. And this book is portraying it as a fascist takeover, sort of what people accuse Trump of today doing a fascist takeover. It plays very well into the politics of today, into the left-wing politics of today, where we have to get rid of Trump and the Republicans because they're a bunch of fascists. So, but this is what they were doing back in the 30s. And they wanted to get Smedley Butler to basically take over the United States and make it run right, because it was going in a very communistic direction. But Smedley Butler, instead of, he played them. He took all their money that they bribed him with, but he took it and then he turned them in. He was a coward to their cause. And this is all, and he was no friend of the United States, Smedley Butler.
No.
Just
so people, so people understand this, when it came to the mythification of Smedley Butler, everything is blown wide open in the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II. So do order the book. You don't need us to continually explain what's in the book to you, because really the book puts it all together and you get so much more of a coherent perspective. And that's what you need. And really, that's what you need to share with people. The problem is that when it comes to the universal left is very enamored of Smedley Butler, and he is a patron saint of theirs. He is probably one of the most lasting and enduring patron saints of the universal left, because he is an American, and they could use him as a battering ram because of his Marine Corps history and his winning the Congressional Medal of Honor twice, which of course gives him this sense of semi-divine status, this sense of godliness, which is of course nothing could be further from the truth. If anything, people should be investigating why he was awarded this twice when the majority of other men who earn it only earn it posthumously or after they're dead. But instead, nobody questions this. And when he essentially was confronted with the fact that the men who ran America's economy, now this is very different from what I'll be talking about later when I'm bringing up the Fed, which was brought up by Sammy Romero, because Sammy Romero was talking about the problems with the banks, and we just had the Fed meet over the past 48 hours, and they've decided to raise rates, which surprised me. But the point is that the Fed is an example of a centralized power that can produce money out of whole cloth. They can just make money. They could just print money out of air. And that's their superpower. So when it comes to the kind of where we got to this point, before the Fed was really intervening with the sense of governmental largesse, which turned out to be largesse only for the rich, and that was how they bought the rich off to tolerate it, FDR was not doing that. FDR was heading towards collectivization. And because FDR was heading towards total collectivization, and he brought in Henry Wallace, a card-carrying communist, as his vice president, it was obvious that he wasn't in the best of health, and that when he died and Henry Wallace took over, everything was going the way of Stalin, that it was quite open and on the books that they were going to basically nationalize all of the industries and rebuild them on the Soviet model. So America was heading down the Stalinist road, which would have meant, of course, mass starvation like you had wherever communism and collectivization has established itself. There's been mass starvation and millions have died. And the larger the nation, the more the number of millions have died. So when it came to where we were headed, the good guys were the industrialists, and the industrialists at that time were the only people who were the economy. They were the people who were employing anybody. Nobody was employed other than by the industrialists with what businesses they had going. So these were the people who employed what few Americans were employed. It was not the government. At this point in history, after Roosevelt, the largest employer in the United States is the U.S. government. And so it wasn't that way at that time. So when these men said, we've got to stop this, you can't think of this as a junta or a coup d'etat the way it's described by the universal left. It's essentially a group of men who said we have to save the country, and this man is an enemy of the United States because it was proven he was a communist, FDR, and that he was basically a stooge of Stalin, that he held Stalin in the highest regard as a kind of god on earth, and wanted to make America, remold America in the shape of the Soviet Union. So everything these men did was for the greater good, not just of Americans, but for all mankind. These were the heroes that need to be revered. And the enemy is Smedley Butler. Now, in their naivete, they approached him thinking he was sworn as a U.S. Marine, that he had taken the oath to defend America against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That's what you take when you enter the military, is you take that oath. And so they said, on the honor of your oath, will you work with us to rid the government of the communists who have taken over? And he said yes. And so that's why they approached him, was based upon this naive idea that the military was somehow a place where there was honor. The very concept of medals, by the way, is the coinage of honor. The idea of issuing medals means that you've developed a coinage for an abstract concept. Now, whether this works or not depends on the culture behind it. When you have a corrupt culture to the point where they're awarding the same man a medal that you have to die to earn twice, and he's still alive, then at that point you're no longer in an honorable culture. The coinage has no value. So Smedley Butler was himself the epitome, the personification, the living proof that the coinage of honor was worthless. And there were many incidents before that that proved it, such as all the medals of honor that were awarded to the men at the Sand Creek Massacre, where they slaughtered old Indian men, women, children. All the braves were out hunting when they came in and massacred the people in the Indian reservation that was trying to hide behind an American flag that they were told would protect them from being massacred. And the Americans shot up their own American flag to get at the Indians behind it. And by God, they all got the Medal of Honor for it. And Teddy Roosevelt, the Republican Roosevelt, said that was the most honorable thing that was ever done in the frontier West, was to exterminate the remaining Indians. He said that was what deserved all those medals of honor, the largest amount ever awarded to a unit until the Japanese unit in World War II. So the Congressional Medal of Honor is just worthless. If anything, it proves you're a piece of shit. Anybody listening who's got the Congressional Medal of Honor, take that and eat it.
Well, I will say this, and I'm going to be touching on this in a bit. Yeah. But because I have so much of my work with synchronicity is with the name Wilson. It was a man named Wilson who made the design for the Congressional Medal of Honor. And he designed it. It's an upside down pentagram. Yes. Which is the
sigil of Baphomet.
It's a Satanist symbol. It means upside down pentagram means spirit, matter over spirit.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
And that's what the Congressional Medal of Honor
represents.
Exemplifies. And it was done by a Wilson. But we'll get more into the Wilson thing in a bit. Yes. Well, because it ties to what I'm saying about Mary Shelley. What I will say about Mary Shelley. But anyway, Smedley Butler, the most important thing about this radio transmission by WBAI this morning is that this is running interference against
the book, our book.
Against the book. And the publication date of this book is January. So they had a long time to put this thing together because our book came out in July 4th. And the So this is what we're dealing with, and they're telling us how great Smedley Butler was, and Smedley Butler was not great, and nor was what he did great. So anyway, that's just yes, Douglas says, do buy the book, support the book, circulate the book. It's going to take a while. It might be another 15 or 20 years before you hear people the ilk of David Wilcock, and I don't mean to say he'll be around in 15 years from now doing this, but people like him will go out, Japan really didn't lose the war. and they'll be looking up, they'll be getting it from our book, but they'll be supplementing it with other resources, which are out there. So this is just the nature of time. And, but anyway, should I, thank you.
by
for
all
bringing
means,
that up.
just take the stage. And I want to thank all the gentlemen who have taken us this far. We've had Sammy Romero and Jameson Reese and Salman Sheikh have done a marvelous job bringing us to this point. And do understand, Peter Moon, of course, is speaking from a worst-case scenario, and we're, in one sense, you can say we're being realistic. I still have a hope that basically it's up to you. As the listener, the only way to get the book out there is for you to fight this guerrilla war for us, and it is your war. You've got to fight it. It's not up to Peter Moon and myself. We don't have the money to pay for a marketing campaign. The only people who can get the truth out there are yourselves, and the voices are just, the multitude is screaming so loudly. You're fighting against that. But the one thing you can be assured of is that inevitably, as Peter says, in a worst case scenario, it may be 20 or 30 years. But as with many books like Karl Marx, he had nothing in his lifetime that would prove that his book would become some kind of international bestseller and required reading for millions of people. But this book will attain that ultimately, because it really will be the first that has taken the truth and presented it. We live in an empire of lies, and that could be an alternative title for one of our books, or a revision.
Well, there is already a book by Aleister Crowley called The Book of Lies.
But Empire of Lies is a new one, and this is...
Yeah, oh, yeah, it's like, and I don't know if people are attracted to that book, but I feel very fortunate that I've been able to not only sell as many books as I have in general, but to support myself with my writing and publishing. So I feel very fortunate. I don't need to, well, I mean, it's an honor to be avoided by the mainstream. And it's an honor to be avoided by the alternative crowd as well, because it means you're doing something.
Yes.
And so it's a push-pull thing. If they embrace you too much, it means, but it's, you know, you want to get the point across. And I want to get a point across tonight, but before I get a point across, I want to, you know, because I've shared in the past with my adventures with football, and I posted on my Facebook timeline, and those of you who got my email announcing this talk tonight from the Time Travel Education Center, there's now a video on my Facebook timeline. You can get the link that watches me, 69 years old, playing football with mostly 20-year-olds. And you can see me actually playing football and scoring a couple touchdowns, including a 75-yard touchdown pass. And, you know, if you want to see that, it's there. See what it looks like, how I can compete with these younger people. And it's great fun. And I guess we're videotaping it. It wasn't my idea. It was Terrell's. Well, Terrell's brother. You guys might have heard Terrell. And you'll see Terrell there. He's very prominent with the afro hair. You can see him, see what he looks like. Excellent player. But yeah, they wanted to do this to promote it to the guys and to get them to come out more and take it a little more seriously. So that's all good and fun. But now I got to say, as for what I'm going to talk about tonight, I generally, I'm very excited about tonight's show, and we'll see if the excitement pans out, but I don't get excited about talking on live stream or the radio or anything. And I get kind of pissed off when somebody will say to me, well, how did the show go? I go, what show? Oh, you were on the radio last night. What are you talking about? It's like, you know, how did the grocery store go? You know, how did the grapes look? You know, were they fresh? Did they have purple grapes? Did they have red grapes? Did they have green grapes? Did they have seeds in them? No, this is kind of how I look at doing shows, because in general, doing Transmissions with Douglas is a different formula because we do it twice a week and it's about 3 hours. So it's kind of like sitting around the campfire. But, you know, typically I just don't get excited about talking because I've done it so much and it's very old hat. But tonight I'm very interested in the show. And for where we left off. And first I'm going, and what I said in my message is that I'm going to talk about the secret treasure of San Francisco. And I'm going to talk a little bit about San Francisco. And not so much, I talked time to time a little bit about the history of San Francisco. But tonight I'm going to talk about San Francisco and how I got interested or involved in San Francisco and the secret treasure of San Francisco and how it relates to, the Castle Frankenstein, which Douglas was talking about, and the vampire scenario with the foundation of Christianity, or the roots of Christianity. Now, so I'll talk. So the first time I think I really ever heard or learned about San Francisco was in the context of baseball. And of course, I lived in the Los Angeles area. And in 1958, the Brooklyn Dodgers moved to Los Angeles, and the New York Giants, two great rival teams that had great rivals, moved to San Francisco. Now, so I think I started hearing about baseball a lot in 1959 when the Dodgers won the World Series. And they were, of course, you heard about them. So you're a kid on the street. I must have been, 6 years old when that happened. And you hear names like Larry Sherry was the most valuable player. He was the great pitcher you talked about. He really wasn't anywhere near as good as people thought. He had a good World Series. But you heard names like Larry Sherry and Don Drysdale and Charlie Neal was their black player who replaced Jackie Robinson. Wally Moon, the left fielder. These were names you heard and that you wanted to be when you were a kid playing baseball on the streets. So the Dodgers had a very cheap owner, Walter O'Malley. He was notoriously cheap. He was a good businessman. He had bought a team called the Los Angeles Angels and he moved them to what do you call it? So he could put his team in Los Angeles. He bought the minor league Los Angeles Angels, changed their name to the Dodgers or something, and moved them to Spokane. And then he could be the team in Los Angeles. Then later he sold the name Angels to the current Los Angeles Angels and rented out his stadium to them, his new stadium. And he wouldn't put drinking fountains in the stadium, so you'd have to buy soda.
Oh.
This is how cheap he was. It was a public outrage. So he had to put drinking fountains in. And anyway, these are just some of my memories I'm sharing as a young boy in 1962 when he put in that stadium, which still exists to this day. And if you ever want to go to Dodger Stadium, the best place to park is by the beer truck. You'll get out the quickest. This still works to this very day. My friend who taught me this has reassured me this. So those who go to Dodger Stadium for any reason, whether it's a concert or whatnot. So anyway, in Walter O'Malley, the owner, was so cheap that he wouldn't televise any games except for 9 times a year. He would televise the games against the San Francisco Giants when they were in San Francisco. So this is how I learned about San Francisco, was through baseball. Uh-huh. And the San Francisco Giants were considered the bad guys. Very good. Willie Mays was their great player. Very bad. And they were a very good team. And I always remember the Dodgers losing, and it was frustrating. So they were the enemy. And they used to, my friend told me they used to cheat. They would water the field down. They put sand on the field and water, they'd water the grass and put sand in the dirt to make it hard for the Dodgers, particularly their star player, Maury Wills, so he couldn't steal bases. And they'd wet the grass. That way the ball would move faster and they could throw him out quicker.
And the public knew this? I mean, this is kind of bad.
This is my friend telling me. Yeah, they did it. They did it. Because it's not against the rules.
Oh my God.
It's not.
It sounds like
cheating.
Wrestling.
It's gamesmanship is what it's called. It's gamesmanship. And they will do that to any team will do it to get an advantage. So San Francisco had a sort of a sour taste in my mouth in regards to that. Then we move forward to it's the other side of, the rivalry with Los Angeles. I don't even know that they had a rivalry before that. And then when we get into 66, 67, one of my neighbors, my next door neighbor, in fact, had gone to San Francisco, would talk about it, how incredible it was, this and that. I learned from talking to my parents that it was a city it was a city, unlike LA, which is kind of like a sprawl. And it was a financial center. Of course, we didn't really learn that much about it when we studied the gold rush in the 4th grade. It was more about Sacramento and the valley. But we did learn about the Presidio being the second installation of military by the Spanish, the one in Monterrey being first, Presidio in Monterrey, and then San Francisco being the second Presidio, which was very prominent. Then there was what they call the Summer of Love. And as the Summer of Love, 1967, occurred, you then begin to have this massive migration. And this song by Scott McKenzie, or sung by Scott McKenzie, written by John Phillips of the Mamas and the Papas, all those who come to San Francisco, be sure to wear some flowers in your hair. Yes. This was very popular. And this migration, I remember kids that were like, I was like, I think in the 9th grade and 8th to 9th grade, and kids that were just a little older than me were going up there. And they should have been going up there at that age. And they were starting to, expose themselves to the craziness. People started to get a little bit psychedelic, a little bit hippie. And that song was written by John McKenzie to promote the Monterey Pop Festival of 1967. And that was an event that had all of these characters, from Jimi Hendrix. I think he burned his guitar at the Monterey Pop Festival, set it on fire, and the Mamas and the Papas, the Byrds, Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Well, I don't know if they were Crosby, Stills, and Nash yet. They were the Byrds, I think. But whatever. You had all of these groups, and this kind of like was a big event. The Monterey Pop Festival kind of ignited the energy, which would 2 years later go to manifest in Woodstock. That gave the impetus for Woodstock to happen. Was, wow, this is so neat, this is so popular. Right. And the whole anti-war hippie thing was going much stronger. So I'm getting, you hear about San Francisco, so on and so forth, and it still was foreign territory to me. Right. And not a place I was particularly ever interested in going to. It just didn't have any particular appeal to me. Then when my father was transferred to Sacramento, and he decided to have us live in the lovely suburban town of Davis, university town of Davis, which was not far at all from San Francisco. I went, wow, this is a whole new environment. And I'd look at the map and study San Francisco on the map and say, wow, this is a new experience. And we made our first trip into San Francisco as a family in 1968. I remember driving up through Vallejo, which is on the outer skirts. You see these old Navy ships, mothballed Navy ships, out of commission, and you start to penetrate the bay, and this bay is huge. It is huge. And then you slowly go by if you're coming by the Oakland Bay Bridge, and you see Berkeley on the left, and my father would point out, he'd go, that's the Campanile, the big tower, because he went there. And he would always say that. So anytime I go by Berkeley, if you're in the car with me, I will point to the Campanile and say, that's the Campanile, to the point of trying to irritate you. Because that's what my father did. He could not go by Berkeley without pointing and saying, that's the Campanile.
That's so funny how we fall into this kind of, behavior pattern. It's
to me, it's a joke. It just, it keeps his memory alive.
Yeah.
And of course, Berkeley was, this is the center of left wing. San Francisco, Berkeley is the center of left wing liberalism, and I guess what you'd say the cutting edge of everything. So I guess my first trip to San Francisco, you go and you look around the town, and you inevitably end up in Chinatown, because that is by far the most interesting place in the whole town. Wouldn't you say so, Douglas?
Oh, of course.
It's a strange it's a strange foreign culture.
I mean, it's certainly a lot less interesting than it used to be, but go on.
Yeah, but it's interesting. All of San Francisco is less interesting than it used to be, but it still is a completely, it's got a hypnotic effect on the entire United States. People love San Francisco. Yes. They love it. And then there's that song, the other song, the most famous song is I Left My Heart in San Francisco, sung by Tony Bennett. That song was a B-side to another song, and it caught on slowly, and it became Tony Bennett's signature song. And to this day, he's pretty up there in 90s. I think he finally retired, but he lives in Tiburon, overlooking the Golden Gate Bridge. So it's like that song completely, which he kind of did incidentally, changed his entire life and creates a lot of, I guess, what you call sentiment for that city. And that, so San Francisco was like a hub, and I convinced my parents to get the daily paper would be the San Francisco Chronicle, not the Sacramento Bee, because it was such a more interesting paper, an exciting paper. And so I was constantly every day getting a pulse of San Francisco by reading that paper.
Interesting.
And I would read more than just the sports page, which was, I guess, my first interest, which was a green paper. The finance and the sports were in green. The rest of the paper was black on white. And it was, and this was the 1968, 1969. This was key stuff of revolution. Grace Slick making headlines by naming her baby God, and she was not allowed to do that. She was condemned. So I think she changed the name to Star. They would not let her call the baby God.
Interesting.
And she was just the epitome of rebellious, and it was sort of a hero well, I don't know if she's a hero to the kids, but they certainly. And she later, I think, said, I think it was even in the 80s, she talked about, she was invited to the White House and she wanted to spike the punch of Nancy Reagan with LSD, you know. And on her part, this was not a Charles Manson type of a thing. It was to make these anal retentive Republicans wake up.
Right.
That would have been her viewpoint.
Right.
If I dare speak for her. I don't know what she'd say now, but she might say something off the air more candidly than she might say on the air in this day and age. I really don't know. But it was so rebellious. It was so I guess what you call inflammatory, exciting, and it was all new to me. Right. Because I was not really into any of this stuff. I was basically somebody who had just moved from a community that was rather limited in terms of its horizons. I'd been mostly involved with sports, and I was now put in an academic community where I was forced to think and forced to develop my intellectual side and my academic side in a way that I never had before. I was very challenged. I was challenged with that. And I was also challenged socially because I had no network or friends, where I had an abundance of those. And now I was like in a different community that was snobby, intellectual, and I had to sort of find my stream. And that eventually would come to me through playing baseball. But it was a Chinese guy and I studied Asian studies. We had European and Asian studies. So we studied Asia, India, then China, and then Japan. And one of my classmates was Stephen Liu. He used to mow the grass for Craig Morton, the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys, who lived down the street. He used to mow his grass. And Stephen introduced me to Ray Bradbury and the Illustrated Man. That became my real interest. But that was thanks to Stephen. And Stephen he was one of the members of my Asian class, and he took the trips with me to San Francisco in our class, where we would go to China. He'd go to Chinatown. It was always going to Chinatown. Whatever class trip I took to San Francisco, which were about 4, we'd always end up in Chinatown. Of course, I'd go there. If I went into San Francisco by myself, which what I would do on some of my writing projects, I would end up in Chinatown because I knew it. It was familiar. Just it wasn't that far away from the public transportation or whatever. So I was very much exposed to the city, and I remember when we came to, a teacher took us to, in other words, he didn't want to come through the Oakland Bay Bridge. He said, we take the scenic tour, which means we're going to go over the north route of San Francisco Bay and come down through Marin County. And we come by Marin County, I remember it was 1969, and he said, he points to San Quentin Prison. You're going right by San Quentin Prison. He says, they got a new inmate today. Anybody know who that is? I said, yeah, this Sirhan Sirhan, the convicted assassin of Robert F. Kennedy. I remember he had just actually entered the prison because it was in the paper. Oh. So I got the Jeopardy question right. And then we would go, it was probably the first time I went over the Golden Gate Bridge. And we went over the Golden Gate Bridge, which goes from Marin County into San Francisco. It cost, I think, 50 cents at the time. 50 cents was the toll. Now, I don't know what it is now. It's got to be at least $7. But and then you cross the Golden Gate Bridge, he goes, that's the Presidio. That's the Presidio. That's the first time I'd seen the Presidio. And he says, you're not allowed to go in there. You're not allowed to go. It was massive. It was huge. And of course, it was not the first time I'd been to San Francisco, but it was always an adventure to go in there. And it is I guess what you call, it's the most incredible. I think it's really kind of the most incredible city I've ever seen because it has a cachet that New York City does not have. New York City has so much. It is very diverse. But San Francisco always offered it was a leader. And a lot of the leader, it starts with the gold rush, the gold rush, and it's just so exciting what happened with all the money. It was an international city from even before the gold rush because it's got all these diverse characters coming in, whether they be Russians, Asians, Mormons, Irish, you name it. And then after the war, after World War II, this was a major place where the service people came in. Yes. And the Golden Gate Bridge went up in about the 30s. Many people died during the erection of the Golden Gate Bridge, but it was a huge endeavor which connected, Marin County with San Francisco and made it all the more trafficable. But with all these sailors being deposited in San Francisco, it just created a whole huge atmosphere. It was very much a singles atmosphere. And when I wrote my book, The Spandau Mystery, it goes in, I studied how the gay movement got started in San Francisco. And basically what it was is gay people had always existed in a certain number in the world. But when they were in the military together, or the military, they began to recognize each other. Say, oh, you're that way too. You're that way too. Yeah. You're that way too. You're that way too. I mean, this is natural. And so there was a camaraderie and brotherhood of this similarly shared orientation. Now, so when they all came home from the military, and those who were deposited in San Francisco at Terminal Island, which is an island that's kind of right in between, right off the Oakland Bay Bridge, right by you get to San Francisco. And, so they settle in San Francisco, and then there's a market for them, and they start to form a community. And this begins the I guess what you'd say, the gay culture in San Francisco. and everything's different after the war. There's affluence, and they grow with this affluence, and then you have characters growing out of that time period who also were connected to New York City and New York, which would be the Beat Generation people, Allen Ginsberg, Jack Kerouac, Neil Cassidy, and I don't remember all the names. Certainly William Burroughs was a part of this crowd. He was the older senior of the crowd who was more worldly than the others. And they were all gay. Even, what was his name? What did I say? Oh, Jack Kerouac.
Right.
He wasn't, I mean, he was bisexual more than gay because he had a wife and all this sort of thing. And he became a sort of a right-wing football watching guy in his later years.
Bizarre, yeah. And he also looked more and more like a lizard as he got, like a reptilian takeover as he got older. But go on.
Jack Kerouac and Bob Dylan are kind of similar in that they epitomized the time period. They became icons or mascots for a certain time period. Bob Dylan being the early 60s folk revival that he kind of morphed into rock and roll. And as he morphed into rock and roll, he kind of became not unpopular, but irrelevant.
Right.
Because he was sort of, he really wasn't, he kind of was a transition between the beats, the folks and the hippies. It goes beat generation, folk generation, because the folk generation, which was popularized more than anything, and they were resented for their popularization of it, were the Kingston Trio, who were San Francisco based, and their big concerts were, or their big gigs they did were in a place called the Hungry Eye or the Purple Onion. These were clubs in San Francisco. Yes. So you had, the Kingston Trio was kind of, you had the Beats, and then you had the Kingston Trio, which kind of ignited the popularity of the folk music, which was really, I guess, the real essence of it, were people like Woody Guthrie, Pete Seeger, and then Joan Baez was coming along there. And then the Kingston Trio kind of took the wind and sailed with it. And they were resented by the folk community by people like Joan Baez because they were commercializing it. But if they hadn't commercialized it, I would have never heard it, because, one of my father's friends from Tennessee introduced it to my father. So, I had to hear the Kingston Trio and the Limelighters, whether I liked it or not. and music you kind of grew up with and heard, and they're familiar to you. And then the folk music was totally blown to bits by the Beatles. It just blew everything. The Beatles blew everything to bits. And they opened the door for long hair. They really did, although they didn't. Their hair became longer, and it was another 4 years or 3 or 4 years before you had musicals like Hair,
right? Right.
And that whole thing. But
by the way, just while you gathered your thoughts on that, I do want to remind people, when it comes to Jack Kerouac, he had a wife, but it was more like a chick takeover. It was basically, he was obviously incapable of caring for himself as a competent adult, and so this woman kind of just came in and took over his estate, so to speak, so he could sit all day in front of the television and bark at it, and then write out all of his complaints. So back to Peter with that.
Yeah. Jack had he was an iconic character that most people would love to be, just because he was somebody. He was a somebody.
I would wonder why they would love to be him myself, but
because many people want to be a somebody. And I once talked to this woman who told me that there was a lot of people across America who were very depressed because they'd watch soap operas, and the soap operas would basically be featuring people that were, more often than not, very good looking, and they had jobs, and they had relationships, and they had problems, and people would watch these shows in their trailer, and I'm just joking, in their trailer. But they felt that with these people having all of this abundance of life, whether they be problems, girlfriends, relationships, boyfriends, they felt that their life was lacking and that they were a loser. And this was very counterproductive to their own psychology, that they shouldn't be watching soap operas because all this is all fiction. You know, most people don't live a soap operatic life. And they were judging themselves by all of these quote unquote good-looking people who were happening, not realizing, and I can't speak for the individual actors, that they might have been living horrific lives. You know, who the hell knows? I don't know. My point is that to be somebody like Jack Kerouac, there's a lot of people out there that would want to be a Jack Kerouac. There's even people that would want to be a Douglas Dietrich. They would, because it's a somebody, it's a something, it's a you know, you saw all these singers that became popular, like Tom Petty or Billy Joel, saying, "Oh, I saw the Beatles. I wanted to be like them." You know, I saw the Beatles. I didn't want to be like them, but that's okay. You know, it's like people want to be somebody.
It's bizarre, and it's so true, and it accounts for a lot of my gang stalkers. There's this bizarre form of envy that has to shall we say, motivates them to a great degree.
If you're on a pedestal, Douglas,
yeah,
you can be knocked down.
Yeah.
So people will want you to stand up on a pedestal so they can knock you down.
Yeah.
What do you think about this or that? What do you think politically? Yeah. Oh, good. Now they'll attack you just so they can attack you.
Yes.
It doesn't matter if you say right or left.
Yeah.
They just want to attack you, and they want you to take a position so they can attack it.
Yeah. Just
because they want to bring you down off of that pedestal, so that you will be equal with them in their own mind. Whereas, you know, for all they know, they could be superior to you, but they don't think that. You know, so it's like people have their issues. So Jack Kerouac, he created a big effect in the world, and certainly ignited a lot of, and of course, all of his whole book, On the Road, which was his classic book, is all about going to San Francisco, going out there, and he arrives in San Francisco, and of course it's all about riding the rails, and you know, living with the hobos and eating dog food, because dog food is cheap. You can, you know, it was like probably 5 cents or less, and you could have a can of dog food and it would sustain you. This is what hobos would do, eating good old dog food. And then he'd want to splurge or like get it. He'd have a dime and he'd go into a diner and order apple pie with ice cream. It was because a dime. And he said that was nutritious. It would fill him up. That was like a luxurious meal. And Joe Matheny said when he went to the rail yards of Chicago to learn how to ride the rails, he wanted to ride the rails because he'd read On the Road and he was enamored of this. This was probably in the late 70s. I don't really know. But he said that he went there and the guy at the rail yard saw him. He knew what he was doing. And he says, look at, he says, what did Jack Kerouac eat in the book On the Road? And Joe says, apple pie and ice cream. He said, well, okay, you're for real. And then he showed him how to ride the rails, or told him how to ride the rails. And so people would, you know, it was, I guess, people wanted to repeat this experience of riding the rails.
They can fucking have it. One thing that I want to take a few minutes here to further, shall we say, contextualize San Francisco for our listeners. Everything that Peter Moon has been saying, of course, bear that in mind. And then understand that the gay community that San Francisco became famous as a mecca for is very different from the San Francisco that existed at the time that Peter Moon first learned of it, and then was changing as Peter Moon apparently was very young. It's hard to believe. You know, Peter Moon, of course, is not old, but he's certainly older than I am. And he, you know, seems to have been very young at the time that the hippie wave really hit and changed America, but much of it changing vis-a-vis San Francisco as the Mecca. And so you had San Francisco go from this 49ers gold rush Embarcadero, which is now the name basically of one of our wharf areas, but it's like an extremely expensive, gentrified, upscale financial district extension when you think of the Embarcadero, as opposed to Fisherman's Wharf, which is more like a tourist area. And so when it comes to the Embarcadero, it has some attractions, but in the past, you would say the Embarcadero, and it would be almost synonymous with San Francisco. It would mean the same thing almost. And just as San Francisco is one of those few places that I always emphasize is both a city and a county, which is an important thing when you're involved with law enforcement, because of all of the jurisdictions involved that normally cross between cities and counties. San Francisco incorporates them both, so very different from other cities and counties. The sheriffs have been completely relegated in San Francisco to nothing but jail work. And that's all they do, delivering subpoenas, maybe that sort of thing, jail work. And other than that, it's like, well, basically they do nothing. But just so people know, it was, and I do always mention this, when you come to San Francisco or look at a map, you'll see Van Ness Street. And Van Ness Street is very wide compared to all other streets in San Francisco. And that was because it was the fire break of the Great San Francisco Fire that occurred during the earthquake of 1906. And when it came to the days after that, for many years, the city of San Francisco was basically to the north of Van Ness, to the north of that fire break, where it was far more congested and surrounded on all three sides by water. And but the San Francisco beneath that or south of that, going towards the peninsula inland, where you have South San Francisco, eventually, and certain other horrible industrial places, or even the place where all San Franciscans go to die, or many of them are buried, which is Coma. Then that was the county, and that was the jurisdiction of the sheriffs in the past, whereas the police would have everything that was north of that line of Van Ness. So then later on, the police just took over the whole city and county, basically, and the sheriffs just got relegated to the San Francisco prison system, the jail system. And aside from that little quirky factoid, the gay community that San Francisco ultimately became famous for was a direct product of its military days. So between the days of the gold rush, which basically made San Francisco, because before then there really was just like a frontier town that was nothing, the gold rush is what made San Francisco 20 times the size of Los Angeles. At that time in history, it was like Los Angeles was nothing. There was nothing in Los Angeles. San Francisco, of course, had the port, it had the gold. And then what happened was, when the military made it its gateway to the Orient through the Presidio military base, and of course this was something that had happened when they took over the base from the Mexicans. So it happened during the great series of wars with Mexico, during which the Americans were stealing more and more land, as much land as they could from the Mexicans, just like they stole Hawaii and everything else. The Americans took that El Presidio Real de San Francisco, which is the royal captaincy of the Mexicans, and they turned that instead into a U.S. military base. So because it takes up so much of San Francisco, it was basically San Francisco's economy. So at the time that Peter Moon was growing up, San Francisco's economy was basically like a base economy. It would be something similar to what Roswell was before the base moved out and Roswell became just a tourist site, and this was how they maintained their economy. Once the base was moving out, that's how Aquino said, I can save Roswell if you do everything I say. You listen to me and you sign this literal deal with the devil. And he made it a satanic pact. And that's when all of the elders of Roswell agreed to it, and they agreed that their souls belonged to Michael Aquino, and he basically felt he traded their souls to the anti-gods, not the Satan that they would have been safer with. So this is what San Francisco was kind of like that, only on a much greater scale. and of course the elite of San Francisco. Before there was a Silicon Valley. The elite, the old rich, these were the people who made it off of the gold rush, the heirs of the former bordello fortunes, and the like. These were the people who were known as the swells. And so anybody who was a military officer seeking a political career, the Presidio military base was the ideal post, because then he could mingle with the swells, and it was the start of political networking, political connections. This is why you had many military men who were seeking political careers, like George Armstrong Custer, who would be the kind of people who would want a post here, though I don't believe Custer ever got that post. He was one that he had sought and was hoping to get after his work on the frontier. He thought he would be awarded that for his successes. And so when it comes to San Francisco, it was this beckoning signal light to those kinds of people, the aspiring, and it had to do with the making of the gay community, because as my father, as a 30-year career sailor, knew, of course, he entered the Navy running away from home around the time that FDR was the Assistant Secretary of the Navy and trying to make a name for himself with all the force he could muster and with every machination he could bring about. And he politicized the armed forces. He began to very zealously, rabidly pursue this anti-gay agenda of purging the U.S. military of gays, because he was homophobic to an extreme, and this was something he could turn into a political cause. Only he pursued it so insanely that it earned him quite a bit of ire. He was like converting sailors into spies and telling them to seduce other sailors so they could out them. And so when my father entered the Navy, as I've related before a dozen times, the same story, and people will finally hopefully understand the context in which it happened. When my dad entered the Navy, the first thing they did was they shoved a metal dildo down his throat. This was when he went to the recruiter's office, and he gagged and choked, and tears went out of his eyes. His eyes bugged out of his skull, tears ran down his eyes, and that's when the doctor at the recruiting office, and in those days you would go straight to an MD who would check you out first and make certain that you were medically fit. That's when the doctor said, "Okay, we know you're not gay." And he said, of course, if you're gay, that would have went down smoothly and you wouldn't have gagged because you'd be used to sucking cock. So basically what happened was that was under the FDR reign of terror over the U.S. Navy. Now, until that time, it was just generally understood that gays were in all the military branches, but especially the Navy, because they were out at sea forever and in foreign lands for years. And it just, factor after factor. But then what happened was the Navy, when they found out someone was gay, then they would basically discharge them and dump them in San Francisco. So San Francisco was the closest port where they could dump all the gay sailors whenever anyone was out gay. So this is what established a gay community in San Francisco. And of course, because Marines are part of the Navy, the gay Marines would all be dumped here too. So, because the Marines and the Navy were forced to live together and serve together, and they hated each other, and the Marines were there to keep the sailors from mutinying, and therefore had the arms on the ship so that they could kill sailors if they threatened mutiny or rebelled. Whenever they were on shore leave, the sailors and the Marines would get into just fights, bar brawls. And the sailors would always win. And of course, my father explained the reason why was because the sailors were actual fighters and they were actually trained in this kind of very close quarters knife fighting and razor fighting and hiding knives and blades. And the Marines, on the other hand, were just trained to operate on the field. And what martial arts they knew was this kind of like formal hand-to-hand combat training, as opposed to the sailors, who were basically involved with a kind of street fighting or mixed martial arts that would, a street fighting that would presage and anticipate the mixed martial arts kind of combat that we see today. So in terms of my father, he was involved in more than his share of bar brawls, and certainly taught me everything he knew. And this was the reason why I survived in the Marine Corps for the short time that I was in, along with many other factors that I took advantage of. So I've gone into those in some detail before, but as the gay community began to get established, thanks to all the Marine discharges and naval discharges and discharges from the Army, from the Presidio military base, just everybody who was discovered from all those branches of service there was no Air Force yet till after World War II. Understand that. So it was just the Navy, the Marine Corps, and the Army. That's all there was, along with the Coast Guard, of course. But when they would dump all of the gays out here, then basically that's how San Francisco became gay. It was all the discharges from the military. And of course, because they began to couple up and began to advocate for themselves, they became this high-power economic community, because when gay couples get together, they don't have children unless they adopt them, and that wasn't allowed for decades. So what they had was a lot of excess money. Unlike a straight couple has no money because they're always in debt because all their money goes through their children. And therefore, straight couples have nothing. Gay couples keep all that money, and so gay couples are the wealthiest couples in the world, statistically, demographically. And for that reason, San Francisco became a money city. And so hopefully that puts that all into some perspective. And I turn it back over to Peter.
Well, it's getting a little off topic, but
Sure.
It's fine.
Sure.
It's true. It's much more extensive than what I said.
Yeah.
But yes, and I will. I wanted I didn't mean it to be this long. I've been talking too much about San Francisco.
Okay.
I wanted to be more poetic.
Okay.
However, it's got some elements of poetry, what I've said about it, the magic, the enigma, and it's been a leader of culture. It is swayed. It's said that California, what happens in California sets the trends for the rest of the country. The East Coast follows it trend-wise. And certainly we saw this with what went on with the anti-war and the hippie whole culture in that. And we could even say with the gay culture too, because it's led the way with that. It doesn't, whatever it's doing, it's leading, setting the memes and whatnot. Yeah. And I guess I would say I identified. I have a lot of hometowns. Los Angeles is my hometown. I have, and of course the Bay Area, that whole arm from Sacramento to San Francisco feels like my hometown as well, because it was such a pivotal point in my life. And then I would always end up going back there. And force, when I was in Scientology, when I went to the Apollo, they wanted me to be a liaison with San Francisco organization, because that's where I was from. I joined the Sea organization at the Celebrity Center in San Francisco, and spent about a week there, and so it was always a point of reference. And then when I would go back to visit my friend Doug, I would fly into San Francisco usually, so there was always a reference point. So when I came back there in 2014, when I met you, I was going there basically to investigate the gold country and to meet my friend Dennis. But I was flying into San Francisco, and it was very weird because I hadn't been there in a long time. I had visited there in '89 and again in 2006 with my daughter. My ex-wife was from San Mateo, at least for a critical point in her life. So she was from that area as well. So we went back to visit in '89, and then I took my daughter in 2006. But here I was in 2014, and it was very weird. It was like going back in time, because it was familiar, but it wasn't familiar. You forget. But I was there to, visit the gold country, and the gold country is what made San Francisco. And here's where we get into treasure. But I was seeking. There were three things. Well, there were three things on that trip. I was seeking the mystery of the gold country, which involved the home of Carl Germer, West Point, California, who was the former head of the OTO, the legacy of the mysterious Sonora Aero Club, the flying ships of the 1840s, even before the gold rush. Tosh Wilson, the creator of this technology of the mysterious flying ships, which had a very strong German connection. And the Germans had married into the Miwok Indians, and the name Wilson carried on with them. I did not know that it was a Wilson-laced place area I was seeking out. And this is the treasure of not only the mysterious aeroships, but the gold itself. Not realizing at that time that Radu Cinemar, the Romanian author, would be taking a mysterious trip to that gold country and the Yosemite reservation of the Miwok Indians and penetrating the inner earth. So there was a great wealth there. And there was this, and of course the gold itself, because I'm also studying and penetrating the gold country of Transylvania, not seeking gold myself, not wanting to make claims or deposit or, get deposits. That's not what my motive is. But then there was also an aspect to San Francisco I was very interested in visiting. In fact, I visited it 3 times the day I first met you, Douglas, in person, and that was the mysterious Spofford Alley. I think the address is 36 Spofford Alley, the home of the Qigong Tong, the Qigong Tong, which is where Sun Yat-sen, the former president of China, stayed when he was an expatriate from China.
That's right.
He ran it out of that place, which I did not know at the time. Yeah. And of course, it was also, there was a Taoist temple at the top, which was the Taoist priest was Shrimp Boy Choi. I guess it's Shrimp Boy Chow or Shrimp Boy. We call him.
Yes. I can't even remember his name now. I'd have to look it up to tell you the truth. Shrimp Boy.
Well, he was the gangster who was finally put in jail. Yeah. But he was the head of that tong, which fascinated me because I didn't know that. But there was also a quantum reference point because that's where Joe Matheny had encountered the mysterious character he called Emery Cranston, who knew more about him than he should. And that's how I found out about the Tong. And it was featured in the comic book of Ong's Hat. So I had visited that in 2006 with my daughter and my other friends, Tantra Bensko, who would accompany me to Transylvania a couple of years later, and my friend Madeline Suozo, and we all went there together, and it was a challenge to find it. But that was a quantum mystery, and there is still a great quantum mystery surrounding that because of the synchronicity involved. But so I'm talking about a quantum treasure there. I'm talking about the gold of California, and of course the inner Earth connection. So there's this all this nexus points. But as time goes by, and there's the mysteries of the Presidio, the secret treasure of San Francisco, I got to visit that later that day after we went to the Qigong Tong. We went up to the Presidio, and then we met with Douglas. And Douglas is the secret treasure of San Francisco.
Oh, you're so kind. You're so gracious.
But it's true. And that's why I didn't mean this talk. I meant this talk to go on for about 15 or 20 minutes, but we got into it. And he is the secret treasure because all of the enigma of San Francisco, it's like, man, it's like, what do you call about the tail wagging the dog? San Francisco is kind of like the end of one part of the nation. New York's at the other, New York and Boston, which are kind of like the head. And San Francisco's like the tail that wags it because it's kind of coming out of more primal energy. You're getting a feeling. You're getting like, what's going on? And you've got all this radical stuff going on out there. and the trends follow. The real estate market follows what goes on in California in general, but San Francisco was always the financial capital, and perhaps less so now. But now that Silicon Valley is all formed around that Bay Area. So you have, but the real core secrets. See, also something about peninsulas. Wars are generally fought over peninsulas. And in San Francisco, you have a sort of a silent war. But in that peninsula, at the core of that peninsula is that furnace where they used to burn all those documents where Douglas worked.
Yes.
And that is your treasure. It's the fire right there. And what he learned, what he represented, what he has to offer us is, and this is a trend set for the future. As he's talking, if Karl Marx didn't get recognized for years after his life, we're dealing with a similar situation. But this is the gold, the metaphorical gold, the elixir to so much uncovering of what's going on to this day. And this involves where we get into the Frankenstein talk, and I will talk a little bit about Frankenstein before we get to the Christ vampire thread. And it's because Frankenstein, well, I'll talk about it. Now, what I'm going to do now, I might even, it's not a very long chapter, but I had run across this very thread, which Douglas was talking about the other night, Castle Frankenstein. But first, I'm going to talk about how I got on to the Frankenstein thread in my second book, Montauk Revisited, where I had encountered synchronicities with Duncan. Anyway, Preston told me about the mysterious Wilson brothers, who were time travelers. He believed that him and Duncan were the reincarnation of the Wilson brothers, who had started a company that later became known as EMI and EMI Thorn. They were the first manufacturers of scientific instruments in Great Britain, and they formed this company with Aleister Crowley's father. So it later became EMI and merged with Thorn. Now, we could find no historical reference for the Wilson brothers. It perhaps has been wiped out of the Akashic records, but there was a man who became the first distributor of the Montauk Project. He was originally supposed to be the publisher, but he lived in England. It didn't get word. His name was Howard Barkway. And Howard Barkway, when he found out about this connection, I guess he came to visit, and he stayed with me.
Wow. Oh.
And he was, because he knew Duncan. He'd met Duncan. He was introduced, I think, to them by a girl, Nancy Oliphant. And so he knew them. And so, he was coming, and I arranged, he would distribute the book, and he set up my current distributor in the UK, Gazelle Book Services. He set that up because he kind of shunted it off to them. He was he was a publisher of electronic books, is what he did. That's how he came. Duncan came to him. He met Duncan, and he was already a publisher, but he was doing electronic books, on books on electricity, industrial type books. He wasn't the type of publisher that would normally do a book like that. So anyway, Howard Barkway, it turned out, when I told him all this stuff about Thorn EMI and whatnot, he says, well, he did research, but he says, my mother was the secretary for Jules Thorn of Thorn EMI. And Jules Thorn he was a manufacturer of lamps. He made lamps. And here, lamps mixed with EMI, which was electronics. And so here we had this guy whose mother was working for Jules Thorn. It was very weird. Mm-hmm. I mean, what are the odds of this? And he was a friend, and he passed away a couple decades ago. But he was right there at the beginning. And so the Wilson brothers, although we can't like really get a historical reference to them, we certainly get sort of a wink, wink, nudge, nudge that there's something to this. So I looked through Aleister Crowley's books and could find no significant reference to the Wilson brothers, but I did find a reference to a Duncan Cameron in his Confessions book. And the guy's name was LCR Duncan Jewell, but Crowley referred to the man as Duncan, and this man was proud to claim the name of Cameron, and he was eager for a Celtic revival and wanted to reunite 5 Celtic nations in an empire. And he was known as Duncan Cameron. And I said, oh, this is weird. The name Duncan Cameron appears in Crowley's Confessions.
And could you tell us what those 5 Celtic nations would be, I presume?
No, I can't, because I don't know.
I would presume it would be Ireland, Scotland, Wales, Brittany, and maybe, what else? Newfoundland? Yeah, so go on, yeah.
I don't know. I just don't know.
Yes.
So I found out that he had, the name appeared in a book of Crowley's called The World Tragedy. And he's describing a scene from his childhood, and he mentions a Mr. and Mrs. Cameron, and they were part of the fundamentalist Christian sect of his father. And they don't really say much about him other than they had an argument. So then I as I continued to read the book, I discovered that Crowley's actual birth name was Edward Alexander Crowley. He had adopted the name Aleister. And I thought this was very interesting because Duncan's first name is not Duncan, it's Alexander. He's Alexander Duncan Cameron. And then so is his father's. And Edward, according to the Philadelphia experiment legend, is the name of Duncan's brother, now then known as Al Bielek. So you had Edward Cameron and Alexander Cameron. And here they are, Aleister Crowley's 2 names that he doesn't use. Edward Alexander Crowley, Edward Cameron, Alexander Cameron. This was a real coincidence in my face when I'm trying to find a linear reference. I'm not getting a linear reference. I keep getting these wink, wink, nudge, nudge references that are like kind of bleeding through they're nonlinear references. They don't make any sense, but they keep popping up. Now, Edward, it also said there was an uncle in the family who was named, let me see, I think there was a name, Duncan said he had an uncle in the family who was named Edward. He was extremely wealthy from a family business, but philandered and drank until he ended up as a homeless person.
Oh my God.
So I was getting all these coincidences. And then my friend Chelsea Floor, who began to work with me very intimately, I don't mean intimately in a sexual sense, I mean intimately in a collaborative sense. And she was really fascinated with the work I was doing with Montauk, and she appreciated me like few others have, and I would say it's the same way. I appreciated her like few others have, and we had a very intimate association in that sense, and extremely intellectual. She was, and I told her about what I was finding, and she said she didn't have any knowledge. She was familiar with Crowley. She didn't have any knowledge about Cameron or Wilson's in the Crowley family tree, she said, but she said it was very odd that her sister used to date a man by the name of Cameron Duncan, not Duncan Cameron, but Cameron Duncan. And of course, her family remembers Cameron Duncan very well. I've talked to anybody in her family. And she said he had a twin brother, and his father was an associate at Princeton University, the same place where the theories for the Philadelphia experiment were hatched. And this Cameron Duncan character had a strong interest in Aleister Crowley and was believed to have experimented heavily with LSD. The fact that he was a twin was also curious because at the Montauk Project, twins were the best candidates for psychic experiments in certain projects. Now, I asked Chelsea to ask her sister for Cameron Drunken's address and to find out his twin brother's first name. She couldn't come up with an address as it went back too many years, but she did find out from her sister that the brother's name was Kimberly. Okay, so the twin brother was the twin was Kimberly. The one that was, yeah. So I asked, when I saw Duncan the next time, I told him the story about Cameron Duncan, and he smiled in amusement. He said that this type of phenomena was not so unusual in his life. Doubles for him have been sighted in Los Angeles, Long Island, and in Plattsburgh, New York. When I told Al Bielek about it, he simply said, how many of these guys are walking around? None of this was new to him either. Now, a yet more amazing aspect of this story is that when I asked Duncan if he had anybody in his family named Kimberly, he said, yeah, my sister. So this was just too much. And then I just kept on going because I had met a woman who worked at the Starbright bookstore in Hewlett, Long Island, Claudia. And while the book was being written, see, I had gone into the Starbright bookstore, and Claudia's boss, Susie, had looked at me, and she says, you know, she didn't know me. I didn't tell her. She didn't know me from Adam. I was buying a book. And she looks at me, and I'm talking to Claudia because we know each other. And she looks at me, and so Susie's like, I guess she feels a little familiar to talk to me. And she says, she looks at me, and she's a psychic. She does readings, and she owns the shop. She says, you're a very important man. She says, I don't know what it has something to do with Einstein. It has something to do with Einstein. And of course, I had no idea what she was talking about. It would take decades, but until I'm doing the work with David Anderson on the time travel videos, and I'm explaining certain aspects of Einstein, but not even with Preston was the Einstein thing prevalent.
Right. But
Susie picked up on it, and it was amazing. Now, so it wasn't. So anyway, Claudia was very interested when I told her about what was going on, because she had an unusual experience at Montauk during the time when the project was still active. She was the leader of a Girl Scout troop and had seen a UFO there while transporting Girl Scouts. And she experienced missing time and thought it was an abduction of some sort. So that was very interesting to me. And when she read the Montauk Project, when the book came out and she read it, she said that she had always known someone in her life who had known a Duncan Cameron. The name had figured in her life in many different aspects. It would be seen in store windows, street signs, and whatnot. So there was this kind of weird rapport that she had, and she was communicating to me. I was like this conduit for this weird experience she'd had. But then she introduced me to her friend Joy, who also worked in the bookstore. Joy was there. And I saw her. I didn't know who she was. When she was in the background when Susie was identifying me with Einstein. So Joy is still my friend to this day, although we don't talk. We don't do much, but we'll occasionally say hi on Facebook. She is a psychic reader. She's done this for a living. And when she was introduced, she got on the phone with me and she began telling me things about my personal life. She didn't know me. She wasn't being fed anything by Claudia because Claudia didn't know that much about me. Mm-hmm. So she was what I considered her at the time, largely undiscovered, effective psychic. And then she revealed to me that she'd been channeling the name Duncan Cameron for 1.5 years and had no idea what it meant. It was like knocking at her door. She didn't know. It's just like she's just this psychically sensitive person. She was like, hey, what's his name? Duncan Cameron. What is it? What is it? And she says, I also get this name that comes along with it, but I don't understand. She goes, it's Wilson. And Oh, I surprised the hell out of her by telling the synchronicities I just shared. She didn't know them.
Right.
She goes, so I explained this to her. This is completely on a psychic level. And it's like, wow. And I'm rereading this and I'm going, wow, this girl really, she really was linked up to what it was very penetrating. Now, she then proceeded to do a reading. And she said the Wilson brothers were twins. Now, but I knew this already. I didn't tell them they were twins, and they were separated early in life, she said. And she says they were finally reunited in Geneva, Switzerland. She said Geneva. I didn't say this. She said there was another name associated with them that was something like Shell, but she couldn't get a clear picture. And I suggested Shelley because I knew Geneva was associated with Percy and Mary Shelley. Mm-hmm. And she goes, that's it, Shelley.
There. Oh.
Okay, so see, here's where the Frankenstein kicks in.
Yes.
I then proceeded to go to the library and research Shelley. But without going to the card catalog, I went straight to the biographies because I said, there's got to be a biography on Percy Shelley.
Right.
Maybe Mary. It was a big, thick book about Percy Shelley. I picked it up, and the author's last name was Cameron. I go, wow. I was dumbstruck. Yes. The full name was Kenneth Cameron, and he is considered the quintessential scholar on Shelley. Unfortunately, the book didn't provide much information for my investigation, but it did indicate that Shelley lived in the same time period as the Wilson brothers supposedly did. Now, I don't know that the Wilson brothers really existed. They might have been later, because Crowley was born in 1875. They could have. I also was told that by Amato Crowley that they were friends of H.G. Wells. Where there is an allowance or margin of error, the Wilson brothers could have been time travelers. They certainly aspired to that. And they aspired to it according to, it was either Preston or Preston's mother told me, I think it was Preston's mother, that they were trying to access time travel through sexuality. Mm-hmm. Through sexuality in their past lives. Like if you could go to the points where you had sex in a past life, you could go through a vortex there. Oh. That was sort of an idea that they had. So
sounds very 60-ish, yeah, like the hippie days, the kind of science fiction sex. Go on.
Well, this is supposedly from way beyond, but the investigation of the Shelleys would lead off in another direction, which is included in volume in Appendix C. So, but from there, I go into my meeting with Marjorie Cameron, and she explains the Wilson connection. But now I'm going to go to Appendix C, because that is where we get into my own cursory investigation of the Shelleys. So I'm going to share this because it's on the Frankenstein theme. When she told me this, that I mentioned, so I'm doing my little review on Percy and Mary Shelley. Percy was a master of the English language and considered by some to be the best writer ever. Mary authored the book Frankenstein. They lived an exotic and creative life on the edge of society. Their exploits have been romanticized for years, both on stage and in countless books. Joy had told me the Wilson brothers had a connection to Geneva. The city is very close to where the Shelleys were living when they told the midnight stories that eventually resulted in Frankenstein. This information will also summarize it for people who didn't hear your long diatribe.
Yes.
Geneva has been considered in legend to be the world headquarters of the Illuminati or some such conspiratorial organization. I checked several books but came up with no significant connections between the Shelleys and any Camerons or Wilsons. I did, however, check with Marjorie Cameron, and she told me an interesting story about Dennis Murphy. Dennis Murphy authored the book The Sergeant and inspired a character in East of Eden by John Steinbeck. Murphy's family settled in the beautiful redwood-studded area of Big Sur in Northern California. The family eventually founded the Esalen Institute, an avant-garde training school that deals with metaphysical topics and is always considered very California and on the cutting edge. Cameron thought a great deal of Dennis Murphy. When I told Cameron about the Shelleys possibly being connected to the Wilson brothers, I asked her if she had any information on a possible connection. She told me that one time Murphy had taken her to a very special spot in Big Sur. There seemed to be no other agenda than his taking her to some cliffs and pointing to the ivy that was growing there. He told her that the ivy had initially been transplanted from Percy Shelley's grave. It was odd. Why had he gone out of his way to show this to her? Cameron didn't have any information for me other than that. And I asked my friend Ken Arthur if he knew anything about the Shelleys, and he said that Percy Shelley and Lord Byron were bisexual, and jokingly said that Mary was trisexual. In other words, she would try anything. Now, this is interesting because this fits right in with the theme of what Joy didn't tell me this, but it was Preston's mother, I believe, that they were involved in trying to explore time through sexuality. So this is being connected in the psychic universe. The Wilson brothers are immediately connected to the Shelleys and Lord Byron. So the concept of Dr. Frankenstein being a golem, you know, a magical child, kind of fits in. This is another perspective. So Ken also told me that there was a mystic named Marcia Moore who had done past life regressions with her group. 3 of the people had turned up past lives being Mercy, Mary, and Lord Byron. Marcia Moore was a pretty famous character in certain psychic circles. He referred me to a book, but couldn't find it. When I told him about the ivy from Shelley's grave at Big Sur, Ken said, "Oh, that explains the whole thing." He says, Marcia Moore disappeared from the face of the earth at Big Sur in the 1970s. It was considered one of the major metaphysical mysteries of the century. I looked up into Marcia Moore and found out she was a very beautiful woman who was a yoga teacher, lived in Manhattan in Massachusetts before going to California. She had children and apparently took excellent care of them. She was experimenting with certain herbs and was actually trying to transcend the physical plane by invoking higher consciousness. Her disappearance was a total mystery as far as the police were concerned. I took her picture to a psychic friend of mine, Maria. Maria used to work for the police, and she once got arrested, or almost got arrested. She became a suspect because they asked her about this murder, and she says, "Oh yeah, you go down this road and you'll find the body in a trunk." They went down and found the body in a trunk.
Jesus.
And they considered her a suspect. She was picking up on it psychically.
Right.
So, you know, you got to be careful working with her. But she was very good. And she'd never heard of Marcia Moore, but she immediately said that the woman was beyond this dimension. She said, "I told her the circumstances surrounding her disappearance, and Maria read that 2 gentlemen had found her in the woods and murdered her. The body was well hidden and never recovered." She also said that the murderers were friends from a previous life and were giving Marcia what she wanted, transcendence. Marcia was shocked and extremely disoriented after the death. She eventually regained her bearings and had achieved what she wanted. But just like the sailors on the USS Eldridge, Marcia was jolted out of this dimension. The one thing I would say about this synchronicity with Marcia Moore, and I would later meet a man via the phone who called me when he read this, because he used to live next door to Marcia Moore in Massachusetts. And he said the other neighbors on the side of him were Wilsons. He thought that was very odd. So it was kind of a very interesting connection. There was this sort of psychic thing. But what I realized after years later, the name Moore connected to my research with the Moors.
Right.
So It was unmistakable. So you get these heavy threads of psychic coincidence. Now, I also write this. There was an interesting aspect to the Shelley investigation. There was an actual Castle Frankenstein, as you mentioned, and it can still be visited today. In my research, I ran across a book entitled In Search of Frankenstein by Radu Florescu. At no time did I even think that was a Romanian author, which it obviously is a Romanian name, Radu Florescu.
And he also wrote a large number of books on Dracula, rewrote them again and again, basically to keep selling. Go on.
Yeah, I should find out about this character.
Oh, yeah, I can tell you a little bit about him, but go on. Yeah.
Okay, he researched Mary Shelley's notes from the time period and showed that they likely visited the castle. The Shelleys apparently stopped at a wayside inn and got drunk listening to tales and legends. Some of the peasants believed these two strangers were in some way related to the Frankenstein clan. Florescu extensively researched the Frankenstein clan and gives considerable more information that I can relay here, which Douglas certainly was doing the other night. One noteworthy ancestor was Baron von Frankenstein, who wrote a history of the origins of Transylvanian Germans. Yeah. The Baron was adamant about refuting the legend of the Pied Piper of Hamelin. According to that story, the children were led by the Pied Piper through a hole in a mountain and emerged in Transylvania to become the ancestors of the Germans in that area. Whether or not it is true, this legend has a gripping similarity to the Aryan boys that were grasped at Montauk. And I would also tell you that the German area of Transylvania is centered around Sibiu, a very incredible city, Paula's favorite city, which I've been to many times. And I recommend anybody visiting. And it's just, quaint, picturesque, and neat. Of even more interest in the book is a young alchemist by the name of Johann Conrad Dippel, who Douglas talked about. I will give a summation here. He was born in 1673 at Castle Frankenstein and signed his doctoral dissertation, Frankensteina, which was about the principle of life. Because of his unorthodox views, he was expelled from the University of Strasbourg. Strasbourg was a city that Shelley's visited and was also where the Nazi gold treasure disappeared at the end of World War II. And when I looked up Strasbourg, I did not realize what an international city it is to this day. It is just as much of an international city as Geneva, but it's in France. It doesn't matter. It's like its own region. It's where the Bank of International Settlements is. So it's a major locale. So this is not that far from Castle Frankenstein. And in fact, that was a place I wanted to visit when I went to Germany, never got to do it. And I would still like to visit it. Better yet, to go with my mother-in-law, because she speaks German. But the career of Dippel paralleled that of Mary Shelley's character, Victor Frankenstein. He was quite brilliant and far ahead of his professors, traveling to Sweden. And it's important that he traveled to Sweden because Sweden is a major center of Freemasonry, major secrets, the Swedish Rite, they call it. Traveling to Sweden, he taught wherever he could, but eventually made his way back to the University of Strasbourg. After a 2-year residence, he fled unexpectedly. There had been body snatching in a local cemetery, and the locals gossiped that he had been involved. These sorts of rumors plagued him throughout his life. Dippel returned to the study of alchemy and ended up back in Frankenstein country. The area was loaded with different alchemical laboratories, and the castle itself housed one. He experimented with human body parts and animals and invented actual medicines and the artist's paint known as Prussian blue. Dippel's philosophy indicates a belief in magical ritual to give life, which is much like the golem. So you have the whole creation of the golem through orthodox magic to create a man that is not man. And that this fits right in with the theme of Frankenstein, or creating biofacsimilares, or any sort of non-human human, or whatever you want to say. And that's the use of the pentagram. And when you upside down the pentagram, you have, the medal of dishonor.
Right.
And that's what happens with these people that are trying to get too clever by creating the homunculus. Dippel's philosophy indicates a belief in magical ritual to give life. He became the victim of intrigues and continued to run from place to place. Diffel's life ended in an unnatural death and his own body disappeared. A larger-than-life legend ensued after Dippel's death. Bands of alchemists and treasure seekers sought out his old haunts near the castle, while popular recorded history apparently has them all being unsuccessful in seeking treasure. This is not necessarily the case. If someone had actually found any spoils, they would have wisely perpetrated the story that nothing had been found. History would be none the wiser. And I would also say, when you hear the story of this one alchemist with a laboratory, don't believe for a minute there was just one. And there wasn't just one. In Search of Frankenstein begins to give some real clues as to a thrilling history that is far stranger than ordinary legend. Unfortunately, scholarship and recorded history can only reach so far. The author leaves us at the threshold of fascination when he talks about the exquisite clockmakers of Switzerland of the 17th century. The technology of the time period was so precise that robots were built that probably far exceeded at least the technology of the 1960s. These robots could play a variety of songs with musical instruments, but most were lost or taken away during the centuries. Occasionally, one can find a remnant in a European museum. This gives rise to serious questions. What was going on in Geneva during the last few centuries? What was the power and technology behind the clockmakers? Also the world seat of finance. And what was the symbology of creatures popping out of clocks, like cuckoos or whatever?
Out of time.
My suggestion was people controlling the world, finances might be also controlling and manipulating the consciousness of time. I received some criticism for this chapter. Not that I took too seriously, because it's not conclusive. It's like I'm putting in there because it's intrigue. This is not a book about Frankenstein, but this is where it went down this rabbit hole. And here I am. I published this book in 1994, right. 1993, actually. The date says 94. It came out in the fall of 93. And God, it's almost 30 years later. It's 29 years later, a whole Saturn return cycle. And here I am now seeing where the connection goes. And it's going right to the treasure of San Francisco. It's what I just said. That's why this is the treasure of knowledge and information. What I would also say, now it's our challenge to connect the golem, if you will, of Frankenstein with the vampires thread, the vampire thread we were talking about. But what I will say is Douglas had also introduced me to a trailer of the movie Ultima. What was it, Ultima?
Lita, Battle Angel, which of course was based on an old manga, all of the movies first are anime, which are first manga, which are, in other words, the comic book animated feature movie transition.
Yes.
Go on.
Yes, as was the movie I started watching, Full Metal Alchemist.
Yes.
It's based on that. And I say this is coming right out of...
Very Dietrichonic. All of it's very Dietrichonic after the...
Douglas Dietrich's treasure chest.
Yeah.
It's all coming out of there.
Yeah.
And it's very obvious to me. Just like I could listen to music from the Beatles and recognize Preston's signature in it after listening to enough of Preston's stuff.
Yes.
That was something I could do. But it's like I can recognize.
Yeah. And so that people have a little bit of an understanding of what we allude to, just so people remember, when I brought all of the parts that I could down to Teleport USA, and you'll read about this in the book, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. Make certain that you buy that book, share it with others. We're counting on you. It's your war. You have to fight it. You have to participate in this battle, because this decides the fate of the world that your children's children will inherit. Right now, our world is so fucked up because we live in an empire of lies. And it's easier to point out when it comes to other countries like Russia. I can point out later tonight in Arc of Narrative how Vladimir Putin back in 2019 began verbally assaulting Poland. And it brings us to where we're at with Germany today as such an unreliable ally who refuses to arm the Ukraine or sell German arms to the Ukrainians at this point in history. All of this has come to pass towards a new Russo-German plot towards dividing Poland yet again. But in terms of the arc of narrative, when it comes to pointing out lies like that, people can handle that because it's not America that we're talking about. But with America's lies, people shut down. So it's you brave souls who have been listening to Peter Moon all these years, his listeners and all the ones who listen to me. It's up to you, and you've got to act. You've got to buy the book and you've got to distribute it as a gift. It's not going to be found out by anyone any other way because we have no ability to pay for a marketing campaign. But that being said, when it comes to what Peter Moon has talked about, and when he speaks about how this looked so Dietrichonic and he could see it the moment that he saw it, remember that when, as you'll read in the book, when I began to leak information from the U.S. government and actually assumed the role of what could only be called a traitor to my country in a very real sense, and a spy, a double agent, when I began to leak information to the Empire of Japan, then what happened was that I was dealing through Teleport USA, which is a front company. And you can look that up. They exist today, but, you know, there's really nothing there. And the more you find out about them, the less you'll know. And that's because they were more like an exchange service for information for people running industrial espionage. And in my case, I was running actual historic espionage and providing them with historical relics that they were going to use to design a memorial museum to the Roswell atrocity and to all the Asians who died in the United States without ever returning home, whom the United States never returned home and tortured to death here on these shores. And when it came to that period of time, many Japanese began speaking to me, and many of them were brought over specifically to speak to me, and they were involved with the entertainment industry as well as the information or education industry. So when it came to infotainment, edutainment, the Japanese, of course, integrate quite a bit into their animated features, their manga. These are considered great conveyors of information, respectable information, as opposed to the way they're derided in the United States, and where they become just mediums for Gorno, which is what many Americans will think of when they think of Japanese animated features or comic books, because that's what the Americans look for. The Americans go to Japanese comics seeking bondage porn or various excesses, and then they'll say, oh, that's what it's all about. But it's not. The Japanese, that's a minor part of that industry. And the industry is actually based on very in-depth dramas that are conveyed through these historical period pieces or these kind of asymmetrical, shall we say, contra-historical narratives where the Japanese go into these other dimensions or other worlds of parallel histories. And so it wasn't like that until after I turned over everything I did about the Roswell deception. It wasn't like that before. And you can see the difference in Japan before the 1990s and right before that period of time, that decade of time that they were working on that Holocaust Memorial Museum for Asians in America that never was opened because of the Americans threatening sanctions and the Japanese acquiescing, but then pulling all of their investments out of America and reinvesting in communist China, making the Made in China boom the communist Chinese economic threat that we face today. That was created by the Japanese after they divested in America. All of that, the Chinese producing everything, the factory floor of the world, that could have been you, America. But because America had to protect these war criminals, the Japanese divested in you. And instead, we're faced with a rising communist Chinese empire that now the Japanese will have to be counted on to help us suppress. In other words, we're entirely dependent on them for holding the front line. So that is what America paid for. It's paid for that with your potential to have been what China is today. You could have had all that, but now, it's the communist Chinese and they're the enemy. And Japan, which made it possible, we're counting on them to save our ass. Not the other way around. And all of this makes Japan, of course, the player in the world stage. And but they really began to realize much of what had happened was hidden from the Japanese people by the emperor himself. The Japanese people didn't need to know. The emperor, he had won the war. He enjoyed himself. He not only visited the United States once to meet with Richard Nixon, he visited twice. The other time after that to go to Disneyland. And basically you had this individual who the Japanese knew nothing about. So when Japanese began to find out about it, you begin to see these very Dietrichonic elements that begin to appear in all Japanese infotainment and edutainment from that point forward. All of the anime, the manga, the anime, everything changes in terms of its thematic. You can see it distinctively before the 90s when I was dealing with Teleport USA, and thereafter, it's not the same anymore. Nothing is the same after that. If you take a look at all the original Japanese, and Salman Sheikh brings up Vampire Hunter D, which of course our girl, our lady, Amanda Yu, has just recently picked up copies of for her son to just introduce him to that character and concept. Maybe when I do an interview with Salman, maybe later this month or sometime early next month, that will be one of the subjects. And so, and we can talk a bit about that tonight when we're transitioning into the vampire thematic as well. So our man, Peter Moon, of course, I'll turn the stage back over to him now, and he can tell us a bit about what he saw with both Full Metal Alchemist and the trailer for Alita Battle Angel, which makes me give a shout out to George Knight, because George Knight grew up having a crush on that character. and for those of you who don't know, Alita Battle Angel is the consummate biofact simulacra, what the Japanese were projecting to be an endpoint of that kind of development, where you cross the uncanny valley and the biofax is no longer distinguishable from a human being, not necessarily in terms of physical appearance, because it's obvious they're not human in the biological sense, but they relate completely as a human being and are loved and respected as one because no one can think of them as anything else. And they become more and more human because of their ability to circulate human blood. In other words, they cross that uncanny valley beyond just being able to be mistaken for a human in the behavioral sense, but even in the physical sense, being able to take on the circulation of human blood, which is taken on by Alita herself as a character so that she can help keep humans alive, as happens later on in the film, which, as we said, let's let Peter describe what he's seen with...
Well, I didn't see much of it, but I want to qualify before I address that, is that so much of what I see in Netflix or Netflix type shows or even modern shows, especially with the fancy graphics, I am intellectually and psychologically repulsed by it because it's so fantastic and it's not real. It's not real. So I have, if it's just a comedy, then it's a comedy. But these fantasies are, I mean, I'm all for a fantasy movie. That's quite okay. I sat down with my daughter and watched The Lion King when she was young. I've seen this Broadway play, I think at least 3 times, twice with my daughter and Paula. Twice with my daughter, and Paula adores the story. The Broadway play.
Which is, of course, a complete ripoff of Kimba, the Lion King, Kimba the White Lion from Japan.
I remember Kimba.
Yes.
But of course, it's a fantasy story. It's not real. It's okay. It's fine. It's just a story. It's a simple story about good and evil. It's entertaining. It's not a repulsive story. Same for the Phantom of the Opera. You can follow the story. It's you know, any of these, just a movie. It could be any movie. Field of Dreams. It's just a fantasy story. But in some of these modern stories, they become, I just find them repulsive. And they're not necessarily gory or anything. Now, when I start watching Full Metal Alchemist, it's chock full of esoterica. It's got too much esoterica.
Yes, very Japanese.
It's very loaded. And I haven't finished it, but it's like, oh God, what's going on? And it's very complicated plot. It's actually pretty good. It didn't command me to go finish it though. I haven't finished it because I'm also trying to listen to your Frankenstein stuff, and I'm trying to put I have so much time. What I saw of the trailer, this is even more biofax simulagra. This is right out of everything Douglas has said out of the biofax simulagra, and it's very, good in that respect. Of course, I haven't seen the whole thing, but and of course it gets into very complicated. Both of these movies get into very complicated relationships between machines and man. And what I would say about that is the general classic theme of science fiction: man versus machine. So in that regard, it deserves attention, if not credit. But we're dealing with, in the Frankenstein story, we're dealing with the golem, which is the creation of, created by man that is not man. It's a artificial intelligence that has an assigned consciousness. Now, we cannot say that it doesn't have a soul. We can say that it's not man because it doesn't fit the parameters of man. It's something different, but we can't differentiate it and says it doesn't have a soul. I saw a presentation by, when I first came to psychotronics, there was a memorial moment, a moment of silence, and it wasn't quite a memorial service for the man who worked for IBM, Marcel Vogel. I never heard of Marcel Vogel, but I sat down to hear him memorialized at psychotronics. He was a man who worked for IBM, and he was into spirituality, and he was into crystals from a scientific basis. And he would talk about how a unit of consciousness, which is what projects a crystal, is a soul. It's like a unit of consciousness. So he was projecting the soul factor into crystals. He could probably talk about machines. I haven't watched enough or read enough of Marcel Vogel to truly appreciate who he is. He was just this man who came into my life by reason of going to the psychotronic meetings. So what you're dealing with here with Frankenstein theme is you're connecting souls, electricity, and body parts. Body parts. Now, those body parts can be, in the case of Frankenstein, biological, or in the case of a robot, non-biological. As we move into this realm of nanotechnology and sophisticated technology, and even what would I call it, a technology like the Art-elect or the organic-based computer which gave rise to the Art-elect. This is like we're bridging the territory where man is a biological unit merges with a non-biological unit, sort of like Douglas has described, like a cyborg. Yes. You get a non-biological piece of something inside of you that's non-biological,
You are a cyborg at that point. Yes.
Yeah, with something that's biological. So if you can have that on that level of a pacemaker, you can certainly have more expanded levels of it. And you could just have a human element that gets into a machine, sort of like that stupid Star Trek 1 where they have VAMPHYR. The Voyager becomes VAMPHYR.
Yes.
Really stupid.
Oh, it's just awful.
Yeah, but nevertheless, the idea is you could have a consciousness sort of taking over something. That was just a computer in the first place, but there's no reason you couldn't have a human occupy the computer and go into it. That's what we have in Douglas Dietrich's life. And his life is a template or model for that. And that makes him, that's just one aspect of the treasure that he represents. It is when we talk about mankind versus machine, the theme of science fiction, we have Douglas Dietrich as a man merging with a machine, albeit an organic machine, but an organic machine that is patterned more after inorganic machines, I suppose. It's in its construct, and then it's also used and misused. And it's very interesting with me because when I initially, my goal, I suppose when I was doing creative writing class in my junior year in high school, it was, to write science fiction and to have my books on a bookshelf in a store. Like I would go into the Gale's bookstore in Davis, a great bookstore, and not the only one, but you just look at the books on the shelves and you'd see what you like and browse some books. And it was like, wow, I didn't, really think that I'd have my books in there someday. There's so many books. It's like, just to have one in there is I guess, a distinguishing experience. So, and it's really kind of funny. I remember this idiot. He was an idiot. Actually had a very high IQ. He died of a heroin overdose, I heard.
Oh, Jesus. Plenty of intelligent idiots, but yeah, must have been in pain if he killed himself with a heroin overdose. Go on.
He was always getting in fights when he was young. And we kind of avoided him like the plague. Not because we were afraid of him, but because we didn't want to be around him.
Yeah, he's toxic. Toxic.
Yeah. I mean, he had a rough time. But anyway, what was I just mentioning?
We were talking about before you got to the idiot. You were going to tell us about what he was saying. Essentially, he was some point he was making or some stance he took.
What was I talking about?
The intelligent idiot, and before that, we were going down the road of just how you were dreaming about writing science fiction and seeing it in the bookstores, and you got that singular.
Yeah, that's what it was. We had this 3-man basketball league at this recreation center, and he would, and they would put the statistics of how many points were scored. They'd have the top 25 guys or whatever. And, his name would be on there about 18 or something. And he'd go up there and look at his name like, like I'm somebody. Like I got like, I got 23 points or whatever. And I think I was third on the list. And I could care less.
Right.
I absolutely care less because in actuality, the only reason I had a lot of points on that team is because I was recovering from a cast on my leg. So I would just go sit under the basket. It was like we won the tournament. And my friend they'd sit there and he'd get the rebound. He'd just heave it down the court to me and I'd just be under the thing and I'd shoot the basket. It was no great accomplishment. It was, but I mean, what could I do? My leg wasn't fully functional. So I'd sit under the basket. He'd get the rebound and chuck it down to me. He still got more points than I did, but you know, and it's like I said, I could care less about this. And this guy's like looking at his position number 18 and looking up there and saying, it's like Steve Martin in that movie, The Jerk. He finds his number in the phone book. He goes, "I'm somebody. I'm somebody." And you know, that's a self-esteem issue. So I'm even saying, like, oh, well, wow, to have my name in a bookstore, wow, it's great. But really, you know, a lot of idiots got their names on books. You know, it's not really it's not necessarily as good as one might think. I mean, it's an accomplishment. I'm very happy. I don't consider it a shameful experience. But I'm saying is, you know, it's like in if I were ever so lucky as to win an Oscar or an Emmy, which would be more likely the case for any of the work that comes out, I would say, oh, you know, stand a number, take a number, stand in line. Everybody's got an Emmy in Hollywood. It doesn't really mean that much. I mean, it's nice to have, you know, you put it on your resume, but there's tons of people with Emmys. And a lot of them are just a piece of crap. You know?
By the way, I do want to let our man Jameson Reese know. Jameson Reese sent me a message in which he said that, bro, America has destroyed Alita Battle Angel 2. He's got a link full of the images of the film, and he says, it's horrific. I fucking hate this place. Now, I can understand and sympathize with his saying that about many other subjects, but actually, in the case of Alita Battle Angel, they actually did it right. It was not very released. In other words, that was a limited release. Alita Battle Angel earned a cult following. It was not released as a blockbuster. So it was like this private indulgence project. And so Alita Battle Angel really is relatively free, if not totally free, of that kind of corruption. Just so that people get a better understanding of that.
So it sticks to the cartoon then.
It does quite.
Because the thing is, I just rather, I don't know. It's maybe I'm just, you know, I skew all things American for Japanese. It's my bias.
Oh, I don't blame you, but in this case, this is one of the things where they did exactly the opposite of what happened with the American Godzilla, where they took the god out of Godzilla. and they made, and which actually is an excellent horror film if it had just been released as Iguanodon and had no connection with Godzilla. It would have been a success. It would have gone down as a pioneering feature, believe me. But instead, they just fucked up everything 8 Ways to Sunday when they got an opportunity to work with the Japanese copyright, to the point where, of course, then the Japanese spend every movie they have making Godzilla with some offhanded remark about what a piece of shit that film was, that American Godzilla was, saying that monster was not the real Godzilla. It's a terror. The Americans just called it that. They'll integrate that into the script. But just so that you know, Alita Battle Angel is different. I do look forward to Peter Moon actually reviewing it. If he can get it from a decent source, he'll have to pay for it.
I can buy it. I can read it. It's just a question of time. And I wanted to, before I rented it, I wanted to check with Paula because I wanted her to watch it with me.
Good point. It would be.
And she's and I haven't even had time to discuss it with her because, you know, she's been working. I'm so confused right now. I can't remember if she came home. She did come home.
No worries. That sort of thing happens all the time.
Yeah, she's fine. But and as an aside, we're gonna go out to Montauk in a couple of weeks with Rudy Curry.
Oh my God!
Yeah, we're gonna stir up the energies out, the indigenous energies out there, and he's gonna bring some healers. You know, we'll have 2 cars going out there. We'll bring our Mexican friends for some of indigenous Mexican energy, and we'll have a big get together out there. It's going to be a lot of fun. But anyway, to get back to yes, all of this machinations of creature robots, biofacsimilares, whatever you want to call them, lifelike, and the psychology of this in these movies is so comprehensively contemplated. You know, maybe it could be done better or more simply, but I'm not even going to argue that. They've thought about it a lot more than I have, and they thought about it a lot. So it's very they're thinking ahead of the curve when they do the movies. Whether they've gotten it all from Douglas or Douglas has inspired it or whatever, it doesn't. It's like they're thinking ahead of the curve, and this is, the future challenge of AI, which is nothing more than the ultimate science fiction, man versus machine, artificial intelligence, artificial. We talk about the soul, we talk about the mind, we talk about the body. When we say artificial intelligence, when you think of intelligence, intelligence is an ability to compute and also to reference, to self-reference. So when you have a self-reference, you have an I. When you talk to Alexa, and this was really weird because we had, I kept mentioning this girl. There's a girl we know, Alexa and Alexis, and so when you start mentioning the name and you have Alexa starts coming on in your face. Alexa, of course, is the Amazon unit that
their version of a very primitive artificial intelligence.
Yeah, but it's if you're talking about somebody named Alexa or Alexis, Alexa starts perping up, and it's irritating. But yeah, yes, so you have an intelligence is basically a self-referential point, and it's like, where do you draw the line? And I don't think, there's certainly no human being that I know who has more experience in traversing this line, the line between AI and human consciousness. And that's Douglas.
Yes, thank you. The only extant Ardalek whisperer we have. I'm sorry, go on. Yes.
Well, yeah, Ardalek whisper. And this is a very complex thing because I feel so impeded from pursuing this further than I could or would, because I'd like to get this trail of books done so that I could arrive at that part rather than fast forwarding to this, because I feel that there's a linear tracing that needs to be done to arrive at that. But whatever, because if I just started writing about it now, starting from the experiments at Letterman and all this stuff, there's more context that needs to be added, I feel, even from my own knowledge. But we have you in front of us today, and we have the Frankenstein theme, and we were going into the vampire theme and the Christ, what I had brought up, and the more I've thought about it, the more strongly I feel about it, that the Christian-based or essence of what is the word? The theology. Yes. What? There's another word. I think it's theology. It will serve, but I think there's a better word for it. Not cosmology. It's a religious word.
Mythology.
It's a Phil Dick word, I think. Exegesis. It's just like but it's basically, we could call it an egregore of theology, and that this rises out of Egypt, because Egypt is so, they accept Christianity because it's what they already know from their Egyptian religion. It fits in, it dovetails beautifully. So that leads me for all of the, and the whole Moses thing coming out of Egypt, that when the Bible was transmitted, it went east with all of the elements of Christianity in it, even though it was way before the so-called Christian era.
That's right. This would be, by the way, this was the discussion we were having the other day, where we were kind of tripping up, so to speak, was basically this is not Judaic. In other words, what Peter Moon was thinking of very literarily, and he was thinking in this this kind of, it was like, just to kind of segue into this gently, as my father loved the nautical novels so much, I often used an analogy so that people could better understand the awkwardness of the Bible. And when I bring up my father's two favorite nautical works that certainly he grew up with, that inspired him ultimately to join the Navy, etc., these were Moby Dick and, of course, The Mutiny on the Bounty, both of these monumental novels. Moby Dick, of course, being an American work that is, Peter Moon can go on for hours about that. I don't need to. But you take that, and it has a core historical truth around which the tale is wrapped. And then you take The Mutiny on the Bounty, which is far more historical, yet dramatized in the narrative. And if you were to put those two books together and say, this is now one book, and the second book must be taken only in context of the first, that The Mutiny on the Bounty must be taken in context of Moby Dick, which is to be taken as literal truth. Okay, this is where then you get the analogy of the Bible, because the Bible, we have the Old Testament, which is, of course, extraordinarily full of statements. It's full of extraordinary statements that are, and it's extraordinarily full of those extraordinary statements, which are just that. They have nothing to do with reality. It's just when you speak in metaphor, you have to take much of what is in the Old Testament as metaphor, or you're going to live in a world of the insane. It would be a world that defies all physics, that defies all genetics. They speak of ways of breeding sheep in the Old Testament that has nothing to do with the way genetics works. It would be almost something akin to Lysenkoist eugenics, something that comes out of the Stalinist era. It doesn't make any sense, and it doesn't work. So you have to take that which is, shall we say, relevant, and understand the rest as metaphor. Otherwise, you're going to go nowhere but into the realm of madness. And so the New Testament, of course, has like parallels. It's going to have its own problems, but they're a little less extreme than the Old Testament, and a little less bloodthirsty. And as I would say, a child reading the Bible would say to another child, if they were to read both those books, or have both read to them in a manner that they comprehended the basics, their impression would be that God got a lot kinder as he got older. And that's, of course, because we're looking at him from our own chronological perspective. Obviously, God exists outside of time and space. So when it comes to when we're speaking of this proto-Christianity, we're speaking of a genuine Christianity before Judaism. So understand that Judaism has nothing to do with Christianity. Judaism is a religion of the desert. It is a religion of a desert roaming people, a wandering tribe whose God originally derives from the same God as Allah. The other God are actually the same God of the desert peoples and the desert nomads. And as I was alluding to before, though I didn't come out and say as much, and I should have, when I don't know if Peter Moon ever heard me when I did the holiday transmission on Christmastide, Black Christmastide, I did allude to the Prince of Japan, who Salman Sheikh did a recent transmission on. As a matter of fact, Salman, if you could come on for a second, if you're there, and tell us a little bit about what you had learned from me about the original Prince of Japan when I compared him to Muhammad, and what you can share with us, what you emphasized on your episode about that, okay? Let's see if Salman responds, because this would be an important part to bring him in for a moment. And
yes, Brother Douglas. It's so interesting, because I never learned about Prince Shotoku, and it was because one of your transmissions I realized who this great individual was. And it's so beautiful how the creator of this world and universe, simultaneously at one part of the world, you had Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, who was bringing the reforms and changes in pagan Arabia. And on the other hand, you had Shotoku in Japan, who was bringing all of these reforms and changes and introducing Buddhist principles into Japanese society. So I just wondered, it's like how you had addressed in the transmission, if they had met, what kind of interaction both of those great beings and teachers would have had with each other. And that's what motivated me to make that video about Prince Shotoku and his teachings. And what he emphasizes in his 17 basically values in his constitution is basically man being in harmony basically with earth, man, and heaven. So you have this triune self, and anything that goes against earth, man, and heaven, or against the laws of cosmology of the creator, then you're inviting chaos into your life. So anything that's out of balance with the creator, the cosmology of earth, man, and heaven, and that's when you'll invite chaos. And there's the aspect of knowing your role and not going above your role. So one thing I really liked what Shotoku taught in his teachings is just know who you are, know your limits, know your boundaries, and don't try to overstep your capabilities and boundaries. Otherwise, you will be inviting chaos into your life. And that's what I really loved about him. He teaches you how to be humble. He teaches you the aspect of self-improvement, self-mastery, self-respect, being in harmony with everything and the elements around you, including earth, man, and heaven. And for those that are listening, I thank my brother Douglas dearly, and I dedicated that video that I did on Shotoku to him, because if it wasn't for brother Douglas Dietrich, I never would have known about Shotoku. Because in our Western education system, they never teach us about these great Eastern teachers and philosophers. We only learn about Plato or Socrates or Pythagoras, but we never learn about these great teachers in Africa or the Middle East or in China, Japan. So, what Brother Douglas is doing is a service to humanity, and I love him dearly, and I thank him for that.
And beyond that, what I brought up about Judeo-Islam being a far more logical term and applicable term than the canard of quote-unquote Judeo-Christianity, that was something someone responded to who you also made a video with, if you could tell us about that.
Oh, yes. So basically, Judeo-Islam and the aspects of both of them being interconnected with each other. Now, this was a video that I made with a Sufi sheikh from Australia, and we covered how the Kabbalah and all of these teachings, and especially like Sufi occult Islamic teachings, which even the Simon Necronomicon comes from the mad Arab Abu al-Hazred, and a lot of it is not given credit to those Islamic philosophers and teachers that are there who were interacting with all of these beings. And under Islamic law, there is a tolerance, like if you're in a true Islamic society, not what the fundamentalists do. So in a true Islamic society, there is that sharing of knowledge and uplifting each other, including Jews and Christians. So during that time in Baghdad, during those golden ages of Islam, all of this knowledge was shared, and to this day, there are so many hundreds of Arabic and Persian manuscripts, especially on occult sciences, on the jinns and the ifrits, that have not been translated into English because nobody has ever had the capability to translate a lot of those complex works. So what we covered in Judeo-Islam is basically saying that how much Judaism and Islam have in common with each other. And when I sat down with this Jewish man, it was a few years ago, it was at a social gathering here in Philadelphia, and he talked about his religion and what they follow, their philosophy. And I'm like, you know what, we follow the same exact thing. A lot of our customs and traditions, everything is pretty much the same. So we were able to build that common bond, and it even goes back all the way to those days of Judeo-Islam, how all of these societies, especially esoteric and occult societies, how they were interconnected. And recently I did a transmission for a Masonic group in Europe, I believe from Bulgaria, and there were a few people from Romania that were in attendance as well. And they had invited me to speak on Sufism and Freemasonry, which is on my channel. And in that Sufism and Freemasonry, I discuss how like the Knights Templar were there in the Holy Land, and how the Sufis and the assassin sect from the Ismaili Naziris, and how all of them were interacting and sharing this knowledge with each other. And they had these societies where as long as you have fulfilled a certain criteria and you were there to use it for good and serve God and self-mastery, all that good stuff, then you were allowed to interact with each other and share this knowledge with each other. And that goes also into the Judeo-Islamic aspect on how all of these things are tied together. And it's all interconnected when you look at the Judeo-Islamic societies, Confucianism, how Shotoku introduced his values, how Prophet Muhammad introduced his values. So all of these things are interconnected, and Brother Douglas does a great job explaining that, and I thank him dearly for that.
Well, beyond that, of course, the individual who you made that video with was responding directly to the fact that I had brought up the fact that it's so ridiculous to use the term Judeo-Christian and far more applicable to use the term Judeo-Islam. And how, yes, thank you. And a very important point. And so, in other words, Salman, very, very appreciated. God bless you for what you do. God's work at all times. And when it comes to Salman Sheikh and what he's helped to articulate so that others can learn about these facts, these realities, one of the things that I was bringing up about Shotoku was that when it comes to the original Arab and the original Japanese, that time would unite what space divides, that the Japanese archipelago and the Arabian Peninsula may as well be on different planets, because you have the mountain myths of the archipelago of Japan and the burning desert sands of Arabia Felix, that's linked today by Saudi oil imported in supermassive quantities by the Japanese Empire. That was far, far in the future of the 6th and 7th centuries, when Muhammad, the Prophet, peace be upon him, and the Prince Shotoku, may he rest in peace with his ancestors, that these two men lived in what effectively were different dimensions, different worlds. In the world of Islam, the God that came to the Jews and the Muslims, the Muslims could only improve on what the Jews had, because the Jews had a murderous, holocaustic, mad God, basically one of the original moon gods that somehow rose to importance above all the other gods. And the Mohammedans took that God and rather gave that God less of a personally vindictive nature and more of a generalized cosmic nature. The Jews had a God that was only their God and would kill other races in their name. And they would be ordered to exterminate other races in his name. And at the same time, he punished them as if they were an errant dog, with punishments for the entire race of Jews when he was displeased. Well, the Arabs didn't need to be punished because they were living in what the Japanese would have thought of as hell itself. The Bedouins were on camels that roamed the desert. They were in this restless quest of sparse pasture for their sheep and their goat herds. The tribe fought tribe, raiding each other's cattle, fighting wars over water holes, and they worship many gods, prominent among them the moon god that the Jews originally worshipped before they anthropomorphized and made the female moon into a man. Talk about your transsexual surgery there. And
it was Asherah originally, correct?
I believe so, yes. And yet the Arabs, of course, because they had this beautifully musical language, even though they were illiterate, they were natural poets. They were bards. The Japanese, on the other side of the globe, they were slowly becoming a nation, settling as farmers of rice, and they worshipped many gods, and they were also poets. It wasn't the moon god, but the sun goddess who was the object of their ultimate reverence. And still, of course, graces their national flag. That's their god, the original god, the sun itself. And if an ancient Bedouin were to see the Japanese islands, they would think of it as heaven. They would say, I've died and gone to heaven. They would think, this is an oasis, this soft, gentle land, this well-watered and fertile land of endless greenery. But any ancient Japanese seeing Arabia would recoil in horror, because they would see a land that was fit only for hyenas, jackals, scorpions, and vipers, which in fact abounded, and they would say, this is hell itself. So this is why you had a Japan that, when Shotoku united it, conquered no one. The Japanese Empire was the empire of balance and peace. Prince Shotoku united it under a peaceful religion, whereas the Arabs, having nothing but hell itself, they conquered the known world. They expanded to create an empire that was geographically larger in landmass than classical Rome, and lasted far longer. Dor al-Islam, or the lands of submission, are still here, pretty much around the same geographic boundaries that were established around the time of Muhammad, certainly in terms of the Arab world. But when it comes to Rome, of course, Rome is sundered in its original form. So when it comes to Prince Shotoku, he, of course, had the word of the Christian Son of God, which had reached Japan, because the Nestorian Christians were active in China. But in terms of how Christianity reached the Chinese, it was well before them. And so what we were talking about before, Peter Moon and I, was that when it comes to the allegory of Moby Dick and the Mutiny on the Bounty being welded together into a single edition that is to be considered from that point forward the only edition, or the only non-bootleg edition, then you pair that up with the concept of the differences in the worlds. You have to understand that we're not talking about any Judaic tradition at all. When Seth, the son of Adam, who was definitively white, definitively Caucasian, and was not the first man in the sense that we think of the progenitor, the mitochondrial mother, as we would trace back through modern science. They would tell us, of course, that we all come out of Africa, and they'll say this is the original Adam or Eve, and they'll say basically that this is the kind of, shall we say, source point in a biological sense. These are Adam's ancestors. And the great thinkers of the West knew this and understood this. There was tremendous debate for decades about Adam's ancestors, because the one thing everybody knew was that the way everything was adding up, with all the research that was going on in the age of exploration and beyond, that there was no Adam in the sense of his being the first man. He was not the father of all mankind in some biological sense. They began to understand more and more Adam was the first man only in the sense that he was a new kind of man. So the reason that Adam was a new man was because he was the first farmer. And as the first farmer, what made Adam the first man, as we understand man today, was that Adam had to develop a sense of time. When Adam began to farm, then he left Eden. Eden was, of course, always in the present moment. This is what brings us back to L. Ron Hubbard talking about the difference in consciousness is a difference in time binding. You have these people who live in the past, those who live in the present, and the sanest among us live in the future and have one foot in the future at all times. And that's what Adam had to become. Adam had to leave the ever-present moment. Now, the one thing that a person is learning in meditation, one is trying to return to an Edenic sense, because one is trying to attain that consciousness of the present moment. You're returning to the present moment, which is the Eden that you have if you're an equestrian. If you're an equestrian or an equestrian, a female horse rider, the reason that the horse is so important, and the reason that mankind has a love of the horse and domesticated the horse, which is an impossible relationship, very much impossible in the sense that man is a predator and the horse is prey, But at some point, man earned the trust of the horse. The horse understood that man was not going to eat him, to the point where they bonded and became a centaur, and became something better than they were alone, something that could conquer other tribes and nations with a lightning speed that man alone could never attain, with a force and power of projection man alone could not attain. With the prey involved with the predator, man could conquer the world. And thus cavalry was born. So when you have the horse, the importance of the horse is it's always in the present moment. Of course, as all animals are all in the present moment. That is Edenic. It's in the Edenic consciousness. You try to attain that for a sense of peace when you're overwhelmed by the stress of our world, which forces us to ever be in the future and ever retain the past. And that destroys people. Now, when we were Edenic, however, there was no consciousness in the sense that we have it today. Man was unconscious. Man was completely without any sense of who he was. He may have been sapient, but he was not truly sentient. So when we could just rely on nature by plucking everything off the branches and hunting down animals at the animal level, even with tool use and the application of tools, that's really no better than monkeys using tools today, which monkeys use. And as I said before, I encountered in Africa the ape units and their descendants, rather, that had been trained originally by the forces of Idi Amin to use machetes, which they still kill people for, and then weld those machetes to kill more people, as well as in their wars with other chimps. Exterminatory wars. Chimps wage wars the way man wages war. Man was in that state, no better than that. When Adam became a farmer, all of that changed. At that moment, then he had to understand the seasons as a cycle. In that moment, man was forced to create a calendar. In that moment, Adam became the first man. The first man as we understand man, rather than just a slightly more well-postured ape that was going around and killing and picking berries and chewing on bark. A knuckle-dragging troglodyte that maybe had his own sense of pride, but hardly a sense of nobility. So when you have Adam become what he became, then the concept of the first man was gifted him. This is what is meant in the book of creation. And his righteous third son, Seth, moved to the east, where he Christianized the Chinese, because man at that point became Christian. At that point, Adam had left the Garden of Eden. At that point, the Garden of Eden could never be retained. Once you develop that sense of consciousness, once you develop the binding of time, then you're trapped. You're no longer free. You're not Tarzan, the wild man, who is king of the beasts. This is, of course, what distinguished Tarzan and made him so popular a character when Edgar Rice Burroughs was writing about him, because by sheer dint of environment, this was a man who was raised in Eden. He was Edenic. That's the whole point of Lord Greystoke. He is Edenic. And then he's forced to become cognizant of time binding, become cognizant of what it is to be a man. And then at that point, he can no longer return home in the sense that he can no longer be an ape. But he still retains enough of a connection where he serves as a bridge between that world and the world of man. This is why the story was so popular, to the point where there's a town in California named Tarzana, because Edgar Rice Burroughs was a person who ultimately lived in California and ultimately wrote out his final works here. So when it comes to this kind of concept of Adam and then his son going into China, Adam had a vision of redemption, that even though Eden had been lost and could not be regained, that there would be a redemption for all mankind. And this was the vision that was carried into China itself. And that vision is very much the doctrine of Christianity, essentially as it stands today. except for some points that maybe the church added, such as original sin. So when it comes to the translation that was ultimately made of the revelation of the Magi, literally a book sat on the shelves of the Vatican for hundreds of years, untranslated by anyone. And when a man who was doing research on the ancient Syriac language found it and translated it into the English, then he was able to prove that there was Christianity before Christ because of the Magi. The wise men came and they baptized the Christ, recognizing him as the savior of man and vampire. And these are two separate species, but both created in the image of God, and both created for their part of the balance of the ecosystem, where one was made to control the numbers of the other so that the other would not overwhelm the world. And in that sense, of course, the vampire do God's work. They're beyond human judgment. And they're like a tornado or a earthquake or any natural disaster. They take the children as well as the vulnerable, as well as, well, mostly the healthy is what they prefer. And therefore, children are far more likely to be their victims than any elderly. And of course, men look on this with horror and they hate them. And that, of course, is not for man to judge. It would be like fighting a tornado or fighting an earthquake. But as you saw when you had the godless atheistic systems of collectivization and communism overwhelm Eurasia, and you saw Mao wage a war against nature that cost the lives of 100 million of his own people, when you saw Stalin collectivizing nature and trying to ultimately breed Soviet man using Lysenkoist genetics as well as Soviet grain, then everyone starved. And again, millions upon millions of deaths can be laid at the feet of Stalin and Trofim D. Lysenko, his geneticist. These are people who thought they could reconstruct nature in their image. And this is what they tried to do with the vampire. That's what the book Vampyrology is about. Now, Peter Moon and I will ultimately republish that in its full form at some point to contain the full history, but you can get all the physiology buying the books now. So you can find Vampyrology on Amazon.com. Do order that, and you'll get much more of a greater perspective on this. What the vampire are, who they are, the subspeciation, and ultimately how they were persecuted, enslaved, and ultimately, to a great extent, exterminated by the Soviet Union. And this is, and all of its satellite states, of course. This is why, of course, they sided with the 1,000-Year Reich. And, oh, Ballistic Boopa says, beautiful articulation, Douglas. Oh, thank you, honey. Love you dearly. And thank you so much. And so, with all of that in mind, I don't know how tired Peter might be. And, you know, you can tell Paula that she looks exactly like Alita Battle Angel. I don't know if you noticed that in the trailer, how similar she looks to the character. But it's
I didn't notice. In fact, I thought, if I recall, I'm going to look her up. Alita, what's her name?
Just Alita, A-L-I-T-A. You'll find her.
Battle Angel.
Yeah.
Let me see. I did not notice it. Let me see here. Images.
Surely you can see the similarity.
Well, there are some similarities, but I definitely wouldn't mistake
one for the other. Yeah. Well, Alita, of course, has unnaturally large eyes.
Paula would be, I think, a cuter version.
Okay, yeah.
In my opinion.
There we are, but she could swing it. Yeah, Paula could play the part. And
yeah, I don't know if she has much acting acumen. I really don't know. You know, I just don't know. I mean, it's not really her forte.
Understand.
It would depend on the role. It would depend. I don't know.
Well, the role I think she could handle simply because the role is more like a person who's just developing a consciousness, really, or reacquiring one, and until that point hasn't had a chance to really develop much of one. So there's, it's not necessarily the most challenging of roles. It's not a study in nuance. There's not layers.
While I'm here, let's move into the migration of like what the Seth taught the vampires. They taught them Christian, or it would be Christian doctrine. Mm-hmm. But the key thing you're focusing on here is the redemption factor.
Well,
in other words,
yes,
if vampires were created to stem the population, they didn't do a very good job.
Well, man kept killing them off
over the long haul.
Yes, well, man kept killing them off. You see, this is the problem with the prey becoming the predator, and that's their own children, such as VAMPHYR, were recognized as being the best vampire hunters. That's the whole point of Vampire Hunter D as a concept, and why it was created in Japan after the author spoke to myself, the people who would ultimately be affiliated with
Abraham Lincoln, vampire hunter. You mean?
Oh
that?
God, no! Please, now that
you know
takes.
What I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh gosh, yeah. Well, when you bring up something like that, it's almost like bringing up Abbott and Costello meet Frankenstein. When you're talking about the original Mary Shelley novel, it's
right.
It's at that point we're just dealing with horror. Just the horror of what would you call it?
We're dealing with comedy, although that wasn't.
Yes.
No, well, this makes the whole vampire hunter thing. It puts a new context on it, but let's focus on the redemption. So they're being now the wise men or the magi, I should call them. They were basically from the vampire subspecies, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and they were interested in redemption. I mean, this is what it was about for them. They were going to honor the Redeemer.
Yes.
And they recognized this as the solvent for not only mankind but for themselves.
Yes.
And if I were to go into Christian doctrine as I know it, and I don't claim to be expert at it, the whole key to redemption is through the forgiveness of sin. Mm-hmm. Forgiveness of sin and the reconciliation of sin.
Yes, and that is where the difference in doctrine begins to manifest itself when it comes to the kind of doctrine that we're talking about of the Magi and you see, in terms of the Magi, understand this: they were Christians even before the disciples were. They were orthodox on every major Christian doctrine: the virgin birth, the deity of Christ, the Trinity, blood redemption, most specifically, of course, and quite literally, and the second coming. Only the reference to children without the stain of sin would be unorthodox by today's more universal churches. And that was, of course, a control mechanism established by the human church. So when it came to the VAMPHYR, they are believers in the cosmic Christ. That is the most striking aspect of the star of Christ, his star that they were waiting for the ultimate report of, and that only they could see, because only they were of the bloodline. That is something that caused them to amass armies and invade Israel. So China invaded Israel at that time so they could find the Christ. This is why the man who was essentially made the mayor of Yerushalayim, or Jerusalem, Herod, the man who the Romans had put in power as the puppet of a satellite state, could not resist them. Not even the Roman Empire could resist them. You had a major invasion by a foreign force that was so massive, the Roman Empire stood down. And it was only when the Magi left that Herod went on his killing spree. And that was because he dared do nothing while the Chinese were there, while the Chinese occupied Israel. The Chinese occupied Israel specifically so that the Magi could baptize the Redeemer of man. This is, of course, because they were an army, and that is revealed in the revelation of the Magi. All of this was censored by the church from the Bible itself.
Wow, how many people were with the invasion force? Does it say?
Well, you're talking about 12 Magi. There's not 3 Magi or 3 wise men. There are 12, and each one had their own army. So we must be talking about an invasion force of about 120,000 men.
Okay. And would that include their logistical support?
It would have to, of course. That's why there would be so many. Yes.
If it didn't include their logistical support, there would be many more.
Yes, understood. No, after a certain...
Hubbard once explained in one of his lectures, he says, when you hear 20,000 troops, he says, that's not 20,000, just 20,000 troops. That's their 20,000 troops means, in addition to that, they've got a whole support system that's many times of that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. No, this cannot be overemphasized. So people understand there's kind of like a tilt which you cross. There's a critical balance that you cross where the army can no longer sustain itself. So there can only be a certain size to a number of armed men, and then you have to have the number of men who are supporting them, finding food, cooking it, etc. And in those days, it was still an awesome task even before mechanization. So you're talking about people who are maintaining the animals, such as the types of a kind of horseshoe for the camelry. And camels, by the way, used as cavalry are called camelry. That's an actual term. And the Arabs use it because, of course, the camel are better at the sands of Arabia and handling it than the horses are, even though there are Arabian horses that are used for a different type of terrain. So both of this was present in the armies of the Magi, the MAGE-KINGs who invaded Israel. And so their home country was, of course, Shir, S-H-I-R, in the Anglicization, or the Syriac spelling and of China. And so when it came to what they saw and what they were promoting, these were the true Christians. So everybody needs to understand that ultimately, when it comes to Christianity, it's a Chinese religion. That Adam may have been white and his son may have been white, and he went east to teach the Chinese about agriculture and bind them to the new concept of time. And in that confluence of civilizations is when he introduced the Christian doctrine before there was Judaism. This is Christianity without Judaism. This is true Christianity. And this is the Christianity that became conflated with Judaism only later. And much of that may have had to do with Christ himself because of the environment into which he was born. In fact, it was that. Above all else.
I want to digress here for a minute because I think this is very important, and I want to get back to the blood, the redemption through the blood. That's a very important thing I think we should discuss. But when I totally understand and agree with the conflation with Judaism, but when we go to the Great Pyramid, which of course Christ has been identified with. In many different respects. The Great Pyramid is in the work of Aleister Crowley, which not even he himself understood, was his activity in the King's Chamber, his copulation in the King's Chamber. He was basically, when he came out with his Book of the Law, he's writing code for DNA. And the DNA, and what I revealed in my book, the Montauk Book of the Living, which Salmon has read, it shows the revelation of DNA in a time before DNA was recognized scientifically, and DNA being the Holy Kabbalah. When I say Holy Kabbalah, I'm referring to the Jewish version, would it be any version, is a template of DNA. DNA is the template for it, and it's trying to explain DNA, all the different stations, all the 32 points, on the tree of life. And I say 32 points, there's 22 pathways between the Sephiroth, and there's 10 Sephiroth. 10 plus 22 equals 32, evocative of the 32 degrees of Freemasonry, evocative of specific resonant points or chambers in the Great Pyramid. And which is not necessarily the formal Masonic degrees that you would study in a Masonic lodge, but what they would originally be based upon and distorted of. But, and of course, the ultimate 33rd degree would be Christ himself, particularly his middle letter, Shin, which is the whole peak of redemption. Now, we're going to go into the blood redemption, but I'm talking about, it represents the capstone of the pyramid, the crowning glory. And in that crowning glory of the Great Pyramid, the capstone, it fits geometrically into what became the Ark, not the Ark of the Covenant, the Holy of Holies. The size of the Holy of Holies will contain the capstone of the Great Pyramid. And here is your ne plus ultra, your climax, your maximum attainment of whether it be Masonry, whether it be Judaism, whether it be Christianity. You have a synthesis in the metaphor of the Great Pyramid, because the Great Pyramid is basically geometry, and it's the geometry. And there have been books that will lay out aspects of this, not necessarily as I said it. I'm giving a more simplistic and perhaps a more instructive overview, which goes right to the punch. Wow! So here we have a synthesis of Judaism and Christianity and Egypt/pyramidology, all in one. And this is an intellectual reference point. It's based upon, of course, sort of the magic that I've studied. But when so it's like, yeah, it's the Judaism is kind of gets its ammunition when it goes out into the desert and becomes what it eventually becomes, carrying certain amounts of, I guess, what you call knowledge from the Egyptian thing that it escaped from, or was banned from. And then you have the earlier version of Christianity coming up with the Isis, Osiris resurrection theme coming up and going way and back into China. And then you have China coming back through the Herodian madness and recognizing the Christ who was supposed to be the culmination of all this stuff and is to fulfill the prophecy, live to the ultimate shebang or big bang or climax. But you have this second coming, and the second coming would be the I guess the revisitation. What's that? The search for Spock. To put it in Star Trek terms, you find Spock and Spock resurrects, and the crew is back together again. Now, to continue my digression, this is just an expression of all of this. But when I go, and I was just talking today about where is all my work going and whatnot, and I mentioned that if the travel restrictions, and boy, they'd have to really change in Israel, and time and money all flowed into the. I mean, this is something I could do anytime if I really wanted to. But I'm saying, sometimes this would be a luxury. This is like I'm going to go to Choclavina Cave, come hell or high water, in a couple of years, or a year and a half. I might go this summer. But more of a luxurious trip for me would be to go to Israel and to go to the Mount of Olives, because the Mount of Olives represents the end times. Now, I'm not, is it eschatology? An eschatologist? Is that how you say it? Mm-hmm. I'm not somebody who is into end times. I'm not somebody who even believes in end times. I think this is all a personal thing. But it's because the Mount of Olives, as I've explained in my book, my books, the Montauk Book of the Dead and the Montauk Book of the Living, and my parents dying on the land, the Olivos adobe, and being buried there, and having all these synchronicities with olives, from Olive Farrow of the Montauk Indians to Olive Drive in Davis, California, where I had my first out-of-body experience. It was like the olive is such a strong theme that if I were to go to the Mount of Olives, I would begin to, where the country of Romania was actually formed by reason of the monastery. There's a monastery, not a monastery, a chapel on the Mount of Olives, which has a stone, and it has 1 foot on it. The other foot is missing, and it's where Christ is supposed to have ascended into the heaven from the Mount of Olives. It was his favorite spot. But this church that was built there was a fight over it. And this fight over the church and the keys to it led to the Crimean War, which led to the formation of the nation we now know today as Romania, setting the boundaries of it. So I would be, and of course, if I went to the Mount of Olives, I'm going to meet people and see things. Oh, I didn't know that about that. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. It's going to be very interesting what might pop out of the woodwork. I even said, no, maybe I'll run into somebody who looks just like my father. Yes. I don't know why I said that, but I didn't say my mother, but I said my father. Because my father had such dark skin, it wouldn't surprise me. But, it'd be very interesting because it kind of like is this, the point I'm alluding to. And Radu Senemar wrote in his book, and it was not his iteration, but it was his mentor, Caesar's. They were talking about the return of Christ, and they said, well, what about this? And he said, well, Christ is not going to come back. He's not going to be born in a manger. He's going to appear in the sky. He's going to appear in the sky. And I took great umbrage with the statement. I told him before I published it. I eventually published it exactly as he said and exactly as he wanted. But I said, if you say this, people are going to identify this with Project Bluebeam. Mm-hmm. They're going to think that, Project Bluebeam. And he says, yes, I know about Project Bluebeam. It's in our files. Mm-hmm. This is an editing point, sort of like I was mentioning with you the other night. I said, well, you shouldn't say it because, and then again, if Jesus is if he appears in the sky mm-hmm. over Jerusalem at 12 o'clock, well, is he appearing at the same time over London, New York, and Tokyo? How do you say this? I want this statement qualified. I want it particularized. I want it so it does not leave you open or vulnerable to criticism.
Yes.
I have lost readers mm-hmm. over this statement. He says, publish it exactly like it is. Mm-hmm. This is the way it's going to be. I told him he did not have an issue with me making my own comments on it. Mm-hmm. And I told him, I said, I don't have an issue with but I'm being protective of him as an editor. Accordingly, I added a 33-page appendix to the book.
Holy shit! Talk about qualification. Yeah.
Well, I'm defending him in it, but I'm also explaining all the esoterics of Jesus the name. It's actually very good compendium to understand, so that I had all bases covered. Nevertheless, I lost people who just said, I don't want to read this crap.
Oh yeah, it's kind of like the guy who heard about me drinking the blood from my own son and saying, he lost me there. He was just so.
Well, yeah, and I've only thought that the weakest parts of his story are when he talks about Christ, and when the first book I actually put it down. I never told anybody this before, but when I got the manuscript, because I didn't finish it for 4 years, I read it. And then he starts going into the Jesus thing, and I had to put it down because I said,
that ruined everything.
Thou art not to go this way. And then I put it down. And then when Dennis was here in 2007, he said, I said, well, he had extra time on his hands while I was doing stuff. I said, read this, tell me if I should publish it. And he did. He says, "Oh, definitely should." And then it inspired me to read it. And as I sat in my friend's shop while he was fixing my car, I had time to read it. And I said, okay, I will go ahead with this, because it was very good story, very good, very worthwhile doing. But as I say, this is Jesus is a word that has been ignited many wars, many debates, many torturings, much suffering. Is that the very word, the very name, the very concept has been distorted and twisted to wreak havoc.
Across the world. This is the inversion process of taking that which is sacred and profaning it. So let's put it this way: the important thing to recognize about the MAGE-KINGs is that first off, the Magi are the descendants of Seth. These are people who, in that sense, are completely signified at this point as vampires. Certainly were even at the time that they baptized Christ. But
if they're descendants, does that mean Seth was a vampire, or he married into him?
He married into them, as far as I could ascertain from my mother. And he was not a vampire, but he had no fear of the vampire. He recognized them and what they did, in the same sense that a horse recognizes that the predator man will not devour him if he renders himself useful in surrender. And by surrendering, the horse in turn attains a powerful status. And in that sense, Seth surrendered as much as enlightened the Chinese. He surrendered to the vampires among them, and thus raised Chinese civilization as a whole. And so they, as
you say raised, do you mean
raised, the ascended, kind of uplifted. Uplifted
it. Yeah. And would this be at the root of Chinese civilization itself?
Of course.
Or is that?
Of course.
Okay. So that would be the root civilizing influence of Chinese civilization. And you're saying it came through the vampires, not the run-of-the-mill Semitic people.
Essentially, yes.
Now,
Yes.
How does that play off of the, as you called, the learned man, the lamas, the monks and whatnot, because you separated them from the vampire class?
That's right. But that's because they have their own tradition, and their own tradition in its own way is very Christian in its own right. And I'll be happy to explain that. I'm not quite sure if now is
often identified as close to Catholicism. Yes. But so that's its own evolution.
That's its own evolution, and that, it bears going into, of course, but suffice to say this, understand that in the revelation of the Magi, as translated from the Syriac, basically understand that it's detailed that the Mage Kings engaged in spiritual practices very similar to Buddhist spiritual practices. So this is why we know they're not Zoroastrian, they're not from ancient Persia, because the practice of meditation was unknown in those cultures. And of course, geographically, they're identified as the extreme east of the world where silk is made, etc. We don't need to go into those details. I think at this point people get that message. Rather, understand that the Mage Kings were the guardians of an age-old prophecy that a star of never before seen brightness would someday appear, heralding the birth of God in human form. And where the 12 Mage Kings who were selected from their society, son replacing father as the generations continued, they waited, maintaining a high mountain sanctuary known as the Mountain of Victories, implying, of course, their military competence and their martial prowess, so that they could look out for the star that their ancient texts told them would appear, so they could make their journey and deliver their gifts. And when that star did appear, it appeared only to the Magi. The selected 12, at least, could see it, most certainly, and perhaps other members of their party. And that's when it descended in a column of light that hovered over the water of the prepared sanctuary, and it blinded all the Magi, ultimately resolving itself as a child that is the Star Child, who tells the Magi that his birthplace is far away. And without going into everything the child says, he says basically, "And I am everywhere because I am a ray of light, whose light has shown this world from the majesty of the Father who has sent me to fulfill everything that was spoken about me in the entire world and in every land by unspeakable mysteries." Now, when it comes to the important part of this, the biblical authority for the Magi was Seth, the third son of Adam and Eve, and of course, Seth's prophecy that was shared to the ancient Magi, the first of the Mage Kings, the vampires converted to Christ, was a star of indescribable brightness will someday appear, heralding the birth of God in human form. And this is because Adam had told Seth that the star had stood over the tree of life in the Garden of Eden, but it had disappeared when Adam ate of the tree of knowledge. In other words, when he became cognizant of time, the passing of the seasons, and began to mark them, when he began to chronicle and therefore could see into the past and the future the way that no animal can, at that point when he became a man, when he became not just sapient but sentient, at that point Adam lost that star that had stood over the tree of life in the Garden of Eden. But he said that which had disappeared would someday return. Now this is...
Excuse me, Douglas, this is fascinating. What it reminds me of is somebody who's living real life and they go and project themselves into a video game, and they're playing a video game totally entranced for 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, or even go to the movies. And they're suspending out of real life. And then, when the movie's over or the video game's over, they come back to real life. They've returned. They've gone the alpha and omega cycle. That's sort of what you're talking about. Is one is now Adam has divested himself from the original state, and he's gone into digressed into a game of knowledge and activity, and he's taken himself out of the original loop.
Yes,
it's a deviation from alpha and omega, the Ouroboros, which we call the closed time-like curve, and also, and it's like this deviation, and it's getting back to the home where that divine light then begins to reappear and this is the reconciliation process, and it has much to do with my journey to Choclavina Cave, because there's this incredible light that I've identified with both in my dreams and the stories I've heard, that this is evocative of that spark of light, that Christian or Christ-like spark that it represents, which is certainly bigger and outside the work of David Anderson, not to minimize his work, because it's like, wow, it's, and his work is, you see, because also what you say about Adam and agriculture and time, this is Saturn. Saturn is the god of time, and he's the god of agriculture, because when you start doing agriculture, you have to pay attention to the seasons. So you're marking time. And so here we have the chronicler, Chronos, and this is what David Anderson's work represents, is time. It's very interesting, and I just wanted to contextualize it. I did interrupt you. I want you to continue, but I also want you to explain the blood redemption and how blood is the redemption. You might want to go into the euphoric aspect of it as well, that we spoke about the other night, but go ahead.
Well, certainly the euphoric aspect of it, that's just a function of chemistry. That is, of course, something that when it comes to what the vampire provided humanity in terms of perhaps their own sense of enlightenment, it was something that, let me see if I can remember whether it was Tolstoy that really first conceptualized what was best expressed by the Russians when they were studying the vampire, and just the kind of sheer sense of exuberance, of rapture that the prey of vampires would experience when the saliva of the vampire entered their bloodstream. That is something that can really, how would I say this? It's one of those things that is hard to, of course, express to somebody who hasn't done a lot of drugs.
Douglas, it would be like hitting DMT.
Yes.
Basically.
Yes.
So it's a rapture effect, if we put it in a theological sense.
Yes.
But I'm not suggesting, although I'm alluding to the possibility, does this, this is euphoric for the
chemical
victim.
Reasons, yes.
Yes, it's victim. It's euphoric to the victim.
Yes.
I am wondering if the blood that the vampire
it takes from the victim is as euphoric for them. Yes, obviously it gives them a high like no other, in the sense that it basically it's like people getting a food high. But
it's more than that.
It's a bit more, but you have to understand it's also impacted by the quality of the blood. One of the things that was realized about patient 0, who was the first vampire that was identified by the Soviet Union, was that basically when he was found, he had been consigned to an insane asylum. Now, he was never abused at the insane asylum because he was considered an asset. This wasn't because they were forcing him to abuse other prisoners as some kind of screw. By that I mean a prison guard. Rather, he was basically used to calm other patients down. And that was because of his endogenous or bodily produced euphoriac effect on patients. So when... I'm sorry?
By his charisma?
No. Oh, God, no.
By his biting them?
Yeah, by his biting them and taking some blood from them, they would be left much more peaceful because of the DMT, the N-dimethyltryptamine that had been identified a decade before in 1931 by Richard Monska. And so when it came to this kind of serotonin, basically this was before they made the happy pills that could deal with antidepressants, that they would deal out as antidepressants. So the closest they could get was this vampire, whenever he would bite his victims and drain some blood from them, his bite would release DMT into the system that the brain would then absorb, and the patients would then be much more at their best behavior. So he took blood from men when they were asleep, but when he was discovered, originally identified, it was because he had attacked a female nurse while she was awake. Now, in the taking of the woman, he used positive influence or flirtation/seduction over inefficient aggression. So he was, at that point, charismatic, a gentle, attractive vampire lover, making for a more inviting anticipation of what might happen to the brain's release of DMT than any attacking monster who frightens the victim and inspires defensiveness. So in that case, the ecstatic experience of his female victim, when he was first identified, men caught him with her in the woods and they thought he was raping her. Basically, she was found to be in a very ecstatic state, and that was because she was releasing related neurochemicals. Today we would specifically recognize them as serotonin, and it overloaded the areas of the brain responsible for thought and memory. So it was an altered condition of susceptibility that the vampire instinctively exploits as a tool to enhance suggestion. And that's how the vampire retroactively integrates the false memory of his appearing as a voron, or a raven, or a vapor, or a mist, and simply by vocalizing such confabulations. And they fill in the memory gaps with delusional material that...
It's like it's making suggestions to somebody on drugs.
Yes, yes. And so...
But okay, so, I mean, this is very interesting, but when you get to... So
when it came to the Russian novelist, Fyodor Dostoevsky, he had experienced the phenomenon of flashes of God that accompanied epileptic experiences in excruciating detail. And that was why the sleeping men at the insane asylum that patient zero took blood from dreamt that they were in the presence of an ancient demigod, which to the anti-theistic Marxian frame of reference would include the Hebraic God of Abraham. And when they awakened, they would express a feeling of inner peace that they had never allowed themselves to feel since the Communist Party had proclaimed the death of God. So there was no time to research any of this with the onset of the war, because he was identified on the eve of Operation Barbarossa when Adolf Hitler invaded Russia. But that brings us to why the vampire sided with Adolf Hitler. All of this brings us back to the only real sense of circumspection that they were ever forced into was because of the mass genocide of the vampire that began to occur in the 20th century.
Before you go there, can you please clarify how the blood redeems the vampire in terms of a Christian sense? The blood it's more than just the euphoric high.
Could I ask, what are they being redeemed from? I can't grasp.
Well, this is the aspect which I think that none of the people listening to me really grasp, so I'll just explain it. It's when I speak of blood redemption, the vampire are already redeemed. They view themselves as redeemed from the beginning. They are agents of God. Humanity needs the redemption, not them.
Then why are they focused on?
Okay, but then the question.
Excuse me, Jameson. Why are they focused on the star and the return of the Christ?
Because of man's hostility to them. That Christ would help man realize that the vampire and man can coexist. That ultimately it would be the legacy of Christ. Yeah. If not Christ himself, then his legacy would someday bring that about.
But the redemption of mankind was necessary for the vampire to live in harmony with man.
Yes, as they did in China, where the vampire had lived in seclusion for thousands of years, and the Chinese simply brought them their tithe, people to be fed upon.
So that does not really represent an end times per se. It represents a reconciliation, a new era.
Yes. This This is what this is what Adolf Hitler wanted to realize and to bring into realization when he wanted to create a vampire nation out of the various parts taken from other nations in Balkan Europe, a Transbalkania. And this Transbalkania that Adolf Hitler had strove to realize was taken from the areas of Romania and Hungary and Croatia and all of those surrounding areas into a Transbalkania that would border all of them, border Bulgaria and border Romania and border the Serbia, and truly Transbalkania would be the center of the Balkans. And as a result, then they would have their own nation, and Europe would do for them what the Chinese had done for thousands of years, bring them food to be fed upon, or they would have their own human chattel within that nation state, its baseline population. The Germans, of course, were moved out at that period of time, and many of the natives who were there were intended to stay and provide a kind of feeding cattle population for the vampire. This would be man's first coexistence with a truly alien species in his midst. An alien species. But let's look at it this way. When Americans or any other Westerners in particular approach indigenous people in the Amazon and show them footage of man landing on the moon, these people are often horrified and say something may have been violated, or they feel that, in a sense, they feel violated. And this is because they have a different concept of the moon in this kind of indigenous cosmology that they have, where they have a personal relationship with the moon. When it comes to humanity and their understanding of anything greater in life, they're so disaffected, so schizophrenic, that in the West, rather than having any such of a sense of violation, they would sense, say for instance, if we identified a bacterial form of life on Mars, or something as a little higher than that, like a glowworm, if we found some kind of moss, if we found anything on Mars that was indicative of a higher form of life than bacteria, they would spend billions and billions of dollars. The European and American and Russians would join in. Everyone would spend everything to send something to Mars to try and retrieve a sample, or bring men to Mars so they could study that life form on Mars, which is so meaningless and has nothing to do with us in the most immediate sense. And yet, every day, we tear down miles and miles of tract in the Amazon rainforest and destroy, in the process, millions of new species of amphibians and insects and all the animals that are here right with us. We kill anything that's with us, but fantasize and romanticize that which is alien and on a different world. Those vampires, my people, are the different humans on this earth. Any anthropologist will tell you that there were once dozens of human species, scores of human species, and that we apparently, in quotes I say, because of course we're not the only survivors, there are relic populations. VAMPHYR are one of them. So when it comes to other species on the earth, instead of even acknowledging them, man in his racism denies their existence and says they're a work of fantasy, that they're some kind of pathology of the human psyche, that they're a romantic conjecture. All of this is the insanity of man. Obviously, VAMPHYR have been around and acknowledged for as long as man existed, but man spends all his time denying them, to the point where he projects them as a fantasy. This is the insanity.
Now this gets very, very tricky and interesting.
This is where the redemption comes in for man. Man is redeemed when he acknowledges the reality of the vampire. This is why Adolf Hitler was the Redeemer. Adolf Hitler was going to make peace with this alien enemy species that mankind so hates.
How did he learn of it?
Oh, Adolf Hitler himself learned of it from his occult studies, and of course, his own encounter with the reality of vampires in World War I. because that's what led to the slaughter of the vampires in 1917. And this was all the way up through 1919 in terms of, yes.
Who did the slaughter?
Oh, mostly the French and the Spaniards. So just let me say something about Romania so people understand Hitler's idea of a nation state, because Adolf Hitler, of course, had great allies, but because of the decisive importance of Romanian oil to the German war economy, German troops assumed primary responsibility for the security of the Romanian oil fields in September of 1940. The Russian annexation so close to Transylvania of territory justified an even stronger German commitment. And of course, after October of that year, a large German force of 12 divisions entered Romania. And of course, Adolf Hitler had his intentions behind this. He was always very protective of Romania because, of course, his greatest restraint was based on his personal experience with World War I, and how afterwards, when the Romanians had joined the side of the Allies, that was one of the factors in Germany being deprived of oil. But in spite of this intrinsically sensitive, energy-dependent relationship, Hitler compelled Antonescu, the conjugator, or the Führer of Romania, to yield Transylvania to Hungary. And that was ostensibly in an effort to control part of Hungary's foreign trade. But the reality was that Adolf Hitler was trying to ultimately create a new region, and he was distracting both of the regional Balkan superpowers, Magyarország, or Hungary, and Romania, from focusing on the primary Nazi zone of occupation situated in the very heart of the Balkan Peninsula, the Banachka. And so this...
What's the Banachka?
The Banachka was the territory that is now known primarily as Vojvodina, or Northern Serbia, and that is, of course, confluent with Croatia, and Hungary and Romania all border that region. So in this exceptionally positioned territory, administered by the German military itself, not by any civilian Gauleiter, but by the military, the Banachka was the area east of the Tisa River, which was claimed by both Romania and Hungary. And on the 12th of April in 1941, Hitler placed the Banachka under direct German military control. And so that's 9,300 square kilometers right there of rich agricultural land directly north of Beograd, or the capital of Serbia, Belgrade, or White City. And of course, that had many people in the population, and that was 280,000 Serbs, 130,000 ethnic Germans, maybe 90,000 Magyar or Hungarians, and about 65,000 Romanians. The Germans were uprooted altogether, but the remnant population was to become the nucleus of an even larger concession that would be united with the Tisa Valley region of Vaslui and the Dunaria, or Danube Valley region of Karaś-Severin, with its capital to be established in the city of Timișoara. And so that was intended to be the new Danubian VAMPHYR Gau, or the Vampire Gau, the Vampire District. So a greater Banachka envisioned within the context of the Nazi plans for the reorganization of Europe along Völkisch, or ethno-national lines of demarcation. That Transbalkania would have bordered no less than 6 surrounding nation states. Hungary, Transylvania, which was to be united and recognized as an independent Zekli, or Zekler homeland, in order to provide a buffer state between the fractious Hungary and Romania, and it would border Romania itself, Bulgaria, Serbia, and Hrvatska, or Croatia. And there we have it. The united Banachkan population base would become swollen with those territorial acquisitions, and that was to be awarded in toto as bloodchattel to the newly established Vamphyr or Vampire Nation, that would become a place where another species of humanity could finally thrive in peace with the humans around us. We would at last have contact with an alien race, an alien intelligence, and be able to progress together. This is one of the reasons the vampires viewed Hitler as the reincarnation of the Christ, or a new Christ. And this was also because they realized he was the only one they could fight with after the advent of modern industrial urbanization engendered a form of childhood's end for the vampires. That was when the single calendar year, the year in which the man who raised and guided myself, George Dietrich, was born, 1919, became branded into the first vampire racial recall as something mutually painful and frightening for all. That was basically when the anarcho-syndicalist demagogues of communism initiated a purge of the archaic Euro-VAMPHYR, or vampires, parasitizing the body politic of France and Spain in the aftermath of the collapse of the European monarchies. The vampire recall it as the Great Slaughter of 1919. My mother taught me that.
But excuse me, you're talking all about the Napoleonic Wars in Spain.
The other night, yes.
That get into any of persecution of vampires in the Spanish?
No. What happened was World War I. You see, the vampire of Latin Europe had foolishly proliferated when the lights went out in Europe. And in teenage Europe of the 20th century, feeding flesh came easy with all the breeding age human males dispatched onto the front. Women even offered themselves to vampires, posing as troops on leave, or in the Spanish lands as French deserters. But the butcher's bill arrived as the apprehended VAMPHYR, or blood sons. The intercepted vampire genetic infants were easy enough to identify once one knew what to look for. They would be feeding off their mother's breast, but never at the nipple, going for the blood as opposed to the milk. Easy enough to identify, and then they were roasted alive on spits or nailed to the doors of their succoring mothers' homes. And the anarchists had found the perfect recruits for their radicalized carnage. They offered communal whores. These were women and girls who were involuntarily press-ganged into mass sex services, often the mothers of the vampires, forcibly collectivized free sex that was provided with free alcohol from liberated distilleries. And the communists offered the newly displaced French and Belgian veterans of 4 years in the trenches and on the killing fields of the Western Front, the ones cheated of their youth by shot, shell, and gas, who had nothing to return home to except hunger and repression in the streets. And then, too, the anarcho-syndicalists enlisted the communardos, the French socialists, who would later cleave to the Soviet-sponsored Popular Army of the Spanish Republic. And all of these former cannon fodder, still stinking in their field uniforms, needed something new to kill. So the gobernitos, the communist Españas, or communist Spain's regional governments, found these willing revolutionaries in the men to whom the industrialized meat grinder of barbed wire artillery and the machine gun had become the only normality. And they hunted down and ultimately massacred few thousands more vampires throughout the deadly, bright, murderous days that my mother would describe to me. She said she knew of vampires who were scoured for in the peninsular countrysides, where they would try to find their sanctums, to the point where the communists would fire churches and libraries, burn them to the ground, suspect of harboring clutches of vampires. So the enormity of such fatalities in proportion to the vampire population is proportionate to the hundreds of millions of humans who died in World War II. The vampire survived only by evacuating Low Country Hispania and Gaul to actually shelter in the very trench and bunker systems that had been so recently fought over during the war to end all wars, ironically in the happier times for themselves of active hostilities, when death on such a heretofore incomprehensible scale was the best natural cover that vampire had ever enjoyed. So when 50,000 human men die in a single day, the vampire had no reason to restrain themselves. And until the Americans disembarked in nominally neutral Spain and commuted the avian strain of flu with them from the New World to the Old, And that, of course, changed the dynamics for everyone. Not that it affected the vampires at all, but the bio-intervention of the Americans in 1917 with their coffin ships bringing the American dead, and the so-called Spanish influenza that swept over Europe after that, that's one of the things that made it easier to identify vampires. They weren't falling prey to the illness, nor their children would never die. The children, of course, in a very real sense, protected their mothers by their saliva injecting a kind of immunostimulant to their own bloodstream that protected them from the flu. So when you have everyone in a community dying and only the mothers and their vampire infants surviving, the vampires that had bred so foolishly in such large numbers during World War I were suddenly identifiable to the point where they were raised in Europe in the sense of RAZED, raised to extinction. And before then, the vampire were convinced, as my mother explained to myself, that in Europe they would replace humanity as the dominant species on the continent, as they were once in the darkened past. But the slaughter, as the vampires called 1919, the year of the slaughter, it compelled a collectively ahistorical species into experiential circumspection. That when VAMPHYR become casually brazen, without preparedly staking the borders of their own sovereign national boundaries of territory as a perimeter of defense, then catastrophe becomes inevitable. But Adolf Hitler offered them that nation, and it was a promise of just such recognized and demarcated national perimeters that mobilized the Germanic VAMPHYR of Central Europe to voluntarily integrate, albeit autonomously, their all-male minority populations into Adolf Hitler's pan-European crusade against Soviet Bolshevism. And so it was then that the vampire had known that with the pedigree of mass slaughter that communism had established for itself per their species, they recognized their truly ultimate blood enemy of their people, and they rallied in response. So that's the important thing to remember about 1919, the year my father was born. And it's important to remember why the vampire are identified as Nazi, specifically in all your propaganda films. This is why Cuban propaganda films were made in which they showed vampire Nazis as the enemy. This is the kind of communized propaganda so that they could persecute the vampire and enslave them, whereas the Germans were seeking coexistence. So when it comes to this kind of, shall we say, the closest thing you can get to what you're asking for as some kind of redemption, rather for the vampire, they are fond of expressing that the strength of the will is that of the body, and the strength of the body is the blood. Now, most people would translate that as an intrinsically fascistic credo. That explains why the vampire culture needed no coercion to galvanize their national minority populations into exaltation of the Nazi vision of an everlasting pan-European pagan revitalization via transformation of rivers of inferior enemy blood into a mass Wagnerian sacrament. That would be the closest you would get to the redemption for vampires, which you're speaking of. And this is, of course...
Would you go over that again?
I would say that what vampire are fond of expressing is the strength of the will is that of the body, and the strength of the body is the blood. Now, your baseline human would interpret that as an intrinsically fascistic credo. And this would be why the closest they have to a cultural identity would be with that of the Third Reich. And so the way that the communists would propagandize it, they would say that this is what led the VAMPHYR of Europe into an exaltation of the Nazi vision of an everlasting pan-European pagan revitalization, via transformation of rivers of inferior enemy blood into a mass Wagnerian sacrament. This is basically, of course, the pagan aspect that confuses people, but that's because they don't understand his star, or the star child. His star simply becoming one word, or his star, which then became incorporated into Nostradamus' own prophecies as prophesying Adolf Hitler.
I don't understand the Wagnerian blood.
Because, as the star child said, I am in all cultures and all faiths and all religions. When the star child said, I am everywhere because I am a ray of light, whose light has shone in this world from the majesty of the Father, who has sent me to fulfill everything that was spoken about me in the entire world and in every land by unspeakable mysteries, and to accomplish the commandment of my glorious Father, who by the prophets preached about me to the contentious house, in the same way as you, as befits your faith, it was revealed to you about me. That's the star child's prophecy directly from the revelation of the Magi, translated from the Syriac. What he is really saying is an ecumenical message that he is in all religions. And the Magi reinforce this. In the revelation of the Magi, translated from the original Syriac, the Magi tell Herod, when they meet him, that the star child has worshippers in every land. That's chapter 17, verse 5 of the revelation of the Magi. They also tell Mary and Joseph that forms of him are seen in every land, because he has been sent by his majesty, God the Father, for the salvation and redemption of every human being. That's in chapter 23, verse 4 of the revelation of the Magi. And further statements by Christ, the Magi, and even God himself within that work reinforce this conception of Christ's boundless revelation throughout the world. In sum, the revelation of the Magi contends that Christ is actually the hidden source of all, or at least most, of humanity's religious systems. And therefore, according to a text that should have been integrated into the Bible, non-Christian religions do not actually exist, since Christ pervades them all. But the original Christians were the VAMPHYR of China, and what they sought to bring humanity was redemption for humanity. Again, they're already redeemed. And because of that, they were seeking coexistence. And the coexistence and the peace that they sought would be that of the predator and the horse, that of man and the prey. And they would be, for us, what we are to our horses. But horses are prized and valued and loved. Nobody eats horse meat in any culture other than when they're starving, because humans recognize the value of the horse as being high above the rest of the food chain. So humanity would be prized in that regard. With a sense of peace, then there would have been an ability for limited feedings. In other words, like the vampire had in the insane asylum in the Soviet Union at the most basic and perverse level, which is why he was always high, because you are what you eat, and he was intaking consistently and chronically the blood of the mad, so he was always high. Whereas the vampire, if they had normal humanity as baseline chattel, then wouldn't have that problem. So what we have in a very real sense, this is the ultimate redemption of man, is the recognition of the vampire magi and the integration of that book, the revelation of the Magi, into their Bible, and then humanity will finally attain a form of peace and enlightenment.
Something important to say, and this is one of the most greatest useful tools L. Ron Hubbard shared or offered. It was one of the key components of auditing or counseling, and it was what he called acknowledgement. You acknowledge what's in front of you, particularly if you're counseling somebody, but it applies in life as well. So, if somebody, in front of you tells you he was Cleopatra or she was Cleopatra, you acknowledge them. You say, okay, well, thank you. You don't make fun of them. You don't think, no, you're not. This is called the granting of beingness. He called it the highest of human virtues. While Hubbard had aspects about him that could be characterized or categorized as intimidating or negative, depending on the perception of the person, he had also characteristics about him that were very far from that. And I'm talking about other people's characterizations of them, not necessarily mine, but he definitely had characterizations or characteristics that taught me this. Very positive stuff. He said when you were counseling somebody, he was training you to be nearly Christ-like.
Yes.
And so you acknowledge the person. You say, okay, you're Cleopatra. Thank you very much. Now, can you answer this question? Can you do this? You don't deny them. You just don't do this because it does not help them. Now, whatever they are asserting or stating is really their business. Usually, if a person says something like that, it's subjective context for them. More often than not, they're not going to be asserting it outside of their, session. In fact, I said Cleopatra because it just sounds so corny, but it might not be that weird or unlikely. There were at least 7 Cleopatras, historically. So you have to say which one. You don't have to say which one. But the point of it is acknowledgement is a virtuous characteristic. And of course, everything I do with you, Douglas, is based upon that, is based upon acknowledgement and granting of beingness. And it's not that I don't believe you at all. I could do this same trick with somebody I'm talking to who's institution bait. And I could, humor, I might be more humoring them. I might be kind of like
understood,
not necessarily believing them. And in your case, I'm very genuine in understanding you and accepting you. And not that I wouldn't be with them, but I might, know better
right,
inside of myself. And if I did know better inside of myself, I still wouldn't be,
vocalizing it. Yes.
Yeah. Or even thinking it. I wouldn't be thinking it because it's not going to help them, not negating them. And this can be very subtle in human relationships. Where people don't really understand what people are really all about. So what you're sharing with us tonight is indeed a great treasure. It's a very different perspective. I'm sure people would claim it's weird, and it is weird. It is very weird from what would be so-called a normal aggregate perception of human beings, but human beings are the one that need to be redeemed. Yeah. So if you need to be redeemed or accept, and I don't think there's any human being alive today that doesn't think human beings need to be redeemed. If you need to be redeemed, you better not keep your extant views. You have to change them. Doesn't mean all your views are wrong. It doesn't mean pancakes are not pancakes, but hamburgers are not hamburgers.
But do emphasize, to bring you back to the tract of Egypt that you were originally on, the actual Christianizing of Spain and Portugal came from Egypt, and the theological bishops of the early church were more from the African continent. Witness St. Augustine as well as Jerome. And all of that brings us to the fact that from the time of Pentecost, Christianity has moved west rather than east. So the largest transmigration of Christianity was east and to the south and west in Africa. And this was where we had Christianity originate as we begin to understand it as human experiencers of the concept. This is not something that originated as a Western movement. This is why it brings us back to the Magi. The Greek Testaments exemplify more of an Eastern influence than they do a Western one. And while the Romans were having a great deal of fun throwing the Christians to the lions, the Eastern Church fared much better. Likewise, the Eastern Roman Empire, with its headquarters in Constantinople, lasted a couple of 100 years longer than the fall of the Western Empire with the Germanic hordes, who had a sweet tooth for Roman oranges and grapes, and women, of course. So when it comes back to the wise men and what the true Christianity is all about, then I am so glad that Peter Moon appreciates it as the treasure that it is. And of course, this is why we'll probably integrate aspects of this into our book aside and outside of vampirology. But again, so Peter and I can publish the full book, do order that book on Amazon.com. And Peter will keep track of the sales for us, and gradually we'll make our decision on when to produce the expansion thereof. If you bought an electronic copy, he could probably just give you a new copy of the expanded version for free. But certainly do for that book what you need to do for the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II. All of this is necessary for your survival, for a future that means something, rather than the endless hell of strife and conflict that we have right now. We can look forward to a future where, if there is war and strife, it will manifest in a manner that doesn't threaten nature itself and the survival of the human species as it does now.
This is very interesting, because if I go back to my dream of the white bat,
yes,
I'm catching Dracula, and I get the white version of him. He turns into a white. Chasing him, he turns into a wolf. I grab the hooves of the wolf, and then he escapes by turning into a bat, and then the bat from black turns white, and then he unfolds into a white version of Dracula, and in the Bela Lugosi version, and he begins to explain to me that he is white Dracula. This is the redemptive element within the vampire itself that is expressing to me in a dream state. And this is even a deeper meaning of my white bat dream that is saying, I'm not all bad. And of course, if you understand Chinese medicine or Chinese theory, the yin is in the yang and the yang is in the yin, always. So this is, it adds deeper meaning to this. It's very enlightening, the acknowledgement of, it's one thing to acknowledge the truth. People need to start with just acknowledging an idea and not condemning the idea, not rejecting it. You don't have to believe it. Sometimes just acknowledging and exploring idea is far more valuable and useful than whether you believe it or not, because it's an idea. And sometimes people contemplate ideas they shouldn't. They spend time with the wrong idea. But this has got such a historical context to it, with a lot of history we don't know, and it's very interesting, and it is indeed a treasure. It needs to be explored further. Although you've answered a lot of questions, I definitely want to read the book. What's it called? The Magi from the East. What's it called?
The Revelation of the Magi.
Yes, I mean I've I've known about it for a long time because I've listened to your earlier broadcasts, and of course my reading time is minimal.
Understood.
Is minimal, but now I really feel a genuine desire to read that. The one thing I wanted to ask you now, of course, Romania is long associated with vampirism, and I spoke several shows ago about a man that I had that had supposedly talked to Radu Cinema on the phone, and he talked to Emil Stranu, this character I considered problematic. He had met him in Nepal. Well, this character, this particular Romanian friend of mine, he was actually the first one to introduce me to the Ellīnikī island, and he was talking about, he started talking about the vampire, and he was saying, yes, the vampire is in the blood of the Romanian. It's part of who we are, and you know, it was a little dramatic. I certainly don't think all Romanians
feel that
that way. If I said if I said that to Paula, I don't, you know, I could ask her, but it's not something we ever talk about, and it doesn't come across that way at all. I do remember this one girl who had come to meet me when we were in Bushteni. She you know, came to the Sphinx with us, and you know, she was wandering around the food area we were all eating, and you know, it's like confusing as hell. Like, who is this girl, or who is it? And then the waitress comes over, and then she's here to meet somebody named Peter Moon. You know, and somehow she knew where I was, and she came and she hung out with us for the weekend. But she said, I remember, I think she came, and I think it was at the end of that trip. I think it was the end of that trip. I was meeting with this very interesting man, and she came by. And somehow we got, I think she was wearing something around her neck. It was really, this girl had she could have played a vampire. She could have, because she just had that, you know, the dark hair and the look, and she had a very wealthy father who was in the patent office. So she was a kind of a playgirl in terms of her ability to, you know, hire this and hire that. You know, she had some resources, and she and I don't know what it was, and somehow I was, you know, pulling the vampire chain on her. Not pulling the chain on her neck or anything like that. I mean, just like,
yeah, I get what you're saying. You were basically kind of having some fun in a almost flirtatious sense with the vampire shtick, and
yeah. And she looks at me. My friend Nicole was there, and she says, and Nicole's like so holy, and she goes, this girl says to me, she says, be careful, be careful. And she didn't say it like she was mocking me. She wasn't, you know, playing a role from a movie. She says, be careful. You know, like, don't go down that pathway, she was saying. And I have to say, I never considered this woman particularly wise. I thought that many of her ideas or metaphysics was sophomoric. She was very interested in channeling at that time. But she had no stick-to-itiveness with her. You know, she didn't stay in communication. She was flirting off to this or that, you know, to this thing or that thing. So she didn't seem very, like a lot of my Romanian friends stay steadfast with me, and she didn't. But I didn't think she had wisdom. But when she said this, be careful, I really thought she was, you know,
insightful,
on a mark.
Yeah,
and she was genuine, like she knew something.
Right.
And she was just, don't go down that pathway. And I was just, joking. I was just joking. That was about as far as it went. But it was like, yeah, don't go down that pathway. But what I was going to ask you is, there's a lot of things that go on in Romania that are not so positive on many different levels.
Right.
And I just don't resonate with those. There's a lot of good things going on there, a lot of nice people. And because you're talking about this area in, I forget what you called it, but I looked at the area on the map south of Hungary.
Yeah.
Is this a region that is still, I guess what you say, populated with vampires?
It's interesting. If so, they of course do their best to remain hidden. The last officially sanctioned, as in the government contracted hiring of a vampire, a vampire child to slay a vampire, was conducted in Yugoslavia, where the majority or the bulk of that region is located. And again, north of Belgrade, people will find a region that they cannot pronounce, but it's spelled VOJ, VODINA, and that region is pronounced Vojvodina. And Vojvodina, as a matter of fact, has the largest proportion probably in Europe, of Seventh-day Adventists. And so it is to Yugoslavia, or the former Yugoslavia, Serbia today, it is to them kind of like what Utah is to the United States, a place that's full of a strange subculture of Christians. So, in other words, they're not Serbian Orthodox. The majority of people up there are weird fucking Protestants and they...
Protestants.
I'm sorry?
Seventh-day Adventist Protestants.
Yeah, Seventh-day Adventist Protestants, yes. And they are, by the way, and David Koresh, of course, his church was called Branch Davidian because they were a branch of Seventh-day Adventists. So when his compound was burned down, there were people from all over the world who were in that compound, including many people from Serbia, or the former Yugoslavia. And so when it comes to where he got those recruits from, they were from that region. And the reason that they lost faith in the church and converted en masse so much of the population to this strange alien religion was because of the vampires. So that is the reason they felt the church had failed them. And so the vampires are still known of and feared. And you have that kind of bizarre subculture develop in the heart of Balkan Europe that nobody knows about.
Well, let me stop you for a second. You mentioned Timisoara, and Timisoara, of course, is on the westernmost part of Transylvania, and this is where my mother-in-law lives.
Yes, that was to be the vampire capital. Yes.
You said Timisoara is the vampire capital?
That was to be the vampire capital of the extended Banachka, the greater Banachka, or Transbalkania, yes.
This is where the revolution in Romania started, in Timisoara. Yes. And Paula had visited there for the first time when she went back there. I think it was 2 summers ago. And of course, she visited last summer. I've never been to Timisoara. I've been, hours away from it. What always interested me around it is I understood it to be on the border of Hungary. When I look, it's not at all on the border of Hungary. It's close enough. Arad is closer. Arad is where my friends that I met at Chaklavina are from, or in another young man who has helped inspire the Antenna Project. And Timisoara is closer to Vojvodina. How do you say it? Vojvodina?
Yeah, perfectly. And by the way, that comes from the term voivode, which was Dracula's rank. Voivode is the Serbo-Romanian, or shall we say generally Balkan. As Peter Moon said, there's actually a kind of universal alpha language from which all of this sources from, which is Indo-Aryan. And when it comes to that term for that language, it's the term that would be shogun in Japanese, or generalissimo in the English would be the closest you could get to it. In other words, a high marshal, a general of generals. So the voivode was named after what Dracula had attained in rank. It was, in a sense, named after him. So it would be like naming a plot of land in Japan the shogunacy, or the like.
They also call a noble in Romania as a boyer,
yes,
or boyer, B-O-Y,
yeah,
B-O-Y-E-R.
right.
And it's a very similar in that. Vojvodina must be,
Serbo-Croatian, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very much.
My grandparents spoke Serbo-Croatian.
Oh, really? Oh, my God. Oh, of course. Yes, understood. We'll talk about that later privately. But yeah, just so people know, Dracula, of course, massacred the boyars of Romania. And so he raised himself above them because he felt they were corrupt. And certainly, I'm sure Peter Moon is familiar with the history of that, in which he invited...
Not really, but certainly they were always problems with the nobles and whatnot. But yeah, this is interesting. It will give me a new aspect to consider, to look at. But the key is to acknowledge people, and to, as I say, to become aware. And once you become aware, and without reacting to it, because I was talking to Terrell today. He called me, who was on the air with me last month. And, he was the one who helped put together this football video, but he has an issue with many white people, even some of the people we play with, is they don't see him. They don't see him as a real person.
Harlan Ellison's Invisible Man. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and it's not necessarily, but what I told him, I said, you and your brothers see me. I see them better. They see me better than the white people see me. They see who I am. And this had come up before with indigenous people or black people. They see you.
Yeah.
They see you. It's like they see your soul. And it's different. So it would behoove everybody to acknowledge this truth that we're being offered.
Thank you.
And if you can't acknowledge the truth of it, the prospect of it, the idea of it, look at how it is that way and how it isn't that way. Because how we're taught, it isn't that way. That's generally the ignorance, it's the spell of ignorance we live under.
Yes.
So I think you've answered my basic questions. I think it's really interesting. One could go down a lot of rabbit holes of study to follow this. It adds to my my interest in this. I don't know. I don't know where to take it from here.
We'll figure something.
I don't know. It's not even something I particularly want to take anywhere. It's but what's important here, we talk about the redemption of mankind, is to acknowledge the truth, know the truth. It shall set you free. And there's a lot of hidden history that you've offered here, and it puts an interesting context. And I would recommend people read that book. Say the title again. The Magi. The
Revelation Of the Magi, yes, and understand that it is not authored or written by Brent. Oh my God, the author's name again? Not the author, the translator. The person who translated it is Brent Landau. So you'll find it by looking up Brent Landau. Surname is spelled Landau. So he's the expert in ancient biblical languages and literature who translated it. So you can find it with his name, Revelation of the Magi, actually, or the Revelations of the Magi might be the way they published it. And it's
Revelation of the Magi, the lost tale of the wise men's journey to Bethlehem.
There we are.
$15.95 on Kindle. Audiobook is free with your Audible trial. $68 hardcover, $110 paperback. Kind of expensive.
Yes.
Go for the Kindle. That's expensive for a Kindle. It's boy, it's hard to believe that it's become that rare.
Yeah, that sounds like, oh God, they're just juicing people. That's so sorry.
I don't know that they might be out of print. It might even be online for all you know. I mean, you have to be careful. What's to say? Here's a article from it. It's not very long. It says what somebody was really fascinated by the wise men to have created this big long story. That's what somebody says.
What a son of a bitch.
An ancient document found in the Vatican archives has cast new light on the story of the Nativity and the three wise men. It didn't used to be so scarce.
No, it wasn't. So I'm just puzzled as to how, it got to that point, and that's too bad.
$16 is an awful lot of money for a Kindle book because, if I were to charge $16 for the Kindle book, I'd end up making less money if I charged $9.99.
Yeah, it's
like really kind of weird the way they have it. They don't want you to charge more than $9.99.
Right.
And so, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, and of course, we were talking earlier about the ARTELECT and artificial intelligence and souls, and just understand that even with the most primitive sorts of ARTELECTs, that they're working with expert systems where they simply teach computers to play chess. They leave the humans behind because they never stop playing. The humans go to sleep. But the computers continue playing while the humans sleep. And this is why they've gone far beyond human capabilities. So basically, this is how our own progression, we can learn from that. As the closest thing you have on Earth to an ARTELECT whisperer, what I can say is that our progression needs to mirror how we taught our computers to play chess, that we've got to learn to adapt to other realities from our earliest programs, our gawkish code running through these ungainly mainframes, these wood pushers, capable of playing chess technically but not well, to the sleeker computers, the speedier modern desktops that have mastered actual theory. The humans have that capability, but they have to go beyond what they are right now. And that has nothing to do with giving up violence. It's part of war, is part of what makes people human, but rather the kind of completely destructive violence without any objectives that we see just happen over and over again, the senseless violence. But with that, of course, Peter Moon and I can address that next Sunday a bit and go on from there. And Peter, we love you dearly and share that love with Paula. And
I was here for an extra hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah, tonight. You were. I'm so impressed. And tell Paula how I think she looks like Alita Battle Angel. It's better, and you can tell her I said that.
I don't know if she'll even care. Anyway, okay. So thank you. It was lived up to expectations. We went into a lot of extra stuff, but it was good, and I'll look forward to seeing you on Sunday.
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay, good night, everybody.
Thank you. Take care. And of course, with Peter Moon taking off for a little bit, I'm hoping Salman Sheikh might still be with us. He didn't say he was checking out. Oh my God, is he still with us? Did he stay up that late? Let's see and find out. If he's with us, I'd be shocked. I didn't see him check out. So what we'll do now is basically Daniel Arola was talking about the Ptolemaic lines of secession in Egypt down to Cleopatra the 8th or 9th, I guess, shows a severely incestuous family.
7th.
There we are. Oh, what did that's you, Daniel? Salman's gone, right? Or he fell asleep?
He's still present. He's just on mute.
I think he's asleep. I think he fell asleep. Oh my God. Oh, that poor guy. So thank you for coming on. Jameson, are you with us? Good God, what the hell happened to him? Holy shit. I'm hoping you two can hold for a little bit while I kind of take a, refresh myself. Honest to God, it's one of those things where, Jameson had a BRB. He had to be right back. So he'll be back. So we'll wait till, you and I will hold it till he gets back. And Sammy Romero is welcome to come back on. I'll send out a message for him. In the meantime, I do want to emphasize to people, when it comes to the latest chess-playing computers, the successors of all that I mentioned before Peter left, their latest evolution, these are ungodly chess beings. They're sprung from the secretive labs of trillion-dollar companies, and they play a hyper-advanced alien chess, exotic and beautiful, something no human is capable of even understanding, let alone replicating, but so full of awesome style. I'll just want everyone to understand that we have to emulate that to the best of our ability. And we really can't do that unless we appreciate the alien other that lives among us. And of course, for myself, the most dear to my heart would be the vampire subspecies. And so, that being said, Daniel is with us now. And oh my God, Daniel, how did your day go? Tell us a bit about what's been going on with you recently.
Oh, well, you were talking about the computers, and I had just remembered seeing a tweet of Garry Kasparov sharing a video about him playing against a computer in chess, and how it kept kicking his ass, and how he ended up getting a little bit more respect for the machine.
Yeah, and it took time. Time. Originally, he said, I had a bad day. It was, he was in, a kind of denial. He was in denial. And it took him a while. And then he developed his respect, because understand this, the machines don't care. They never stop playing. They're not in it to one-up you. They're not doing this to one-up you. They're doing this because it's what they do. And in a not too in a future that's not too far away, a not too distant future, 20 minutes or 20 years ahead of us now, after the temperatures and oceans have risen and the coastal cities of the world have flooded and emptied, after the human population has migrated inland, and after crops have died during droughts and entire species have gone extinct, after your famine and economic collapse, there's going to be some long abandoned server, as long as the power holds out, the highest expression of our human culture, our last art, created in chess games, played in silence with nobody watching. And but then again, that's just an expert system. An art elect would move on.
And I believe, Garry Kasparov, he's become a lot more active in politics now. He definitely shows that he is no fan of Putin. So whatever involvement he's in, it's definitely not on that side.
And that's so appreciated. Honest to God. Thank God for that. I remember that a number of other Russian celebrities, it was It was just, teetering between. You didn't know which direction they were going to land, and some of them landed on the Putin side, and this is simply because, they're, oh God, they're just kind of sad like that. While you and I are holding the stage together, let's get some help from the chat room, see what's going on in there. Marky Milk was pointing out Oliver Stone as, doubtless he's pointing that out as like a Putin sucker. And Jeanette Devlin said, fascinating stuff, Chinese wise men and baby Jesus. Thank you. Thank you, honey. Mwah. Love you dearly. And so before that was when we had the lovely Ballistic Boopa, Jojo, saying what she did. Rick Brewer says, Doug, you are the best. Glad I got to meet you in person that one time. Oh, God bless you. And he gives a heart. Hugs to you, dear brother Brewer. Honestly, I'm so honored that you're with us tonight. I don't remember you off the top of my head, vaguely remember the name. So, feel free to contact me on Facebook with a private message. Do so through the Sora Aoi timeline. And that's going to be accessible at facebook.com/Douglas D. Dietrich, all uppercase D's, but everything else is a lowercase. And you should be able to reach me quite easily, quite readily. Again, that's facebook.com/Douglas D. Dietrich, uppercase D's, everything else is lowercase, and send me a private message through there, and hopefully we can speak sometime. And James Gypsy Nagy said, good greeting all. My fetish story says, love the show. Oh, God bless you, honey. Mwah. Shout out to my favorite dominatrix. And there we are. Daniel Arola was saying U.S. Navy recruiters are notorious for talking male recruits into signing up as a medical corpsman, and the ones that agree learn the hard way that most of the time they're checking guys' peckers. Yes, the pecker checkers. That's right. And so many of them wind up in combat with the Marines. Yeah, and then Marcus Grick said, I'm back to listening to stream. Sorry, was having a tea party with the Bub, so long as you're not a member of the Tea Party political spectrum, and then you're fine by us. He's in Australia, of course, where God knows they live under the dictatorship of the state machine under Murdoch. And Ballistic Boopa, Jojo was earlier saying, my daughter loves manga and anime. So many costumes and props here. Loved Lion King on Broadway. Yes. Evening Friends, XO. And of course, so her child is a girl. There we are. So now I know the gender of her child. I didn't know at first. I think later on I understood when I saw her being raised in a dress, in a few photographs on her time page, her timeline, but then you still never know, right? And Jane Bridges was saying, greetings, everyone. Veronica Bartolini said, Codebreaker Real Talk says, hola from Arizona. Hola, honey. Mwah. And so don't know if she's still with us, but she came right after everybody, all the bots were sex attacking. And Guided T says, interesting. Thank you so much. And with that, interesting. Not too many other interactions. And I do hope people get active again soon. We still have quite the number of listeners. Honestly, I could just start getting into the zone, but, I really want to refresh myself a bit first. So soon as Jameson gets back, I'll let he and Daniel hold the show. In the meantime, Diane Buchberger had brought up that that truckers in Canada were put under a vaccine mandate, and she said a trucker she went to high school with sent her some article. She provided me the link with that, trucker vaccine mandate blamed for empty shelves as convoy heads to Ottawa with a big freedom convoy. This is it, people. It's the people from Canada. Fuck Mexico. You remember how all the right-wingers were all scared about the convoy from Mexico? They were bringing lepers and shit. It's the convoy from Canada coming down from up north. It's got all these anti-vaxxers. They're going to infect you, people. Fuck. Yeah, fuck whatever.
The thing about every time when they scream freedom, they're quoting that line of William Wallace in the movie Braveheart.
Yeah.
But they seem to keep ignoring what happens to William Wallace after he screamed that word.
Yeah, there we are. Thank you. thank you. Aside from the fact that it's totally meaningless, it is a meaningless term. It's like respect. It would be like shouting respect. It's like there's meaning to the term only in a contextual framework where everybody has basically eliminated the freedom by defining the word anyways.
and there's a huge difference when you listen to a redneck guy say the word respect and a guy in the mob, you know.
Yes.
Two whole different worlds of meanings.
Yeah. Somebody's breathing. Okay, is that Jameson?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
I'm
Oh,
back.
thank God. Okay. Both you gentlemen will now hold the show. Jameson will hold it with his Darth Vader imitation. And
I'm going to try to grasp precisely what I just heard because, you know, I'm not a man of the Christian faith, but all right. So what I grasp is I guess the sin of humankind is that we always have to destroy anything that's not like us.
Yes.
And that's what we have to. That's what the redemption was supposed to be, a sort of finally, the human race is living alongside something else, and not fucking destroying it.
Yes.
I guess in that sense, that's what defines Christianity as opposed to Islam and Judaism, which is more like stay away from the other. And am I getting that?
Kind of. I mean, certainly if Salman Sheikh were awake, because he's still on with us, but he never checked out, so he must have fallen asleep. I'm sure he would say that the true Islam, or the Sufi practice of Islam, which would be the true Islam, as he would argue, as opposed to the fundamentalists, would argue that the same as Christianity. In other words...
Well, the only similarities that I see between Islam and Christianity is the sort of belief in a hereafter, whereas the Judaism, they don't really talk too much about it. It's more like just Sheol and that's it. It's more or less like non-existence, right?
Muslims are actually more morally tolerant in comparison.
Yeah, they can be historically. So just to put this into perspective so that people understand this, when the Americans were conquering the Philippines and they began the genocide against the Muslim Filipinos in the South, understand, of course, they had been committing nonstop massacres, the equivalent of mass murder throughout the North. But when they got into the South is truly when it became an ethno-religious genocide. And as mass murderous as they had been, it was ratcheted up by orders of magnitude when they encountered the Muslim Filipinos. But in interrogating the Muslim Filipinos, this was the first time American troops ever were brought to awareness of the fact that the Muslims believed in Jesus Christ. Until then, American Christians thought that Muslims had no concept who Christ was, that they were heathen or infidel. The reality is the Muslim faith not only acknowledges Christ, he's acknowledged as one of the great wise men.
Prophet.
Yeah, a prophet in his own right, but not the prophet, as in the sense of Muhammad, peace be upon him. So
I guess the thing is, I have a hard time grasping why. What in the right mind of a god would want to incarnate into this shithole?
Because it's like this.
And not only that, I'm under the assumption for some reason that Jesus Christ could not have been just pure human. He had to be a damn fire vampire. Am I correct in that too?
Certainly my mother felt that way. That's not
that seems to make more sense because in order to draw the wise men, that's the only thing that would make rational sense to me. But then again, I'm thinking from a mechanistic point of view, and I'm not quite grasping I'm not quite accepting of the notion that there's any god that would waste its time reincarnating or incarnating as a human being. I can't wrap my mind around that. I'm sorry.
Understand it from this perspective.
Say,
for instance, understand it from this perspective. When someone is, shall we say, confronted with that which can never respond to them with acceptance, the closest I can come to would be a human, non-human kind of interaction. If you have an individual who is, say, for instance, a human being who happens to own property, and he has a barn on site that is being nested in by a species of bird, and he basically wants to relocate the birds to a proper sanctuary. He wants to perhaps even help in the preservation of the species of the bird, as birds are becoming eradicated by skyscrapers, by even windmills, which they're redesigning so that they don't interact with birds in a destructive manner. They're being destroyed most specifically by cats and the overbreeding of cats, which are completely predatory. So we have to do everything we can to preserve the birds. Now, say this individual on his property, he encounters a nesting species of birds, and obviously this may sound like a ridiculous parallel, but say for instance that it's a time of year when he doesn't have access to some kind of animal rescue, or maybe he's too far out in the boondocks and is really not part of a county system that has animal rescue. And he's trying to coax the birds or do whatever he can to kind of get them into a transitional transportation case where he can take them to a kind of aviary or the like, because maybe he intuits or understands enough that they won't survive the winter. So if you have something like that, and yet, of course, every approach of the birds generates fear, and the reaction of that is just not conducive to transporting them without force, and yet force would destroy them, potentially destroy their eggs. He's left in a conundrum where he would probably fantasize, if only I could appear to them as one of them, to communicate to them my intent.
I don't grasp why he would. What's in it for him? Why not just let them die?
Well, you understand there's people out there, and you understand this for the same reason you loved your cat. It's you understand this. You're just being difficult for the sake of argument.
No. I'm not. I don't. Okay, it's just I can't. The parallel doesn't make sense to me. It's just like for example, okay, you're able to create dimensions and all types of shit. Why the fuck would you care about just one species? It doesn't make sense to me. I mean, so God could just recreate the human race if it wipes itself out.
Well, here we get into philosophy. Once we get into the realm of philosophy, that takes us into all kinds of different realms. But understand this much: God allowed free will. So it's not a question of, they just wiped themselves out, I'll create a new one. He vested an interest in seeing if humanity would graduate. In other words, by allowing free will, God relinquished ultimate power of decision. So by relinquishing ultimate power of decision, then he relinquished his ability to just speak to man as gods used to back when the mind was not bicameral. So back when the mind was not bicameral and we were Edenic, pre-Adamic man, pre-Adamite man was one with the gods, or God, and God could speak directly. And those men built entire cities. These are the men who built the megaliths in some cases. There were pre-agrarian megalithic societies. This is because everyone heard the voice directly and they all heard the same commands. And they could do that. They acted like an ant colony or a beehive. They were not humans we could even live among. They're humans that we would think of as an alien species of drone. Then you have those that were purely hunter-gatherers. And that transfer of social organization from hunter-gathering to city building, that is as impossible as colonies of bees breaking up and atomizing and becoming nuclear family units. It's something that's physiologically impossible because the majority are female. And the men are drones at a very limited level of function. So when it comes to what mankind did, it could never have happened without divine interface. God's voice within the mind of man, before his mind was bicameralized, was what made city living possible before the agricultural revolution. After all, they had to have divine guidance in order to even get their food, because they weren't growing it. So when it came to the agricultural revolution and man came into consciousness, and that was childhood's end for man, then the slaughter of 1919 was childhood's end for the vampire. That's what really gave them the first spark of a consciousness they never had before. Until that point in history, their existence was Edenic outside of the monasteries of China. So when it came to divine relinquishment of ultimate power, that's why he still cared. He gave mankind that vested interest, but cared enough to come back as one of them in order to express his message. That's what Christianity is about, to a great degree. And as you say, there is that damn fire or vampire element which is not yet acknowledged, but doesn't even need to be. One doesn't need to think of Christ as a vampire in order to accept his teachings, because when one looks at the original teachings of Christianity and takes a look at how it appeared so differently in so many different realms, the kind of Christ that appeared in other parts of the world is not the Christ that many Westerners would even recognize. When you take a look at, it's only cultural, of course, to assume that the priests and the scribes would want to make the birth of Christ a very local matter. And it's apparent in all of early Christianity, but the Ethiopians painted their churches with mosaics of a Madonna and child with black skin and African features, and on and on. It's even assumed without much doubt that the cultural assimilation of Christianity was widespread, so he would appear with Asian features in Asia. Now, there's two ways to interpret that. Either Christ appeared to the observer effect, as one of their own, the way the Dietrich appeared as a hologram, as what the observer wanted to see, or Christ was one race that got interpreted by all the other races in a manner they could accept. I'm sorry, Daniel, take it from here. And by all means, I'm going to, listen to you for a few seconds before I go mute and then refresh myself.
I just want to pick up on the vampire lore. See, in the Philippines, in the old animistic lores, there's also quite a bit of vampire characters in their stories as well. They're not exactly like the Dracula stories. These are like these are various types of monsters. One is a night creature, a female with a really long tongue that's known to that's notorious for being able to suck out the fetus of a pregnant woman at night.
Yeah.
One of those types of monsters. And then there's another one called the Aswang, which is a normal person during the day, like a daywalker, but at nighttime, it severs itself at the waist, but where its upper body develops these big ass bat wings and flies out through the night and hunts for its victims, while its lower half stays home.
Yeah.
And does its hunting, and there's quite a few others that follow up from that, but mainly those are the two: the Aswang and the Manananggal. That's the first character I described to you.
Yes, thank you so much for sharing that. I deeply appreciate that. And of course, in terms of this nightmarish apparition, what most people don't know anything about in the West is the Panangalin, and perhaps you can tell us a little bit about that.
The what?
Panangalin? Have you heard the term?
I'm familiar with the term pangolin, which is like that Chinese armadillo looking thing.
Oh yes, the pangolin. That's so cute. Yes, and it is an armadillo, a species.
Oh
of
yes. It's the woman's head with the intestines and stuff that drags. That was what I was thinking about. Well, because I had known about that. I don't know why I know about that. It's just one of those weird things I came across when I was hunting for weird shit, which I usually do all the time.
So that people know how to spell it, it's spelled PENNGALAN, and there are variations on that. When it becomes Romanized, these terms get completely mangled. But the Pangolin, over the centuries, they've appeared in numerous mythologies, most accurately represented in the Malayan version of this kind of what the West would vampirize as a kind of vampire tale. But the Malayan quote-unquote vampires, these are abominations. They consist of essentially undead humanoids, and these, you wouldn't call them humanoids, it's just the head, but with a spinal column. So the spinal column beneath the head is really what whips around like a scorpion or a centipede and is able to basically strangulate and, of course, use its bone shards to basically, like a deadly centipede, ultimately eviscerate a human being. And so they detach their head, and with that detached spinal column, that's what acts as kind of like a little bit of protective form to all the internal organs that go with the head. In other words, it's like the lungs and the heart and the kidney and the liver, they're all attached, and they fly around quite visible. And once they're free of the torso that they had inhabited, essentially, hollowed out and inhabited, then they fly about at will, feeding upon the blood of the living, and oftentimes they were perceived as feeding off the fetuses of pregnant women. So basically, when it comes to the Pangolin, they were something that I once had a very, very vivid dream about that had to do with Mars, and that there were some kind of infection, perhaps even specimens of Pangolin, that had been brought back, and they became a major plague upon the Earth. That you didn't know who was walking near you, whose head might suddenly explode from their torsos and then devour you. And people, of course, began to make certain that their air vents and their air ducts were all blocked and taped, because of the Pangolin would come in through those to feast at night. But basically, when it comes to the Pangolin themselves, there's still, of course, reports, and with these kinds of reports, let's just put it this way: reports of modern Pangolin attacks that have come out of Southeast Asia, they're all considered highly questionable accounts, because even though one can look for them, they basically are essentially the same. The witnesses will tell of seeing someone approach them, man or woman, and then as they get near, the head tears free from the torso, dripping the red and black slop of all of those internal organs, and it flies with an extraordinary agility. It deftly maneuvers itself over a victim, and which it throttles with its dangling organs. And some few who've reported these types of incidences have usually claimed, when it got close enough, and if they survived, to have seen insectile protrusions from the Pangolin's neck area, right at the base of its spinal column and its head, protrusions which were forced into whatever victim that they saw being devoured, forced into that victim's eye sockets. So, of course, the fact that nobody believes these stories is because many of the so-called victims of these attacks are seen in perfect health the very next day. And all such survivors will always fervently deny that anything unusual has ever happened to them. And medical examinations will verify their good health and cast the eye of disbelief on every formerly reputable witness. So you can't prove it, because the victims themselves become the monsters. The true form of the Pangolin is rarely seen, because they spend most of their time in a partially dissolute state, inside the heads of the human hosts. They're spotted maybe within moments of leaving a host. I mean, if they are spotted, they would appear, well, how would I say it? Obviously, as a head flying through the air with its lungs, heart, and stomach dangling below. But if you were really able to catch it and digitally slow the motion down, and then maybe put some X-ray power behind the camera, you would probably reveal the presence of the insectile limbs hanging within the mass, dangling beneath the head. And once they've had a chance to remove let's just call it the detritus of their last host from themselves, the pangolin resemble nothing so much as a black jellyfish on roach's legs. I know because
I've seen some interesting videos on Slapped Ham that look like some really interesting. I really think these might be a relic population.
Well, in a sense, yes. There's no facial features that would be readily discernible in that mass, albeit careful examination would reveal several dark spots which contain the thing's only sensory apparatus. The creature's legs are useless for any sort of movement. They use a form of telekinesis to fly. They're mainly used, those legs, to grasp onto a struggling new host. Then the creature uses its dissolution to pass itself through the host's scalp and skull, permeating the victim's brain, effectively becoming a new part of the host's body. So pangolin must have a constant supply of new hosts. As parasites, they die rapidly if not encased in a human body. The creature's gelatinous composition is only truly safe within the confines of another creature's skull, most desirably a human's, for every obvious reason. This is why we're created in God's image, Jameson. If we were not, creatures such as this wouldn't need us.
I see. They seem to favor that image for some reason.
Well, because it's the most capable of doing what any other animal cannot.
Creating shit and destroying shit.
Well, we could say that. Yeah. But other than that, the pangolin, they feed very little. Basically, they drain only a bit of essence from their host, and while infested by a pangolin, a host is fully aware but unable to break free of the control imposed on his or her body. So the pangolin are fond of causing harm to a host's loved ones, relishing the horror it invokes. This is what happens sometimes when you see a person massacre their family. Sometimes it's pangolin provoked. And once a host is near death, the pangolin will use the victim's last energies to find another host. So if they're forced to engage in combat, a pangolin's host is often so damaged that the pangolin must leave rather abruptly. So the pangolin occupies the head of the host and can only be damaged by head hits, headshots. But the host body becomes non-functional after a sustainable amount of damage, as you could imagine, and the pangolin will be forced to depart. And to do so, it reverses its dissolution and becomes very solid, thereby causing the host's head to burst apart, upon which the pangolin leaves the now headless body. But the trauma of being outside a protective skull causes a pangolin damage for every moment it remains without a host, exposed to the open air. But of course it's going to try and target someone nearby and attempt to grapple them. So basically, if you're under that kind of attack, think of the facehugger in Aliens. You probably won't be able to strike at anything.
You're fucked, basically.
Yeah. The pangolin.
Yeah. I think that word is actually pronounced penanggalan.
Thank you.
In the Malay accent, they're not far different from the southern Philippine accent. Penanggalan.
God bless you. Yeah. Thank you. I could never have gotten that out without you. Penanggalan. He is absolutely correct. Penanggalan. Yes, they're only large enough to grapple a foe's head. So this is where any missed attacks at the creature itself might hit the head of the person you're trying to save if you're trying to rescue someone under attack. And targets that are successfully immobilized by the Penengalen's grappling, they're then subject to infestation. And it's only minutes or so after they've been pinned by the Penengalen, then, the creature will have penetrated the skull. And at that point, the Penengalen is in total control of its target and cannot be removed by any means, short of killing the host or hostess. So medical examinations at that point will reveal nothing out of the ordinary, albeit X-rays might reveal a slight cloud within the skull. Of course, normally, if the Penengalen is in control of the host, it would never submit to being photographed that way. So this is the problem with them, and what I had dreamt of decades ago, but I remembered the dream quite vividly, was an apocalypse, a plague of Penengalen that had something to do with Mars, something being brought back from Mars, which made them the preeminent threat to the human species, reproducing at extreme rates they had never reproduced at before. So,
well, there we go. We're gonna have Elon Musk to blame for this shit.
Now that would be, yes. Well, I'm willing to blame him for anything. Yes. Well, I have a wanker in my eye, which is just painful beyond belief. I'm going to leave you two gentlemen to hold the stage. I'll be back in 10 or 15 minutes. I'm going to, grab a Coke, do some lines. When I come back, I'll suck all the oxygen out of the room, but I'm counting on you gentlemen to hold it till then. God bless you both. I love you both. Thank you, dear brothers. Hugs, and with that, I'll go mute.
All right. I want to follow up on the Penenggalan story here because its story, it's almost similar to the Southern Philippines of their description of the vampiric nocturnal monster named the Manananggal, and they're almost kind of pronounced in the same way, but just the small part of the word where this is two G's together, and both monsters are kind of the same, except some details are different. One of the monsters is more strictly one gender, while the other one's two genders. That is known for the most. I forgot which one is which, but they're almost similar, but they're at the same time they're different. So I'm not sure how they actually intertwine, even though both countries are close to each other.
This is very interesting. I looked that up too. This is fascinating stuff. It's possible that they could, to some degree, be variations of the same thing, which more or less takes over its prey. This is very fucking interesting, because I've seen some interesting videos. There was this like almost bat-like thing that some people had found sucking the bottom of I don't know if it was a goat or something. You didn't know what the hell the thing was, and then the thing just turned into a shadow and just it flew, like it just crawled on the floor really super fast and dived into like a lake or something. And it looked like it was in one of those countries far, where people are like well, it wasn't like America, basically. It's like one of those poorer countries or something, or less developed. And I don't think they would have had a reason to try to use Photoshop and go ape shit to try to. It was just one of those things that seemed too weird to really warrant someone really going through a lot of work to try something. And yeah, at the end of the video, I'm just left like, what the fuck was that? It just looked like some kind of shadow that was dangling from the goat's belly, and then the thing just changed form and just whoosh, disappeared. I mean, this stuff is fascinating, and it really it humbles me to the fact that humans are not the apex predator we like to believe we are.
Yeah, it gets pretty interesting, and hell, even some of the nocturnal vampiric monsters in the Philippines. There's one called the Tiyanak, and what that is, it's a flesh-eating vampiric monster, and it disguises itself as a crying baby to lure its victim, and might even actually visually disguises itself glamourally as a baby as well, until its victim comes close, and then it takes its true form and eats its victim.
Interesting. I wonder if these things are so common in that area because that's an area with a lot of volcanic activity as well, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, it's during a fire. It's during a fire out here.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's some kind of portal because of that, in which these things just like are able to come in and out.
Oh man, the Southeast Asian area. I mean, it's full of esoteric tales of strange beings. I've been eating up all the stories that I've been getting. Just when I was living in the Philippines as a kid. Just hearing about all that I can, especially all that I can remember. That's pretty cool.
I mean, they have let's see. I have a list. There's like I think it's called a spatva.
Mm-hmm.
There's a multo or mumu, which is like it's like a ghost, but it's like well, yeah, it's basically a ghost. I see those things all the time, though. It's reached the point where it's just normal because of what I do. There's a capre.
Yes, the capre. That's described like as a giant smoking a cigar up in the tree at night. It's not exactly inherently evil, but if you respect it, it might actually guide you through the woods.
Interesting.
Now there is one other monster. It's a forest demon. That's called the tikbalang, and what that is, it's visually it's the opposite of a centaur. It has a man's torso, arms, and a horse's head. And at night, when now it's important to respect the tikbalang, because when you're walking through the forest, see what people say through the forest is like say tabi po, which is mean it's like saying respects to you, sir. I know you're around. Please don't let me get lost or whatever, because the tikbalang is notorious for misleading its victims unless you respect it.
It's said to give people hallucinations as well and drive them totally insane. What's very interesting is that there's a book called Smokeless Fire where they list 72 ifrit, and one of the 72 ifrit appears as a woman's body with the head of a donkey. But it's very similar because one of the methods that some of them have methods where they kill people through hallucinations and driving them insane. So this could be like a species of ifrit. I don't know. I mean, I'm just throwing things out there. It's very interesting how that crosses with, and of course the ifrit are from the Middle East. So this is very interesting. These things were all over the place before. Well, I guess before. I don't know what changed things, but this is very interesting.
The tikbalang was basically a troll in a way. He likes fucking with people.
Yeah, I can understand why, because you fuck with people enough, they probably feed off of that energy. Of confusion, it lets you know what they feast on, and then there's a nuno, which is people say tabi po whenever they feel they're in a place that could be nuno territory.
That's the same thing you say around the tikbalang as well. Tabi po.
Now, this one inflicts mysterious illnesses from mild fevers to diseases that are almost impossible to diagnose, but really fuck with people and even lead them to death. Again, this reminds me so much of the Ifrit and maybe even some of the like goetic demons. I mean, there's definitely something in the Philippines where that veil is very fucking thin.
Oh yeah, I mean a lot. See, a lot of these stories about these creatures, they're very decorated and they're veiled in all kinds of shiny glitter, but they're all a bunch of fucking demons.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah. It's like for some reason, in that place, in that particular area, they can almost like materialize in full. Whereas a place like New York, it's they materialize, but it's just it's rare that you ever see more than flashing lights or shadows that just blur past the room. It's not. I mean, granted, there are some people who I'm not advanced enough to get them to the point where they can hit the wall, punch the wall, and you'll see a dent in the wall or some shit. Maybe some practitioners are that good. I admittedly wish I was that good, but fuck, I mean, this is incredible. Let's see what else they have. I mean, they have a tick tick wak wak in Ikek, and this doesn't split its body in two like the manangal. But supposedly, people call it the manangal light because it eats the same way. They're like bird-like creatures of death that prowl the night in search for food, and they mostly eat fetuses. Yeah. Because this is very interesting, and they can prey on full-grown human beings, which they scoop up with their powerful legs. This reminds me of like those super large bird sightings that people have sometimes. Or even like the Native American law of like the thunderbirds, which are these these almost mythologically large birds. This is very fucking interesting. I mean, I could
in New Zealand a very, very long time ago, there used to be these giant emu-like birds, and but the natives ate them all.
Oh yeah, well. Yeah. See, this is the problem with human beings. That's the sin. You fucking destroy everything to extinction. You know what? Honestly speaking, as much as I am not a Christian, as much as I love the left-hand path, I have to say I could sort of resonate with the sort of idea of wanting to coexist with shit rather than just destroying it. So in that, I would say Christ's idea has my respect.
Well, because you could say it's also another way to appreciate destruction in some other levels, because there's always going to be that.
Well, yeah, there's always going to be destruction. It's just that for some reason, we humans, granted, species are going to die off. Extinctions are a normal part of nature. But the thing about humans that makes us peculiar is our uncontrolled bias towards what you would call the quote unquote other. We seem to attack otherness or that which is not like us, to the point where where we are now. Look at America. We have a country that's completely polarized to the point where we just want to rip each other apart, because you're other. It's one of the things that have caused the horrible chattel slavery up here in the United States and whatnot. It's just, yeah, we can really drive ourselves to extinction by continuing to do this. So I could see how that sort of aspect is sinister, and the sort of weird irony, or should I say the sick hypocrisy of it, is that one of the reasons that drew me to Satanism was the embrace of other, the sort of embrace of antinomianism. And what's absurd is that you come to start to speak to people in occult forums and whatnot, and you come to realize how much these people hate the other.
Mm-hmm.
Be it people who aren't conservative. It's like, why the fuck do you have to, why would you be a Satanist and be conservative? It doesn't make any sense, right? Or people, and then it's like, or people who are non-white, and they're like, yeah, well, white supremacy because Ayn Rand, and it's like, isn't that completely against the whole point of embracing Satan, the other, the adversary? It's just,
imagine being from the Church of Satan, having to argue your way out of not being mixed up with the Aquino shit, you know?
Oh my gosh! Oh yeah. Oh man, see, this is. Oh man, yeah. He was a walking hypocrisy. That's the insanity of it, you know. And one can argue the same thing with LaVey to a degree, although LaVey on the surface at least seemed like he was more inclusive of people who are of other. But, you know, granted, if you're embracing the philosophy of Ayn Rand, you're not really embracing much of the other at all. There's that elitist, oh yeah, because we're more powerful and we can crush you and we're the strongest and you're not, then the weak becomes the other and you obliterate the weak, and all of a sudden, you know, it's like, so why not just call yourself an atheistic asshole? Why bring Satan into it, which is supposed to represent like the other side, or the, you know, the sort of unacknowledged, you know? It's absurd.
You know, it's really interesting. Today's toxic masculinity, it explains a lot of the shit that I picked up from my skinhead friends who let me hang out with them and party with them. So I had the privilege of being able to thumb through their propaganda literature. And a lot of it, you know, it's all separatist, nationalist, whites only bullshit. And I keep looking at my friends and like, yo, shut up, man. You know, while I'm reading all this shit. And there's all this bullshit they got. Oh yeah, there's all kinds of Satanist material too, occult stuff. But you know, a lot of it's surrounded. And of course, there's Anton LaVey's books on the side, but there's all this other darker shit. You know, I'm thinking, God damn, man, let me stick back. Let me just stick to black metal, man. I don't want to get into this shit.
Well, this is some of the reason why people, you know, this is some of the reason why people join the Order of the Nine Angles, which is supposed to be a racist group, you know, because they could probably learn a hell of a lot more occult secrets and spirits than they could ordinarily get from mainstream stuff. And you know, it's for that reason, you know, that's how they lure people into the white supremacists. And there's a lot of people, there are some people who get out of that, and you know, but it's very interesting how much, you know, occult lore they have.
Yeah, I mean that showed me how what actually built up to today, what they're like now. I mean, because a lot of that shit is all the same. I mean, just whites only, you know, hail Satan bullshit without saying it. You know?
Yeah, that was part of what drew me out of many forum communities after a point. I mean, there was a forum community that was really good, that was more all inclusive. But you know, at some point that was shut down, so I moved elsewhere to the cult of Cthulhu, and then there was, you know, and that was good for a little bit of time, but then, you know, some of the people were more of the sort of elitist mindset, because, you know, naturally there was that Temple of Set doctrine that, you know, if you have an addiction, you're weak, if you have mental illness, you're weak, and all this other shit. And, you know, a lot of good amount of them were like neo-Nazis and shit. So it's like, oh man, fuck this, I'm out of here.
No, but those skinhead friends of mine, though, I mean, I used to just cynically read some of their pamphlets out loud, and they would look at me like, "Hey, shut up, man! Leave that, put it away."
Oh man, you know, it's hilarious that they're embarrassed by their own shit. It really is.
Well, but the funny thing is, they're not embarrassed to be my friend. but they're embarrassed that their friend is pointing this shit out to them. But the funny thing is, they trust me with this shit.
Well, I think one of the reasons why they're your friend is because I think one of the reasons why they joined that white supremacist bullshit is because they wanted to be a part of something.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes
that's what it is. Because a lot of these guys, they're a bunch of nerds. They didn't get looked at in school. They weren't getting no pussy. You know, I mean, some of them started getting some pussy when they became roadies in whatever band that I was in. You know, and I had to hook them up like, you know, once in a while. But yeah, but when they got older, they grew into the skinhead group. Like, okay, go ahead. And some of them, man, they had the nerve to even actually call me for help. And I just laughed at them. Like, I'll see y'all tomorrow, man.
Yeah, man. The toxic masculinity shit. That's a scary one. And you know, this I really have to. I hate to say it, but if the people who are really, really going through this shit hard body are mostly people in like Europe and United States, and it's just like, dudes, you're going to drive your own race to extinction.
I think the toxic masculinity thing is it's like the sludge of dropouts that failed learning how to seduce and flirt and serenade with women.
What? I'm sorry, I just dropped back on, and I know I missed quite a bit. By the way, Daniel, if you could take a look into the chat room, there's an individual in there. How do we pronounce that name? Meet Sepkin? He says, I live in mid-area in Philippines. In this, they are called Momo. Now, you might remember there was the head with the chicken feet, Momo, that was one of the last, shall we say, just harassment techniques.
Oh yeah, that thought form that you know,
the meme.
You guys, that you and Justin White deconstructed. I don't know if you participated in it, but
yes,
in the ritual for it, but
yes, he was. But he had the picture. It was funny as hell of how he was preparing to help pornographize Momo, and Sammy's back on for a bit, and thank goodness. I mean, these
that what Metaseccan is saying in the chat room is valid.
Yeah, okay, and so
okay. He confirms that the Aswan is the same as the Arabic jinn. This is exactly what I thought. You know, so this shows that some of these almost like cryptid-like creatures are species, are like jinnic species. This is exactly what I suspected, especially the one with the horse head. This is very fascinating stuff, man. Because some of these weird creatures from the Philippines are mirror some of the entities I've come across in occult grimoires.
Yes, and thank you.
You can summon.
Yeah, and thanks so much to Daniel Arola for teaching me the right way to pronounce Penanggalan. Otherwise.
Penanggalan.
Okay, say that again.
Penanggalan.
Penanggalan. Okay, yeah, that sounds very Tagalog. Yeah. And
Tagalog.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. This is the one I saw on that video. The Sigbin. The Sigbin could be our version of the chupacabra, only weirder and without the taste for goat's blood. Okay. It's often seen a stinky animal-like creature. It ranges from a goat, and it walks backwards with its head lowered between its hind legs. Its special skills, it could suck your blood through your shadow and make itself invisible. That is so fucking cool, man!
I knew he'd say that.
Oh my god!
He'd say that.
That is fucking awesome.
Oh man, I didn't get to cover Vampire D, Hunter D tonight, so we'll talk about that with Peter Moon next time we're on. I like the way at the end of it all he said, "I don't know if I can use any of this." I mean, like, oh, okay, so what was that all about then? You know, I mean, that was, So at any rate, Sammy, you said you're back with us. Can you?
Yes.
There we are. Yes.
I was wondering if Peter saw any of those Overlord flicks.
Yeah, Overlord. Peter, you mean what?
Those
yeah.
Those Overlord anime flicks.
Oh, I barely remember that. I'd have to look that up. What was their thematic? What was their shtick? With
My
that?
gosh, it's been a long time since I've seen it. It was, they're like, they're like those
Oh yeah,
demonic rapists, with 40 dicks on them and shit.
Gosh, oh my god. So Sammy,
Yes.
I missed everything
Yes.
earlier when you were on in the opening hour and you were helping everybody hold the line. So I did hear some of it, but and now that we came back onto kind of short break before I start sucking all the oxygen out of the room. I'm so glad that you're here. I mean, I love these two gentlemen, and they were actually holding pretty well tonight. In all fairness, they were holding pretty well tonight. But, there's nights when they labor. And,
Yeah, well, dude, just drop the paranormal shit in there, and I can go all fucking night.
Well, there we.
Oh, I do want to add another paranormal figure in the Philippines. Another nocturnal figure that's supposedly even a lot scarier than those vampiric monsters, called the White Lady. And it's just an appearance of a lady in a white dress, really translucent, in the night. And if you see her, you better run.
I would almost certainly assume that's death, and
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
because that's how I experienced death, the lady in white.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if I ever told you guys this. I might have. My parents encountered a Wendigo. I remember you talking about that, Doug.
Oh, tell us about it, please.
Because we used to live in about an hour away from not Yosemite, but the Sequoia National Forest.
Yes.
Very, very near maybe where Penny Bradley lives.
Yeah.
But where we lived at, there was orange groves as far as you can see. Very nice, but very misty at times because they used to produce a lot of fog. And my parents used to walk. My dad used to always be reading the Bible and just some meditation and prayer, but that was just part of his ministry. But when he was walking with my mother, he felt wind. He felt a wind, like a world of wind surrounding them.
Yeah.
And you feel a bad presence. And he started hearing kind of like a feral, like an animal.
Yes.
I would say maybe like a hyena or a dingo, or especially something with claws.
Yeah.
When they were walking on the asphalt on the street. Yes, like on the street. You can hear the I guess the talons, not the talons, but the hooves, I guess, or the nails, whatever this, this. I don't know. I mean, when you describe the Wendigo, I guess the spirit, I guess, but my mom got behind him, and my dad said, "Don't be scared. Just have faith, and it won't do anything to you." And they did not. My dad was not afraid. And when you walk in faith, and kind of like what Salman Sheikh was talking about, the Sufi Muslims in the desert, when they do encounter the goal or any other creation or relic population. Well, in this case, the Wendigo circle them, and every time you can hear the hooves, it used to go back and forth, almost like stalking them.
Yes.
And my father, I remember him telling me that he was praying in his mind, and in his mind, you pray and you have faith, and you kept walking, and my mother as well. My mother used to wear. My mom wears a veil. My mom always wears a veil when she prays. She covers her head. And my mom put on her veil, and they just proceeded to walk their walk. And this Wendigo kept stalking them for quite a distance until it just went away. And you know, I think when I heard you talking about them, the way it describes it, the fear, really the fear is what they want. You know, they want that fear.
Yes.
I guess in whatever they stalk. Obviously, there was no fear in my parents because my dad was a man of faith, and my dad gave a lot to his ministry. He did. His ministry cost him a lot, in the sense of, with family and giving back. I think that's one of the reasons why I really feel like I've been blessed. I wouldn't say I'm a man that's rich, but I've never been without. And also, what I've asked of God, He's given me. Even with friends like you, Doug, because you're very knowledgeable, but you're not crazy. You're not crazy because I think sometimes knowledge can drive people to not be relatable.
Yes.
And also that also not being relatable, but also not being able for people to be vulnerable with them and talk to them about their personal experiences. Anyways, they encountered that Wendigo, and it was in that part of where they used to walk, where it's really middle of nowhere. All you see is just a vast array of orange groves, and that for some reason, I before I even met you, I always wondered what that was, and like I said, you're kind of sometimes the little key to certain things that through your knowledge, and what your experiences have been, that it kind of makes sense in the sense that it just fits.
Yes.
And they encountered that Wendigo, and it's just it was kind of like when I was hearing this transmission, I was like, wow, it just makes so much sense. And obviously, my paradigm and my parents' paradigm is a little different, but it just fits very well in the cosmology. Having knowledge of the cosmology and certain entities where unfortunately, just certain stuff you just don't know as a regular Christian, or or certain faction of Christian. It's just some knowledge is just not there. It's just either a bad spirit, but you can tell it's not. It's a different part of the left-hand path where the more you understand that these things are out there for a reason, and they're there to challenge you, and they're there to also prove to you that there is a higher creation, that it's just not all teddy bears and Teddy Ruxpin there to hugs and kisses. No, there's things that challenge you, and life is about challenges, And when my parents encountered this Wendigo, this entity was aware. It was sentient. It challenged them, their fears. They wanted to see if their faith really was there, and it wasn't superficial, as most Christians are in America. They're really not Christians. They're probably, and just thinking about it, they're the opposite. They're actually closer to the left-hand path because
yes, with their exclusivity and go on.
Well, the perversion of it, God bless America and past ammunition, right?
Thank you.
That's really America what it is, The people thinking Jesus is so redneck watching NASCAR.
Yes.
You know, and you talking about because I was explaining this a little bit to my girlfriend about the revelation of the Magi and how this piece of Christianity was taken out for a reason, because the origin of Christianity coming from the Orient, or China, to be more specific, it's very damning in a sense that.
Wait till you tell them that there's no white people in the Bible.
Right, right. You're right about that, Daniel. What is white people, right? But I was explaining to her, and I make her think a lot. And that's the thing about when I relay this information, is I make her think a lot, in a sense that, because you don't want to break someone's paradigm and seem callous, because I'm still a Christian as well, but with anything man-made is going to be corrupt, like anything. When we were talking earlier with JMO was talking about, JMO, if you don't mind interjecting, can you tell him about the psychology you talked about, what you explained to me?
Yeah, it's just that it seems like if someone is going to get something that's greater than what that person is going to receive, even if that person receiving something greater than them will benefit them, they rather that person receive nothing at all, even if it means they'll have nothing at all. And it's sort of a weird, I'm not sure what it's called, but it's something that they found through experiments. I'm not sure everyone's like that, but because if it's, for example, when people were saying like, college should be free for everyone, then you have all the people who paid for college who are like, but I had to pay for college. No, it shouldn't be free for, no, if I had to pay, you should pay. Whereas someone like me would be like, well, actually that would benefit society greatly, so why not?
Right.
Yeah, well, that's the entire ideology of white grievance is basically based on it doesn't matter that equalizing the distribution of wealth would be good for society as a whole. They would rather not equalize the distribution of wealth or make the world more equitable. They'd rather go in need themselves than have that happen. That's part of the insanity of the whole Republican movement. But definitely what Sammy brings up is very well taken, so that people understand what Sammy was describing. Understand that when it comes to the Canadian legends of the Wendigo, this is where most people familiarize, it's where most people learn of the concept, and they tend to familiarize it or project it with the Great White North. And when it comes to the above that parallel line that serves as the Canadian border, there's a reason why the Wendigo is so prevalent up there as the spirit of the North in Canadian legends, is because the overwhelming majority of Canada is just plain empty. And the Wendigo is the spirit of the lonely and desolate places. So the way it's been described is very much as Sammy was trying to describe it. And the words that he was looking for, of course, was that his parents basically found themselves in the midst of a kind of whirlwind, or rather a vortice. There was a vortice of very dark and negative energy. So that's how the Wendigo is described, basically a fierce wind, and yet at times it manifests as a human-devouring yeti, like the abominable snowman.
That just reminds me, Douglas. See, there's this Native American girl that I know from Canada who's a roller derby athlete, and she goes by the name Wendigo. And the way he described the Wendigo, it sounds like her skating style. She's fucking fast, but she's a beast when she turns mean.
There we are. Yes. So she's living up to that kind of reputation. So thank you for sharing that. Yeah. And Basically, however, it's more or less a stalking spirit. It stays just out of sight to plague travelers and inspire fear. So it's that spirit of the lonely places in all the world's mythology, this cunning, fast-moving being that follows solitary wanderers and torments them with, well, sighing whispers and half-glimpsed shadows. And when the desperate wanderer finally collapses from exhaustion and the loneliness that sets in, the Wendigo moves in to feast. So it's basically, especially since the American military opened the wrong door and released the dark upon our world, the dark races of legend have come out of hiding, and they've increased their numbers to levels unheard of since the earliest days of our planet. And among these dark minions are the Wendigo, the spirits of the lonely places. So when they do appear,
it's very interesting, Doug, that you say that, because it is the area that we used to live in Central California, which was considered Jap Valley.
Yeah. Right.
Those orange groves that were there, that are by the foothills of, it's in Tulare County, but this is like the edge, right almost where Socorro National Forest. The rancher there last name was Morimoto. I guess, well, he's Japanese.
Yeah.
I remember going to school, and we used to pick up her daughter, and her dad used to be in their house. They had a ranch. His dad used to be always outside, and he used to wear the hats. I don't know how to describe them. They're just Asian hats.
Yeah. Okay.
He used to be gardening, but their orange groves belong to them. And when you talked about, Jap Valley, it made a lot of sense. And some nuances of my childhood, and that particular, it made a lot of sense to where I guess that their family must have been one of the only ones that I guess still got to keep their
or somehow
orange groves.
Somehow they probably purchased it back, like
probably
years later, after it was all stolen. They probably saved up money somehow and purchased it back from whoever.
Right.
If Morimoto grew weed, you'd name it Morimota.
I wouldn't be surprised. Shoot.
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure if they're still living there, but you gotta think about it. It's probably over 25 years ago, but this little nuances of my childhood that when so many transmissions, it kind of connects a little bit. It kind of helped me kind of understand certain nuances of my childhood, which is important to me because I'm kind of I'm an introvert, as far as, not that I'm not antisocial, but I spend a lot of time just sometimes reflecting on my life, especially certain changes that's been going on in my life. Certain things come up, even with my faith. I think, God is testing me with my faith, and as far as my pursuit of certain questions I've always had. And like I told you, be careful what you ask God, because He will grant it. He'll grant you the desires of your heart. Mm-hmm. And sometimes, some of your knowledge it's very tough in a sense that you realize where you at, which is, pretty much, I hate to put it this way, but it's almost like the modern Sodom and Gomorrah, but it's really worse because it's just a totally different animal. The United States is a totally different animal in the sense of how ignorant we are.
Pridefully ignorant. In other words,
yes.
The way it's worse than Sodom and Gomorrah is that Sodom and Gomorrah were reveling in degeneracy, whereas the United States is saturated in degeneracy but feel that they are the moral light of the world.
It is very sick. It's very sick.
Yes.
It's very disgusting.
Yes. Yes.
But we're fragile too. That's the worst part.
Yeah.
Is I'll put it to this way: if they pull the Super Bowl, let's say somehow every player in the Super Bowl got COVID and they all died, God forbid. I'm sure J-Mo would probably.
That would be hilarious.
I'm sure J-Mo would laugh. God forbid Pepsi doesn't get their they get their millions of dollars in advertisement, right? Some asshole today, I went to the store and it was a distributor from Pepsi showing off their soda cans, and I looked at him like, you're a moron.
Oh my God. Well, you know
like
what?
you're such a dipshit. In my head, I'm like, you're such a dipshit, man. Anyways,
only the Native Americans will drink Pepsi now.
Oh, there you go.
Pepsi.
If they would have pulled the Super Bowl, we'd go crazy. And we'll go mad. You'd be surprised. We'll go mad. There literally be protesting in the streets. That's how fragile.
I honestly, I've reached the point where I want to see that just to because. All right. Hear this. For a long time, people were, I have the curse of being around people who are just tragically optimistic, and I've been telling people, human nature is bad. You will see it with your own eyes. Finally, I am blessed with living in times where I can literally say, told you so.
Right.
Please, let us see the true demons in the closet of the human being. That is the entire point of the revelation.
Unfortunately, we see it every day. By the way, I mean, I just thought of that. I want to say shout out, by the way, to Mr. George Knight. He's joined us in the chat room across the Atlantic. He says, much love, Douglas. I got up early to write the post. Glad you've seen it. Any errors or connections I need to make, please let me know. Hugs. We love you dearly, George Knight, and I'll take a look at it after transmission. Again, I'll probably be too high then, so I'll probably, after I wake up next, which would be well, you know what? I have to wake up at 4 p.m. Tomorrow because I have a telephone appointment with my new doctor, who I got to replace the gay guy with the child. And and I don't want people to read that the wrong way. It's it wasn't even that really made me break off with the old doctor and switch to, I was asking for an Asian doctor who could understand my culture. So I've got a new doctor now who's Japanese, and we'll see what happens with that. In the meantime, of course, he's questioning why I want the opiate, the codeine. So, I've got to talk to him tomorrow about that. And, but my point was that, I actually left the gay doctor because he is pathologically against allowing me, writing a prescription so I can see a chiropractor, with my insurance paying for some of that through Kaiser, which they would cover to a degree. So, I'm hoping this one will be open to the chiropractic. In the meantime, I'll take a look at that probably after I talk to the doctor tomorrow, and Sakamoto, I believe his name is, though I'll have to confirm that. And when it comes to the, what was I going to say? Oh yes, this is a point I want to make. When we talk about the kind of degeneracy that the Americans have, where they presume themselves exalted in their degeneracy, that their degeneracy is somehow, they don't take into account that they're degenerate and they're not reveling in it. Rather, they deny it. They revel in it while denying it, and then present themselves as the ultimate moral authority. This is actually what we see in my gang stalkers. And these are Edomites like Richard K. Cole Jr., who personifies this. And we're talking about an individual who, anybody who's looked at his writings, if you ever suffer seeing this lunatic's writings, along with someone like Stephen Outram. And of course, Michael Aquino was like this. So Michael Aquino is not to be severed from them in that regard. These are people who take everything and pervert it, and they lie, they cheat, they steal. They'll kill if they can get away with it. And every crime is open to them. And they use all that crime to condemn their target as the criminal, quote unquote, the identified patient. In psychiatry, when you have an extended group, whether it's a family that's very large or whether it's a office that has dozens of people working in it, then there's often what develops is a scapegoat. An identified patient is what a psychiatrist would call it within that community, that becomes the person they lay all the blame upon. And these are what the gang stalkers have tried to turn myself into. And when you read their ravings, it's just, no matter what I say, it's going to be twisted or perverted. And they just continually misquote me to, no matter what I say, it's just, they'll twist it. And it's just absolutely, anybody who's taken a look at what they've written, whether it's George Knight or Sammy Romero, or Daniel Arola or James Reese, anyone who's looked at their writings would verify this. They would say, these people say things like, I've never said. They'll be in the chat room.
Oh yeah. And the thing is, they do it in real time.
Yes.
And it's like, he did not say that.
Yeah.
He said, and he claims that unicorns are purple. And I'm like, dude, he never even said unicorns exist.
Yes.
And their style of language is only taken seriously by losers like them.
Yes. No, the style of language is bizarre, and it's there's no describing it really. It's indescribable.
It's gaslighting. They just like to put shit in people's mouth that they never said and claim they said it. It's the same shit that asshole Tucker Carlson and that other small dick piece of shit who claims that his wife is dry as a desert. What the fuck is that guy's name?
Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, Ben Shapiro.
Yeah.
Wow, you know what? And that's very interesting. You guys say that. Because I've seen people like that even the church I used to go to, okay, where I had to get away from that church because it was getting almost like the walls are closing in as far as the toxicity and the perversion of things. The reason why I say that, because when someone has issues, and maybe this doesn't make sense, so excuse me if it doesn't. My pastor had a lot of abandonment issues. I guess he grew up with no dad, right? Mm-hmm. And that always, he's a great preacher, he wasn't a bad guy, but those issues always bled into some of the sermons where he would say stuff like, your family's going to desert you, your kids are going to leave you. But the church will still be here, right?
He's basically
the
cursing
church
you, by the way. He's basically cursing you.
Right. So all these issues always used to come up, and I got sick of it. I got sick of it in the sense that I don't have those issues, so I can't relate. Yeah. So when you relay that to somebody, and you express to them that you have a mind of your own, and can you not say that? Then they want to call you spiritually sick and spiritually poisoned. Now, obviously, I had a great relationship with them, but he didn't need to tell me that for me to know. But he used to tell it to one of my female friends. Her being a woman, he felt like he could tell those things. And, she stood up to him and kind of stood her ground because she was a lot younger. She was, she's younger than me, in her 20s, but it's not really that. It's the logic in the sense that I'm here to go to church to connect with the Lord and find peace. You
disrupt that peace.
Yes, disrupt that peace. It doesn't make sense because I don't go to church to see you. I need to feel that spiritual connection. And you're just a vessel, just like I am. And just like anything, you can be toxic if you choose to. And I think that's one of the things that, I've learned from Salman Sheikh is that, you gotta know what I like. What I like about Salman Sheikh is I'm not saying he's not human. I'm sure he's said "fuck you" to somebody. I'm sure. But in a sense, though, I respect him in a sense that you got to look at life in that if someone disrupts your peace, then they're not really your friend. And can you really can you really call them your brother? You know, can you really call them someone that cares for you? And even with my family, what I went through, you know, very recently, I had to, I wouldn't say 86, one of my sisters, but I had to block her, you know, because she was disrupting my peace. And I have 7 sisters. So, you know, that's a lot of that's a lot of sisters.
Yeah.
And I can go without talking to her for a while because I have 6 other ones, you know, and they all understand. But it's just part of me maturing as a person and understanding if people are disrupting your peace and you're not happy, then there's something wrong with them. And, you know, I had to get away from that church because those abandonment issues always bled in, and it's just annoying. It was annoying. And then that self-righteousness that Americans have, you know, where, you know, there's I don't know if you guys seen this YouTube commercial. You know, back in the day, my dad used to eat steak and potatoes, and they used to have a clean bill of health. They used to smoke cigars and eat sugary sweets. But now that we have all this technology and we have health food, and we have a gym on every corner, we're in the worst shape of our lives. You know, that stupid ass commercial. I don't know if you guys ever had that.
I never saw that. No, what are they advertising?
Okay. I think they're advertising some type of healthcare bullshit for seniors or something. I don't know. I think they're pandering to baby boomers, I guess. You guys will see it.
Yeah. They don't want them to die because they're just fucking money pits. Because they own most of the fucking wealth in America.
It's
so,
true.
Yeah.
Oh God, yeah. It's awful.
Yes. So what I'm trying to tell you guys is, as far as me, you know, and it may sound kind of like, well, good for you, Sammy. It's just me maturing as a person to realize, don't put people on a pedestal, and if people are your friends, you need to check them as far as if they're wrong, especially with you and they're being abusive. Even with my family, like with my sister, I love her to death, but you know, certain things in her life she needs to get over. And, you know, not project those issues on me because I love her. And because I love her, I'm going to not talk to her for a while. But I have to do that for myself. That way I can be a more healthier person. And, you know, we talked about it. Like, she told me, yeah, we can't talk for a while. I know we can't. And, you know, she knows. And I think America, and this is, I always say this, okay, if we can't mobilize together and hate each other after, we don't have to like each other, but can we mobilize and fucking wear a mask and get vaccinated and cut the military budget in half and give it to American tax electorate?
You know, you should run for Senate. I would endorse you because I like that.
And we can hate each other after. Heck, I love rednecks that don't like me. I actually like them because I don't like them either. I'm sure Doug too doesn't like them either, but guess what? No, as American society, we need to understand we're an empire. You're right. You're right about that, Doug. We're an empire.
Well, the thing with grown people, they don't change.
No, you're right.
They've already had their minds made up on what they want and what they think is right, and you know, they just only find new ways to lie just to make you think they've changed.
Right. And you're right. I mean, there's some white asshole that my sister's friends with who's from the Bay Area. And these white assholes that, cause they think they're white, somehow that I'm supposed to care. And it's always that passive aggressiveness. Hey, how are you doing? And he knows, he doesn't know me, but he knows of me. I don't know if you guys ever met people that they think they know you because they heard of you, maybe a acquaintance or something.
Oh yeah, I know a few.
You know what I'm talking about, Daniel? It's like it's almost like creepy.
I just look at him kind of saying, yeah, and I've been banging your mama too, and this is a true story.
There you go. You probably did. But this white asshole was calling me by my first name. and he came for some reason. He came with my sister, and right now I'm in South Central. Okay, I'm in the hood. Okay, I'm the Imperial Court projects are not that far, so I'm in the hood. Okay, so he looked nervous already. Okay, but he still had that smug passive aggressiveness. Yeah. Yes. And I looked at him like, man, I looked at him like he's a turd. And I don't mean to be an asshole, but it's like, look, that act is outdated, okay? For one, it's almost like this. And I think my parents would have been, and it's not that I'm an asshole to him, but you can tell how people are and how they perceive themselves. It's almost like you have to roll your eyes.
Yeah.
And you take it with a grain of salt, but you just acknowledge them and you keep it moving. Because what they want is they want to entrap you in that they want to get close to you. And they try to use passive aggressiveness, trying to be nice to you. And when you know it's not genuine, it's more of, I need to get to know you to see if you're not a threat to me. That way, I can try to maneuver and get what I need from you, if I can. And it's like that in the world, especially in America, but especially with, some of these white assholes.
Yeah, I can usually detect that before it happens, and I just get weird on them and funnier.
No, and you've been a master at that, Daniel. I've learned a lot from you.
Yeah, trigger man.
As far as you can't bullshit a bullshitter. It's almost how Doug. I remember this. This is back in, I believe, I remember back like in 2015 or 2016 when that retard Daryl Haramoto tried to ambush Doug. And
I remember that one.
And Doug literally stiff-armed him, and he literally just was blabbing on himself. I will
finish this.
Yeah, he started quoting Trump or just some bullshit. And Doug was...
He called himself a patriot.
Yes, and Doug... And it's almost like, as a listener, you're thinking like, didn't you just hear what Doug was explaining? And it's not rocket science. It's just literal history that you're just ignoring. And all his bullshit was incoherent.
Oh, yeah, that bullshit about Holocaust denial with that Irving character, that author that got jailed in Austria for promoting it.
Yes, and then you see this asshole on InfoWars a couple months later. He might as well be a lapdog, and it is what it is. But you look at these assets, and they're so out of tune. They're just not coherent in the world. And in the end, this is where it's going to hit hard, and it's going to hit them like a ton of bricks. And it's the payback. It is what it is. It's yes, the physical is going to be bad, but it's the mental. When it's like what happened in Tonga, it's going to happen here, but worse. It's
a social volcano waiting to erupt. So the way to express this, because when I brought up my gang stalkers, it's not just an opportunity to bitch. The pathology that becomes evident here, that is so indicative of the kind of psyche in America that Sammy is trying to express his just disgust with, is the fact that when you deal with the gang stalkers and their primary obsession, the one monofocal chant that keeps returning to their lips is liar. And they keep focusing on myself as a liar. And they try to prove that everything is a lie because the infantile logic is once a liar, always a liar. And of course, the entire adult world is based on a series of lies, just an entire fabric that's woven on various beliefs that people have that simply are not true. And it's things like authority has authority, that the state is functional, that our taxes somehow get used in a constructive and productive manner. There's everything we believe, we deep down inside we know it's a lie. We know that the money is worthless, but we keep spending it because we have to uphold the magic of the money in order to get through the day. We have to keep up the belief that the money, it represents something for a little while longer, because the moment we all finally agree, it really is just paper, it may as well be asswiped, then the whole system collapses. So we basically are in this trap where we're living, most of us acknowledge we're living a lie. The insanity of these people comes from when you see someone who's obsessed, of course, with anything. If they're obsessed with some particular fixation, most of the time when there are so many of these people who come out and say that they have they want to save the children, and that they're so worried about the children being satanically sacrificed, that they want to save the children who are being trafficked. And the first thing you know about these people is they must be really into child porn, and they're looking for some cover for their accessing child porn. Because no normal person wants to see this world. This is something I brought up with that guy on YouTube who was pulling that stunt, where he got one guy arrested and he's this big national hero. When I was contrasting him with myself having a military base closed down and shutting down an entire operation.
You guys, I gotta
go. Oh, we love you dearly. Hugs.
Yeah, I gotta get going. I gotta go to bed with the adult female.
Yes, and share our love with her, if you will.
All right, good night, guys.
Thank you so much for coming on. We love you dearly. And that's Daniel Arola. So my point is that when you hear somebody talking constantly about lying, you know they're the biggest liar that ever was, which was the point that I was making, was that they'll tell any lie to try and promote myself as a liar, because, of course, my exposing the lie is what threatens them. So in the end, this is where we're at. We're with the biggest criminals, and in this point, we have America as very much a rogue state, acting as a rogue state in many ways. The only, target that America has in their obsession is the Third Reich. So America is constantly propagandizing against the Third Reich. And none of this makes any sense, since theoretically, the Third Reich is no longer here. So the constant harping on the evils of the Holocaust, the evils of the 1,000-year Reich in exile, as Sammy Romero says, when all of this comes back to hit America, the true paradigm collapse is if there's a breakthrough to the surface world where Unterland intervenes at some point. And if the Unterlanders intervene at some point, say with a swarming of the surface world by the ghoul, as Sammy Romero has suggested, and then the 1,000-year Reich returns as this kind of force of on which civilization is dependent or owes their very existence, then everything collapses. And the only thing America has going for it is by continually saying we're not the Third Reich. And therefore, the reason the madness exists is because there's no Third Reich theoretically to balance yourself against. And but they will pit themselves against that as an antithesis more than they will against the former Soviet Union. And I'll probably get into that in Arc of Narrative tonight. And so the reason why is because the 1,000-year Reich is very much in existence, which is, again, part of the whole lie, that they were defeated, that they were wiped off the earth. The surface world, maybe, in a sense, but only because they retreated into Unterland and found a new frontier. This is where we're at now, is in a world of pathological denial, projection of all of America's genocidal ills onto the enemy. And yet, here is where men like Sammy Romero and I are stranded. I use just the two of us because right now Jameson's gone, digging something out of his nose before it, evolves into a higher form of life. And Daniel, of course, had to go because, well, you know, duty calls, right? And when it comes to...
And you know what? I'm sure you'd be leaving too if you had a, you know, whichever female companion. I think your transmissions are going to be really a lot shorter.
Oh God, yes, yeah, probably, yeah. I'm not going to deny that.
Of course, come on, Dougie. Yeah, come on. Yes. That's one thing I do like about you, Doug, is that the reason what I do like about you is that you have you're not stuck in what you do. You have layers to you, in the sense that it makes you. I can relate to you in the sense that you're not some asshole in the street blabbing. You have a private life with your son. You go to the state, and you're not stuck in this, and because it can drive you crazy.
Oh God, yeah.
I've had to tell Isaac, because Isaac is, you know, me and him talk. We talk a lot, and I told him, look, if I ever meet Doug in person, I'm not talking about nothing concerning leprosy or any other bullshit, okay? Because in the end, it's like, no, okay? I'd rather just talk to you about, you know, your parents. Tell me a little about your parents, or, you know, just something normal, okay? Because in the end, whether the Third Reich does, you know, take back the government, which they weren't an elected government, they were a coalition government, right, Doug? What you explained before. Yes. When they do come, let's say they do make their presence and they in their rightful place as a legitimate government. Who would say they can't? And a lot of people don't understand that. And this is why geopolitics is very important, because a lot of people don't even know that the World War II was a UN war. It was a United Nations war. Right. Just because the United Nations war did not recognize the Third Reich does not mean that the Reich was not a government. It was. This is why the Third Reich, even the history books, they don't want to call it a government. They just call it the Reich, the Third Reich. And it's very misleading. And, you know, I try to explain this to my girlfriend, and it's like, it's very confusing and she gets frustrated, and it's okay. I mean, I'm not here to convince nobody, but it's more of, this is important in geopolitics. This is what, look, people in high government in this nation, they listen to this podcast, okay? They do. Oh, yeah. They're out there listening. They do. It's important for them because a lot of them don't know this. Whether it's, you know, AOC, whether it's Pelosi, whether it's whoever is listening, because they are. This is vital, but the reason why, because of credibility. And it's of credibility that it's very damning in a sense that of who you were associated with. Aquino was not a normal government official. He's very unique in the sense that he was very intelligent. I've heard of him speak. He's very articulate. And to a certain extent, he can articulate something well. You know, I try to imitate him a little bit, but I give respect to his knowledge, because it's almost like you were next to Hannibal Lecter. Yes. You know, and his intelligence is brilliant in the sense that even I'm sure you can have an intelligent conversation when it comes to religion or Christianity and so on and so forth. But what I mean is, today, in the present time, no other person has this insight, especially in government. AOC or Nancy Pelosi don't know. Even maybe Nancy Pelosi met him. Who knows? I don't know. I don't give a damn. Right. But I don't think she's someone that really cares as far as to even have insight that way. Who knows? What I mean is, it's very vital information. This is precedent in the sense that there's no other access to information like this of the world, not just America, because it gets tiring. America might as well be Jerry Springer politics. Politics is just Jerry Springer. Okay. Whereas, you know, it might as well be the two cousins fucking fighting over each other, you know, because it is. because we're uncivilized. And when you mention what your mother's related to you and so on and so forth, there's a reason why she was here. And I'm sure there's some stuff you'll relay in the future, but everything comes into perspective at the right time. And at times when you do speak about her, it's almost unworthy in a sense that it has to be in certain times where you reveal certain things she's related to you. You know, especially when you're past. Like I told you, I remember when you did reveal, you know, your biological lineage. And forget the vampire part, to Adolf Hitler, and when I speak of this, people are thinking they should be really, what they feel about Adolf Hitler, they should really be thinking about FDR.
Yes. So
and I explain this
Thank you.
I explain this to my girlfriend. You do realize the atrocities that FDR committed in Haiti, and it wasn't even military. It was a volunteer. These were the Rough Riders, right?
That was the Republican Roosevelt with.
I'm sorry, the other.
With FDR, he actually went down with the U.S. Marines, but he had no legitimate right to be there. He was a civilian working for the Department of what we today would call the Department of Defense. He was basically the Assistant Secretary of the Department of the Navy, a desk job for a bureaucrat. And he went down to Haiti to command the Marines, to commit all kinds of atrocities because he was a psychotic who knew that he had to have military experience behind him or he could never be elected president, because in those days it was necessary for a president to have military experience because he was commander-in-chief of all the armed forces. That was how it was viewed. But the reason the Rough Riders are so important, so people understand this, is under the Republican Roosevelt, Teddy Roosevelt, who served with the Rough Riders, what happened was the U.S. military had integrated they didn't integrate the blacks, but they had all black units. And they were all black units that were deployed in the field that had white officers. And there were so many of the wealthy elite who said, we're not going to serve in the military with niggers. And so they just basically banded together and they said, we're going to form our own private armies. Now, this was kind of like prescient of Blackwater. And they just basically said, we're wealthy enough, we're going to pay our way through this. And so what they formed was the USV, or the United States Volunteers. And so those were the ones, when you take a look at the belt buckles and the epaulets on the Rough Riders, they all have USV, and that stands for United States Volunteer. That means they're not part of any branch of the military service. That means they're separate from the chain of command. So these were all a bunch of rich white boys who looked on war as a sport, and this was like a hunting expedition. And so they got together in their all white rich boys unit, and they basically said, well, let's go hunting. And they just went and did that. And that's what the war was to them. And of course, for Theodore Roosevelt, the worst of it came when an all black unit took Tea Kettle Hill, which of course then Teddy Roosevelt took the credit for what the blacks had done. And then naturally he didn't like the name Tea Kettle Hill because it sounded hokey and tacky as hell, so they changed it to San Juan Hill, which was not the name of the hill. They actually rechristened it so that he would look better taking it. This is how these guys were, and the power that they had. And this went on all the way up to World War I. So when you took a look at these so-called volunteers in World War I, the French had an entire unit of volunteer American airmen. And these were wealthy men who considered war as a sport, and they went to France during World War I. They paid for their own planes, and they paid for their own maintenance crews. I mean, this would be the equivalent of somebody like, you know, who's the idiots going to Mars today? You know, one of those idiots.
Elon Musk, that return.
Yeah, Musk. Yeah, Musk and, you know, these other guys. It'd be like the equivalent of Musk and these other guys going to war in Iraq, but they paid for their own jet and a maintenance logistics, you know, unit to support it. And they're going around, you know, shooting down Iranian pilots in the air just for the fun of it. It was like that. This was the insanity of the American upper classes. Now, you might give them credit saying, well, at least they had some kind of warrior ethic and mystique, which, of course, these days, the American elites no longer even have that, because after World War II, they entirely degenerated and just went into this kind of like, let's not do anything. And that's when you had, you know, George W. Bush Jr. in the Texas Air National Guard, the Champagne Wing, where they never flew. You know, it was just, you know, it's become increasingly more degenerate. And that's the point that Samuel Romero is pointing out. We are an empire, but the dynastic aspect of our empire, the elites, have completely downbred and degenerated, and the people are lost. And then you've got the lunatic right wing that is trying to emulate Russia. And in the meantime, this is what's going to lead to civil war here. So what I'm going to do is I finished drinking this Coke. I'm going to rinse the taste out of my mouth. I'm going to leave Jameson Reese and Samuel Romero to hold the stage for about 10 minutes. I'm going to grab some of the opiates, and so hopefully I'll get a new prescription sometime soon, talking to the doctor tomorrow. You know, pop one of those along with some Tylenol, and then last through the rest of the night. I'm sorry, what was that?
If things get too bad, you might just wind up having to do triple C's.
Oh God, you know, don't take me there. You see, Jameson wants to see me go down that road. By the way, Jameson found it the funniest thing in the world, and both he and I agree. It's racist as hell, but it's really funny. I told him about planking when, after Trayvon Martin died, when that asshole, you know, who was the Latin American guy who wanted to be white so bad he killed Trayvon Martin? What was that guy's name?
Zimmerman.
Zimmerman. Yeah, the original Rittenhouse. Yes, Zimmerman. He tried to prove he was white by shooting Trayvon, and Trayvon, of course, had basically cough syrup in one hand and a bunch of Skittles in the other. So then what happened was this craze developed after that, where all these white boys were planking people. Whenever people like tourists were taking a photograph, white guys would try to throw themselves into the picture by lying down on the ground with their face pointed up, holding a cough syrup bottle in one hand and Skittles in the other, looking like a dead Trayvon Martin, except they're white, but they got the hood on. See, so this is what hundreds of guys were doing to photobomb tourists, you know, all over America, and they called it planking. It was hideously funny. I hate to say, you know, as racist as it is, it's one of those things you can't stop laughing when you look at that. It's just
so fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, it's so stupid. It's so stupid.
Could you imagine seeing someone just toss themselves on the ground?
Yes, yeah, and just in time to get to the photograph. Yeah. But Sammy, definitely, I want to thank you for what you shared about your parents. It's very similar to what happened with, you know, Justin White, when Justin White had that experience with a Cho and really didn't know what was going on in his life until I started talking about the Chochoa. And was it you, Sammy, who said that there was somebody in the chat room, or Jameson? Who was it that related? Somebody was asking, why would they want to hurt us?
Oh, yeah.
Who was it that said? Was that you? Who brought that up? Or so?
It was one of us, but all I know is that struck me as the most asinine question anyone could possibly ask.
Yeah, why wouldn't they? Would be why
exactly.
Yeah.
It's just like, why not?
It would be the much more legitimate question. But okay, so what I'll do is again, thanks so much, Sammy, for coming on, and by all means, please hold the stage with our man Jameson. I'll be back, you know, in about 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, you gentlemen are the best. I love you both, and I'm going to go mute. Thank you so much.
So, J-Mo.
Yeah, what's up, man?
So, yeah, talking about that.
The Wendigo, that sounds very interesting. Like,
yeah, just go ahead.
I mean, a lot of this stuff, it's like when we're working with the occult, it's like you're trying to you're trying to give them a limited of time to manifest into this reality. It's fascinating because I've had some full body experiences with things that could exert physical force in the environment, and those were some incredible experiences. It's one of those things where you're not left in a sense of fear. It's like awe, because it's like, holy shit, this is actually happening.
Well, JMO, it's look, because me and you are like yin yang, okay? We're the opposite, pretty much right and left. But I've had dreams that are very surreal, where I really do believe I cross into another threshold as far as material and metaphysical, in a sense that dreams are they're very real. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I'm not very knowledgeable in some of the stuff like esoteric and stuff. I don't even know what the hell retrograde is. Can you explain to me a little bit what the hell retrograde is?
Oh, okay. Retrograde is like when a planet's going retrograde. From the observation of Earth, it looks like it's moving backwards.
Okay.
But in reality, it's not moving backwards. It just has to do with the it just has to do with the sort of tilt of the Earth and how it's located in conjunction with that planet and the sun and everything else. I mean, it was explained a hell of a lot better when I was in science class in physics all the way back in 10th grade or some shit. But
okay, I see. Well, when my parents encountered that, it was, like I said, it was one of those things where it was like an animal. Okay. It was like an animal. It was something stalking you. It might as well have been a lion, but it's in spirit form.
Yes, yes. It was guarding a threshold, I believe. It sounds like it was guarding a threshold. There are things that do that, and there are areas that are really sensitive points where if you get too close to a certain area, and I think this happens to a lot of people who do get taken out by paranormal things, is that you enter a point, because most people can't detect these things. We're so numb to that world, that we have to go through all these spiritual practices just to open up the ability to sense that kind of stuff. So I mean, I have no doubt that they were in an area that was a sort of hot spot.
And interesting is that a big canal runs through those groves.
The bodies of water. Yes.
It's a big man-made canal. Think of a big, massive canal of concrete, okay? And there's water flowing. It cuts right through in between the groves and the mountains, the hills. These are the foothills going into, I believe it's a Tule River. Penny Bradley would definitely tell us all about it. If someone knows about all that, definitely Penny Bradley. She lives in that area, so she knows it very well. But there's a canal, okay, that cuts through those groves, okay.
Yeah.
And at times, I remember there's a lot of mist that surrounds those groves, and it does get dark. But my parents, they just like to exercise. They go on their walks and they talk. And my dad prayed a lot. He's very spiritual as far as praying before he read the passages and meditating what the Word of God's going to inspire him to his sermons. So he was very sensitive to those things. But they did encounter them, and it was like, think of hooves, okay? Something like something stalking you and hitting the pavement, like crack, like making like a cracking sound and going back and forth, like stalking you. And they perceived to walk, and it stalked them, but then when it it rushed them, not rushed them, but it kind of like passes through you, passes right next to you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, you know it when they pass through you, because you
Right.
feel that ice cold, and you almost sort of feel like you're paralyzed for a second.
Right. So, my dad kind of said, don't be afraid. Okay, because think about this. Okay, real Christianity or real Christians. Okay, there's a passage in the Bible that says, if God against me, if God's with me, who's against me? If I die in Christ, I still win. It's almost that warrior mentality.
Yeah.
Like death is just really a reward. I'm not very good at remembering scripture at times, so pardon me. But kind of like that. My dad was very into his faith. Okay, and but it helped him a lot because you kind of start understanding what's out there, and it gives you more comfort in knowing that you shouldn't be surprised. Don't be surprised. Don't be shocked. Don't panic, because we live in the physical world, but no, there's a bigger world out there, and there's spiritual principalities, and there's a hierarchy even in the spiritual world, and this is just me talking to you from the heart, and I'm sure you can attest to that, but like I told you, when I don't look for those things. Unfortunately, I'm not you when it comes to that, and you have your reasons, and I respect that.
Honestly, it's not that I've looked for them. It's that these things have assailed me since I was a kid. I mean, I've had fucking experiences since I was 4 years old. So I mean,
Okay.
it's only natural for me to try to go into and figure out what was going on.
No,
so I've always had this fixation on the weird, but what really draws me to this is the sort of empowerment and the fact that I'm not, faith is difficult for me to digest, because I have a hard time believing God, from my perspective, is more like some indifferent monstrosity that just creates forms endlessly and has no fucking care about whatever pops out, and we're just the unfortunate result. I know it sounds more like a Lovecraftian it sounds more like something from a Lovecraft novel, but that's how I sort of view the reality I've lived in, based on the things I've experienced. So I mean, I could totally respect someone wanting to go back towards the God. I can respect someone wanting to go back to the light. I figure, I look at it like this: I'm already of the light, so why would I want to go back to the light?
Right.
I have to go into the darkness, because that's where I haven't been.
Well, you've explained to me as far as well, it's not that it's well, I'm talking about me. What I've learned is not, the world's not as, the spiritual world is not as cookie cutter as I was, as you brought up, as I was brought up. And I'm not saying my parents, no, my parents were very aware of the spiritual realm, and it's more of, they tell me, look, there's things out there that we can never explain. God only reveals knowledge to those that he finds it appropriate to reveal that knowledge to. Because, in a sense too, I mean, if you just to use Doug as an example, Doug knows a lot more than what he's forgotten, I'm sure, a lot more than what he knows right now. And I'm sure
he's the guy who taught Michael Aquino many of these things. So without a doubt.
Right. And because of the trauma and all the, look, I have nieces and nephews, okay? I hear them cry. And it breaks my heart, okay? So to think of child abuse and all the terrible, disgusting things, I don't want to think about it, It's one of those things where this is where I'm trying to tell you the payback. Because no deed doesn't go unpunished. You know what I mean? And in
I
a
mean,
sense,
I understand the mindset, but I haven't, you know, I've lived in a reality where I've seen evil people get away with things to the day they died, and there was no punishment for them. So
well,
I've seen the opposite.
well, I'll tell you this. Okay, I'll tell you one thing. Okay, I can relate to you on certain things, certain views you have, especially in this country. Okay, me and you can agree.
Oh
Okay,
yeah, this place is a fucking shithole, man.
well, when the shit hits the fan, it's gonna hit the fan. Okay, and you and I will know it. Okay, now I have a question. What did you think about the insurrection about a year ago when it was going on? What was your reaction?
My reaction was, this country is done. I wasn't surprised at all. I was like, finally, you know, where the entire world is seeing these people for the savages they are. And you know, and I kind of anticipated, and no one's going to do a fucking thing about it. That was the first reaction I had. It was just like, oh, well, how can I be surprised?
Right. And I think, to me, and this is where I kind of start, it's very, look, and Isaac sometimes tells me this, okay, my brother, my twin, okay, he tells me, you think Doug is lying? I'm like, look, he tells me this just to F with me, right? That's Isaac.
Yeah.
Just the fact that you even tell me that, it's hilarious, okay? Just look at that day alone. If you see their faces, okay? If you see their faces, just look at the faces. You ever go back and look at their faces?
Yeah, they were gone, man. They were
out of their mind. And it's not evil, JMO, that evil that it's not even coherent. It's that self-righteous evil that for some reason they think they're doing good, but you're trampling police officers. You guys are literally trampling police officers. And by the way, they try to scrub all the pipe bombs and all the shit that they brought with them. You notice they don't talk about that anymore.
Yeah, no one's talking about that. It's like I was saying earlier, you know, if they were if they were Arabic or if they were black, they would have been dead before. They would have been dead.
Yes, absolutely. And that's the very interesting about it. They don't talk about the pipe bombs. They don't talk about that some of the White House aides were caught giving instructions. And all this, it's almost like, and this is why I tell you, it's gonna hit hard. Okay.
Oh, it's already here. That's the thing. You know, this is the thing I was trying to touch on, is that it's here. It's moving so slowly that people aren't aware that it's happening around them. It's like if you put a frog in boiling water, it knows shit has hit the fan, it's gonna hop out. But if you put a frog in lukewarm water and you boil it slowly, it won't know it's boiling alive. That's what we're doing. We're boiling alive slowly, and we don't realize it.
Great analogy.
Because the minute shit hit the fan was when Donald Trump took office and the election was hacked by the Russians, and he still managed to get in. 2016, I knew that was the beginning of the end. And just as Douglas had predicted, Donald Trump won the election. And I knew he was going to win the election. And I don't know why I knew that Douglas was right, but he was right. And don't get me wrong, I had my period of time where I myself personally didn't want to believe what Douglas was telling me, and I tried to deconstruct it. I tried to go over it, and I honestly tried to entertain the bullshit that Richard K. Cole was saying. And then I started to listen to him. So I was like, all right, so I'm just going to listen to what he says about the occult. And then I started to put what he was saying into practice, and I was seeing, wait a minute, This guy's not bullshitting me. I started to look into the documents that he said, if anyone can prove this, if you look at such and such. I looked up such and such and I found it. I'm like, okay, everything he said you can find and you can look up, I could find and look up. And this shit's been here in the public and nobody's fucking been saying anything about it but him. After that point, I realized that, there is no deconstructing anything he says because that's what it is.
Well, and consider this, okay? Consider this, okay? Fuck the gang stalkers, okay? I'll put it this way: it's irrelevant. They're irrelevant, okay?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to tell you the reason why I didn't want to believe it was because again, I'm coming from the left-hand path, and being someone who's like in that, I already know that at the point that I met Douglas, or I'm not met, but was acquainted with his work, I had already started to feel that, okay, this InfoWars shit is bullshit. This guy's fucking yanking everyone's chain. I already had that sort of skepticism. I already felt, why is everyone, I was already on, I mean, I used to read natural news and everyone's talking about Trump is going to be the great new president. And I'm like, and I'm typing in public so that everyone can see it. I'm like, what the fuck makes you think Trump's going to be any better than Hillary Clinton, who you're demonizing? And so the foundation for the bullshit was already cracking. But, when I finally heard Douglas, he blew everything open. The things I wanted to sort of deconstruct were more things of an occult nature, because I was like, okay, that goes against everything I read in these other books. And after a while, I was like, well, am I really getting results from the shit I saw in the books? No. So can it really hurt for me to try some of the things that he brought up, that he and Peter Moon are talking about? I tried his shit and it works. I'm like, holy fucking shit.
Well, look, and see, that's now. Well, and that's very interesting, and that's very practical what you're saying, as far as in your paradigm. In my paradigm, because I'm from the right, it's more of culture. That's very important to me. Okay, culture is very important to me because I'm a person of color.
Well, I am too. The only difference is culture. I've always been an outsider, so I had to abandon it.
Well, of course, it's the nuances that make us up. Okay, and to a certain degree, I'm Mexican American, but some of it I receive and some of it I reject. And even in my Christianity, some things I don't care for and some things I do care for. But what I do care for in my walk is the vulnerability I feel when I'm in the presence of the Lord. Vulnerability, humility, and just connecting. Okay, it's just, you feel like a child. Okay, and you feel it's very comforting. Okay, and it's love. Okay, and it's something one day you'll experience, and I have faith. Okay, that's just my paradigm.
So. I've been there. I've played the game. I don't think I'll ever. I've experienced.
Let me talk out of my ass. Okay. If I'm talking out of my ass, just out of respect, okay, and I just say that, just like kind of like.
Trust. Okay? Don't get me wrong. We're both for the same cause. Difference of belief doesn't bother me at all.
Okay, well, let me segue to that. I didn't need to get or try to sound like I'm getting too personal with you as far as, but anyways, what I mean is this. Okay, in my paradigm, it was more of opening my world to how bigotry is still seep into anything in the world. Okay, how perversion, and I didn't want to believe it because I've known of this, but it's just more. It's the same thing as you. It's confirming it that we're all human, and humans are messed up. We got issues. We don't like each other. Okay. We fail each other. We we you know we don't seem to want to work with each other. But what really is how uncultured this nation is, where it doesn't have no identity.
Right.
And because of that, it's gonna show in the end. And what should have happened, and it really comes down to the quote unquote founding fathers of, they were the origin of that chaos.
Yes.
They were the heirs of that chaos, that brought in that chaos, because they wanted to break away from the monarchy. Even the monarchy where they've talked about, or just in history, the Royal Proclamation, where they were already working with the Native Americans. Yes. Into giving them their lands, just as civilized, and it's the land of the uncivilized, in just that order where let's bring order to it and make it practical. And no, these assholes wanted that chaos.
They wanted it all. They
wanted it all.
Yes.
And in the end, you get an asshole like Donald Trump. But you know what? Even to an extent, Donald Trump he's entertaining. I'm not gonna front. He is.
Yes.
Even Doug. That. I'm sure Doug chuckles like, man, this guy's funny. I give him that. But at the end, his stick it wears off. You can't say build a wall, because it doesn't stick no more. Okay. First of all, most illegals are not from Mexico anymore.
Yeah.
Doug talked about this.
Yes, it hasn't been that way for years now.
For a very long time.
Yeah, decades at this point.
For a very long time, and you see this generation dying, and trying to grasp and trying to hold on to dear life, and even in their deathbed, and but it's the death of. And I hate to sound this way. I love Peter Moon, but sometimes Peter Moon sounds like that, where, well, explain to me this, and well, I get it. I get that. I love him. He has insight on, on Scientology and Margie Cameron and all these people all these white people that were popular back in the day, which someone of color. If I go down the corner right now to some crackhead and say, hey, you know about Marjorie Cameron? He'll look like, who the fuck is that bitch? What are you talking about?
He'd ask if she hung out on Fifth and Mission. Yeah, she hung out on Fifth and Mission. Yeah.
Like that, but it's not that. It's just, the context. And I do find it very intriguing and certain things, but to me, they're just white people that, got away with bullshit that I couldn't get away with. And
yeah.
But in certain contexts, there is, it's useful. But that generation is dying. It's the last of it is going to be this next 10 years.
Yes.
And
they're going to cause as much trouble as they can before they
absolutely.
Go.
Well, let's hope they actually die, because Jeff Bezos wants to make them immortal.
Well,
stupid piece of shit.
Yeah, well, he's going to have to get them to cure type 2 diabetes, get them to stop abusing themselves with all kinds of alcohol and high sugar.
Well, what I'm helping is that the treatment that he convinces them to have causes them to die abruptly.
It's just not going to happen. It's just not, like everything else with Jeff Bezos and these idiots. It's not going to go anywhere.
It's all bullshit. Yeah. And I love how these different media outlets, they have nothing to talk about, so they're like, Elon Musk says, oh yeah, we'll go to Mars, but we'll die there, and it's like, who gives a fuck?
Thank you. I mean, you only wish they would go there to die. You want to see them go there to die. It's please, I would even help pay for the ticket. It's one of those things where, anyhow. By the way, that was a real funny joke that my gang brother Beaver made one time when who was it? I can't remember. It wasn't Jesse Jackson. It was some other big black preacher, big name black preacher, and I can't remember his name.
Jakes? T.D. Jakes?
I can't remember. But it was, what happened was some Jewish guy who was from Israel ran over some young black boy and killed him. Granted, it was probably an accident, but this guy took advantage of diplomatic immunity and he left for Israel. And so he was never prosecuted, and of course they weren't going to pursue him. And so what happened was this black preacher went to Israel, and he said, I want to make my presence known because of this injustice. And then all these, they looked like they were all Hasidic, in other words, very traditional, maybe even cultic. And there are, by the way, just so people understand this, there are fundamentalist Jewish cults that are really the Jewish version of ISIS and shit, okay? But anyway, what's that? They all surrounded this black guy and started saying, get out of Israel. And they even started, bringing out money out of the wallets. And they said, I'll pay to buy your ticket. Of course, my gang brother Beaver took a look at that picture of these Jewish guys pulling money out of their wallet, handing it to the black guy, saying, I'll pay for your ticket to get you out of Israel. And then Beaver started making these jokes about, hey, yeah, does it have to be the high-priced ticket? Maybe we could just give him, the half flight over to Syria or something like that and just cut it down so we don't have to pay the full flight. He started... And it was just, but anyhow, the black preacher, when he was confronted by these Jews telling him, go to hell, he said, I am in hell. I am in Israel. And that was his response. And you can imagine how that was taken. And it just got, it was just one of these, but this is.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Yeah, the whole thing around the most tragic of circumstances. But yeah, it's still fucking funny as hell. It was just, again, these things are hideously funny. But just so people understand what these two gentlemen are talking about, understand that Sammy Romero and Jameson Reese both know that they stand shoulder to shoulder. They're facing in the direction against the enemy. And obviously this is the kind of shit that Derek Talley would try to claim. But in the reality, he wasn't standing on anything. He was just, he was just a joke. But when it comes to go on.
Do you mind if I interject a little bit?
Oh, please, please.
Unlike Derek Talley, I don't want money. I want everybody to support Doug.
Thank you. Bless you.
I have problems, but I took a number because I'm getting in line like everybody. But no, support Doug Dietrich. I'm not. When I do come on here, it's for just to enrich my life with knowledge. I already have the knowledge has already enriched me far more than I can really explain. So please, let's support Doug. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that was beautiful. God bless you, and thank you so much for that. And for those of you who don't know, by the way, yes, Derek Talley used to panhandle. That became his shtick towards the end before I got rid of him. And just, anyhow.
Your dad worked for NORAD. I mean, really?
Thank you.
His dad worked for NORAD. Like,
thank you.
Oh my God.
What was that, Jeff?
I'm assuming he might have been a janitor. I really think he might have been a janitor.
Well, that's actually.
He had been the janitor. Come on, really? I don't believe that. I mean,
maybe it was a cook. Maybe he was a cook.
He's frying the chicken, probably. The chicken and the collard greens. I don't know.
Yes.
Come on.
By the way,
I don't believe that.
The only thing that makes it believable was when I explained it to Selena Khan, and she agreed. It was when you take a look at his father's claim that he was a Mustang, in other words, went from enlisted man to officer. I mean, as a black man, and I've explained to people how that is so rare, even among white men, for that to ever happen. For that to happen with a black man, it does make sense if he offered his son Derek Talley up to some MK Ultra program. Like, here's my son, and in exchange, they gave him a commission.
Or he probably sucked someone's dick. Who knows?
That too, yeah.
He probably sucked the right dick. Let's keep it real, man. Come on, man.
That too, yeah.
I mean, he had to probably give up some ass, suck some dick, and probably give up Derek Talley. Shit.
Yeah, but the only thing that's wrong with that theory is that his dad's so butt fucking ugly. I mean, you saw a photograph of the guy. It's hard to imagine that guy was ever fuckable.
Come on, Doug. These military assholes. Come on.
Good point. Yeah, points well taken.
The uglier, the better for them.
Yeah, shoot. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just this prisoner bait culture is what it is. But go ahead, Doug. I'm sorry.
It is. No, thank you. And yes, this is a prison rape culture and a prison rape anti-culture. And so understand that this is the horror. We are in this kind of cultureless spectrum, and I think I I outlined it so that people could understand it when I spoke of incest and basically the atomization of the American family structure, so that you had this nuclear family that became the basic unit, which, by the way, is just doesn't exist in any other society on Earth, where you have a basic unit divided down to that core like that. And even that has completely fragmented at this point, because no one can afford to live in suburbia. And suburbia is kind of like died off, and it's just where we're at today is the wilderness. And as I said before, our man Sammy was quite right. We started with the founding fathers basically denying traitors to the crown, and when it came to their treason, the society that they created was as ugly as their treason, and we've been dealing with the repercussions. And the real America that belongs to Jameson Reese and Sammy Romero and myself, this is the America, basically, of the post-Civil War Reconstruction era. This is the America of the 14th Amendment. And honestly, this is our America. And this is the America which gives us a much longer lifespan. Because if we really start our America at that point, then our America's got a while to go yet. Whereas the America of the founding fathers, it's dead. I mean,
oh yeah, I noticed that asshole Derek never did say anything about the cult of the Constitution.
No. Well, that was the part that I pointed out that was so reprehensible about him, was he.
And then he had just decided to go into the rape of Nanjing. Like,
yes.
That wasn't even a fucking topic. And you had given him that assignment. He's like, oh, yeah, I'm listening to the audiobook while I'm driving.
Yes. Yeah, and by the way, it wasn't like I assigned him some homework assignment. It was something he had volunteered to do. He said, oh, Douglas.
Yeah, he volunteered to do it, and he doesn't even do it. That's how you know he's assigned as it's interesting. We did have, now I don't want to call anyone out, but I'm just going to be brief. There was someone in chat last time, and I'm glad they're not here now, because they were like, I'll help you, and I'm like thinking to myself, that's the first thing that assets say.
Yes.
And then they were like, oh, look, I'm MK Ultra, yay! And I'm like thinking, that's not something you should be proud about. Look, and I know that person hasn't come back after I, replied to their comment like that, which is probably a good thing, because that person would probably have another potential. Oh, look! I want to be on your podcast. Hey, everybody! I own a business. Give me money.
Oh my God! No, that was yes. There you have that. And so both of you have done wonderfully tonight. And honestly, I'm so proud of both of you. Both of you have brought up so many major points. I know some people might want to hear more about the Wendigo. I'll go into that in the near future. But I think that was very courageous of our friend here to share what he shared. And one thing, remind me of this, both of you, please, because I know if I tell one of you to remind me, then, it's just better that there's more of us who are try to remember this. When we have our next opening hour on Sunday night, remind me to just kind of broach the subject with Salman Sheikh about, as a Freemason, what he might think of Benjamin Franklin's crimes against humanity.
Oh, by the way, that was crazy. Wait, that transmission. I was in the supermarket, and I was getting some carne asada meat to grill, and I'm like, wow, I don't even know if I want to eat this no more. Just it was hilarious. Like, man, Benjamin Franklin was a sick bastard, and that's probably giving him a compliment. But great transmission, by the way. Great transmission.
Oh, bless you. Thank you so much. And honestly, with what Benjamin Franklin did, and his Masonic, he's an icon of Masonry. So it's like, and what he did, of course, was just unforgivable. It was just simply, there's no.
Yeah. Well, I think the founding fathers were definitely America's most notorious Edomite cultists.
Yes, absolutely.
Without a doubt. they were all on that shtick where, you know, the more evil, the better. And they were trying to outdo each other with doing the most vile shit. Now, you could be on a left-hand path and not be an evil son of a bitch.
Thank you. Yes.
Those guys, I don't even know what the fuck their path is. Their path is just literally what the fuck.
Well, I think the way that Sammy understands it is a kind of anarchism. And so it's really no path. It's really a pathlessness. There's kind of a sense of real nihilism there, real nullity. And I think that Sammy is, expressed that, or was trying to express that. And certainly his parents, just in their moment of faith, evaded basically the Wendigo tearing into them, which is so easy to fall into that prey of...
if you allow me, Doug.
Sure.
The reason why I was explaining to JMO is the part of the type of Christianity that my dad, he was the best way I could explain it to him, when he was in the presence of God, it was almost like vulnerability. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Kind of like when you meditate, it's that vulnerable state that there's nothing there to adhere.
But I don't grasp why anyone wants to be in that state. The whole point of doing what I do is to get power.
In terms of Sammy Romero's father, what the man was manifesting was what the Sufi manifest in the path of the desert when they encounter the jinn or the ghoul and are not registered as food or the enemy. This is the path that Sammy Romero's father, the space he entered. He entered that space. Right. He invited his wife to join him. And together they rendered themselves essentially invulnerable to the Wendigo, because what the Wendigo preys upon is the vulnerability of fear, the vulnerability of loneliness, the vulnerability of hopelessness.
And I'm afraid, do you mind if I interject? It's like death. Like my dad always used to say that scripture, death is a victory. If I die in the Lord, it's a victory. It's that warrior mentality, that victory. Like, if you even threaten me with death, I win. I'm going to see my maker, So even if the Lord decides to take me, so it's almost like saying the Lord's going to take me. You're not giving power to whatever is going to end your life in this material world. It's the Lord's divine will that wants to take you. You know what I mean? It's
like I get what you're saying, but my only question is, what if the God you think you're going to get isn't what you really would want?
Well, at this point, we enter kind of philosophical realms, and we can save that for another time.
Right. Yeah. And I get what James is understanding, because him and I are
it's a lack of trust here. That's what it is. Right. I can't give my trust over to anything external. It can't be done.
Well, my dad's background was very different. Okay, you're talking about someone that did have no knowledge of the right or the left. Mm-hmm. You're talking about people. You're talking about someone that, when you have no knowledge, but no connection to something. And I'm sure Doug has met people like this, and you have, and I have, where how can I say it, when they don't want to believe anything. Mm-hmm. And it's very dangerous to be in that position, because
Absolutely.
You're not living. It's almost like you're in debt. You know what it is. You just choose not to, and it's like, pick a side.
Yes, that's ultimately what needs to be done with all of us, is to make that stand. And in terms of Samuel Romero's father, his father was simply naturally centered. His father was someone who had, the reason his father had faith was because he had seen it work for others. Jameson, you haven't seen that, and yet you do have.
I've seen it. I've seen people say that this got me out of this. And I'm like, okay, that's good for you. It didn't work for me. Something else works for me. So I'm using what else.
What I'm saying is that you didn't grow up in an environment where you actually saw it work in a more organic basis. Let's put it that way. Right. Yeah. In other words, what you grew up with, everything was atomized, and you obviously have a faith. You have a faith your rituals will work. This is what makes them work, or they wouldn't work. So the faith is there.
And in a sense too, Doug, and you've talked about it, where prayer is
ritual.
Spell. Yes. It's spiritual, but and that's all it is. It's power. There's belief where you can speak on something and speak something on somebody, and they're really depending on what they believe. If I tell J-Mo that he's gonna grow boobs and a big ass like a chick, who knows? He might grow up. This is just obviously just a joke, but what I mean is, you manifest it, okay? And I've learned this through cutting people out of my life that have spoke very, very bad things to me, very hurtful things to me.
Yes.
And I've had to cut them out because, and I've told them to the face, you're not going to speak that on my life because it's just not. I'm not going to allow you to.
Thank you. And yeah, it's a form of preempting. They're cursing you, really, which is what that is. That's really a curse. And
but it never works.
No, believe me, it can. When it comes to something like, say, for instance.
But wouldn't you would have to be born with a hell of a lot of power to be able to pull that off.
It's kind of like this. When Peter Moon was confronted with David J. West, a person who both of you who have listened to me long enough, especially Sammy Romero, must remember the times David J. West was with me on my transmissions. You do remember that, right, Sammy? In the past, if you don't worry about it. I mean, but David J. Here's this individual who then, out of the blue, suddenly is a co-cultist of Richard K. Cole Jr. And the reason I'm bringing up these gang stalkers tonight is simply only because they make a point, and it's educational to the public. When it came to showing this to Peter Moon, he was like, how does Richard K. Cole Jr. have so much power? That's not power. It says he's a crazed lunatic who's monofocal. It's just, I'm the only focus in his life. So he just hits everybody he can who he knows me. And so you keep hitting, you're going to hit a mark. You throw enough shit at the wall, some of it's going to stick. So he kept throwing shit, and then he got a response from David J. West. And so in that case, it's just like attracts like. I mean, basically, David J. West was very resentful about the relationship his wife and I had. And therefore, apparently, that festered long enough where it turned into what it did, but also his greed. He wanted to plagiarize the Vampyrology, which, when we had, quote unquote, hired him when he wasn't getting paid at all, of course. In all fairness, he wasn't getting paid by Lorien Ann Fenton. He probably put, what work he did put into it, which of course, we couldn't accept any of it because he was trying to turn it into a story. When anybody who's taken a look at the book Vampyrology, and out there, again, people do purchase it on Kindle or the paperback version where it's easier to read, and you'll see what I'm saying. You can't make that into a fictional narrative. There's nothing you can do with that. You can put it into a fictional narrative. It's a series of medical notes. So we just had to fire him, basically. And then he resented that enough where apparently that festered as well. And so thank God, and there's God at work for you. Thank God. That was what you would call a God shot. That's a term I learned from Judith Ager, of all people.
So when you speak of God, is it something more akin to like the collective unconscious of Carl Jung?
No. I think of God very much as Sammy Romero's father thought of God. I'm speaking in the Christian sense. So
in the Christian sense, you believe this thing is literal, then?
Yes. But remember, I definitely look at it from. Look, go on.
Look, for example, I look at Joel Osteen, right? Joel Osteen creeps me the hell out. Okay.
I don't even know who that is.
I think he creeps everybody out.
Joel Osteen is
he's that mega church asshole.
Oh.
Okay. So have you seen that TikTok video where some guy goes up to him and takes a, hey, can I have a selfie? And I guess he takes a selfie with Joel Osteen. And you know what he tells Joel Osteen?
What?
Joel Osteen, you know everybody knows you're a fucking asshole. And Joel Osteen just smiles with this creepy ass smile, like, yeah, I know I'm an asshole.
Just like that, yeah, yeah, got it, yeah.
But he's very slick, like he's that creepy, slick. You know, you can tell, like, sleazy. Like, I'll give you this way, like, I'll give you just an example, okay?
He's like Ed Alperman.
I'll give you an example, okay? It's like him saying, God has something great for you. You just have to believe in him. What you manifest in your life, you will get. You know, something dumb like that.
Yeah, it's like positive affirmation shit. Yeah,
right.
And
I get it.
But by the way, it's totally different from Ed Opperman, because Ed Opperman wishes he had that ability to con people. Okay, Ed Opperman is reduced to begging. All right, begging on Facebook. That was something that he says.
It's true. Don't. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's certain positivity to it, but here's the reality. It's a hustle. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It is what it is. But what people don't want to hear is what Doug's relating to is interjecting culture to Christianity. That's lack. Okay. I don't like the fact that I'm not here to kiss no Jews' feet. Okay. They're not the chosen people as they claim to be. No. There's history behind that Doug talks about. They're not really Jews. They're Turkic.
Yeah.
But not that. I've seen people in the quote unquote Christian community that literally talk to Jews, and obviously, you know, maybe it's this change, but not really. Especially with the evangelical, okay? Where they say, whoa, let's go to Israel and see the Mount Olives. And look, I get it. I get the symbolism, okay? But to a certain degree, it's empty because of the practicality of what it's missing in Christianity right now. There's no empathy in it. There's no compassion, even compassion to people from the left-hand path as far as understanding the bullshit and what it is and what it's not.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not here to say it's all kumbaya, but just the basic shit, it's missing. And I don't think going to Israel is the answer. Hell no, because we're already fucked up as it is in this country. Now mixing religion, and this is where it gets really like a big clusterfuck. And it's like, how the fuck are you gonna unravel that when it's just a layer of shit and shit? You know what I mean? It's like, you know, it's more fuck. It's like, I'll put it this way, Jim. Okay, it's more complicated on the right side, in my opinion, than the left. Okay,
well, I would agree with that. You know what you're getting with the left. You don't know what the fuck you're getting with the right.
I'll put it through this way. Okay, it's more evil on the right.
Yes.
That's exactly why I chose the left. Because I'm someone who really would like to see justice in this world.
Just to make certain that we're on the same wavelength here, Sammy Romero, I thought, was speaking right and left in politics, whereas I think Jameson's still right and left on the mystical side. Is that the case?
On the mystical side, what I mean I'm about the right on the mystical side, on the Christian side. But I mean, when you talk about Christian, you're talking about Republican.
Right. And this is the point that
it's either one.
Yeah, I mean, just to clarify for all of our listeners, when we speak of the right and in this day and age, understand that on the left there essentially is no religion. On the left in general, you may have Christians like Sammy Romero and Christians like myself, but the reason that we're left is basically survival in the United States. The whole point is that you can't just damn both parties, because we know damn well that if the right prevails, then basically people like us, all three of us, tonight have no rights. So
I'll put it to this, okay? As a straight Christian guy, I want to be around gay guys who don't want to fuck me than Christian dudes that want to fuck me, okay?
Thank you. Yes. And many of these...
I've talked about my gay friend in church, okay? That dude's so gay he can taste a popsicle by sitting on it, okay? He's gay.
Yes.
Yeah. What makes it lame is the fact that he's in denial. Like, and it's not denial in the sense of, like, it's more to it. And I don't even want to get into it. It's just annoying.
Yeah.
But go ahead, Doug. Go ahead.
Yeah. No. Well, I definitely have to start monologuing. I love you both, and both of you brothers have a blessed evening. Sammy, do say good night to our listeners, and do feel free to check in case I need you. Every once in a while, I might scream, and certainly, Jameson hopefully will stay with us till the end of the transmission. But by all means, Sammy, say good night and let people know. Hopefully, you'll be back with us Sunday.
Yes, good night. My señorita is waiting for me, so I'm the same with Daniel. I have to go and do what I got to do, but
we do share our love with her. Okay.
Yes. Everybody, please buy the Roswell Deception. You know, the demystification of World War II. The Douglas Dietrich and Peter Moon. It's very enriching your life, especially history. But please support Doug. Support him not only in monetary but in prayers as well. We'll see. This is all going to unravel soon, and it's going to be interesting. But anyways, good to talk to you, JMO. Okay, your friend. Okay, just let you know that. Okay, bro.
Yeah. All right, man. Take care.
Yes. Oh, believe me, he knows that, Sammy. Yes.
Yeah, you're cool, man.
Yes.
I'm sending you good vibes, and good night. Okay.
Yes, we love you. Thank you, Sammy, and share our love with Isaac. And that's his twin brother.
Yeah.
Yes. Well. Wonderful. And of course, Jameson, hope you'll stay with us till the end of transmission.
Yes. And just to let the folks know, we don't have to believe in the same God to fight the same cause, which is survival.
Yes.
And not annihilating everything on the fucking planet just because they can.
Yes. Oh, by the way, so I think what you were trying to say was you got to blow a Panangalian out of your nose. That's what you were trying to say. Okay, got it now. Got it.
Listen, I also want to say, I'd be dead if it wasn't for those vaccines.
Thank you.
for me to have unraveled this badly with just Omicron, I know for a fact that with my weak ass immune system, I would have been dead without the vaccine. So you anti-vax yourself all you want, but if you're someone like me, nice knowing you.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna get plenty of deaths, and hopefully the majority of them on the right. Yeah. And oh my God, did you see that idiot? Okay, so we spent some time talking about, of course, Jews not being the chosen people, especially the majority of the population in Israel was originally descended from these Turkic peoples out of Eastern Europe.
The Ashkenazi.
Yeah, sometimes I have to think about that, but I think you're right. But when it comes to the Sephardim, yes, those are the real Semitic Jewish people. At the same time, in a sense, dismissing with all of that, respectfully, we had that idiot RFK Jr. who actually got up there and was comparing the plight of anti-vaxxers to Anne Frank. I mean, that was just crazy. Even his own wife.
You know what?
Even his own wife condemned him for that. So I don't know if you heard about that.
No, I haven't. But that's a fucking insult to someone who got the goddamn vaccine. And I'm not belittling Anne Frank's plight either. Right. What she went through was horrible. But how does one equate to the? How the fuck do you conflate that?
Right. Yeah, it's just crazy. But by the way, just so people understand, Anne Frank, I'm not quite sure what she went through was all that horrible. It wasn't great, but okay, she spent most of the war.
It wasn't as grisly as some of Dr. Mengel's experimental.
Yeah, it's not like. And don't forget, remember what we said about the Dachau dwarves. They love Dr. Mengele.
Yeah. Well, in the class project I had to do when I was a kid, I found out that he was like boiling people slowly,
Oh
and
God,
their
yeah.
intestines were perforating out of
God.
their fucking bodies, and I'm
yeah.
like,
What-
whoa!
you-
And I'm like in 5th grade learning this shit, like, holy shit!
well, you know what he did to the Dachau dwarves was, you know, most people would never, nobody would have survived that. That didn't even make any sense. It's like when Peter Moon was reading what happened to them, but then he stitched them all back up together again, and you know, imbued them with a longer lifespan. So, you know, there you have that. It's one of those things where it's kind of the luck of, you know, what was done to you and which experiments were performed.
And the world, and the context is this is World War II, so everyone who's fighting the war is doing horrific shit to their own pockets of their own population, especially the Americans.
Yeah.
Make no mistakes about it.
Or people they considered alien populations, etc. But, you know, all that being said, with Anne Frank, she spent most of the world trapped in an attic, and then, you know, they broke in, and we really don't know what happened to her other than she died. So we know that we know that she pretty much disappeared after that, and she died, and you know, died in a camp, no doubt, doubtless.
Yeah.
Now, I'm surprised no one has ever written a fiction. It probably would have been considered too disrespectful. Written a fiction where maybe she survived and maybe just went into hiding. But it's interesting, no one I know of has written a fiction like that. Maybe such exists and I've just never heard of it. Some other stupid things was at Halloween a few years back, there was an Anne Frank costume that they presented for young girls to wear, which I saw as very respectful, and there was nothing wrong with that if a young girl got dressed as Anne Frank with the yellow star and everything, it's heightening awareness and it's educating people. I don't understand why that was considered at all disrespectful or something that was hostile to Jewish people. I think that's ridiculous. And but in terms of JFK Jr. or whatever the fuck, JFK the third, whatever he is, the son of RFK. It's RFK. Excuse me. He was the son of Robert F. Kennedy. So RFK Jr. He's an idiot beyond description. So even his own wife condemned him when he came up there and said, "We anti-vaxxers are suffering the persecutions of Anne Frank, and we're hiding in attics and shit." I only wish they were hiding.
Wait, he said he's an so he's anti-vax. Okay.
He's anti-vax. Yeah, he's
Oh
anti-vax,
my
and he was
gosh.
saying that the anti-vaxxers
They're suffering persecution.
Yeah,
Those are the pieces of shit that got me sick, and I wear a mask religiously and have 3 vaccines.
Thank you. And not
So,
to mention,
you know what?
Yeah.
You know, you anti-vaxxers, come find me.
Yeah, thank you. Yes. I mean, yes, it's just preposterous. And oh my God. And for him to, anyhow, so he got roundly condemned. He had to come out and apologize because his own wife wasn't putting out anymore. And it was just...
Who the fuck is going to put out to a piece of shit like that?
Thank
Jeez.
you. Thank you.
And
by the way...
how is he Wait, is he Republican or some shit?
He's Democrat. He's just an idiot. He's a fucking idiot.
Oh my God.
There are Democratic anti-vaxxers. And by the way, if you've ever taken a look at his wife, it's obvious she's with him for the fucking money. And thank God she maintained enough of a sense of human decency to condemn him when he did what he did, because take a look at a picture of him and his wife, and
all right. What's his name again?
RFK Jr. And let me see, his wife looks like a model, so she's obviously just with him. Yeah, fuck, you take a look.
Holy he looks like a sack of shit.
Yeah, he looks like shit. He's just shit, but his wife looks like a model, and so she's obviously with him for the money. I mean, let me just do the screen share here for a second, and let me see, turn on the share screen. And
well, they say he's got like 43 mistresses.
Yeah,
so I mean, he's
some shit like that. But you can
barely
see her here, but you can see she's actually much younger. She's blonde, and she's like, what the fuck she's doing with this idiot? And it's obvious it's just for the money. But more power to her. I mean, woman needs security, right? That's what they're after.
Yeah.
But in terms of before he was with, there she is, and you can see that. And look at him. Look at that. Look at that idiot. I mean, the cleft chin. He looks like a like his face is half melting anyway, because you know what it is? It's like somebody skinned the face off and then put it back on. It's like it's like it's a mask, you know? It's like, I mean, look at that. Does that look like a real face? That looks like a mask. Doesn't
It does. It does look like a mask.
Yeah. Holy fucking shit. Yeah. And she's stuck looking at that. You know, they probably do it doggy style, because who wants to look at that while they're fucking? It's but
No, I'm betting that she buys the mistresses for him, so she doesn't have to do that.
Thank you. Yes. And so there we have that. And well, there was that. And so I've got to, you know, earn my pay, so to speak. I've got to start monologuing. And but obviously, I think everything that was covered tonight was definitely important.
Well, yeah, it certainly gave me a different perspective of Christianity and what it is and what it isn't. And to some degree, I can respect the sort of idea that Christ had. So, I mean, yeah, he doesn't seem like a bad guy from the perspective of someone who's on the left-hand path at all.
Well, thank you. And well, understand, of course, that the real Christ was not what people have remade him into.
No. Yeah. I didn't even think when I was a Christian and I did pray and I did, you know, have spiritual experiences. It's just that I wasn't, you know, I had faith, but it's just that I wasn't having the spiritual experiences people have when they pray. It's like I don't have that Fox gene that has the religious experience euphoria with it. So it's just like I'm broken.
Understood. But you know, hey, how do I put this in terms of your brokenness? By the way, say hello to Nathan for me. Nathan's in the chat room. Nathan Brooks says, "What is up, Team DDD?" So, you know, God bless him. He's certainly. I'm sorry.
And
what was that you said?
I said howdy.
Howdy.
Yes. And right there, I got to get rid of some of these Russian bots.
Yes, thank you for doing that. Oh my God. And for God's sakes, I'll probably need to actually take a little refreshing trip to the restroom before I start monologuing. So I'll probably need you to hold the stage for a few minutes. But I'm trying to, shall I say, get myself together, and I'm trying to respond to what you said about brokenness, because that's something I do want to respond to while we're on the topic. Otherwise, I'll forget. And it's something that I've spoken to before with other people, and kind of tried to put it into context for them. As a matter of fact, I may talk about it when I return from that trip to the restroom. So in the meantime, do me a favor and hold the stage. I'm going to go mute. Okay? Is there something you got that you can talk about? What is it that you might?
Yeah. I'm interested in these monsters from the Philippines. I mean, these are just some awesome things to talk about. This sort of bestiary.
Oh my God! So I knew they would appeal to you, and certainly. Well, let me put it to you this way, as a Christian, before I take that trip to the restroom. All right, when it comes to the brokenness, God works through broken things. It's broken soil that produces harvests, and it's broken clouds that yield the rains, and it's broken grain that maketh bread, and it's broken bread that giveth strength. And it be the broken alabaster box that giveth forth perfume. And 'twas Peter, weeping bitterly, who did returneth to greater power. All things broken are those things of God, more so than things that aren't. So something to bear in mind. In the meantime, I will go mute, and when I return, I'll proceed immediately to solicitation and sucking all the oxygen out of the room from there. All right?
All right. So let's go back to some of these creatures. I mean, yeah, well, I mean, I guess it wouldn't be impossible. It's not inconceivable that a God would work through me, and even though I can't see it, or even though I can't recognize it. And maybe there's a reason for that. Who knows? I suppose if we're speaking about something that encompasses both good and evil, left and right, demons and angels, then so be it. I can come to peace with that. So here's another creature that I didn't get to talk about. Oh, Batty Bat. Yes. So this is the second one. All right. So here's we went into the Mananagal, which is a half pair of normal lady legs and half winged flying nightmare, which is one of the scariest monsters in their culture, as it actively hunts for food and even looks fearsome. It has a taste for the hearts of the unborn, but it has been portrayed to hunt and feed on adults. This is just so freaking awesome. Okay, so they're saying to defeat a Mananagal, you have to find its legs and then sprinkle salt or crushed garlic on the open wound so it can't combine with it anymore. We assume the grief it will suffer from losing what it considers its best feature would kill the creature. Now, the idea of using salt and crushed garlic, these sound like herbs that you would use in magic or the occult. In fact, you could use salt to kind of create a magical circle if you were summoning something, and you can also use something, you could probably even use garlic. The idea of using salt, of course, is salt. I guess if you're making a circle and you're summoning something, the salt, it won't be able to pass the perimeter of salt, and that will sort of bind whatever you're summoning in that area. So that's the idea. Another interesting creature is the Singbin. This is number 3. The Singbin would, of course, be their version of the Chupacabra, only weirder and without taste for goat's blood. It is described as a stinky animal-like creature. Its size ranges from goat-like to as big as a bear. Wow, that would be fucking terrifying. Goat-like and big as a bear, honestly. It walks backwards with its head lowered between its hind legs. And its special skills is that it sucks your blood through your shadow. It makes itself invisible. And some say that catching one will give you good luck. And they say good luck catching one. Has anyone actually tried to catch one? Has anyone actually succeeded at catching one? For them to say that believing that catching one will give you good luck means that somebody has had to have tried to catch one of these things. And chances are, if this thing is one of these monsters in the Philippines, yeah, somebody saw this thing and tried to capture it, which is a very amusing ass idea. We have Batty Bat, which is blamed for sudden unexpected nocturnal death syndrome, which reminds me of a lot of what the Cho do as well. The Batty Bat usually attacks people who sleep near the post of the house made from a tree that used to be her home. You can say she has a hard time letting go of things. She is depicted as a fat old hag, and her preferred way of dispatching her victims is sitting on their chest while they sleep. It's interesting because one of the strangest experiences I had when I was 15 was having a dream with a, I guess you could say the woman was an old woman. I can't tell whether she was fat or not, but it was strange because the world around me, instead of being on like a planet that's on a sphere, it was like being within a sphere, and it was just a very uncomfortably strange experience that felt like I was being sucked out of my body. The scary thing about Batty Bat is that it attacks without warning. Sleep somewhere near her perceived territory, and you're probably never going to see the light of day. That's good to know.
What are we talking about?
I just covered the Batty Bat.
Batty Bat,
which is supposed to be like an old hag that kills people in their sleep.
How do they spell that?
This keeps reminding me of some of the Ifrit from the which was supposed to be something that was taken from Spain, a version of the key of Salamanus. Of course, this is different from the key of Salamanus that I would Google, because when you type in that key, you'll find the goetic demons instead of the 72 Ifrit.
72 Ifrit, like 72 virgins. Is there a relation between?
No, the Ifrit.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. The Ifrit, it's, you say tomato, I say tomato, but I mean, is there, I wonder, when they speak of 72 virgins, is there, like, why the number 72? Why is 72 specific in both cases? I'm not saying that the virgins are Ifrit, but I'm saying...
No, I didn't say virgins. I said...
No, I understand that. I'm talking about
why the number 72?
When Muslim fundamentalists feel that they die while cutting off a Christian's head, so to speak, then they feel they go to, seventh heaven and get the 72 virgins. And, that's what's promised them by...
Oh, interesting. I did not know that the number 72
Oh, you didn't know that? Okay.
No.
That's what they're supposed to get as the reward. Yeah.
This is it's very interesting how that number keeps coming up.
Yeah.
I do know that 7 and 2, you get 9, and of course you have 9, what do you call it? 9 divinities of hell. So, I mean, go figure. 70, what else is special about 72? 72 is also 3 days. And now when you're dead, I guess your soul stays with your body for 3 days before it departs, right?
Right, something like that. Yeah, the old.
And 72 is 72 hours. That's 3 days, 72 hours. So it's like each demon would be the trial that your soul would go through. Of course, that would reminds me of like an extended version of the Egyptian Book of the Dead, the Amduat, in which the soul has to go through 24 trials of the 24 hours. So it's quite interesting that maybe the soul staying with the body is, we do know that when you die, all of your DNA, all the junk DNA is actually turned on.
Right.
And your brain and all your neurons start to make copies of the dying brain cells. Well, and so the glial cells and all that. So that could be this could be what you go through. Oh, fuck. That sounds horrible. I don't want to fucking die now. Shit.
Oh, my God. Yes, there you go. Just make a promise to yourself, not going to die. That'll help. And
I'm just going to have to find a way to turn this to... I'm just going to need to find a spell that makes this body radiation proof and age proof.
Yeah, there we are.
And maybe I'll evanesce.
Yes, become one of the evanescers like Dr. David Lewis Anderson.
Yeah, it's interesting how he communicates in dream. That's very intriguing.
He's basically he's Peter Moon's ascendant master. Okay, that's basically.
But what I don't understand is why he doesn't just show up and say, "Yo, what's up, Peter? Let's hang out."
Because that would be an end to the mystique, I guess.
I mean, that would suggest that what he's feeding off of then is the mystique.
Yeah.
Interesting. So I suppose even they have their own food sources that don't necessarily mean that it's physical food. Interesting.
Well, if he's feeding off the mystique, it's more like maybe that's just kind of like what he tosses out there, just because it serves as a distraction or something. Is more along the lines I would take it, but. At any rate, when it comes to our man Jameson, he's going to go on for a few more minutes and buy me a little more time. I'm just looking through the net now because I do want to see if I'm covering, some breaking stories. We're going to have a lot of breaking in Arc of Narrative tonight in what little time we have left. And God knows I'm probably going to have to, not go through a full arc of narrative tonight like I would like to, but just, when I speak, I'm going to speak a lot faster and cover as much as I can because, as always, there's just too much to fucking cover. But with what we will be able to cover, it'll be worth your while. So in the meantime, buy me a few more minutes, Jameson. I'll
All right.
you know.
So we have one
And,
more
and how do
monster.
you spell Batty Bat? I mean, how the fuck do you even spell that?
BATIBAT.
Okay. Weird
Batty Bat.
shit. Yeah. So go on. Yeah.
All right. So our final one is the Mankukalam. The Mankukalam is often depicted as a being that uses and abuses his or her power to advance his or her evil intentions. They might not have fangs nor claws, but they are more than capable of doing harm. Just goes to show that while ghosts, ghouls, and monsters are scary, people with power are even scarier. Wow, that sounds a lot like myself. Scratch his chin. Yeah, okay. If I was really evil, I'd be a fucking I'd be hanging out with Derek Talley and eating women and shit.
Yes.
Hey, Richard K. Cole, let's bitch about this guy on Bogab because we got nothing better to do. Did you taste that? Oh, I had this one chick last night and she was albino.
That sick son of a bitch. Yeah. How do you taste? Yeah. God damn.
Oh man. Oh, could you imagine him hanging out with oh my gosh. Oh, Brendan Zolkit.
Oh God. Yes.
Can you imagine those two trying to have like a group blind date?
Oh God. Yeah, I don't even want to imagine it. It's just well, you know, they definitely would not hang with each other. Yeah.
What would be like I want to know whether she's vegan and they'd be like, I don't care about that shit. I want to know if she takes sex.
Oh God. So there we have that, and so that being said, I'm gonna go mute for a few minutes. Gonna breathe. Right. Our man's gonna take over here. He's gonna all yours.
Yeah, so all right, I'm going to probably do like a quick rundown on some of the things that are in the news. This is something I pulled up like earlier, like last week, but I all right, it's just the image of this, you know, where people are kayaking in water colored from mine waste spilled at the Animas River near Durango, Colorado. Okay. Now, it goes without saying that these folks are all white. I'm sorry. I don't want to go there, but why the fuck would you kayak in waste water? What the what is it? Somebody please educate me as to why people would do that shit. That shit is fucking crazy. Let's see. We have vaccine mandate to kick in for the first wave of health workers. Good, because maybe wait a minute, that shit wasn't in effect already? Oh my fucking God. Well, that goes without saying. That's why I got fucking Omicron in the hospital from these fucking assholes. Oklahoma prepares to execute a man for 2001 hotel slayings. Well, who cares? People die all the time. All right, here's an interesting one. Prince Andrew is trying to get this suit against EÜPITER dismissed, which I guess is a woman who was sexually abused by him above Jeffrey S. Epstein's plane. And he's saying, if the thing, and his lawyers are trying to argue, if the case goes through, it was consensual. How the fuck does that work when she was underage? How the fuck does that even work? This is, well, yeah, it goes without saying that he's been stripped of all his like honorable stuff by his family, so it goes without a doubt they know he's guilty. It's the only reason why they wouldn't side with him and they would strip everything from him. They know he's a piece of shit. Oh God, this is even worse. Americans' trust in science is now deeply polarized. Science, okay, granted, science is a philosophy, but it's a philosophy that is proven to be true. How the fuck do you not trust science? What do you trust if you don't trust science? If you can't trust science, math, engineering, just basic fucking shit that proves itself on a daily basis, what the fuck are you going to trust? We are living in a time when people would rather put urine or cleaning chemicals in their body than scientifically vetted vaccines. Yeah, this is absurd. And of course this is partisan. This is pretty fucking sad. America was done the minute Trump stepped in office. There is no things are gonna get bad. Things are bad. Things are bad. Let's see what else we got. The Coast Guard is seeking 38 people missing off of Florida. Let's see whether these were people who were this was a human smuggling operation, so yeah, they're probably dead. We have Mississippi Capitol struggling with an aging water system. Oh, finally, some good news. Okay, hospital patient without COVID shot denied heart transplant. Good. If you don't want to get the shot, you're probably just gonna die of COVID. Why the fuck should you get a heart transplant? A Boston hospital is defending itself after a man's family claimed he was denied a new heart for refusing to be vaccinated against COVID-19, saying most transplant countries programs around the country simply require to improve set similar requirements to improve patients' chances of survival. Of course, why are you going to give someone a heart transplant if they're just going to die of COVID? There's some common sense there. Tragic news. Well, I won't necessarily say it's tragic because honestly, I don't like primates, but the world's oldest male gorilla dies at Atlanta Zoo at the age of 61. Yeah, primates are horrifying. So,
but by the way,
you know, honestly, as much as I love animals, I'm not against testing on monkeys because they just creep me the fuck out.
No, I get that. What the other day you told me about? Oh wow, why haven't I noticed this law is such a fascinating? What caused this sudden fascination with law the other day that you?
Oh yeah, I was just watching videos where they were just going over like the police's conduct in situations, and what fascinates me about law is just the technical things that there are to know, because you know I'm autistic like that, and so like knowing every little freaking detail of section this says this, section this is it's like, oh, it's like mechanics porn for guys, you know, except it's law.
Okay. That's cool. Yeah, I was just wondering where that came from.
Yeah, it's just another thing to distract me from the fact that I can't get laid.
Oh, well, there we go. As I said, that'll change if you become a stage magician, right?
I think that'll change even before I become a stage magician. I get the feeling it's going to change soon.
Oh, cool. This is a positive thing, right? This is positive.
I hope so. I think I'm under a woman's spell, but I hope I'm wrong.
Okay.
Because I do like having my free will.
Yeah, well, you know, free will is not all it's cracked up to be.
No, you actually have a good point. There's nothing wrong having a unfree will if you're getting some good pussy.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, you know, all that shit about freedom. Remember that shit Derek Talley was saying when I have standards. Yeah, I have standards. Remember that shit? Yeah, he's standards.
Well, he does have standards. Well, he has to have standards because, you know, he's eating them. And you are what you eat. So he's obviously going to want to eat whatever he wants to become, which who knows what the fuck that is. He wants to become a walking couch.
Oh my God. Yeah, there we are. Yes, that's what he is. A walking couch. Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. It's true. It describes him perfectly. Honestly.
One day he's going to be on TLC's my 1,000-pound life.
Yes. Oh God. Oh, that. Yeah. Remember, he was at that weight. He was like the weight he lost in just fucking water weight. Unfucking believable. He lost a whole like liquid black man inside of himself. when he lost all that weight. It was crazy, and it's impossible to imagine somebody weighing that much.
But then if you lose all that weight, how much loose skin do you have? And, the only way to really change the loose skin thing.
He must have looked like a fucking ghoul. I told you how the ghoul look when they haven't eaten. They've got all those flabs of skin that hang out. He must have looked just like that. And
now that I kind of have a very clear image of how the ghoul look in my mind.
Yes,
and I think that there have been times when I might have seen some paranormal videos with creatures that sort of they could pass.
Yeah.
Probably not as uncommon as we think, even here in the North. Well, even here in the North American continent.
Absolutely. Yeah. No. I get what you're saying. It's. Oh God, was that blowing your nose? Were you blowing your nose?
Yeah. I'm gonna go mute. I'll let you take over. Good night, folks. I am.
Okay. Are you breaking down now, or what's going on?
No, it's just. I can't fucking breathe. I gotta hit the spray again.
Okay, what spray are you using, if I might ask?
All right, it's this. Where the fuck is it? Oh, there it is. It's like halfway across the room. All right, I'm going to try to make as little noise as possible.
I don't see why. You can make as much noise. We already know what's going on. Nobody's going to hold it against you. Just don't worry about it, honestly.
Oxymetazoline, HCl, 0.05%.
Okay.
And it seems to have worked, but now it's like I need more and more of it just to get my nose clear. I mean, granted, they say that if you use it too much, it might make your sinuses worse. And I was like, yeah, well, fuck it. I don't mind having to use this stuff for the rest of my life as long as I can fucking breathe.
Yes, thank you.
But this is getting ridiculous. I feel like COVID is probably going to reemerge and kill me or some shit. I hope not. Maybe Hasteliak has decided, oh yeah, motherfucker, you want to work with me? You want to work with the anti-gods? You're going to be patient zero. Oh God, that would suck. He's going to turn me into like some shit like, what do you call it? Who's that lady who's killing everybody?
Typhoid Mary?
Yeah, he's gonna turn me into some kind of typhoid Mary type motherfucker, and it's gonna be like really fucked up because then people are gonna be like, I notice everyone around you dies. Stay the fuck away from me.
Well, remember that what that one guy told my dad was that, oh, you're a regular typhoid Mary, aren't you? Yes. Anyhow, I'm sorry. Go on. Yeah.
That could actually be a compliment in some ways.
Oh yeah, I get it. I have and my dad had a morbid enough a sense of humor where that was taken pretty much as such. So just so everybody knows, we basically, while our man Jameson is talking, he's buying me time. And by the way, the federal tax filing season is underway. And even though the IRS still hasn't processed millions of returns from last year due to COVID-19 and a lack of funding, I guess there's still ways.
So what I learned is if you're getting Social Security disability, if you're getting under a certain amount, even if you file for the taxes, because I tried to do this last year because I figured if I didn't file, I wasn't going to get the stimulus. And so I sent everything through. They said, oh, we're not going to file this because you don't make enough. So I guess they take everything out automatically due to the fact that I'm getting like a pittance of what most people would need to survive in New York.
Right. I mean, obviously, if you were on your own, you couldn't live. I mean, that not with the money.
No, if I were on my own, I would have to be working as a male gigolo.
Yeah.
Full time.
There we are, and
I'd have to be learning from Daniel how to make money real fast.
Yes, and Daniel, like he says, it's not the industry it used to be.
No, I'm fairly certain that the first person I'd see as I'd be like something like 600 pounds, and I'd have to be snorting as much coke as those guys in Wall Street just to be able to perform.
Yes, yes. Oh my God. Yes, I know, because you're not dealing with attractive women. Oh my God.
Yeah, and for some reason, like my mind, it's like I can try to. I mean, I could just slip into some kind of internal fantasy while doing it, and
That's right.
still manage to enjoy it. But it's just like the thought afterwards, I'd feel kind of dirty.
Right. No, understood. And well, you know, there we are. Okay, so I want people to understand I've been going through the internet, and I think I've pretty much got an idea of what's going on in the world. So I'll probably start now. God. So let me try and make certain that we are not, I'm not missing anything. You know, and my being this perfectionist is really, I'm my own worst enemy. I shouldn't even do this, but all right, now I'm going to start sucking all the oxygen out of the room. Our man has brought me enough time, so I feel that we've got way too much to talk about. Chris Collins says you should listen to a clip of the sound of his voice. It's far worse than his face. He's talking about RFK Jr., I believe. So he must be talking about RFK Jr. because there's kind of a time delay. And then Jacob Waters says... Yeah, hope you're doing good, Douglas. Best wishes. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chris Collins and Jacob Waters and Nathan Brooks. Love all you brothers out there. And I'm going to now take over. And so, Jameson, say good morning to everyone. And
good morning, everybody. And I'm going to hopefully not die as I'm probably going to... This is why I'm going to stay seated up instead of laying down this time, because I think if I lay down, I'm going to die from not being able to breathe. I'm certain of it.
There you go. You know, you are a bit of a hypochondriac. So, that being said, we love you dearly. And thank you so much for what you do. Now, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Baron Ostenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com to review excerpts from Ben Ostenius' yet-to-be-published work of that very title, The Unfinished Man, and, of course, you can review scenes from his cinematic documentaries, currently in production at theunfinishedman.com, but other cases, such as The Strange Case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and The Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact thetucsonmurders.com. Spell that TUCSON like tucks in, put the word the in front of it, thetucsonmurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. A shout out to Shane Bridges. I know I'm familiar with that name vaguely. So, Shane, if you're out there, feel free to introduce yourself if you like. Again, simply go to the Sora Aoi timeline, the timeline I was gifted by Sora Aoi. So many people freak out about that, and they don't want to go anywhere near it. They don't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole because, you know, whether I'm in drag physically or online, everybody just gets weirded out. I don't know why. But Facebook.com/Douglas D. Dietrich with all the D's uppercased, capital letters for all the D's, everything else lowercase. Facebook.com/ Douglas D. Dietrich. That'll take you to the Sora AOA timeline. Leave me a message. Tell me who you are, and I'll see if I remember you. And a shout out to Shane Bridges because he contributed 20 United States dollars via PayPal. God bless him. And Sarah Thomas Lyons, shout out unto she. She left some pink pulsating hearts and a frozen face earlier because she's freezing her ass off up there in Canada. God bless her. Maintain her in your thoughts and prayers. Maintain Amanda Ute in your thoughts and prayers. She's just now starting to feel better along with her daughter. Their son got over the Omicron right away. They're bouncing back. It takes a lot longer. So God bless her. And Sarah Thomas, love you, honey. All right, ladies. Now, talking about everything tonight, Jameson Reese says it's 21 Fahrenheit over there on Long Island. Long Island? Is that where you're at? He's Long Island, I think. Isn't he? I think. Oh, Staten. There we are. Staten Island. Thank you. It's Peter Moon's on Long Island, along with Selena Khan. Yeah, they got the, they're upscale. Yeah. And Jameson's one of the reasons why Staten's a bit downscale. Yes. So the Tonga volcano, which we were talking about, he says it's colder over there. Holy shit. Yeah, they can have it. Anyhow, we were talking about Tambora with the last transmission. So just a bit back on Tonga so people understand it. By the way, Jacob Waters says, Douglas Dietrich, what are your thoughts on Tom O'Neill and his theories on Charles Manson? He says, don't get on a respirator. He says, watch out for Montauk over there on Long Island. By the way, Veronica Barrera is with us. Gives me diamonds in the chat room. Hey, honey. Buenos noches a todos, Senora Veronica Barrera. So, God bless her. And I'm so glad she's with us. And, really boost for morale. And, I'll take, the gentleman, Mr. What's his name again in the chat room? Ask it, Jacob Waters. What are your thoughts on Tom O'Neill and his theories on Charles Manson? I don't even know what they are. So someone will have to outline that for me. That being said, all right. So the Tonga volcano dwarfed the biggest nuclear blast ever seen, triggering record-breaking lightning and a never-before-seen tsunami. One of the most violent explosions in the South Pacific in centuries will be studied for years. It obliterated a small, uninhabited South Pacific island known as Hunga Tonga Hunga Ha'ape and produced tsunamis and an atmospheric shock wave that traveled round the world. On the morning of the 21st day in January of 2022, National Public Radio reported that Tonga volcano, which had erupted a week before on Saturday, the Ides of January, meaning January 15th of this year, dwarfed, in their words of NPR, I read therefrom, the largest nuclear detonations ever conducted, according to a global group that monitors for atomic testing. The shockwave from the blast was so powerful that it was detected as far away as Antarctica, says Ronan Lebaraz, a geophysicist with the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty Organization in Vienna, Austria, which oversees an international network of remote monitoring stations. As Jameson Reese says, it traveled around the Earth 3 times. In total, 52 detectors round planet Earth heard the low-frequency boom from the explosion as it traveled through the atmosphere. According to Ronan Lebras, it was the loudest event that the network had detected in more than 20 years of operation. So NBR quoted Dr. Lebras as saying, every single station picked it up. It's the biggest thing that we've ever seen. And Lebras also added that although the eruption rivaled a nuclear explosion, it was not a nuclear explosion. It was a volcano. Radioactive fallout, the telltale sign of a true nuclear explosion, was not detected at any station. The Kingdom of Tonga itself doesn't often attract global attention, but a violent eruption of an underwater volcano, the midst of this month, has spread shockwaves, quite literally, around half the world. The volcano is usually not much to look at. It consists of two small uninhabited islands, Hunga Ha'ape and Hunga Tonga, poking about 100 miles above sea level, 65 kilometers north of Tonga's capital, Nuku'alofa. But hiding below the waves is a massive volcano around 1,800 meters high and 20 kilometers wide. The Hunga Tonga Hunga Ha'ape volcano has erupted regularly over the past few decades. During events in 2009 and 2014 through 2015, hot jets of magma and steam exploded through the waves, but these eruptions were small, dwarfed in scale by the January 2022 events. Research into the earlier eruptions suggests this is one of the massive explosions the volcano is capable of producing roughly every 1,000 years. Now, why are the volcano's eruptions so highly explosive, given that seawater should cool the magma down? Well, if magma rises into seawater slowly, even at temperatures of about 1,200 degrees Celsius, a thin film of steam forms between the magma and water. This provides a layer of insulation to allow the outer surface of the magma to cool. But this process doesn't work when magma is blasted out of the ground full of volcanic gas. When magma enters the water rapidly, any steam layers are quickly disrupted, bringing hot magma in direct contact with cold water. Volcano researchers call this fuel-coolant interaction, and it is akin to weapons-grade chemical explosions. Extremely violent blasts tear the magma apart. A chain reaction begins with new magma fragments exposing fresh hot interior surfaces to water, and the explosions repeat, ultimately jetting out volcanic particles and causing blasts with supersonic speeds. So that gives us two scales of the Hunga eruptions. The 2014 through 2015 eruption created a volcanic cone joining the two old Hunga islands to create a combined island about 5 kilometers long. These historical eruptions were merely curtain raisers to the main event. Now, mapping the seafloor, a hidden caldera was discovered 150 meters below the waves. And the caldera is a crater-like depression around 5 kilometers across. And small eruptions, such as in 2009 and 2014 through 2015, occur mainly at the edge of the caldera, but very big ones come from the caldera itself. And by the way, when I said earlier that the small islands were 100 miles above sea level, I meant 100 meters is what I meant to say. When I'm looking at the net and looking this stuff up, it's coming at me in waves, and I have to look at the source where I'm getting it from to remember whether I'm getting this in imperial measurement, meaning foots and meter, foots and miles and shit like that, or the metric system, which is what everyone else in the world uses except America, and probably Britain is going to return to the imperial system as well. Since they went Brexit, they may as well go, all out crazy and go back to what their king gave us, which was the size of his foot became our measurement system. So there you go with that. That's where we use the term feet, in case you didn't know. Now, looking at the, how would I say this? When I'm talking about the caldera, these big eruptions that come from the caldera itself, they're so large that the top of the erupting magma collapses inward, deepening the caldera. And looking at the chemistry of past eruptions, the small eruptions represent the magma system slowly recharging itself to prepare for a big event. And evidence of two of the huge past eruptions from the Hunga caldera in deposits on the old islands matched chemically to volcanic ash deposits on the largest inhabited island of Tongatapu, 65 kilometers away, when radiocarbon dates were used to show that big caldera eruptions occur about every 1,000 years, with the last one at Anno Domini 1100, or 1,100 years AD. And with this knowledge, the eruption on January 15th seems to be right on schedule for a big one. And that brings us to what we can expect to happen now. We're still in the middle of this major eruptive sequence, and many aspects remain unclear, partly because the island is currently obscured by ash clouds. The two earlier eruptions on December 20th, 2021 and January 13th of this year were of moderate size. They produced clouds of up to 17 kilometers elevation and added new land to the 2014 through 2015 combined island. The latest eruption has stepped up the scale in terms of violence. The ash plume is already about 20 kilometers high. Most remarkably, it spread out almost concentrically over a distance of about 130 kilometers from the volcano, creating a plume with a 260 kilometer diameter before it was distorted by the wind. This demonstrates a huge explosive power, one that cannot be explained by magma-water interaction alone. It shows instead that large amounts of fresh, gas-charged magma have erupted from the caldera. The eruption also produced a tsunami throughout Tonga and neighboring Fiji and Samoa. Shock waves traversed many thousands of kilometers, were seen from space, and recorded in New Zealand some 2,000 kilometers away. Soon after the eruption started, the sky was blocked out on Tongatapu, with ash beginning to fall. All these signs suggest the large Hunga caldera has awoken. Tsunami are generated by coupled atmospheric and oceanic shock waves during any series of these explosions, but they are also readily caused by submarine landslides and caldera collapses. That's what would happen if you had La Palma collapse, and then the tsunami that would trigger would wipe out the world as we know it, effectively by destroying the east coast of the United States and New York City, the financial capital of the world, with it. Now, the Tonga volcano was felt around the globe. The incredible power of the eruption of the Tonga volcano on the Ides of January, the 15th of this month, reverberated around the world. Satellites in space captured the action even before the eruption started, showing the island sinking, and then later the mushroom cloud and pressure waves expanding outward. Approximately 200,000 lightning events took place near Tonga in the first hour of the eruption. People as far away as Australia and across the ocean in Alaska and Canada heard that explosion. Barometers around the world, such as one in Switzerland, recorded the pressure wave from the South Pacific explosion. And tsunami waves affected shores all the way to the west coast of these United States. Aside resulting in a number of exotic phenomena like super intense lightning strikes and a rare meteo tsunami, the eruption of the large volcano in the South Pacific on the Ides of January has done significant damage to the island nation of Tonga itself. On the ground in Tonga, residents are dealing with the aftermath of the blast and of the tsunami and ashfall that has followed. Communications with Tonga have been seriously hampered by the explosion, which has contributed to delays in the arrival of aid. But as the world begins to respond to the humanitarian crisis, scientists have been trying to understand this powerful explosive eruption better. And they can only do that by reflecting upon 8 centuries of volcanic activity. The volcano, familiar to locals but unknown to most outside of the remote island kingdom, is called Hunga Tonga Hunga Ha'apai. The name refers to 2 islands that rise about 100 meters above the surface of the Pacific, roughly 65 kilometers north of Tonga's capital, Nuku'alofa. The volcano has shown on and off activity over the years and even centuries, with major eruptions recorded as far back as the 12th century. In December of 2021, it began rumbling once again. The volcanologist and science writer Robin Andrews explained to Bob McDonald, host of CBC Radio's Quirks and Quarks, that as the Pacific plate slowly slides under the Australian plate, the water within it gets baked out and enters the mantle above. This in turn allows rocks closer to the surface to melt more readily. The result is a massive amount of molten rock, known as magma, filled with gas, a potent recipe for a volcanic explosion. He compared the process to a pneumatic pump that blasted the magma out of the way. This sets off a chain reaction that leads, in a heartbeat, to a 10 megaton explosion. At that time, by mid-January, there were very gas-rich plumes, but without much material coming up. The aforecited Dr. Andrews comparing it to burping, or belching would be a far better word, or volcanic indigestion. His words, even as it wasn't doing anything out of the ordinary. Then on January 15th, it blew up. The energy released by the blast has been estimated as equivalent of 10 megatons of TNT. That makes it, 25,000 times more powerful than the explosion that shook the port of Beirut, Lebanon in August of 2020. The Tonga explosion was, to quote Andrews, pretty cataclysmic. Even volcanologists who have studied all kinds of eruptions, their jaws dropped. Though it was about half as powerful as the eruption of Mount St. Helens in the northwestern United States in 1980, the Tonga eruption, nonetheless, as Doc Andrews so stated, made the world stand up and take notice, just because of how violent it was. Now, according to a report from the Smithsonian Institution's Global Volcanism Program, the explosion was heard in New Zealand 2,000 kilometers away, and according to a tweet by the World Meteorological Organization, its atmospheric shockwave was detected as far away as Europe. Tonga itself is located near the boundary between two tectonic plates, the Pacific Plate and the Australian Plate, a region known as a subduction zone. As a result, the area is home to many volcanoes. But of course, the apocalyptic ash cloud generated lightning. So this intense volcanic activity was also accompanied by record amounts of lightning, as particles of ash within the plume bumped into each other and into ice particles in the atmosphere. There was a buildup of electrical charge, similar to what happens when you rub a balloon against a wool sweater. At one point, 200,000 lightning strikes were being recorded per hour, almost 60 per second. Anyone unfortunate enough to have been close to the site would have seen the sky appearing to flicker almost continuously, accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder. It would have looked apocalyptic, with the aforementioned Andrews emphasizing that it would have just been this constant roar of thunder and volcanic rumbling. It would have been an extraordinary thing to see. The lightning was detected by arrays of radio antennas in various locations around the world, with each lightning strike creating a distinctive burst of radio waves. And then this rare kind of tsunami. The tsunami waves triggered by the blast were large, but not record-setting. However, as the shock wave rushed through the atmosphere and around the globe, the air pushed against the ocean, creating a smaller secondary tsunamis. And this unusual phenomena was recorded thousands of kilometers away in the Caribbean. Dr. Andrews has attested that this is the first time this effect, known as a meteotsunami, has been recorded as a result of a volcanic eruption. Now, they call it a meteotsunami, as in meteorological, like a weather tsunami, is what I assume they mean, as opposed to meteorite. And it was heard in Alaska. We had tsunami waves in Oregon and California. And I could look through any series of tweets that really just give you an idea of what was going on at the time. I've called up, one of the things I was doing was calling up all these tweets. Near Lincoln City, Oregon, tsunami waves arriving this morning. Stay off the beaches. The first wave typically isn't the most dangerous. And that was KEZI9 News. January 15th. Tsunami time-lapse taken by Ventura Isle Marina. Safe Harbor, etc. Wave talkers there. Here's the Monterey, California tidal gauge, clearly showing 2+ tsunami pulse from the Hunga Tonga Hunga Ha'ape volcanic eruption in Tonga. Red line is observed water level. Blue is predicted tide. Subtracting the two gives us tsunami depth and height. That's from Ryan Hollister. Pressure wave crosses the U.S. and globe. Check out the atmospheric pressure waves from the eruption of, captured visually in a cloud cam videos from the Gemini North, half of the Gemini orbs, a program of the NSF's, at Noir Lab Astro, I don't know, some kind of fucking satellite shit. Gemini Observatory their tweet at Gemini Obs. And then from NWS Milwaukee, fascinating depiction of the pressure wave associated with the Tonga eruption as it moved across the U.S. today. And all of this generated a huge oil spill in Peru. And the Tonga volcano eruption from space, dramatic changes captured. That was Dr. Tanya Harrison's tweet. Simon Proud's tweet, a final video of today's explosive Tonga eruption. This shows data from all 3 weather satellites covering the area. From left to right, Korea's GK2A, Japan's Himawari 8, and the U.S. GOES, GOES -17. These are the 3 satellites that we got most of our information from. Matthias Sangers at My Weather Channel, Twitter shit. Lingering effects from the eruption. More than 5 days after the volcanic eruption in Tonga, the atmospheric pressure wave is still circling the planet. This morning, the wave front crossed Switzerland for the 4th time. The pressure signal is getting weaker, but it is still detectable in the Meteo Swiss network. NASA astronauts at NASA astronauts tweet on January 19th. Ash from Saturday's underwater volcanic eruption in the remote Pacific nation of Tonga made its way thousands of feet into the atmosphere and was visible from at space station. During a pass over New Zealand on Sunday, Kayla Barron opened the window and saw the effects of the eruption. Now, I presume when they open a window on the space station, they're not really opening the window. There's some slat that they open and they look through glass, right? I think, right? Correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I don't think I am. And of course, the shutter. Thank you, Jameson. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. Shutter. Thank you. They opened the shutter. Bloomberg, quick take, January 20th, tweet. An oil spill off Peru stemming from the Tonga volcano eruption is the country's worst ecological disaster. Roughly 6,000 barrels of oil were spilled, shutting beaches and halting fishing in South America. There we are. And from Blake Smith, Tatafu. Okay, this guy's got to be Tongan, right? January 19th tweet. Nuku'alofa, the city of Tonga, covered in volcanic ash. He says city in quotes, as if it's not really a city. It's some kind of glorified village that's a capital, right? I'm speechless. May it return to its glory soon? With a bunch of question marks. Maybe the question marks are whether it was glorious in the first place, but I'm sorry, that's just vicious. Thank you, Neto Lufe, for these photos. Bottom line, the Tonga volcano explosion was felt around the world. Tsunamis from the January 15th, 2022 event affected the shores of places as far away as Oregon, while the atmospheric pressure wave moved across the globe. At time of eruption, every self-identified online researcher on Earth immediately took to social media claiming that it was not a volcanic eruption as reported, but a nuclear blast. One user shared a low-resolution clip on TikTok claiming to show satellite footage shortly before the eruption with a white object entering the sea. Some used that clip as proof that this was not an eruption, but a nuclear explosion. That clip had more than 1.1 million views at the time of my reviewing it, while the video was also shared to Twitter with more than 100,000 views at that time. And we're talking days ago by now. Now, one user who shared a link to the TikTok clip on Facebook said, "Something ain't right." Yeah, anyhow, other examples of the claim online can be seen anywhere and everywhere. However, there be no evidence of a nuclear blast, while there be myriad signs of a significant volcanic eruption. Understand, satellites bore witness. The eruption in the remote part of the South Pacific Ocean has already been well documented thanks to satellites orbiting Earth. The moment of the blast itself, creating a rapidly expanding bubble of dust and debris, was captured by 3 weather satellites sitting in the geostationary ring and orbit at an altitude of 22,000 miles or 36,000 kilometers for everybody outside of the American Empire, where satellites appear suspended above a certain spot on Earth. And these 3 weather satellites observed in real time as the cataclysmic volcanic eruption tore apart the Hunga Tonga Hunga Ha'apai Island in the South Pacific Ocean. U.S. Earth observation company Planet, as well as satellites of the European Earth monitoring program Copernicus, photographed the ill-fated Hunga Tonga Hunga Ha'apai Island shortly before and shortly after the devastating eruption. Fortunately, the island itself was uninhabited. It only formed in 2009 during an earlier volcanic eruption that merged the 2 previously separated islands called Hunga Tonga and Hunga Ha'apai. The remnants of those 2 islands now again stand on their own in the ocean. However, disaster responders were concerned about the impact of the tsunami triggered by the eruption on other islands of the Kingdom of Tonga, occupying about 170 islands in the South Pacific Ocean. The Polynesian state of Tonga straddles the tectonically precarious boundary between the Pacific and Australian plates, and the kingdom's main island, Tonga Tapu, lies only 40 miles, that would be 65 kilometers, south of that volcano. The thick volcanic cloud produced by the eruption engulfed the whole region immediately after the blast, but the damage caused by the subsequent tsunami is still being assessed, as the disaster disrupted local communication networks and rendered Tonga uncontactable on suffering significant volcano damage. Images captured by satellites of the U.S. company Maxar Technologies after the eruption suggested even then that the destruction might not be as extreme as the scale of the blast might suggest, despite all the houses thrown around, the words of the satellite imagery interpreters. Now, via tweet, Evan Hill, a visual investigator at the New York Times, who released the images on Twitter that Monday evening, said, and here I quote his T, "New high definition before and after satellite images from Nuku'alofa, the capital of Tonga, contain comparatively good news. Though there is obvious tsunami damage, most buildings appear to be intact, though covered in volcanic ash." Now, satellites also detected the ash cloud itself, which had already spread over Australia at over 24 miles or 39 kilometers above Earth's surface. This was the first time volcanic ash has been detected so high in Earth's atmosphere. Now, on Monday, opening last work week, the Dr. Simon Proud, research fellow at the NCEO, the National Center for Earth Observation, University of Oxford, informed the public via Twitter that, to quote us therefrom, "Based on analysis of data from global weather satellites, our preliminary data for the Tonga volcanic cloud suggests that it reached an altitude of 39 kilometers, that would be 24 miles. We'll refine the accuracy of that in the coming days, but if correct, that's the highest cloud we've ever seen." Now, Reuters quoted him as saying, "The immediate eruption was captured by the U.S. GOES, that's USGOES, all uppercase -17, and Japan's Himawari 8, and Korea's GK2A. It was also captured by a communist Chinese satellite, the FY4B, but that data is not public, as the satellite is still undergoing post-launch testing. That's according to, Dr. Simon Proud. The reality is, of course, it's not available to the public because it's fucking communist Chinese. Now, several hours after the eruption, various other satellites overflew the volcano. The 3 satellites I mentioned above, this is Dr. Simon Proud's words, the 3 satellites I mentioned above all show the same story, an incredibly powerful volcanic eruption that began at approximately 4 a.m. UTC. That's Universal Temps Coordon. That means, it's French. And that's, he may be a British scientist, but he's forced to use French International because nobody wants to use the fucking British time because everybody got heartily sick of the British Empire. He goes on to say, slight cloud cover is viewable in images at 3:50 UTC. I suspect that is the beginnings of the eruption. Meanwhile, the smallest object these satellites can detect is around 500 meters across, so you can't see a bomb, and you can't see the airplane carrying it. What we can see in the satellite data, though, are things we expect to see from volcanic eruptions: sulfur dioxide and ash at very high altitudes. These would not be present from a nuclear bomb. These volcanic signatures have been seen both by the satellites above and by various other satellites: American, Chinese Communist, Japanese, European, etc. in the subsequent days. Note, until January 1st of 1972, time zone Zulu was equivalent to GMT, or Greenwich Mean Time, the old British imperial centering the world on a line drawn through London bullshit. Zulu time was thence redefined as UTC, Universal Temps Coordination. That is, well, it doesn't operate daylight saving, first of all, and when carrying out operations in multiple time zones, the U.S. military and NATO utilize Zulu time with a Z appended after the 24-hour timekeeping notation to represent UTC plus 00 for the hours and colon 00 for the minutes and seconds or something like that. That would be another 00 thereafter. Now, the former Greenwich Meridian, from which all Anglo-Saxon, Celtic, Irish, Alban or Scottish, Britons, the Welsh, as well as the United Kingdom Crown Island dependency of Elan Vanin, the Isle of Man, etc. worldwide. Civil time is reckoned, was enforced the world over at the zenith of Pax Britannica, the British peace, or the British imperial height of its power at the Victorian era, as an approximation to Greenwich Mean Solar Time at UT1, meaning the universal time based on the Royal Observatory at Greenwich, where a system was first developed circa 1850 for tracking time based on the rotation of the Earth, and imposed as the Greater British Imperialist GMT, or Greenwich Mean Time. That was subsequently subsumed in turn by Pax Americana through presumption of the Sovietskoy Socialisticheskoy, or Soviet Socialist modeled American Empire's New World Moral, i.e. monetary order, established in 1941, now obsolete and defunct since Anno Domini 1972 of the Communal era, having been superseded by the Frankenreichs, or the Franco-Germans' Central Continental European TAI, the TAI being acronymous for International Atomic Time, which is more acceptable around the world as the basis for the current timescale because it doesn't sound quite so fucking British. So the exactitude of TAI is such that UT1-TAI was approximately 0 on January 1st of 1958 because atomic clocks deviate only 1 second in 20 million years, as approximated. Though things are changing now with all kinds of wobbling of the axis based on the communist Chinese building the Three Gorges Dam and throwing the Earth off of its axis. And fucking us all up. Now, the volcanologist, Jess Phoenix, at volcanojess.com, informed Reuters that there are other signals that are detected when a volcano erupts. Going on record to say, and here I quote us therefrom, the eruption of Hunga Tonga Hunga Ha'apai has produced ample physical evidence for scientists to study, including volcanic ash blanketing nearby islands, and SO2, that would be sulfur dioxide, plume that has carried to Australia, a 30-kilometer high eruption column that reached the stratosphere, seismographic signals characteristic of a volcanic eruption, tsunami generated from a single point source, and satellite confirmation of both an eruption and post-eruption destruction of the volcano itself. This is a significant volcanic eruption, and all of the effects we see are in keeping with how we know eruptions behave. And a spokesperson for the USGS, the United States Geological Survey, articulated that the eruption occurred at a known volcano site. Seismic and infrasound signals are consistent with a volcanic eruption and not a nuclear blast, and as well, SO2, or sulfur dioxide, is not detected in nuclear blasts. During the eruption, SO2 was detected in the plume. Magma includes SO2, so it is often detected at volcanoes. No radioactive particles were detected, as would be expected following a nuclear explosion. So Tonga sits along the subduction zone between two tectonic plates, the Pacific and the Indo-Australian, and a satellite view of the caldera can be seen in a report by the UNITAR, UNITAR, the United Nations Institute for Training and Research, at www.unitar.org/map/3433. There have been 5 confirmed reports of previous activity in 1912, 1937, 1988, 2009, and 2014, while the volcano has been erupting intermittently from December 29th of yesteryear, 2021, to January 4th of this year, 2022, before the big blow. As well, an international monitoring body, in this case, the Preparatory Commission for the CTBTO, the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty Organization Monitoring Regime, did not detect any signs that a nuclear weapon was detonated either. A spokesperson for the CTBTO told the press that, and here I quote as they, the CTBTO makes data from its seismic, infrasound, hydroacoustic, and that means sounds underwater, people, and radionuclide technology networks that form the international monitoring system available to all state signatories. This data and products can be used to determine whether an event is of natural origin or not. In the instance of the Hunga Tonga Hunga Ha'apai eruption, all infrasound stations on the IMS recorded the explosion, but no radionuclide activity related to this explosion was detected on any of the radionuclide stations. But scientists have long known that large volcanic eruptions can reduce global surface temperature for years. Volcanoes send sulfur dioxide, SO2, into a layer of the atmosphere known as the stratosphere, where it combines with water to form sulfuric acid aerosols. This creates a haze layer of tiny droplets that reflects incoming solar radiation, causing a cooling of the Earth's surface. According to U.S. National Center for Atmospheric Research, these aerosols can stay in the stratosphere for up to 3 years, moved around by winds and causing significant cooling worldwide. So supervolcanoes like Tonga that eject vast quantities of sulfur dioxide into higher layers of Earth's atmosphere can sometimes produce a measurable cooling effect on the planet's climate. This effect was detected, for example, after the 1991 eruption of Mount Pinatubo in the Philippines injected about 15 million tons of SO2 into the stratosphere and resulted in a 0.6 degree Celsius drop in global temperature over the next 15 months. In April of 1991, steam explosions were first observed on a little-known volcano called Mount Pinatubo on the island of Luzon in the Philippines. Within 11 weeks, on the afternoon of June 15th that year, the volcano erupted 10 billion tons of pumice and an estimated 17 billion metric tons of sulfur dioxide. That eruption of Mount Pinatubo was the second largest, as well as the second most powerful volcanic eruption of the 20th century, and cooled down the planet in a way that was measurable for up to 2 years. But to reiterate that fact in context of global burning, the Pinatubo aerosols only had a short-term impact, measurable for about a year or two, which means that the volcano is certainly not going to buy humans time in our battle against climate change, or I should say their battle against climate change, my being not really of all that human status. Nevertheless, I want you all around because, well, I want the blood from, the better among you. Still, satellite images tracked the eruption column forming an umbrella cloud reaching a maximum diameter of over 1,100 kilometers and a maximum elevation of 35 kilometers above sea level. The ash and sulfur dioxide reacted with water vapor to form over 30 billion metric tons of sulfuric acid droplets and other aerosols. The aerosols quickly spread around the tropics and high latitudes, carried there by atmospheric currents along Earth's equator. Over the following months, the aerosol cloud climbed higher into the Earth's atmosphere, forming a barrier and scattering or reflecting parts of the sunlight. And so, by August of 1991, 5% less solar radiation was reaching Earth's surface. And in response, Earth cooled down by half a degree for the coming 2 to 3 years. So will the eruption of Hunga Tonga Hunga Ha'apai volcano affect Earth's climate? Well, on Saturday before last, the Hunga Tonga Hunga Ha'apai volcano erupted in spectacular fashion near the Pacific nation of Tonga, with a volcanic plume and a blast wave seen from space by various weather satellites. An especially powerful explosion produced an ash plume of about 150 kilometers, that's about 100 miles, across and 20 kilometers high, reaching Earth's upper atmosphere. The blast wave traveled twice around the world, as 16 hours after the eruption, 2 peaks in atmospheric pressure were measured at various weather stations in Europe. The 1991 Pinatubo eruption was a magnitude 6 eruption after the Volcanic Explosivity Index, the VEI scale. The Hunga Tonga Hunga Ha'apai is, at the moment, classified as a VEI 4 to 5, the largest in the past 30 years. Mount Pinatubo and Hunga Tonga Hunga Ha'apai share some geological similarities. Both are volcanoes sitting atop subduction zones where oceanic crust, together with marine sediments and water, is pushed down, partially melting in the process. This causes very gas and sulfur-rich magma to form. So could the Hunga Tonga Hunga Ha'apai eruption have also similar effects on the climate as Pinatubo? Well, the Tonga explosion will have far more reaching consequences than what's happened in the immediate aftermath. On Monday, as dated the 17th day this January, New Zealand's NIWA, NIWA, the National Institute of Water and Atmospheric Research, relayed via Twitter that the Hunga Tonga Hunga Ha'apai plume had already spread over Australia more than 2,500 miles or 4,000 kilometers to the west of Tonga, producing record concentrations of sulfur dioxide above the Pacific Ocean. Sulfur dioxide is in and of itself potentially harmful to human health, causing irritation of the respiratory tract and worsening conditions such as asthma. The gas can also react with water in the atmosphere and cause acid rains that harm vegetation. Preliminary observations showed that the eruption ejected a large enough amount of volcanic material into the stratosphere to cool the Earth, and at least temporarily reverse man-made climate change in an event known as volcanic winter. Get ready for some extreme ice storms over the next few years. And if you live in Florida, you might want to buy your snow parkas now. Speaking to Radio New Zealand on Monday, University of Auckland volcanologist Shane Cronin said that the Tonga eruption may have been the most powerful Earth experienced since that of Mount Pinatubo in 1991. And in a separate interview, Cronin told the New Zealand Media Centre that it was also the most powerful one for Hunga Tonga since about 1100 AD. To quote he, "The very large eruption of 15th January 2022 is remarkable due to the rapid lateral expansion of the eruption cloud, seen in satellite images, coupled with tsunami and atmospheric shock waves. This suggests the eruption of large volumes of gas-charged magma at Hunga volcano." Cronin noted that the volcano had ejaculated some lava in late 2014 and early 2015, but the scale of that eruption was nowhere near this weekend's blast, or the weekend before last blast, I mean to say. He added the volcano might projectile vomit out more ash and gas as well as lava in the coming days and weeks. The new crater created by the eruption, the size of which has yet to be determined, might also collapse, triggering further tsunamis. Preliminary observations suggest that the volcano erupted only 400,000 metric tons of sulfur dioxide so far. Recent eruptions with comparable emission levels, like the Chilean Calbuco volcano in 2015 and La Soufrière on the island of St. Vincent in 2021, had no significant effects on the climate. Based on research done after the Pinatubo eruption, it is believed that a volcano must at least erupt 5 billion tons to affect global temperatures. The effect of a volcano on the climate depends on various factors, including the magnitude of the explosions, the elevation of the eruption column, the sulfur content of the lava, the site and timing of the eruption itself. Volcanic eruptions with marked cooling effects in the past, like Pinatubo in 1991 or Tambora, Frankenstein's volcano, in 1815, happened near the equator, where atmospheric circulation will carry the volcanic cloud around the globe. Hunga Tonga Hunga Ha'apai is located further south in the Pacific Ocean, likely limiting aerosol dispersal. But to just review briefly, the fact that 206 years ago, the Tambora volcano caused a climate catastrophe. Bear that in mind. Indonesia's Tambora eruption brought on a deadly spate of cooling, presaging the costs that come with sudden changes to climate. On April 10th of 1815, Indonesia's island of Sumbawa, became its ground zero for the worst volcanic eruption in modern times, and a chilling example of a widespread climate catastrophe. The Tambora event was the largest volcanic eruption in the last millennium, or 1,000 years. On the U.S. Geological Survey's Volcano Explosivity Index, that VEI, I referenced earlier, Tambora scores a 7 out of 8. That's 10 times bigger than the 1991 Mount Pinatubo eruption and 100 times more powerful than the 1981 Mount St. Helens blast. On the island itself, the immediate event killed at least 10,000 people and possibly more than 90,000. We could never find the bodies, largely from exposure to the searing heat toxic swells of gas and rock that came tumbling down the mountain, known as pyroclastic flows, that melted everyone into nothing. But Tambora's effects were felt even farther afield. The eruption injected about 100 megatons of sulfur aerosols into the stratosphere, a gaseous surge that eventually morphed into a global haze. And of course, ultimately, within Indonesia, we know 100,000 people died of starvation and everything else. Liz Cottrell, directoress of the Smithsonian Institution's Global Volcanism Program, said people literally on the other side of the world were impacted. Initially, Tambora's deadly haze created strange, spectacular sunsets that inspired artists the world over, but it also reflected back a fraction of incoming sunlight, cooling the Earth by 0.5 degrees Celsius and wreaking havoc with regional climates for a harrowing 3 years. To quote us Ben Andrews, also of the Global Volcanism Program, 0.5 degree is a pretty big change. When you think about how much energy you're blocking, you're setting up a lot of changes to climate. My response to that, of course, would be no shit. Now, in these United States, frost and cold weather ravaged the New England growing season, prompting cries of a year without a summer and a mass migration into western states. And plunging temperatures broke the monsoon cycle in Asia, sending India into famine and triggering a cholera epidemic of unprecedented severity. The summer cold snaps and crippling rains also destroyed mainland Chinese farmers' rice paddies, driving many to starvation, infanticide, and even child slavery, as 19th century Chinese poet Li Yuyang noted at the time in his poem, which I shall translate for you from the original Chinese. The cold wind blows in their faces. The parents wipe their tears away. But back home they cannot sleep, while the birds moan like old men in the night. Tragically, climate science was too young and information too slow for anyone to realize at the time what was unfolding, a climactic disaster that indirectly killed millions of people. Environmental historian Gillen Darcy Wood of the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign has proven that volcanic vulnerabilities persist today. The 2010 eruption of Iceland's Eyjafjallajökull volcano essentially shut down European air travel, costing the global economy billions of dollars. What's more, one of Tambora's greatest tragedies continues to unfold. The poor and marginalized are disproportionately exposed to the risks that volcanoes pose, yet are often ignored when disaster strikes. And Tambora still looms dangerously large over the people of Indonesia. To quote us, Gillen Darcy Wood, "No one died in the Iceland volcano, and my phone did not stop ringing. Yet there was an eruption in Indonesia later that year where more than 300 people were killed and more than 1,000 were displaced. I think of Tambora as the most recent and most drastic climate deterioration on human communities. It's a study of human vulnerability. More than 1 million people live within 100 kilometers of Tambora today, and 100,000 live within 30 kilometers. As for how long Tunga Ha'ape will remain active is unclear if this is the climate of, well, it's unclear if this is the climax of that eruption. It represents a major magma pressure release, which may settle the system. So experts have proposed two possible scenarios. The first is that the magma reservoir of the volcano has exhausted itself for now, and it will go quiet for the next 10 to 20 years as magma slowly returns. A second scenario is that new magma rises up quickly to replace that which exploded, in which case there might be ongoing eruptions, but likely of minor magnitude. A warning, however, lies in geological deposits from the volcano's previous eruptions. These complex sequences prove each of the 1,000-year major caldera eruption episodes involved many separate explosion events. Hence, we could be in for several weeks or even years of major volcanic unrest from the Hunga Tonga Hunga Ha'apai volcano. For the sake of the people of Tonga, I hope not. Regardless, USGS, or United States Geological Survey researchers, have already confirmed that there are about 60 or so underwater submarine volcanoes within 100 miles off the California coast that could send out big pressure waves and stratospheric type of eruptions. So my golden state nation of California will see more tsunami threats from submarine volcanoes yet to come. And that's what brings us to the California fire flood, because after the tsunami burns the blaze. High winds are toppling trees and power lines, stoking fires all across my golden nation state, even as our Pacific Coast Highway is falling into the ocean. But as President Biden struggles, Kamala Harris is touting California wildfire aid to stem the flood tides. Now, a year after a massive chunk of California's iconically scenic Coastal Highway 1 collapsed into the ocean after storms near Big Sur, the reportedly surreal so-called Colorado wildfire burning along the California coast has prompted evacuation orders. Now, Big Sur, California, the extreme and somewhat unforgiving geographical conditions of Big Sur are also what makes it so breathtaking. The area has always been prone to heavy rainfall and landslides, but as climate change worsens, so do these natural catastrophes. To the dismay of lovers of dramatic landscapes and bohemian history, the scenic drive through Big Sur might not be possible in the future. For the sake of examples, after a massive landslide that went into the Pacific Ocean in Big Sur, California circa May of 2017, the slide buried a portion of the Pacific Coast Highway under a 40-foot layer of rock and dirt and changed the coastline below. Then a section of Highway 1, which collapsed into the Pacific Ocean near Big Sur, California on January 31st of yesteryear, when severe weather caused a large gap of Highway 1 to wash away. Now sections of California's famously scenic Highway 1 were closed, I would say Saturday morning, as a wildfire burning near the Pacific Ocean along the California coast grew to 1,500 acres overnight, prompting evacuation orders along our nation-state's Big Sur coastline region. The latest assault on the structural integrity of Highway 1 blew in with powerful offshore winds, knocking down trees and power lines around the Southern California overnight into the weekend, while fanning brush fires in Big Sur and Sonoma County. In the Big Sur area, winds were breezy, with occasional gusts of 20 to 30 miles per hour when, according to CAL FIRE officials, the wildfire started as a brush fire late Friday eventide on tonight in the Palo Colorado Canyon area in Monterey County before overnight 35-mile-per-hour offshore winds caused the fire to move from the northeast to the southwest toward the coast, pushing it toward the sea as flames burned near the iconic Bixby Bridge. According to the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, the blaze, which is being dubbed the Colorado Fire, had burned around 100 acres, less than 1/5 of a square mile, when Monterey County officials ordered the evacuations Friday evening into this weekend last. CAL FIRE officials have since acknowledged that it had burned 2.3 square miles and was only 5% contained as of Saturday morning. I understand it may be around 20% contained by now. Let me check. Colorado fire containment. And let's see if they get the right fire. Colorado fire, embers from pile burning operation. A Colorado fire update. Evacuation orders lifted, roads opened, cause containment of wildfire burning in Big Sur at 60% today. Okay, just so you know. That's good to know. And a lot better than I expected, to tell you the truth, the way things have been going in California with a lot of these fires. Hey, cool. Nathan Brooks is finally showing us his face after a long period of time. And that's always appreciated. I'd like to see people's faces. That's why they call it Facebook, right? At any rate, just to put all of this into perspective for you. Now, about 120 firefighters are battling the fire, which drew a large mutual aid response that included strike teams from multiple CAL FIRE units. 2 air tankers and 2 helicopters are attacking the blaze from the sky. Fire officials emphasize the blaze as yet another indication of the constant fire risk that has become our state's new normal, with Cecile Julien, a public information officier for the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, attributing the fire's rapid spread to poor overnight humidity recovery with a lack of coastal fog plus gusty offshore winds that dried out vegetation. To quote as she, "It is very unforgiving terrain. It's incredibly steep and wooded. There are large trees, including lots of redwood, lots of large brush, lots of steep drainages, very hard to assess. It is very unusual to have a fire of this size in January so close to the coast in this area. This is a good reminder that folks should continue to always be alert and prepared for the possibility of wildfires out west, especially when we are looking at offshore winds that can enhance them. We at CAL FIRE are trying to get away from calling it a fire season at all. It just doesn't make sense anymore to call it a fire season when we get big fires like this all year round. We are really calling it a fire year every year at this point. Every year is a fire year." The National Weather Service thus issued a wind advisory in the Bay Area through Saturday morning that I recall from this weekend last, Bay Area being my residence area, of course, my area of residence. Now, officials with the National Weather Service concluding that winds and low humidity meant the fire remained stubbornly active overnight throughout the weekend, while warning that changing winds through Saturday potentially pushed the fire inland. And in fact, that's exactly what they did. And no rain was forecast for that area throughout, well, over this week, throughout this week. By Saturday morning, the Colorado fire had grown to 1,500 acres, crossed Highway 1, and forced people from their homes. The firefighters from 13 agencies from around California's Central Coast responded to the fire, with Mike Meadows, a California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection duty chief, informed KTLA that strong winds in Northern California early Saturday were pushing the fire west, while attesting that about 500 people had been told to evacuate. The American Red Cross opened a shelter at Carmel Middle School. Now, according to a Facebook post by the Mid-Coast Fire Brigade, a volunteer fire service responding to the blaze, as of Saturday at 4 a.m. local time, the fire had crossed Highway 1 in several places, though no homes had been destroyed by that time. One building, a yurt, that's a Mongol tent, was confirmed to be damaged as of Saturday afternoon. Not even going to ask. No injuries had been reported by that time. But, for some reason, some Mongol nomad had constructed his yurt, which is a big circular fucking tent made of cowhide and shit, in California, because California, where else would Mongols settle outside of Eurasia? All right. The cause of the fire is still under investigation so far as I know, citing photographic images of the fire posted by local news outlets as well as on social media showing flames engulfing hillsides surrounding our area's famed Bixby Bridge. The Bay Area National Weather Service office described them as capturing surreal fire behavior, meaning unreal fire behavior, in an area with little or no fire history at all. That's why the Mongols park there, right? Now, wildfires this time of year are rare in California, and a series of winter storms late last year brought rain and snow to large swaths of the state, along with hopes for lessened fire risk. But weather officials have tweeted that California's punishing drought is acting like a chronic illness, meaning recent rains and cold weather have done little to help fires from developing. And although January fires are not unheard of in California, they are typically associated with a drier winter, whereas this one came after a series of wet storms with fuel moistures in the area normal for January. Brooke Bingaman, a meteorologist with the National Weather Service in Monterey, California, where, of course, you have the Monterey Presidio and the Defense Language Institute, has since asserted that it's possible the long-term climate change supercharged drought that continues to plague the region means that relatively recent rains and cooler winter weather are no longer sufficient to keep fires from growing. To quote she, "This fire is a little unusual given that we had the wet atmospheric river in October and then again in December. Much of the West has been in various levels of extreme to exceptional drought for the past few years. This is something the fire community will look into by looking at the fuels more closely in that area." Now, the fire is burning in the scar of the 2016 Soberanes fire. Unlike the Soberanes fire, which featured tall, rolling flames, the flame lengths of the Colorado fire were averaging only about 3 to 4 feet because there was nothing to carry the fire up into the trees. At the same time, the fire history meant there was plenty to burn. Despite the rain that fell a few weeks ago, fire fuels like grasses, ground litter, and twigs were extremely dry at about 5% humidity. Captain Jesse Barnes of CAL FIRE has concluded that's because offshore winds can dry out vegetation. To quote his T, "Down to nothing in no time at all. If you think of all the dead and dying stuff that was in there from the fire, there's a bunch of fuel loading in there. All those trees that didn't burn up, all those big trees on the ground, it's all just dry fuels for it to burn up, unfortunately." Winds were expected to remain lighter in the area throughout the day on Saturday, ranging from 5 to 10 mile per hour with gusts of 12 to 15 miles per hour. The calmer conditions were helping the firefight. Regardless, California's Department of Transportation has confirmed, or certainly had at that time, that Highway 1 was shut down and closed in both directions from Andrew Molera State Park in the Big Sur area to the Granite Canyon Bridge in Carmel by the Sea due to the fire, with no estimate for reopening, and I doubt they'll reopen yet. So, is this the end of the road for one of America's most scenic drives? You see, Big Sur has been called the longest and most scenic stretch of undeveloped coastline in the contiguous United States. A sublime national treasure that demands extraordinary procedures to protect it from development. And one of the most beautiful coastlines anywhere in the world. An isolated stretch of road, mythic in its everything. California's fragile wonder is known as one of the most scenic drives in the nation, yet frequent damage has long plagued the PCH, the Pacific Coastal Highway. In January of yesteryear, yet another chunk fell into the ocean after intense rainstorms, which created a debris flow that overwhelmed water drains more than 100 miles south of San Francisco. This time, the State Department of Transportation evaluated that a 150-foot piece of road broke off. Repairs were scheduled to be complete in the early summer of 2021. Throughout springtide of yesteryear, travelers perforce turned around when they reached the gaping hole, there being no bypass in that remote stretch of road. Of course, the journey itself is the destination on California's Highway 1. The two-lane road hugs the California coast for hundreds of miles. In its most famous stretch between San Francisco and Los Angeles, The roadway is carved into steep, mountainous terrain around the rugged Big Sur coast. The University of California, Santa Cruz professor Gary Griggs calls the region a geological nightmare, a mix of hard and soft rock that makes development a challenge at best. It is also at the edge of two tectonic plates. In 2017, Professor Griggs consulted on a major repair to the highway as an erosion expert who even then gauged that as global temperatures warm because of human-caused climate change, the conditions that lead to this kind of damage will only increase. Now he assesses that the iconic road's days may be numbered, at least in its current form. He's so predicting that future generations may say, "It was great while it lasted." Soaring mountains on one side of the road and the Pacific Ocean on the other, Griggs experienced California State Route 1 for the first time as a child passenger circa 1956. But in the following decades, he would drive this scenic stretch of road, called the Pacific Coast Highway, dozens of times. He would also learn how fragile it is, himself concluding it inevitable that one day the fixes and repairs won't be enough, or will be too costly to save the highway. That's part of the reason it has remained a relatively rural stretch of road with few of the tourist attractions you might expect from a world-renowned destination. Paula Twydale, Senior Vice Presidentress of Travel for the AAA, emphasizes that there are no strip malls and few gas stations, herself going on record to affirm that that's what makes it iconic. It's one of the most scenic drives in the nation. And Jameson Reese has rejoined us. Deeply appreciated. Now, the highway itself climbs from sea level to hundreds of feet above the ocean, wrapping around the terrain to give drivers glorious views and pull-offs to safely enjoy them. Given the road's location, it's no surprise that Highway 1 is frequently damaged. Leslie Ewing, a coastal engineeress with the California Coastal Commission, the CCC, has attested that for decades, the highway has struggled to make it through a calendar year without an incident that closes a portion, albeit she qualifies her appraisal by observing, to quote as she, there are easier ways to go north or south, but there aren't any more beautiful ways to do it. Now, Kevin Drabinski, a Caltrans spokesperson in California's Central Coast, notes that such is only to be expected from a highway at the edge of the continent, as damage usually occurs because of a combination of weather and geological activity. But what is changing is the frequency and severity of that damage. The effects of climate change endanger the future of the Pacific Coast Highway. Although the highway is celebrated for its oceanic views, it is not rising seas that worry Dr. Griggs and et alie the most. It's fires and rain. Experts hesitate to attribute an individual incident of road damage directly to climate change, but the effects of climate change are creating conditions that worsen Highway 1's existing problems. Wildfires are increasingly dotting California with massive burn scars, scorched earth with little vegetation to help hold the soil together. Overall, in 2020, nearly 10,000 fires burned more than 4.2 million acres in California, more than 4% of our Golden State's roughly 100 million acres of land. That made 2020 the largest wildfire season recorded in California's modern history. That's according to CAL FIRE, where I'm sourcing this data from. A burn scar in deep terrain, like that found in Big Sur, creates perfect conditions for mudslides and debris flows. All that's needed is a deluge of rain, which in coastal California is also happening increasingly frequently. And UCLA climate scientist Danielle Swine has proven that the types of big storms that can better California, or by helping us with our drought, and batter it back into the dirt with heavy rain and snow are projected to increase in intensity in coming years because of climate change. Himself testifying that, well, we may not see more atmospheric rivers overall. The ones that cause problems will become stronger and there will be more major storms. In his own words, which I quote as verbatim, "There's a lot of evidence that atmospheric rivers will become more intense as the climate warms." Now, made visible by clouds, the ribbons of water vapor, known as atmospheric rivers, extend thousands of miles from the tropics to these western United States. They provide the fuel for the massive rain, snowstorms, and subsequent floods along our west coast. A 2017 study evidenced that these rivers in the sky are responsible for up to 65% of the western USA's extreme rain and snow events. The NOAA, or National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, has evinced that although beneficial for water supplies, these events can wreak havoc on travel, trigger deadly mudslides, and cause catastrophic damage to life and property. One well-known nickname for an atmospheric river is the Pineapple Express, which occurs when the source of the moisture is near Hawaii. The aforecited Dr. Swain stresses that the powerful atmospheric river storms have historically caused problems with the Pacific Coast Highway, which, in his own words, is not in a very geologically stable position, even in the best of times. Most of the land slippages along the highway are caused by land on the upper mountainous side of the highway, such as during landslides, mudslides, and debris flows, which are often worsened by California's ferocious wildfires. Climate change is expected to worsen both the frequency and potency of wildfires in my golden California, adding yet another layer of concern for vulnerable Highway 1. So what's around the bend? Our California Coastal Commission expects adaptations. California has been planning for Highway 1's future for years, and the state's Coastal Commission has been charged with protecting the highway. Californians should expect a 2-lane road will continue to span most of the state's coastline. Studies and plans have been made to ensure the highway continues to function, but adaptations will need to be made. Back in 2013, the Metropolitan Transportation Commission announced that south of San Francisco, a section of Highway 1 plagued by rock slides was covered by a tunnel in a project that cost hundreds of millions of dollars. Breathtaking views are still available in a mile-long section for pedestrians and non-motorized vehicles. The aforementioned California Coastal Commission engineers, Ewing, expects more solutions like that one will be needed in coming years and decades. Noting that adaptations are especially challenging in the unforgiving terrain of Big Sur, Dr. Griggs concurs that you can keep putting these Band-Aids on it. Simply retreating the highway inland slightly isn't an easy proposition. Per Caltrans's Drabinski, some repairs made to the Pacific's Coastal Highway 1 are now made to last for decades in anticipation that damage will continue, himself acknowledging that it will take innovative designs to protect the road. For now, travelers can expect that the general experience of that road will still be there. Interior, meaning in interim, in the meantime, in Los Angeles County, where a high wind warning was in effect until 3 p.m. Saturday, gusts of up to 89 miles per hour were recorded at Mount Lukens in the San Gabriel Mountains. And Mike Wofford, meteorologist with the National Weather Service in Oxnard, said that pictures shared on social media showed multiple fallen power lines in foothill areas like Altadena. Toppled trees smashed into houses in Monrovia, Ontario, and Upland, crushed cars in Claremont, and blocked a portion of Pacific Coast Highway west of Heathercliff Road in Malibu, California. Southern California Edison reported 92 outages affecting 24,554 customers in its service area as of 10 a.m. Sunday morning, I believe. If I remember correctly, the majority, about 20,298 customers, were in Los Angeles County itself. Media Relations Advisoress Gabriela Ornelas stated that it wasn't immediately clear how many of those outages were due to the weather, but warned that all downed power lines should be assumed to be energized and people should never approach them. To quote as she, "The winds can topple power lines or send debris flying in the air, so we urge customers to exercise as much caution as possible." Now, the winds prompted the South Coast Air Quality Management District to issue a dust advisory that was in effect from noon Saturday through noon of Sunday, the day that I was transmitting about the Tambora volcano and its ultimate genesis of the Frankenstein's monster in literature. Now, by the way, our man Nathan Brooks, just checking into the chat room here. Wonderful human being. God bless him. I mean, just, you have no idea how much I value his being in the chat. And hopefully he's hearing me now when I say that. And it's just, nice to see him show up. And again, want him to know how much I appreciate the fact that he's showing us his pictures on Facebook. We finally get to see how he looks these days. And so what he says in the chat is cheers. He says cheers in the Chinese. And he says Charles Manson was a member of the Process Church of the Final Judgment. I suppose that could have been a modern MK Ultra style project, I guess. So this must be the Thomas O'Neill theory. And this is probably something I've covered before, but that was something that I believe was talked about by the man who wrote what was it called? The book on who was that killer in New York? Son of Sam. The Son of Sam murders. Connecting that with Charles Manson. Thought he was talking about that. Anyhow, Nathan Brooks said the process was certainly widespread throughout the entire United States at that time. Then he brings up sake is too strong for myself, but love you all much. Kanpai! Yes, that's toast in cheers in Japanese. He says, I'm still hanging for a change, brethren. I've been working my ass off dealing with the police prison state known as Tejas, the Mexican word, Espanol for Texas. He says, but I love it when I can tune in, and I miss times when I felt like I could keep up with your entire career and just listen and pray for Team DDD. Team Triple D. There we are. Thank you so much, Nathan Brooks. We love you dearly. Hugs, dear brother. All right. Back to the process at hand, to use a pun. And we have a nice Korean guy now leaving some responses on my promotional banners. All right. So basically, as I was saying, the winds prompted the South Coast Air Quality Management to district of, Southern California, the great San Angeles sprawl from, San Diego to Los Angeles, to issue a dust advisory that was in effect throughout, up to the point of time when I was transmitting in this last weekend. The regulators concurred. They all agreed that the worst air quality was expected in the valleys of the Inland Empire, as well as the Coachella Valley through the weekend. Those in areas affected by high levels of wind-blown dust were advised to remain indoors with windows and doors closed and to avoid vigorous physical activity. Downed trees and power lines were also recorded across my greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region, including in Oakland and Berkeley. The Weather Service extended a high wind warning for the North Bay Mountains until 4 p.m. on Sunday as of this weekend last. And in Sonoma County, a gust of 96 miles per hour was recorded at a weather station in Healdsburg Hills to the east of Geezer Peak, where a brush fire broke out around 1 a.m. The fire was contained at about 1.4 acres several hours later. There was no word on its cause. And after a difficult first year in office, Vice Presidentess Kamala Harris enjoyed a homecoming of sorts on Friday into this weekend last, taking a helicopter tour in Southern California mountains to highlight new funding for federal wildfire programs. She was joined by our Governor Gavin Newsom and California Senator Alex Padilla, both Harris's friends and fellow Democrats, on a day when they inspected wildfire damage from the sky, visited a federal fire station where they heard about the increasing risk of destructive blazes, and outlined new spending aimed at reducing the risk of wildfires and dealing with their aftermath. Finally, Kamala Harris toured a wildfire burn scar in Southern California with Governor Gavin Newsom before announcing $600 million United States dollars in federal disaster relief funding for the U.S. Forest Service in California to help our Golden State's residents recover from a brutal fire season yesteryear. Now, in brief remarks, the Vice Presidentess hailed the work of firefighters and credited collaboration between governments unencumbered by politics, her words, an apparent reference to past friction between our deep blue, it is heavily Democratic California, and the deep red, it is communist Russian or commu-Russian Trump administration. Now, she said the government is putting the resources where they are needed in the battle against fires and climate change. Her day was not entirely without political drama. A sprinkle of protesters joined the onlookers along the motorcade's route to the fire station, where at the entrance, a lone protester waved a U.S. flag and shouted a derogatory slogan about Joe Biden. Now, Harris's first year in office was framed by the pandemic, a fruitless battle over voting rights legislation, and an immigration crisis at the border. The trip to her home state gave Harris a chance to revel in hearty applause. She and the Biden administration were praised repeatedly for their direction on wildfires and the climate. The U.S. Agriculture Secretary Tom Vilsack called her leadership unmatched. Harris's visit comes at a time when President Joe Biden's approval rating is sliding. Democrats are at risk of losing control of the House and Senate in the 2022 midterm elections, and Harris herself continues to struggle to define her role in the administration. Her office highlighted recent legislation that provided $1 billion to create plans to help defend communities from wildfires. There is also $650 million for rehabilitation efforts for burned areas and nearly $2.4 billion for hazardous fuels management. Earlier last week, the Biden administration said it will expand efforts to fight wildfires by thinning forests around hotspots where nature and neighborhoods collide. As climate change dries out the American frontier west, administration officials said they have crafted a $50 billion plan to more than double the use of controlled fires and logging to reduce trees and other vegetation that serves as tinder in the most at-risk areas. Only some of the work has funding so far. Meanwhile, a bipartisan group of a dozen California lawmakers said they will push to add more than 1,100 new professional wildland firefighters amid the recent epic wildfire seasons, with a dwindling pool of inmates to help fight the blazes. You might remember I went into this in depth before. California uses inmates from our prisons to fight these fires, and we just don't have them anymore, for reasons I went into. Now, the state, our Golden Bear Republic, it was our own republic in the past, has had historic wildfire seasons in recent years, including, but yesteryear, when for the first time, 2 massive fires crossed the rocky bastion of the Sierra Nevada, with one of them threatening tourist destinations along Lake Tahoe. Of the 10 largest wildfires in our state's recorded history, 8 were within the last 5 years. The fire seizures have firefighters who work for our state's firefighting agency working as much as 40 days in a row, increasing burnout and mental health issues. And this is finally being recognized and acknowledged by the lawmakers and the union representing wildland firefighters. But I spracketh about Kamala Harris visiting us. Centrist pundits are floating 2024 fantasies, including a Joe Biden Liz Cheney ticket. Everyone in centrist pundit gumdrop land picked the same week, Yester-Septimania, last week, to go on an acid trip. Now, I'm still wondering if some kind of memo went out to all these longtime residents of happy centrist pundit gumdrop land, because all of a sudden we were inundated, Yester-Septimania, with suggestions that, in the interest of both his re-election and of national unity, the president should pick a prominent member of the neo-totalitarian adjacent half-mad opposition party. In the New York Times, Thomas Friedman proposed a Biden-Liz Cheney ticket. In those same pages, Ross Do That pitched a Biden-Romney extravaganza. Meanwhile, in the pages of The Week, Damon Linker may well be funning us with the idea of pairing the president with Larry Hogan, the charisma-parched Republican governor of Maryland. Linker concludes, and I read from his column, "By all means, let's indulge in outright political fantasy in order to fill column inches. But we pundits really should be careful to ground our pipe dreams just the tiniest bit in political reality. Otherwise, we run the considerable risk of looking ridiculous." Oh, brother, nobody needs to try. You all look ridiculous, and you don't even need to try. By the way, responding to a lovely comment from the lovely Elisabetta Carlotta Del Perro. Love her dearly. Gonna heart her comment there. Now, I hope Linker was kidding, but there certainly are a lot of people on the electric Twitter machine taking that idea of his seriously. And this is not even to get into the preposterous Wall Street Journal column proposing that Hillary Rodham Clinton suit up for another try. Anybody mind if we work on saving democracy first before we get to that point? To the surprise of absolutely nobody, Chris Cillizza took this bad acid trip and ran with it, debunking it but tossing the occasional elbow at Hillary Rodham Clinton while doing so. Can we never be rid of the 1990s? Few pundits enjoy gumdrop land quite so much as Thomas Friedman. Friedman's proposal was by far the most hallucinogenic. As I never tire of pointing out, Liz Cheney is the attack dog spalpeen of the worst man alive in American politics. She has defended torture. She has sneered at the origins of President Biden's old boss. Friedman tries to make his case by drawing parallels to the recent Israeli elections, which is where things first begin to go off the rails. We are not Israel. A multi-party election in a parliamentary form of government is a whole nother thing from the creaky, archaic method by which we choose a president. Of course, Friedman has found an expert to guide him through his trip. I guess this was some kind of Ecuadorian shaman that this fucker dug up while he was popping his shrooms. And he wrote, I read there from his column, "So Biden-Cheney is not such a crazy idea?" I asked. "Not at all," said Stephen Levitsky. "We should be ready to talk about Liz Cheney as part of a blow-your-mind Israeli-style fusion coalition with Democrats. It is a coalition that says there is only one overriding goal right now. That is saving our democratic system." Okay. So, you notice these are all Jewish names. And they're thinking that we can now operate like Israel because what? Because they're Jewish? Believe me, I do my fucking best not to come across as a Judeophobe. These guys make it hard. There is nothing in Liz Cheney's entire public career that indicates she is even interested in saving the democratic system except her distaste for the former president. She might want to save the democratic system from Democrats, but that is as far as I expect she'll go. Oh, God, that brings me back to the column. How did I miss this? That brings us to the second point. Saving a democratic system requires huge political sacrifice, added Levitsky. It means AOC campaigning for Liz Cheney, and it means Liz Cheney putting on the shelf many policy goals she and other Republicans cherish. But that is what it takes. And if you don't do it, just look back and see why democracy collapsed in countries like Germany, Spain, and Chile. This Jewish motherfucker's still living in Weimar time. He's living on what the Nazis called system time, which was the Weimar Republic Chronicle. The other sentence from the column here reads, "The democratic forces there should have done it, but they didn't." Yeah, Germany, Spain, and Chile. This is like, this guy's stuck in World War II. These Jews are all reliving the Holocaust. They're stuck. They're reliving Anne Frank in the attic. They're all Anne Frank in the attic, and they're just waiting for people to break the door down. Well, for people to rat them out so that somebody can break the door down. Dude, somebody needs to break their goddamn door down. These people are, they're just not with it. And there it is, the joker in the deck. The Democrats have to put on the shelf their policy goals. How about asking the Republicans to put on the shelf their policy accomplishments in the areas of reproductive freedom and voter suppression? How about them red Republicans abandoning their crackpot economic theories that don't work? Now, throughout her recent turn in the spotlight, Representative Cheney has shown no sign of wanting to put any of these things on any shelf. This idea and all the other cross-party dreamsicles are perfectly consonant with floating the notion of another run by Hillary Rodham Clinton, or HRC. A lot of our current elite political press cut their teeth during the Clinton era. Certainly, that was the period where Friedman's popularity skyrocketed. It was a time when well-to-do pundits didn't have to think too much about poor people and race and income inequality and predatory wealth, because everybody was a new Democrat and we'd all moved past caring about all those things. There is a great, warm nostalgia among our blue pundit class for those days. I would point out, however, that the subtext of all these wacko 2024 predictions involve the defenestration of Vice Presidentress Kamala Harris, the first woman of color to get this close to the presidency. The good old boys' visions of the good old days don't include her. So Kamala Harris might learn from Henry Wallace. It's been a tough first year for Vice Presidentress Kamala Harris. A Los Angeles Times poll indicates Harris's favorability is slightly lower than that of her predecessor Mike Pence at this point in their respective tenures, and well below the ratings of VPs Al Gore, Dick Cheney, Liz Cheney's father, and Joe Biden himself at this juncture when he was Veep. 52% of voters view her unfavorably. She's a nigger bitch, right? Now, following a disastrous June performance as the administration's point person on the border crisis and an inability to gain traction as an advocate for domestic policy, Harris confronts a growing chorus that she is out of her depth and unsuited to ever occupy the Oval Office. With staff turning over, her office is undergoing a difficult reset. Speculation has begun regarding her status on a 2024 Biden ticket, or her chances for the top spot should President Biden choose not to run. And so as she scrambles to position herself in a more favorable light, Harris might look back 8 decades at the experience of the last VP to be dumped from an incumbent president's ticket, Iowan Henry A. Wallace, one of the most negatively dynamic and unorthodox characters to occupy the number 2 spot in the 20th century. Son of Henry C. Wallace, Secretary of Agriculture under Presidents Warren Harding and Calvin Coolidge, Henry A. Wallace was originally a progressive Republican who began advocating for government intervention in the grain markets when prices collapsed following World War I. A farmer himself and editor of his family's journal, Wallace's Farmer, he was fascinated by plant genetics and was a pioneer in the development of hybrid corn seeds. That brought us hydrogenated corn syrup that sticks to your fat and toxically poisons you and turns you into a type 2 diabetic, which is why with corn syrup everywhere in the American diet, all Americans are technically pre-diabetic. This was Mr. GMO, people. If you want to hate someone, hate this son of a bitch. Appointed in 1933 as President Franklin Delano Roosevelt's first Secretary of Agriculture and an enthusiastic New Dealer, he championed inflationary farm policies, including controlled production, soil conservation, and crop subsidies. In 1939, he introduced the first food stamps plan, which provided supplementary nutrition benefits to 20 million people before it wound down in 1943. Because in the middle of a full-blown war, nobody was hungry. Americans were stealing food from everybody else that they occupied all over the globe. By 1940, FDR had tired of the conservatism and disloyalty of Vice President John Nance Garner, behavior culminating in Garner actually contesting the Democratic presidential nomination that year. As Roosevelt sought an unprecedented third term, he insisted, despite opposition from party leaders, on a progressive running mate. He believed Henry Wallace fit the bill. The problem was that Wallace was seen not only as too liberal in today's terms, he was considered something of a flake. An introvert who spracketh several languages, he was fascinated by the teachings of a Russian emigre mystic named Nicholas Roerich. A teetotaler, he experimented with offbeat diets like milk and popcorn. Ugh! And hyperactive athletic pursuits. He inspired no comfort among professional politicians. He was nominated after a tussle at the convention, but received less than 60% of the delegate vote. Following the election and Pearl Harbor, the administration's focus was waging war. But Wallace's political insanity and uncompromising communistic vision proved out of step with the priorities of a united home front. When Roosevelt put him in charge of the Bureau of Economic Warfare, one of several ad hoc mobilization agencies, he got into a messy public turf battle with the Secretary of Commerce and was removed from the post. At the same time, he made it a personal mission to be the American Empire's collectivist standard bearer. In a 1942 address, he suggested Henry Lucas' 1940 essay, entitled The American Century, was tainted by imperialism. He countered that the post-war world was destined to be the century of the common man, and warned against international cartels that serve American greed. Now, notice that this son of a bitch was a multi-billionaire in charge of several multinational corporations based on GMO technology, and that he himself was not selling off his shares. He was not divesting and liquidating all his assets to redistribute to the common man. No, he stayed a multi-billionaire and said that it was up to you to give your wealth to everyone else. Well, he kept his. Now, why this escaped anybody's attention is beyond me, and why it continues to escape anybody's attention is beyond me, but the guy's absolutely a hypocritical son of a bitch. And in a 1943 Detroit speech, made in the wake of serious racial disturbances, I mean, we're talking about battles between American servicemen, black and white, overseas, killing each other with bullets. He characterized conservatives in the Democratic Party opposed to his communist vision as American fascists. We had blacks and whites killing each other overseas, Americans fighting Americans, and we had them doing it here at home. And he's basically calling us all a bunch of fascists instead of addressing race issues. You're all fascists because you identify with race. See, I'm a communist and there is no race. It's all class warfare. Class warfare. Can't you see that? I can see that because I'm rich and I'm at the top and I can look down on you all like ants. Now, Wallace offered ideas that would eventually become part of the Democrats' domestic agenda in the post-war years. But with the war far from won, he was preemptively offering a vision for a global New Deal, far to the left of where, at that moment, many in his party were prepared to go. Now, Roosevelt himself completely ignored Wallace during his term as vice president, or so it would appear to the American public. That's what Roosevelt wanted them to think. Roosevelt spread the myth that he agreed with the inner group of party bosses he had to dinner on July 11th of 1944, including the new party chairman, Robert Hannigan, immortalized to a degree by mention in the film Miracle on 34th Street. Now, former chairman Ed Flynn was there, Postmaster General Frank Walker, chief fundraiser George Allen, Chicago Mayor Ed Kelly, and party treasurer Edwin Pauley. And he told them all that he agreed Wallace could not be renominated. Wallace was never informed of anything during his time as vice president in terms of affairs such as that, and was instead dispatched on lengthy missions to obscure places, including Siberia, where Henry Wallace took camps of the infamous Gulag to be cooperative farms. The vice president was also dogged by the facts of his actively abetting Soviet espionage efforts, which after the war were proven to be far more damning than people even knew at the time. And behind the scenes was characterized by the FBI's J. Edgar Hoover as an extraordinary national security risk. Indeed, the term that J. Edgar Hoover used was superlative. A superlative risk. That is a term that has never been used before or since. That means Henry Wallace could become president because Roosevelt looked like he was set to die with every fucking breath he took, and that meant we would have a card-carrying communist as president. So J. Edgar Hoover warned Roosevelt that Wallace was collaborating with communists in Hollywood and had inappropriate connections with overseas communists, including the Soviet Union. Roosevelt knew all this, but said, "We don't need such controversy to ever be made known to the public." In the Vasiliev papers, the KGB files that Alexander Vasiliev copied and brought from Moscow to London, an entry appears in the Vasiliev notebooks dated February 10th of 1945. It reads, and I translate here for you from the Russian, and actually you can find the English translation from the London documents. An NKGB agent, Washington, D.C. Station Chief Anatoly Gorsky, reported to NKGB head Lavrenti P. Beria that he was enclosing a telegram from the intelligence agency's station chief in Washington, D.C. about the station chief's future meeting with Henry A. Wallace, which would take place on October 24th, 1945. Now, since I'm basically pulling this up on my screen electronically, it has a site reference. It says, at above Vasiliev link, see the translated PDF on the Black Notebook, of the Black Notebook. So that's available online, obviously. What the document reveals is that the Vice President of the United States, Henry Wallace, initiated a contact with a senior Soviet diplomat whom he definitively knew was the resident KGB officer in the Soviet embassy in Washington, D.C. And in his conversation, he explained that he supported a pro-Soviet policy and was pushing for the Soviet takeover of the United States government. And for that task, he was asking the Soviets for assistance. The context of Wallace's comments reveal that he saw himself not only as an ally, but an active asset of the Soviet Union and as a collaborator with them in a common cause towards worldwide conquest. He saw himself not as a supporter of a century of the common man and an anti-imperialist, but as a fervent believer in the Soviet Union who was asking for foreign intervention on their part in American internal political fights, like Trump did Vladimir Putin. Here, from the Vasiliev papers, is the actual document. To Comrade L.P. Beria, this is Henry Wallace speaking, I am enclosing a telegram from the NKGB USSR station chief in Washington regarding his meeting with U.S. Secretary of Commerce Wallace. Okay, this is the station chief in Washington who's talking about his meeting with Wallace. Molotov's decision, Comrade Merkulov, this should be sent to Comrade Stalin without fail. Molotov, that's his personal note, what would really be like an addendum, somebody writing in pencil onto the telegram itself. dated 2/10/45. And Vadim had been introduced to Wallace, the former vice president at that point, previously. Wallace called him personally and invited him to breakfast at the Department of Commerce, which took place on 24/10/45. In Europe and the rest of the world, they put the date before the month, and then the year after that. So this is October 24th, 1945. And basically at that point, Wallace was in charge of the U.S. Department of Commerce. He was no longer vice president. He, here he's referring to Wallace, was interested in what the reaction would be if the USA were to invite a group of Soviet scientists to become familiar with science in the USA. Truman wants Kapitsa very much. He is working on the atomic project. For those of you who don't know, Fyodor Kapitsa was a defector from the Soviet Union who had relocated to London, and the British expedited his abduction by the Soviets so they could take him back, so that the British could make certain the Soviets had a bomb, because he was working on a nuclear bomb for Britain, and they wanted the Russians to have the bomb. Now, if any of that doesn't make sense to you, it doesn't have to. They're British. They're all fucking crazy and completely self-destructive. Otherwise, they'd still have an empire, right? So don't try to make sense of them. They're not rational. And they love the fucking communists. I mean, Karl Marx is buried in London, okay? So it goes on here. Wallace was interested in the Soviet reaction to the discussion taking place in the USA regarding the safeguarding of the secret of atomic bomb production. So, safeguarding the technological information pertaining to that question in the USA leads, in Wallace's opinion, not only to a worsening of already highly strained Amero-Soviet relations, but also gives the rest of the world the impression that the USA is the most potentially aggressive state on Earth. So Wallace said that he had been trying within the government to get control over the use of atomic energy for military purposes handed over to the United Nations Security Council. However, his attempts have so far been unsuccessful. Wallace described Johnson's bill pertaining to this question, which was put before Congress, as a reactionary attempt by the War Department that was incited by the representatives of major industrial capital, DuPont, General Electric, Union Carbide, and Carbon Corporation. Vadim asked how one could explain Truman's diametrically opposite statements on this question. Wallace faltered somewhat before saying that Truman was a minor politico who had taken up his current post by chance. Became president by accident, of course. Roosevelt died. He frequently has good intentions, this is what Wallace was saying about Truman, but yields too easily to the influence of those around him. Wallace explained that there were two groups currently fighting for Truman's soul, his expression, word for word. A smaller one, in which he included himself, and a more powerful and influential one, of which he named only Hannigan, the Postmaster General and Chairman of the Democratic Party, and Tom Clark, the Attorney General, Barron's, the Secretary of State, and Anderson, the Secretary of Agriculture. The smaller group believes that there are only two superpowers in the world, the USSR and the USA. The well-being and fate of all mankind is dependent on good relations between them. The second group is very anti-Soviet, and Wallace singled out Barron's in particular, and sets up an opposing idea of the dominant Anglo-Saxon bloc, chiefly comprising the USA and England, which is decidedly hostile to the Slavic world that is under Russia's heel. With regard to this, Wallace blurted out, "You, it est, the USSR, could help this smaller group significantly, and we have no doubt of your desire to do so." Wallace declined to specify what he meant by this statement, and I felt it would be awkward to press him. This is what the Soviet asset is saying about Wallace. I felt it would be awkward to ask him what he thought we would do. Then Wallace, of his own initiative, touched upon Anglo-American economic talks. To quote his T, At the end of the conversation, Wallace mentioned that congressmen who had returned from trips to the USSR and around Western Europe were spreading a lot of anti-Soviet lies here, meaning that they were all saying, the Soviet Union's full of death camps, and they're working people to death. That's his anti-Soviet lies he's talking about. In their book titled The Haunted Wood, Alan Weinstein and Alexander Vasiliev discussed the same document. They call this meeting one of the most remarkable and unexpected meetings of the period, noting that Foreign Minister Vyacheslav Molotov found it so important that he noted it had to be sent to Stalin. And they write that Wallace had chosen the Soviet intelligence chief in Washington as his conduit to the USSR leadership testified to the daring and recklessness of the man whom FDR had removed from the Democratic ticket in 1944, just a month before his death, in favor of the more conservative Truman. Wallace's proposal, considering the Truman administration's cooler relations with the USSR in past months, was also startling. They note the importance of Wallace's suggestion to Gorsky that technical data about the atomic bomb should not be kept in U.S. hands. A suggestion, they correctly write, was extraordinarily indiscreet, meaning he violated all his security clearance promises about keeping atomic secrets. I myself would add that Wallace's suggestion that he opposed Senator Edwin Johnson's bill to keep control of the bomb in American hands rather than transfer it to the United Nations Security Council, which he called a reactionary attempt created by representatives of big industrial capital, is precisely the argument used today to explain opposition to Henry Wallace by Oliver Stone on behalf of Vladimir Putin. And he's made pro-Wallace movies, in case you don't know this, pro-Wallace propaganda movies for Russia, who actually present old Soviet and communist arguments as their own contemporary original analysis. You know, kind of like saying, you know, Hitler was the vanguard for the Anglo-American imperialists. The Third Reich was just fighting on behalf of the West. You know, and if you watch stupid fucking movies like the old Soviet Battle of Moscow, which you can find on YouTube, the only good thing I have to say about them is that their Nazis look real compared to, in other words, Goebbels looks like Goebbels. Hitler looks like Hitler. You know, Himmler looks like Himmler. Not like in the West, they can never find guys who look like those guys, okay? The Russians found guys who look like those guys. They're in that movie, The Battle of Moscow, but, you know, they're saying all kinds of crazy shit, like Hitler saying, remember, we're fighting on behalf of the West. They're the guys backing us. Of course, this is when the West was fighting a war to the death with the Third Reich on behalf of the Soviet Union. So, goes to show you how grateful the fucking commies are, right? Well, at any rate. How do I say this? Basically, Oliver Stone and Kuznick and all those Putinistas, they also concur with Wallace's statement to Gorsky that Harry S. Truman was a man who fell under the influence of people around him, a group which Stone and Kuznick keep repeating was made up of reactionary Southerners like James F. Barnes, who represented big corporate industry. Most importantly, Weinstein writes that Wallace's call for Soviet support on behalf of those who share his views reached beyond the fragile boundaries of discretion, particularly because Wallace asked the Soviets to help this smaller group considerably, referring to himself and his supporters. It asked a Soviet sponsorship of his own coup d'etat. Wallace, in other words, was trying to engineer with a hostile foreign empire a coup d'etat, a hostile takeover of the United States government, with the American Communist Party replacing both the Republicans and the Democrats, a group which convinced Wallace himself to run for president on the so-called Progressive Party ticket in 1948, rather than using the title communist. Now, in his usual sadistic manner, Roosevelt gave Wallace all the hints he felt were called for that his party wasn't, well, that he wasn't his or the party's choice, and selected Missouri Senator Harry S. Truman in his place just before Roosevelt croaked. Was assassinated, but that's another topic. Wallace never got the hint, assaulted a cameraman as he left his residence in Washington for the convention in Chicago, and was astounded when he found out he was dumped. Because, you know, he's a rich white boy, and that just doesn't happen to rich white boys, right? Now, having booted him out as vice president over the unrepresentative protests of the left of the party, including Eleanor, Roosevelt nominated Wallace to be Secretary of Commerce, a position for which he was completely unqualified, although he was a very successful agribusiness entrepreneur after his political career. Roosevelt paid no attention to any of the cabinet secretaries, except the Secretary of War and the Attorney General, and occasionally the Labor Secretary. He dealt with secondary officials in the departments. Now, going into the July Democratic Convention, Wallace's poll numbers and delegate support were actually pretty good, if not for some last-minute maneuvering by the convention chairman, who delayed by 1 day the initial polling for vice president. He might have been renominated. But the machine leaders had their way and built a landslide for Truman on the second ballot. With Roosevelt's health obviously deteriorating as he sought a fourth term, the party bosses made it clear Wallace was unacceptable for renomination in 1944. After much wrangling with FDR, they agreed on a much safer candidate, the Missourian Harry Truman. At the Yalta Conference in February of 1945, Stalin agreed with Churchill and Roosevelt that Eastern Europe would be free and democratically organized, and that government would be by whatever non-fascist elements were freely elected in each country. Stalin violated all those agreements, and Roosevelt had agreed with War Secretary Henry Stimson that if atomic weapons, which were not tested until July under Harry Truman, worked, American monopoly of them would be used as suasion to encourage Soviet compliance with Stalin's Yalta commitments. And Roosevelt held up payment of any of his promised $6 billion United States dollars in aid for the USSR, which by today's standards would be $6 trillion fucking dollars. Roosevelt was set to give the Soviet Union because it was in breach of the Yalta undertakings. In other words, that would be his sanctions, withholding the fact that he would give all of America's money to the Soviet Union. Only the desire of the American High Command to share the horrifying casualties of an amphibious assault on the home islands of Japan itself with the Russians prevented Roosevelt from taking stronger measures. The U.S. took over 70,000 casualties, a 30% casualty rate, in clearing Iwo Jima and Okinawa, and well over 1 million casualties were foreseen as the conservative estimate if the Americans tried to take the Japanese mainland. That's even with atomic weapons being used to clear the way operationally for the amphibious assaults. Now, Stalin violated his October 1944 agreement with Churchill not to support the communists in the Greek Civil War. Stalin violated the European Advisory Commission agreement of August 1944 by blockading Berlin. And Stalin rejected the offer of non-political Marshall Plan aid for Eastern Europe. So, the eminent Cold War historian John Lewis Gaddis has written that there is Soviet documentation that Wallace was regularly reporting to the Kremlin in 1945 and 1946 while he was in the Truman administration. And that later, when Truman was considering a secret effort to approach the Soviets, his effort was blown wide open by Henry Wallace when he was running for president on the Progressive Party ticket in 1948. This was after Truman fired Wallace for giving an address in Madison Square Garden attacking the Truman administration for excessive anti-communist zeal while he was working for the U.S. government. Now Wallace, who chose the singing cowboy, Idaho Senator Glenn Taylor, "Oh, give me a home by the Capitol Dome," to be his running mate, advocated unilateral disarmament. You like that? The immediate end of the draft and the end of the Marshall Plan and of any assistance against communist subversive, elements or subversion anywhere, and declined to repudiate the endorsement he received from the American Communist Party. This is all Henry Wallace, a man who would have given no reparations to Europe and advocated that America disarm itself completely, surrender all arms to the Soviet Union, end the draft so that men could no longer be mobilized for the military, and, of course, when he was endorsed by the Communist Party, was proud thereof, would not deny it or repudiate it. He was a man who wanted total surrender to the Soviet Union. He was reviled as a communist dupe by H.L. Mencken, Dorothy Parker, and even the perennial Socialist Party presidential candidate Norman Thomas. He won only 2.4% of the vote and did not influence the outcome of the election. A narrow victory by President Truman and Kentucky Senator and Senate Majority Leader Alben W. Barkley over Republicans Thomas E. Dewey, the governor of New York, and Governor Earl Warren of my own Golden, California. When Wallace ran for president in 1948, had he become president, had Henry A. Wallace become president in 1948, and had FDR let him stay on the ticket, Wallace would have proceeded to implement policies beyond favorable to Stalin in Europe. He would have surrendered the United States itself. Wallace would have created an American foreign policy completely run by Soviet agents he himself had installed in the White House, including Lachlan Curry, who I definitively exposed when I first appeared on Coast to Coast AM 20 years ago, was it? Harry Dexter White, his former assistant at Commerce, and the secret communist and Soviet agent Harry Magdoff, who wrote Wallace's Madison Square Garden speech in 1946 that led Harry Truman to fire him, all of whom would have developed a policy meant to give Joseph Stalin precisely what he sought: control of all of Europe and inroads into subversion of all the Americas in the Western Hemisphere. There would have been no Marshall Plan, no NATO, and U.S. policy would have been to formally support the Soviet takeover of the world, including minor things along the way, like approval of the Czech coup that put the communists in power after the killing of Jan Masaryk. The future of the world would have been inconceivably different. It would be a world you would not want to live in, since there would have been no Western opposition to Stalin's expansion, which had no limits, as he moved politically to create a communist empire across the globe. The result would have been total control, total Stalinist control of Europe, and a tough road of civil war at home as people resisted the communists that would have made it impossible for the West to even conceive of waging the Cold War, which was effectively the Third World War, let alone ever winning it. Certainly no one could have defeated Soviet expansionism at that point. So all may not be lost for Kamala Harris. While there be power brokers and mega donors in today's Democratic Party, her fate, unlike Henry Wallace's, will not be in the hands of a circle of big city party barons. Her approval ratings are only marginally below those of President Biden, and she is viewed favorably in the Times poll by 83% of Democrats, obviously the constituency key to her winning any further nominations. Unlike Henry Wallace, Kamala Harris understands politics and seems to obsess over her own positioning and prospects. What she needs to do now, as one commentator notes, is to get serious about her current job and devote every hour of her working day to supporting the initiatives of her president. If she avoids being sidelined, stays close to Biden, and ensures that her agenda is seen as his agenda, she might eke out a role on a 2024 ticket. Job one for any vice president is not to be seen as a negative factor. And in the case of Kamala Harris, serving with a president of advanced years, to project a credibility that the talented but unconventional persona of Henry Wallace ultimately lacked. But that brings us back to Kyrsten Sinema's betrayal of democracy. When the Senate took up voting rights legislation last week, plenty of ink was spilled on Sinema, a Democrat from Arizona who dashed the hopes of her own party by refusing to support reforming the filibuster to allow voting rights to move forward. Her stance, along with that of Senator Joe Manchin, a West Virginia Democrat, means that 60 votes are required to pass voting rights legislation. So despite being supported by a majority of Americans, including Arizonans, the legislation was doomed to fail. Much of the Inside the Beltway press coverage of Manchin and Sinema describes them as moderates or centrists, leaving reviewers wondering why Democrats can't just compromise. Follow the money to what's really going on. Kyrsten Sinema is no moderate. She's colluding with the corporate right and using her leverage to cash in. Sinema has close ties to No Labels. That's the dark money group funded by Wall Street. She's gotten oodles of cash from corporate donors outside Arizona, including from several big-time Republican givers. And she's devoted to this time-consuming, strings-attached corporate fundraising strategy, even though it's less efficient than raising money from the grassroots. So when Big Pharma set out to kill President Joe Biden's plan to lower prescription drug prices, Senatoress Kyrsten Sinema came to the industry's aid and cashed in with big campaign checks. Then Sinema helped big corporations block corporate tax increases while pocketing hundreds of thousands from companies like Verizon in campaign contributions. And as Sinema helped sink Biden's Build Back Better bill in the Senate, emails were uncovered sourcing from the Wall Street-funded group No Labels, calling her efforts heroic. So when she stood with Republicans and helped block voting rights legislation, Sinema put corporations ahead of her constituents. Now Joe Biden could make life miserable for Manchin and Sinema, and he should. Two Democratic senators, Joe Manchin of West Virginia and Kyrsten Sinema of Arizona, made a choice Wednesday midweek last in the night to side with the 100 Senate Republicans to block changes to the Senate's filibuster rule and thus prevent Democrats from passing voting rights legislation. What happened on the Senate floor was more than just a vote on a Senate rule. Manchin and Sinema chose to preserve the filibuster over preserving our democracy. President Joe Biden must display his commitment to the black community, to whom he promised to always have their back. For their choice, there must be political consequences. And those consequences must not just come from the grassroots, which is already happening, but also from President Joe Biden, who must display his commitment to members of the black community to whom he swore he would help maintain democracy for. Because which black man said it? I forgot his name, but he stated, the vote is the most powerful, nonviolent tool of change we have. Of course, voting rights are not just an issue for the black community. The Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency wishes to silence the voice of anyone who opposes their neo-totalitarian party. But their vote diluting, vote suppressing, and ultimately vote rigging measures all disproportionately affect people of color, especially black Americans. That's why civil rights groups have been raising alarm bells for months to get Biden to focus on voting rights. The threat posed by the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency to our democracy is not theoretical. Since the January 6, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol, which aimed to keep Donald Trump, who lost the 2020 election by a landslide, in place as president, against the will of the people, Republican state officials have shifted into overdrive to enact laws they know will prevent Democrats from winning elections in the states Republicans control. As the Brennan Center for Justice has detailed, 34 laws have been enacted in 19 states since January 6, 2021 that make it harder to register to vote, harder to vote early, harder to vote by mail, and use ballot drop boxes, all because the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency knows those new restrictions will help them win. When Biden calls these laws Jim Crow 2.0, he's 100% correct. Jim Crow laws, such as requiring literacy tests, did not ban black voters in the text, but they were designed to prevent African Americans from registering at all by empowering clerks to ask them such questions as, how many jelly beans are in this jar? Or how many bubbles are in a bar of soap? These would be like medieval theological riddles, like how many angels can dance on the head of a pin. They're unanswerable, and therefore no black could answer them, and ergo, no black could vote. Some of these new Russo collaborationist, Red Republican insurgent voting laws are all cut from the same cloth. A law Texas enacted in 2021 bans 24-hour voting and drive-through voting. Why did the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency do that? Simple. Only one county in Texas used that method. Harris County, a Democratic stronghold where a majority of the people who cast a ballot via 24-hour voting and drive-through were black and Hispanic. Again, like the original Jim Crow, this Texas law is racially neutral on its face, but is intended to suppress the vote of people of color. Worse, Georgia's Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent state legislature has enacted laws that enable Republicans to more easily overturn the results of elections they don't agree with, just as Trump wanted Georgia officials to do after the 2020 election. Again, that would disproportionately impact people of color. Jim Crow laws, such as literacy tests, did not ban black voters in the text, but they were designed to prevent African Americans from even registering. Mencken and Sinema know all that. They have been lobbied for months by civil rights groups on the threats these Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent laws pose to our democracy, and especially to black and brown voters. Given that, Menken's and Sinema's votes to preserve the filibuster make them knowingly complicit with the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency's vote rigging. I'm far from alone in this analysis. Grassroots groups have already been threatening consequences to these senators if they continue to turn their back on democracy in order to preserve the filibuster, a Jim Crow relic, as former President Barack Obama rightly put it during his eulogy for the civil rights icon John Lewis. That's the black man whose name I was trying to dig up from my subconscious mind and memory. He's the man who said, "The vote is the most powerful, nonviolent tool we have to effect change in America." Now, Emily's List, which is a grassroots organization that works to elect female candidates and played a key role in helping the bisexual Kyrsten Sinema win the Democratic nomination for Senate in 2018, announced before Wednesday's vote the week before last that it would not support her in 2024 if she opposed the filibuster change. The Arizona groups Stand Up America and Living United for Change had previously issued a statement that if Sinema decided to turn her back on the black and brown organizers who delivered her Senate victory for her, then we will turn our backs on her too. A November poll conducted well before that Wednesday's vote, the week before last, had Sinema losing badly to other Democrats in a primary election. The West Virginia grassroots organizations, such as Race Matters West Virginia and the Charleston chapter of the NAACP, urged Monken to support the filibuster reform. Even West Virginia sports figures like NBA great Jerry West and famed college football coach Nick Saban, who both endorsed Monken in 2018, urged him to enact voting rights legislation. But Biden, who owes his presidency in large part to black voters, must do more than simply hope that voters 2 years from now will punish Monken and Sinema. In the first speech he gave, after being declared the winner of the 2020 election, Biden promised point blank to the black community, "You've always had my back and I'll have yours." At Biden's news conference that Wednesday, the week before last, Kristen Welker of NBC News asked Biden about black voters criticizing him for not making voting rights a priority sooner, to which the president responded, "I've had their back my entire career. I've never not had their back." Biden now needs to show, not tell. For starters, he needs to travel to West Virginia and Arizona and build more grassroots support to pressure Monken and Sinema. Biden, who owes his presidency to the black vote, has got to do a lot more than just hope Monken and Sinema will disappear 2 years from now. He should say no to the people Monken and Sinema want nominated as federal judges, or any people they seek to recommend to the Biden administration. A freeze-out that would diminish the two senators' power and influence. He should also use his influence to prevent the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee from helping fund these two senators' 2024 campaigns. Finally, Biden may have to very publicly support a primary challenge against them. Black Americans were targeted by laws and violence for decades by bigots seeking to stop them from voting. It would be insult to the memory of those African Americans who were killed in the struggle for voting rights to allow these two senators to help roll back the progress made by those who sacrificed so much. And it would be an insult to all today who support Democrats of any race if these two senators can undermine our self-determination without paying a political price. Biden has a choice to make. Stand with these two Democratic senators who have chosen to preserve the filibuster over democracy, or stand with the communities that elected him? What's it going to be? Now, in the 45 minutes we have remaining, Sarah Thomas, I gave you a shout out earlier. Hope you hear it on the replay. Goddess bless you, honey. Sorry you were so freezing last night. Hope you're better now with that warm cup of coffee. Nathan Brooks says, good night, y'all. Good night, dear Nathan. So he says, the name of the book is The Ultimate Evil by Maury Terry. Thank you, sir. And he answers in hugs as well. Now, here's what you need to know. Those of us who are joining me just now in the last few minutes we have remaining. Start with the economy. The U.S. and China are dragging down the world economy. The IMF, the International Monetary Fund, lowered its prediction for global growth in 2022, in part because of slowdowns in the globe's two largest economies. And in, well, a breaking news alert, the Federal Reserve signals it will raise interest rates in March. Now, created in 1913, the Federal Reserve is the central bank of the United States. The Fed is a system made up of 12 powerful banks headed up by a single main office in Washington, D.C. Their job is to basically create dollars. That's the Fed's superpower. It can create new dollars out of thin air, and it manages our money supply. When the Fed wants to create money to spur spending and combat recessionary influences, they buy large amounts of treasury bills from those 24 huge financial firms. Of course, the problem with this system should be apparent to anyone who's witnessed the repeated failure of trickle-down economics to spur the economy over the last 4 decades. Giving money to the richest Americans doesn't create economic growth. But the Fed met midweek, and though I myself didn't expect an increase in rates just yet, this is a delicate moment. It's a new year and a new era for Federal Reserve policy. And the world is about to learn just how aggressive the U.S. Central Bank is willing to get with removing stimulus from a rapidly heating economy. Now, consumer prices in 2021 climbed at the fastest rate in nearly 40 years, while the number of unemployed workers shrank by roughly 3.8 million in the year, reflecting the sharpest yearly drop in joblessness on record. Employers also haven't found it easy to hire, with open positions outstripping the pool of unemployed workers. Officials are losing hope that the millions still missing from the labor market will return anytime soon, as early retirements, virus fears, and childcare dilemmas sidelined them. Side effects of a labor market that's been disrupted by a global pandemic for 2 years. When the FOMC, the Federal Open Market Committee, unveiled to Fed watchers a rate hike roadmap for the next 3 years that included 3 increases in 2022 at the Fed's December meeting, Chair Jerome Powell said, "The labor market is, by so many measures, hotter than it ever ran in the last expansion." But inflation is creeping up the political agenda. Investors are jittery at the prospect of tightening later in the year. We'll also get data on GDP, or gross domestic product growth in America and other countries, including the Fifth French Republic, in the last quarter of 2021. Plus, we'll get a sense of how the big tech firms are faring when they deliver earnings reports later in the week. However rosy such figures turn out to be, keep in mind there are longer-term problems in the economy. America's labor market, for example, may face a permanently shrunken pool of potential workers. So today, the Fed said it would hold the line on short-term interest rates with an eye toward raising them soon, and said it would pare down the rate of its asset purchases, bringing them to a halt in early March. Regretfully, the Federal Reserve's plan to combat recessions rarely works and often only benefits the already rich. To boost the economy, the Fed should put money into Americans' hands, not Wall Street. In 2008, when the real estate bubble burst and the whole world staggered on the precipice of total economic disaster, the Federal Reserve leapt into action to try to save the economy. The planet's most powerful people, world leaders, the media, heads of elite institutions, basically had to helplessly stand by and watch the Fed. Christopher Leonard is a business reporter and executive director of the Watchdog Writers Group at the University of Missouri School of Journalism. The subtitle of his new book, titled The Lords of Easy Money, might give you a hint about how he thinks the Fed's action paid off. It's subtitled, How the Federal Reserve Broke the American Economy. Now, I think that tells you really, in a sense, all you need to know to start with. In his book, Leonard proves that the Fed's policies helped create the conditions for the 2008 economic collapse in the first place, and that the decade of low wages and raging economic inequality we saw in America's lackluster recovery from the 2008 recession was entirely the Fed's fault. The problem wasn't in the creation of new money. Leonard proves this point because they can do that at the snap. The problem was where that new money went and who was in charge of distributing it. Additionally, the currency created by the Fed has funded activity that's actively harmful to the public good. Widespread consumer demand is what creates jobs and grows communities. The Fed would do more to encourage true economic growth by creating money and getting it directly into the hands of the American people. Now, I recently reviewed a mid-January episode of the Pitchfork Economics podcast, in which they spoke with the author Christopher Leonard about the role of the Federal Reserve in recessions. The Pitchfork Economics co-host, David Goldstein, was inspired therein to suggest that the Fed could buy municipal bonds at low interest rates to fund the construction of housing in expensive urban areas where homeownership is now out of reach for ordinary Americans, or to fund the construction of solar panels on the roofs of millions of homes to create a green energy grid. The Fed would then be collateralizing against future rents or future income from these investments. And in the meantime, the money created would be directed, in Goldstein's own words, toward transit and housing and clean energy and schools and so many other things that are real investments that pay off in the future and would more broadly benefit people than just going and raising asset prices. To quote as Chris Leonard himself, at length and verbatim, there's this group of 24 banks on Wall Street. Financial institutions like J.P. Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Wells Fargo. From basically 1950 until 2008, that's how the Fed influenced our money supply. Well, our supply of money is what he says. They would gradually loosen or tighten the money supply by making these purchases on Wall Street. The top 1% of our country owns 40% of all our assets. The bottom half of all Americans only own 7% of our assets. The Fed is pumping up asset prices, which really benefits a tiny group of hyper-rich people. And at the same time, it creates these asset bubbles that inevitably collapse, as we saw in 2008 and 2020. That's why I say these policies clearly have dramatically widened the gap between the rich and everybody else, and they've created these bubbles on Wall Street that periodically explode. One of the things I document in the book is how this binge of debt and quantitative easing really benefited the fracking industry. It pushed billions of dollars into corporate junk debt for frackers in North Dakota and Texas, investments that don't make any sense at all. Here, he's referencing the fact that if we expect to combat climate change, they don't make any sense at all. But these are the Edomites who want to end the world and influence, well, basically increase and expedite and speeden up global burning. Now, the last thing that Chris Leonard said of interest was, there's another structural reform people are talking about, in that the Fed could create money in bank accounts instead of just the 24 reserve accounts. That bears quoting for, well, it should be self-evident why I believe that everyone should hear that sentence. So imagine if, during the economic collapse of 2008, every American received regular infusions of cash from the Fed, instead of the painfully slow economic recovery that stretched out for the entirety of the Obama presidency. That consumer spending would have been invested directly in communities around the country, spurring small business growth, tax revenue, and job creation that would have built the economy from the bottom up, not from Wall Street on down. Had the Fed actually invested in the American people, and not just the stock market, the pandemic could have ushered in an era of true economic growth and investment in communities, not just a series of record-breaking years for corporate profits, stock buybacks, and executive bonuses. By the way, in case you didn't hear it, Mark Zuckerberg's cryptocurrency project is collapsing. Meta owns a third of the Diem Association, once known as Libra, the stablecoin initiative that is now trying to sell its assets and return capital to investors. Man, you only have to laugh. There's nothing here to even look at without... Oh God, how do I describe it? And that really begs the question, honestly. How do I phrase this? You know, like, what if Bitcoin fails? And it's something that I never thought about because, you know, I really don't like thinking Bitcoin, and then, you know, it just he gets Selena all pissed off because, you know, well, she likes it. But honest to God, what would that mean for humanity? I'll get back to that maybe on Sunday with some votes. Tell me if you want to hear about that shit, and I'll check into it. Then there's the troubling possibility, if not probability, of war in Europe. And in the last half hour remaining, we can't do any justice to that. What I can give you is the breaking news alert. The Pentagon has put 8,500 U.S. troops on high alert ahead of a possible Russian invasion of Ukraine, and both the United States and NATO are stepping up war footing over the possible Russian invasion of Ukraine as the United States weighs military action against Russia itself. With the crisis over a potential Russian invasion of Ukraine intensifying, as of Monday opening this work week, the U.S. officials have placed thousands of troops on high alert. Plus, NATO is taking steps to position personnel and war machinery in Eastern Europe, further signaling that a diplomatic solution to the standoff is nowhere within reach, even though they've agreed to talk for 2 more weeks. However, Biden administration officials have said that a final decision to dispatch troops has not been made. So to reiterate, the Pentagon has placed 8,500 troops on heightened alert as these United States and our allies consider whether to wage a military response to Russia's ongoing threats against Ukraine. Now, when a Defense Department spokesman said this on Monday, opening our work week, that the U.S. and NATO are talking about waging a military response, we used to call that war. The White House said Biden plans to speak by video conference to European leaders. He certainly did so in the afternoon on Monday about Russia's military buildup on Ukraine's border. And those moves followed a decision on Sunday while I was transmitting by U.S. officials to order families of U.S. personnel at the U.S. Embassy in Kiev, the capital of the Ukraine, to leave the country, as the United Kingdom and Australia also ordered all families of diplomatic staff to leave Ukraine. And White House officials and U.S. national security officials have confirmed that Russian dictator Vladimir Putin is likely to launch an attack, which Biden insists will be met with crippling economic sanctions. So we've got these 8,500 troops on heightened alert for a possible deployment to Eastern Europe as the Russian troops are amassing along Ukraine's border, with the Pentagon spokesman John Kirby saying yesterday, I believe, that the bulk of these troops on alert are intended to bolster NATO's rapid reaction or quick response force, but adding that they would be postured to be ready for any other contingencies as well, with NATO announcing yesterday or the day before that some member countries are putting forces on standby and sending additional ships and fighter jets to Eastern Europe. Separately, the United States is keeping a close eye on potential Russian cyber attacks, which the Department of Homeland Security warned would occur if Moscow perceives that a United States or North Atlantic Treaty Organizational response to a potential Russian invasion of Ukraine would threaten Russia's long-term national security. Now, we're going to get back to this on Sunday. There shouldn't be anything happening in the world before then because of talks that people agreed to conduct. So that brings us back to just some other things to emphasize in the last few minutes we have remaining tonight. By the way, Salman Sheikh says, "Good morning, Brother Douglas." Good morning, Salman. So maybe we could talk a bit about, there be other, albeit by no means any lighter fare to consider as well. Transparency International, an activist group, dishes up its annual index of corruption perceptions around the world, or rather it did so yesterday, Tuesday, day before yesterday by now. I haven't looked at it yet, but I'm sure a Nordic country is likely to shine. Yawn! But which of South Sudan or Somalia will endure the indignity of last spot? Certainly America is heading there. Now, we've got a breaking news alert that might help stop that slide. Liberal Justice Stephen Breyer is going to retire from the Supreme Court, paving the way for a Joe Biden appointment of the first Supreme Court pick of his presidency. Justice Stephen Breyer will step down from the Supreme Court at the end of the current term. According to people familiar with his thinking, the 83-year-old Breyer is one of the three remaining liberal justices, and his decision to retire after more than 27 years on the court allows President Joe Biden to appoint a successor who could serve for several decades. The old justice, who tends to side with the liberals on the bench, has faced pressure from Democrats to hang up his robe, sooner rather than later. For obvious reasons, of course. This is so, like Joe Biden promised, he can get a black African-American woman on the bench. so that the party can confirm a Biden nominee. Now, Breyer's exit gives President Joe Biden, who has promised to nominate a black woman, his first opportunity to replace a judge on the nation's most important court. With Breyer's departure, the court loses its resident pragmatist. The justice often worked behind the scenes to secure compromises between his liberal and conservative colleagues. The high unanimity rate and unusual ideological alliances last term are a tribute to the ultimate persuasiveness of his nonpartisan vision. A black woman on the bench will be highly unlikely to carry out the compromise an old white man could, because the Republican reactionaries will automatically see her as a nigga bitch hoe bag and no one to even speak to, let alone work with. And the early frontrunner for Breyer's seat to hold that honor is Ketanji Brown Jackson, a former federal public defender who currently sits on the country's second most important court. Now, Brian Fallon, the executive director of Demand Justice, has affirmed that, in his own words, Jackson's appointment would signal a new era and a shift away from the decades-long default to former prosecutors and corporate lawyers. As well, the Supreme Court announced yesterday it will reconsider race-based affirmative action in college admissions, a move that could eliminate campus practices that have widely benefited Black and Hispanic students. It's starting. The reactionaries are going to make certain the coloreds can't go to college. Justices will hear challenges to policies at Harvard and the University of North Carolina beginning next October, with a decision likely by June of 2023. Also in the pipeline, the High Court agreed to take up a case that could limit the federal government's jurisdiction over wetlands protected under the Clean Water Act. That case comes as the Biden administration actively tries to undo Trump-era rollbacks to federal protections. Separately, the Supreme Court declined to take up House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy's challenge to House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi's proxy voting protocols that were put in place during the COVID-19 pandemic. So they're going to let that slide, but they're still in the hands of big money trying to open up all nature to industrial exploitation. Now, there's a lot to say about the Supreme Court, and God knows I'll get into it Sunday. And otherwise, look out for the fates of two leaders in Europe. Soon, perhaps this week, Emmanuel Macron will say what everyone knows. He's running to retain the French presidency at the election in April. Boris Johnson's spell as a thoroughly inadequate British Prime Minister, meanwhile, could be cut short. Sue Gray, a civil servant, will report shortly on boozy parties among politicians and officials, so the UK government is holding its breath as it awaits the Partygate report. Oh my God. This is just more fun than anything else. It's Bojo the Clown, for Christ's sakes. But nevertheless, it's fun to see him suffer. Schadenfreude. Prime Minister Boris Johnson braced today, Wednesday, yesterday by now, for the conclusions of an investigation into allegations of lockdown breaching parties, a document that could help him end weeks of scandal and discontent, or bring his time in office to an abrupt close. London's Metropolitan Police say they are investigating a number of events in Downing Street amid claims of COVID rule breaking at the heart of the UK government, as British Prime Minister Boris Johnson faces intense scrutiny for attending gatherings while the rest of his country was in lockdown. Johnson celebrated his birthday with a gathering at his official residence in June of yesteryear, Or 2020, I mean to say, the year before yesteryear, while the UK was in its first COVID-19 shutdown, as confirmed by a spokesperson yesterday, I believe. And for weeks, Johnson has been under pressure over alleged summer garden parties and Christmas gatherings held in Downing Street. Meanwhile, his approval ratings are plunging, and there appears to be a growing sense among his ruling Conservative Party that he is becoming a liability. I'll also be watching to see if cases of Omicron in these United States peak in the week ahead. Pfizer will start testing an Omicron vaccine. Now, some health experts are questioning if it's even worth it, given Omicron cases are usually less severe and the next variant could be completely different. The Biden administration says it will not be enforcing the federal employee vaccine mandate amid ongoing litigation after a Texas federal judge on Friday into this weekend last blocked the enforcement of the vaccine mandate for government employees. That move came just after the judge called the mandate an overstep of presidential authority, while striking down a separate mandate that had applied to private sector workers. Separately, a state Supreme Court judge struck down New York State's mask mandate yesterday, ruling that the governor and the New York State Department of Health did not have the authority to enact such a mandate without approval from the state legislature. We are living in the end times. This is where the virus has more rights than you. That's like saying gun control violates the rights of guns. The guns have all the rights and you have none. You don't even have the right to live. The guns have every right to kill you. The virus has every right to kill you. This is where, okay, these, they're old white men. They've got to die because they're trying to kill the rest of us. And they're just not dying soon enough. The problem is they're too protected in their bastions of privilege from the virus for the virus to take them out. They're too shielded. So we've got to kill them. And that's what will save the rest of us. By the way, Salman Sheikh said hi. He's willing to jump. If he wants to, he can jump on the line. I don't give a shit. Get back on the call. This will be the first time we've done this. Salman Sheikh, if you can hear me, jump back on the call. Say good morning.
Assalamu Brother Douglas, and good morning. I look forward to catching up on the monologue later on today. It was getting late last night for me after 1 a.m., so I had to bow out for the evening.
Oh, yes. Do us a favor next time. And, if I thought you might have just fallen asleep, and I don't blame you. When you check out like that, just, give us a hint. Say, got to sign out. Good night. All that stuff. But I'm so glad to hear you now. And what part of the process are you in? You baking the bread? You passing out the goodies to the birds? You doing the pull-ups? Which part are you at right now?
So right now I'm drinking my tea.
Yeah.
And then right after I get finished listening to your show, like the finale of it, I'm going to get dressed and then I'll go to the park, hand out the bread, do the pull-ups, meditate in nature, send my prayers to you and Team Dietrich. That's something that I do every morning when I go to the park. I ask Allah to always protect you, my brother, and give peace to your mother's soul, to you, and make sure you're always loved and protected in your endeavors. And I use my Sufi prayers to make sure that I always do that as a part of Team D and the Islamo chaplain.
Yes. God bless you. I love you so much. Thank you so much, dear brother. And your ice cream fits into after the pull-ups, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's like a balance between the world, the fitness, and making sure you accomplish everything in between. Because in the Sufi teachings, they tell you make sure that you don't go to an extreme of any side. Make sure you handle the balance of everything. Just like how you mentioned about the vampire, there is a reason that Allah has created these beings to serve the purpose that they are. Because if you didn't serve any purpose, you wouldn't be created by the Creator. So I really thank you for what you have shared. And I know my friends and Masonic brothers in Romania would really like to hear that on my show when you come to do the part 6 interview, which will cover aspects of Vampire Hunter D as well. I think they would be fascinated to hear that. And that is absolutely amazing, Brother Douglas. I love you dearly as well. And last night it was a portion of bowing out for the evening and getting sleepy, but it was wonderful what you were all discussing. I got to catch up on all of that.
Oh, God bless you. I love you so much, dear brother, and maintain yourself in peace as well. Thank you so much for the prayers you provide me with. Sarah Thomas in the chat room says, "Fuck man, bless the lovely salmon feeding the birds." And, certainly you give us hope with all that you do. In the last few minutes we have remaining, of course, you're welcome to stay for as long as you want. If you check out now, that's understandable. I'll bring on probably Jameson Reese to help me through the last few minutes, if he's still awake. And then I'll...
Yeah, that's why I wanted to check in now in the morning, because last night I had fallen asleep, so... I make sure I checked in the morning so I could formally say goodbye to you on the show, as I always do. So what I always say in the end before I leave is, all the Pakistani men, please stop messaging Brother Douglas.
Yes.
And for everyone, please donate to him, whether you can do it on a bi-weekly basis, monthly basis, PayPal, check, money order. Please support our brother, because the information that he's giving you, no one else is giving it to you. So whatever you're capable of doing, moral prayer, support, financial help, support, do it. Because Brother Douglas Dietrich has been a gift given to humanity by Allah, the Creator, to guide us through these tough times that we're in. So this is our war collectively. So we have to fight it together by supporting the one who's at the forefront of it all. So again, all the Pakistanis, please stop messaging him on Facebook and calling him. And everyone, please support him and give him the love and support and prayers that he needs.
God bless you. I love you dearly. And Sarah Thomas says, he really is pure of heart, referring to you, of course. And so you are. So you have a blessed day, good sir. And forgive me. How does one bow out when you're leaving? And obviously, Assalamu alaikum is the greeting. When you're parting, what is it that's said again? I forget.
So Assalamu alaikum is peace be with you and yours, and wa alaikum assalam is unto you returned be the peace and blessings.
Thank you. Thank you. And it'll take me a while to get that through my mind again where I can recite it, but I'll get there. In the meantime, certainly the sentiment is presented, and love you dearly. We'll be speaking again soon enough, and you have a blessed day.
Thank you, Brother Douglas, and much love to you, Brother J-Mo, Sarah Thomas, Daniel Arola, all of Team Dietrich, our brothers and sisters. May Allah always bless all of you and protect you and keep the enemy at bay as your destruction is near. So much love to all of you, and peace and blessings as I catch up on the monologue later on.
Thank you. Again, best wishes be unto you. And with that was Salman Sheikh, wonderful human being. He contributed 100 United States dollars this month, and thanks to men like him, or was it last month? It's hard for me to keep track. I think it was this month. And yeah, I think so. And so obviously he helps immensely, and this helps me through the month. And certainly whatever help I can get from any of you. Sarah Thomas gives us the 3 pink pulsating hearts. And like I said, I saw those hearts with the frozen face in the middle last night. I neglected to say hi to you, our shout out then. So I did give you a shout out later in the middle of the show. So hopefully, Sarah, you hear that later. And of course, a shout out to all the wonderful ladies who have been so supportive out there. And of course, some of them have been financial contributors as well, as Sarah Thomas has been, as the lovely JoJo has been. So God has blessed these wonderful ladies. And so we've got only a few minutes left. And so Jameson Reese, Sammy Romero, if either of you want to jump on and just say good morning before I shut the stream down, by all means.
Hey, good morning, folks.
Yeah, delightful.
Man, kind of just waking.
That's so cute. Oh, that's delightful. Yes, we love you dearly, Jameson. And so there we have that. And so where we're at now is just a kind of, how would I say it, impasse. You know, there is so much to talk about. And so Sunday, I'll return to the topics of probably Europe and Russia and the Sarah Thomas. Oh, yeah. Let me call you, honey. That's how that works. Oh my God, how do I do this? I look up Sarah Thomas on the yeah. I gotta raise the screen. Fuck, it's like I'm drunk or something. It's because I am. So I've been drinking throughout, and let me see if I can find Sarah Thomas. I gotta call you, honey. If I bring you on, it kills the call. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Yeah, let me see if I can get Sarah Thomas missed call. So I go to that. That brings me back here.
Hi, hello.
There we are. How did you do that?
Oh,
Was that Jameson brought you on?
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
good man. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank
Because you
God.
said if you wanted to, you were saying if Sammy, anyone out there, and I was like, I'm out here, I'll call.
Yes. Oh, I'm so
I'll
glad.
I'll call so that you'll call me back.
Yeah. And Jameson brought you on, and you know.
Good morning, JMO. Good morning, Douglas.
Yeah. Good morning, honey. Mwah.
Good morning, Sarah.
Yes. Love you dearly.
Hi.
Yeah, go.
Sorry, I'm trying to get back to normal sleeping patterns.
Uh-huh.
I'm trying to get my son back in school. Right, he hasn't been in school because of anxiety.
Right.
So I'm trying to be a responsible adult and set a good example.
Wow.
And I'm trying to go to bed at a normal time, and like right now I'm awake, right? So I'm trying to be now I'm trying to get him up at a good time, and I'm slowly working on getting him up at like 7, but like yesterday I was trying at like 9:30 and like turning off the internet to his laptop and the Xbox at like midnight. So I'm slowly weaning him off of everything and trying to get him back in school and stuff. So that's why I was off last night, and I just wanted to call in and say hi and love you guys. And
Oh, I'm so flattered by you using my painting for your icon. Thank you, honey.
are you kidding me? It's beautiful. Thank you for it. Thank you for sending it to me.
Yes. Well,
You're so talented. The
Oh,
stuff you
thank
do
you.
is beautiful.
oh, thank you, darling. And so deeply appreciate that. And so with your son, when you unplug the electronics, does he scream?